Chapter 1. The good times are gone, never to return. I truly do not wish to harm others. I genuinely do not. Loki murmured to himself with a bitter smile. His eyes, filled with sorrow, pain, and profound guilt, reflected the reality of having caused the demise of countless innocent lives. Alone in the archives, Loki watched every film from the Avengers series, enveloped in solitude that accentuated his helplessness. He witnessed the futures of all, save for his brother Thor, who remained alive while everyone else perished in the magical metropolis of the Dragon Kingdom. In an apartment, Chen Xi silently finished the first episode of Loki's series, reflecting on it with a sigh. All that Loki has done stemmed from a yearning for parental love and equal treatment. Those actions he deemed a glorious mission ultimately resulted only in the tragedy of his mother. Chen Xi observed how Loki's gaze transformed from regret to deep emotion, culminating in joyous tears, until his brother Thor reached out to embrace him, fulfilling Loki's greatest longing. He had died without regret, having granted himself forgiveness and achieved personal redemption. Perhaps Loki's ending is not so bleak in the main universe. He at least attained what he desired. Gazing out at the myriad lights beyond the window, Chen Xi felt a pang of melancholy. He had arrived alone, as if he possessed nothing of significance, everything seemingly detached from him. Turning off the computer, Chen Xi tossed and turned, unable to find rest, plagued by an unsettling feeling that something was about to transpire. Never mind, I shall take a stroll and perhaps lose myself in a TV show. I have immersed myself a bit too deeply in fiction. With a self-deprecating smile and a shake of his head, he dressed, grabbed his keys and phone, and stepped outside, eyeing the small park adjacent to his rented apartment. He sat on a bench, gazing at the starry sky, allowing himself to empty his mind and drift into a stupor. After what felt like an eternity of relaxation, Chen Xi gradually succumbed to sleep, finding an unusual sense of tranquility. When he awakened, however, he felt utterly disoriented. Everything before him seemed foreign, though he was still lying on the bench. The towering buildings in the distance were perplexing. What was the situation with the throngs of blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners? Had he been abducted? What organization possessed such audacity to transport him from the distant east to this far-off shore overnight? The most perplexing part was that he was entirely unharmed. He was merely a recently graduated, impoverished student. The notion of abducting him seemed utterly pointless. Who would have the time for such frivolous endeavors? Damn, this is utterly absurd, Chen Xi muttered, cursing under his breath. Rising to his feet, he rubbed his face, contemplating a visit to the consulate. What should he do? Naturally, he needed to return home. He was now an undocumented individual, and only the consulate could verify his identity from the Dragon Kingdom. He would request repatriation. There was nothing to negotiate. Without further ado, Chen Xi knew that prompt action was essential. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Oh, dear heavens. No, this place belongs to God, and he is not pleased. Sir, please accompany us. As misfortune would have it, just as Chen Xi attempted to move, he was intercepted by a group of individuals clad in peculiar uniforms. These figures appeared unsettlingly familiar, as though he had encountered them before, though he could not recall where. However, this was not the time for idle speculation. Chen Xi was not one to surrender easily. He immediately shouted, "Who are you? Why are you attempting to apprehend me? What charges do you have against me? Do you possess a warrant?" Regardless of their identity, Chen Xi felt compelled to raise his voice. Who knew whether they belonged to some nefarious organization that might subject him to inhumane experiments? In the bustling thoroughfare, amidst the throngs of people, he made sure to draw attention to himself. As anticipated, their unusual behavior combined with Chen Xi's loud protests quickly attracted the attention of passersby. A crowd began to gather, whether out of curiosity or a desire to assist in any case. Chen Xi sensed he was nearing his objective. Several burly men shouted, "Hey, what organization are you from? What authority do you have to apprehend someone in the street?" Exactly. If anyone could just arrest people at will, who would guarantee our freedom and safety? Hey, these individuals are clearly untrustworthy. They are not to be taken lightly. A wave of indignation surged through the crowd. After all, this was the land of the free. How could street abductions occur? Especially the blonde, voluptuous women, who were overtaken by compassion. They had never seen such a striking young man from the East. If he were to be harmed or subjected to experiments, that would be an atrocity. They were on the verge of charging at these dubious figures. Oh, foolish mortals. The leader of the group shook his head and uttered disdainfully, "What?" Chen Xi suddenly felt a chill. That tone of contempt and those scornful eyes could not be mistaken. This was bad. Very bad. Indeed. In the next moment, clarity struck him. "You are from the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau?" Chen Xi's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Few in the crowd comprehended his words. Only a handful felt utterly bewildered by the mention of this organization, which they had never heard of before. Ah, indeed, a disruptor of the sacred timeline. You are quite knowledgeable, but alas, at this moment, it would be best for you to comply with us. You appear to be merely a mortal. The leader, far from surprised that Chen Xi knew of their existence, relished the fact that this individual possessed no power whatsoever, a true mortal. This task was far too simple. It was merely a matter of providing a service. Then, before the astonished crowd, he casually tossed a temporal reset device, restoring everything to its previous state. He subsequently opened a portal to another dimension, directly escorting Chen Xi away. As for the crowd that had just gathered, they departed as if nothing had transpired there, time having been reset. Chen Xi seemed as though he had never been there, in a peculiar realm beyond the universe. Chen Xi suddenly found himself in this place, utterly bewildered. He had traversed through dimensions. This was the Marvel Universe, and the circumstances were decidedly unfavorable from the outset. He was apprehended upon arrival. Such misfortune was unparalleled. Indeed, he had arrived in good spirits, yet now found himself unable to return. Chen Xi contemplated the dire thought of ending it all. Who was responsible for this calamity? The author has something to convey. Chapter 2. Extraction of Loki's frost giant physique with no resistance whatsoever. Chen Xi was escorted to the detention room, where he encountered the third princess of Asgard, the protagonist. Loki. Hello there, lad. Have you been captured too? Loki, brimming with confidence, believed he could escape at any moment, despite the eerie atmosphere surrounding him. He was not averse to playing games with the resident trickster god, imparting a lesson in humanity if necessary. Upon meeting the calm and relaxed Loki, who greeted him with a smile, Chen Xi felt a pang of irritation. Greetings, Loki. My name is Chen Xi. Now it was Loki's turn to be surprised. This fellow recognized him? Clearly, the reputation of Loki, the god of mischief, was substantial. Encountering someone who knew him was quite delightful. The elation was almost overwhelming, and his smile widened to the point where it could have crushed a fly. With an unabashed grin fixed on his face, he fixed his gaze on Chen Xi and boasted, lad, since you know me, once I've had my fun, I'll be sure to take you along when I leave. Chen Xi's lips twitched at these words. Did this fellow not realize he was already a prisoner? However, it was too soon to shatter the dreams of the third princess. He needed to endure a thorough beating before he could awaken to reality. With feigned enthusiasm, Chen Xi replied, Then I must thank the great trickster god, Loki. Goodness. This title nearly sent Loki soaring with delight, akin to savoring ice cream on a scorching summer day. Ah, wonderful, Loki exclaimed, elated, as if he had not heard such a title in ages. In this dreary cell, he felt he had encountered a kindred spirit, almost moved to tears. This was true kinship. Were the standards of fans truly this elevated? Indeed. Humans surpassed the brutish Asgardians, who spoke in such unpleasant tones. With eyes gleaming with excitement, Loki grasped Chen Xi's hand tightly, assuring him, Lad, do not fret. As soon as I discern the situation, we shall escape together. Despite his current inability to wield magic, due to the time anomaly recognizing only physical strength, rendering all forms of sorcery and superpowers useless, he was still of frost giant royal blood, possessing physical prowess not inferior to that of any Asgardian. The mortal Chen Xi winced under Loki's grip, his face turning crimson, desperate to avoid embarrassment. At that moment, as if a divine melody resonated within Chen Xi's mind, a notification chimed. Beep. Host detected encountering a plot protagonist. The disruptor system is now activated. Beep. Detecting extractable character. Loki, the god of mischief. Does the host wish to extract his genetic abilities? Extract. Extract. Chen Xi shouted in his mind, thinking there was no need for hesitation. Beep. Host command received. The system is initiating extraction. Please hold on. At this juncture, Chen Xi was oblivious to the mechanics at play. He only understood that the system had indeed manifested. The golden finger of a traveler had finally arrived. Indeed, the system may arrive late, but it shall never be absent. The external Loki soon regained his composure, still wearing a smile as he surveyed his surroundings, meticulously examining the terrain to ascertain their location. At this moment, Chen Xi was entirely unconcerned with Loki's antics as he eagerly peered outside. He was engulfed in sheer ecstasy. For, behold, ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the frost giant physique of Loki. Would you like to integrate it? Stop. System, will this be excruciating? I fear I might succumb to the pain and attract the attention of those outside, Chen Xi thought, quickly tempering his exuberance with caution. This was a pivotal moment. He had to consider every conceivable scenario. He now placed unwavering trust in the system. After all, what did he have to fear? With his luck already at its nadir, how much worse could it possibly get? Ding. Host, your considerations are astute. Given that this is a forced integration of a powerful physique, the pain may indeed be unbearable. However, do not fret. The system can shield you from all sensory nerves, and your bodily functions will induce a fainting spell, thus preventing any undue attention. Reassured by the system's response, Chen Xi recognized the necessity for caution, especially in unfamiliar territory. He spoke resolutely. System, let us commence. Fortune favors the bold. He was eager. Acutely aware of the peril surrounding him, only formidable power could grant him a semblance of security. Ding. The system begins the integration of the frost giant royal physique for the host. Integration in progress. 10, 20, 50, 70, 90, 100. Under the system's influence, Chen Xi drifted into unconsciousness, the integration proceeding gradually until it was complete. Hey, lad, are you awake? Your mental fortitude leaves much to be desired. You can't withstand such a minor ordeal. Upon awakening, Chen Xi found Loki, wearing a teasing grin, gazing at him. Oh, it's nothing. I was captured during the night and must have dozed off, Chen Xi deflected, unwilling to divulge the truth to an NPC. Well, you should rest. Now we must await their appearance and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Loki shrugged nonchalantly, rolling his eyes, and settled down to rest, murmuring, I'm just taking a nap. Afterward, Chen Xi immersed himself in the system, entirely unaware of its intricacies. System, elucidate your existence, your purpose, and the tasks I must undertake. His inquiry was straightforward. Who are you? What benefits can you offer me, and what must I sacrifice? In this world, nothing comes without a price. One must toil to reap rewards. Ding. As for the nature of the system, I possess no records or memories to provide an answer to the host. The system enables the host to extract all that belongs to others and bind it to themselves, contingent upon whether the host chooses to extract or to devour. Should the ability to devour be employed, the host may incapacitate their opponent, forcibly consuming them. Once consumed, the individual shall forfeit any abilities or items extracted by the host. Of course, the extraction and consumption processes dictated by the system are inherently random, and an individual may only be extracted once per month. However, consumption may occur once daily. As for the energy sources for extraction and consumption, the system requires a depletion of points for each extraction, with stronger entities necessitating a greater expenditure of points. Conversely, the energy derived from consumption is biological energy, which increases in quantity with the defeat of more formidable creatures. Suddenly, Chen Xi interjected, interrupting the system's explanation. How does one acquire these points? What exactly happened when I extracted Loki's physique? I do not recall possessing any points. The author has something to convey. Chapter 3. The Seeds of Ambition. Chen Xi himself was nothing more than a product devoid of merit, a wretched soul lacking any redeeming points. How could he possibly win a lottery? The host was informed that acquiring points was remarkably straightforward. Altering the fates of characters and redirecting the course of significant events would yield corresponding points based on the extent of the change. The reason the host was apprehended by the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau was that while they were observing Loki, they inadvertently discovered the disruptor of the timeline, namely, him. Naturally, the host's points were a reward from the system in the form of a novice gift package. Goodness. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi felt an acute sense of frustration. Was this an undeserved calamity? Truly, it was a case of misfortune befalling him while he merely sat at home. It turned out that his appearance in this Marvel universe had caught the attention of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, all due to Loki's actions. In their quest to protect the sacred timeline, they had unwittingly exposed him. Loki, this was where you had wronged me. You are nothing but a harbinger of disaster. Chen Xi silently vowed to make Loki pay for this unwarranted misfortune. What was he to do now? They would reset the timeline disruptor, effectively erasing him from existence. He couldn't afford to perish at the outset, and despite the apparent mundanity of this place, it was indeed confounding. He was entirely correct. This realm prohibited all forms of ability, and even Loki was merely treated like a puppet. Once he escaped, these technologically reliant mortals would be powerless to stop him. He would soar to the heavens. He did not mind indulging in some games with these mortals. For the female Loki, eliminating them was as simple as a game. Once he emerged, boundless power would be within his grasp. He could dispatch them with the ease of crushing an ant. Wait, Loki, Mobius. Chen Xi suddenly recalled these two scheming old fools. Mobius would undoubtedly be outsmarted by Loki, who would flee with the female Loki to seek the Timekeepers. By following Loki, he could escape. If he presented himself as sufficiently formidable, Loki would surely seek his collaboration. Despite Loki's earlier claims of taking him along, that was nothing but a laughable jest. The god of mischief, Loki, was hardly a being of promises. In due time, Loki would find himself in dire straits, barely surviving thanks to Mobius, who would not think of rescuing him. Soon, Loki would be summoned for interrogation, only to be saved from a death sentence by Mobius. The two would then watch the Avengers film, making it nothing more than Loki's solo performance. Those so-called timekeepers were not creations of the Time Guardians. They were merely ordinary Earthlings. Thus, The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau became intriguing. Their prohibition of the multiverse mode, while claiming to safeguard the so-called sacred timeline, warranted suspicion. Chen Xi meticulously pondered everything in his mind, drawing upon the television series he had watched and analyses he had perused online. He quickly grasped how he might escape. Loki was on the verge of judgment. Mobius would save Loki. They would tame Loki to serve their purposes. Then, Mobius took Loki to watch a film. And Chen Xi began to suspect that judging Loki was merely a ruse to deceive him into joining their ranks. Loki was no fool. Both he and Mobius were engaged in a game of wits, ultimately resulting in Loki seizing the time control device. Thus, Chen Xi realized that his opportunity would arise amidst the chaos that Loki would create, allowing him to discreetly slip away unnoticed. Yes, patience. It would soon come to an end. What nonsense is this Time Variance Authority? Can mere mortals judge me? A farce. With this revelation, Chen Xi felt a profound sense of relief. He could indeed thrive amidst the turmoil. Loki. Chen Xi. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed, signaling the onset of events. Now, Loki, it is your turn to perform. Ah, let the dead friends perish, but I shall remain unharmed. After all, you will temporarily align with the Time Variance Authority. And they shall not harm you. Boom. A thunderous noise erupted as the heavy door swung open, reverberating with a cacophony. Goodness, this door is quite substantial. Chen Xi and his companion looked up to see a shadowy figure looming in the entrance. You too, come with me, and face judgment, he commanded imperiously. His demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, and Chen Xi felt an impulse to deliver a swift kick to this insufferable wretch. However, discretion is the better part of valor. And he chose not to be the one to provoke a confrontation, knowing there would be chances for retribution later. Loki, on the other hand, wore a beaming smile. For elegance is eternally in vogue. He maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, following the imposing figure with an enigmatic grin. Naturally, Chen Xi trailed behind him, as notorious felons. They had little hope of favorable treatment. Before their judgment, reminiscent of scenes from American dramas, a fellow prisoner was loudly protesting, only to be instantaneously reset into oblivion. This spectacle startled Chen Xi. Witnessing it live was a stark contrast to the impassive reaction he had while watching online. A life had been extinguished just like that, shocking indeed. As it jolted the very foundations of his worldview. Just a day prior, he had been a model student, yet here he was, confronted with the brutal reality of death. A living person had vanished in an instant, reduced to mere remnants. Power. Power. This is true power. What if it were to happen to me? Would I simply vanish inexplicably into the cosmos? Arriving in this world alone, and departing from it in solitude? Chen Xi clenched his fists tightly. He felt akin to these mortals, with life and death beyond his control. I crave power. The might to overshadow the universe. The strength to trample this cosmos beneath my feet. I demand that the heavens no longer veil my sight. That the earth cannot bury my heart. That all beings comprehend my will. That all deities dissolve into nothingness. I aspire to be the one who wields the sun and moon, plucking stars from the sky, to gaze upon the ephemeral nature of the universe. A seed of ambition began to take root within Chen Xi's heart, destined to grow into a towering tree one day. As Chen Xi engaged in a fervent brainstorming session, Loki was taken aback, not due to an aversion to violence, but rather in awe of the formidable technology at play. He was inherently cautious and had no desire to experience firsthand the effects of such an apparatus, wondering if it could render him non-existent. Consequently, Loki obediently acquired a number and commenced his wait for what he deemed his so-called judgment. Similarly, Chen Xi obtained a number, preparing to bide his time for the opportunity to arise. Even in the absence of Loki's actions, he knew he could swiftly launch a surprise attack on the Time Guardian during his solitary confinement, seize the Time Controller, and escape through the portal. Time passed swiftly, and soon it would be Loki's turn for judgment. Filled with confidence, he thought to himself, what was it but a mere act of defense? He certainly did not require the services of a so-called lawyer. With his eloquence and silver tongue, he felt more than capable of handling these individuals with ease. The author has something to convey. Chapter 4. Loki's sophistry and cunning. Loki's demeanor mirrored that of his portrayal in the television series. Indeed, this female judge was no match for him. Lofison, time criminal number L1130, also known as Loki Lofison, you are accused of violating sequence 72089. How do you plead? The judge glanced at the file in her hands before raising her gaze to Loki. Madam, deities do not plead. This absurd farce was entertaining. Yet he felt compelled to take his leave. With a sly smile, tilting his head and raising an eyebrow, he completely disregarded her, viewing the entire situation as a mere jest. The judge, unfazed by Loki's attitude, having encountered many such individuals, understood that even the most formidable beings must ultimately behave like mortals in this realm. Those who dared to flaunt themselves in such a manner seldom met with a favorable outcome. Thus she continued unabashedly. So, do you plead guilty or not guilty, sir? Loki, eager to toy with her, grinned and replied, guilty of being the god of mischief? Should I be deemed guilty for finding this all rather dull? Or perhaps for the transgression of violating the sacred timeline? Absolutely not. You have apprehended the wrong individual. With a torrent of words, he led the judge along his rhythm. Really? Then who should we arrest? She inquired. Loki proclaimed loudly, I believe the Avengers should be apprehended. The only reason I obtained the Tesseract was due to their time travel. They schemed tirelessly to prevent me from becoming the Sacred Emperor. This declaration elicited laughter from the judge, who found his audacity shameless. Such an audacious claim. Huh. You can practically detect the fragrance of both Starks. If you seek time criminals, they are the true offenders. As Loki engaged in his verbal sparring, Agent Mobius quietly entered, awaiting his moment to intervene. If you were to grant me an army and adequate resources, I could return and eliminate them all. Loki was employing his usual tactics, ensnaring yet another victim. The last one had been the purple-haired individual. The captain, a woman of color, regarded Loki with incredulity, her disdain evident in her eyes. He was utterly fanciful. The judge, exasperated, stated, This is not the time to discuss the Avengers. Is it not? Loki shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed not. Their actions were destined to occur, but your escape is not. The judge asserted emphatically. Upon hearing this, Loki laughed derisively, his mirth laced with scorn. Not destined to happen? Who decreed that? The timekeepers. Oh, the timekeepers. Is it? Perhaps I should engage in divine dialogue directly with them. The judge chuckled at his audacity. How brazen he was to consider himself a deity. I'm afraid they are rather preoccupied. Preoccupied with what? He queried. Ensuring the proper flow of time. Thus ensued another round of verbal dueling, until Loki, weary of the game, resolved to take his leave. He spread his arms wide and thrust forward. Once, twice. Alas, both attempts failed. Loki smiled awkwardly, cursing inwardly. At such a crucial moment, had the teleportation spell malfunctioned? Was this truly necessary? What a disgrace. What is he doing? The dark-skinned woman disdainfully remarked. He is attempting to wield his powers. Loki silently cursed again, thinking, what an abysmal place this is. Magical prowess? Ineffective here at the Time Variance Authority, Mr. Lofison. This court finds you guilty and sentences you to reset. Next. At this point, Loki felt a surge of panic and shouted, Reset? What does that mean? Is it a bad outcome? What does it entail? You absurd bureaucrats have no authority to determine my fate. He began to struggle violently, yet his efforts were futile, as the judge remained utterly unmoved. Just then, Agent Mobius made his entrance. It was his turn to shine. He stood up calmly and proclaimed, I know what he is capable of. Approaching to speak, a lengthy discussion ensued, and through Agent Mobius's intervention, Loki was spared and taken to a private cinema. The two watched several blockbuster films from the multiverse. Mobius praised the films, while Loki wept profusely. Soon after, they began to bicker, but as the god of mischief, Loki had a few tricks up his sleeve. Amidst the argument, he discreetly pilfered Mobius's time manipulator. At that moment, just like in a television series, the dark-skinned captain called Mobius away, leading to a heated confrontation. She insisted on eliminating Loki, as yet another squad of timekeepers had just been dispatched. In the end, neither managed to persuade the other, and they parted ways in discontent. When Mobius returned to the screening room, Loki had vanished, along with the time manipulator from his pocket. What a cunning trickster. Frustrated, Mobius called upon the dark-skinned captain and a large contingent to search for Loki. The commotion outside startled Chen Xi, who gently inquired of a timekeeper in the waiting area, Hey, brother, is something happening out there? Do not question how Chen Xi managed to converse with the group. It was simply that English is universally adept. Mind your own business, it's not your concern. You, time criminal, should obediently await your trial. The gray ghost received the notification but remained indifferent, as his duty was merely to observe the time criminal before him. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. Can you not take me to the restroom? Chen Xi clutched his abdomen, feigning distress. Humph, let's see what tricks you can pull. The gray ghost scoffed, having already confirmed the mere mortal's status when he was apprehended. Now, attempting to swim in murky waters? We shall see what performance you offer. The timekeeper began to escort Chen Xi toward the restroom, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble. This formidable weapon, a mere club, possesses the extraordinary ability to reset one's existence upon impact, effectively leading to death. In his grasp lies a time manipulator, rendering him fearless as he observes Chen Xi's performance with unwavering confidence. As Chen Xi cautiously advances, he meticulously surveys the terrain, the passageways, and the guards surrounding him. Endowed with the physique of an ice giant, his senses, sight, hearing, reflexes, speed, strength, and mental acuity have all experienced a monumental enhancement, increasing exponentially. He embodies the essence of Loki, making it effortless to contend with Captain America, provided the latter does not invoke his 50-50 attribute. Truly, the director exhibits remarkable audacity in attributing such an absurd characteristic. However, this is the real world, where the director's whims do not dictate the course of events. The author has something to convey. Chapter 5, The Time Guardian. Chen Xi's transformation. Chen Xi's eyes functioned like a scanner, meticulously cataloging every passageway, the positions of guards, and the blind spots of surveillance along his route. Hey kid, could you hurry it up? Do you really think Loki will come to your rescue? Don't hold on to such delusions, ha ha ha. The Time Guardian mocked loudly. Fully aware of the previous conversation between Loki and Chen Xi in the detention room, he had always assumed that Loki had made an agreement with Chen Xi. Believing that now, with Loki on the run, he would come to save him. However, he was utterly indifferent. With the time reset device in his possession, he regarded Loki with disdain. Chen Xi chose to ignore this brainwashed clone, a mere puppet lacking even the qualities of an NPC. Traversing through 12 rooms and 4 corridors, each guarded by 2 Time Guardians, navigating past these puppets' watchful eyes to enter the archives posed a considerable challenge. Yet, this arrogant individual, so dismissive of Chen Xi, presented an opportunity. Chen Xi began to calculate his next move in silence. He was ready to execute his plan. If Loki could escape, so could he. However, he could not return empty-handed. Loki had taken the Tesseract before his departure. Surely, he deserved to gain something of value as well. He had set his sights on the archives, where the Infinity Stones awaited, an entire drawer full of them. This realm was governed by Time Guardians who had stabilized all timelines, granting them countless Infinity Stones. Yet, in this peculiar world, the stones held no power. In other realms, they were artifacts of immense significance. As time ticked away, the brief 2-minute journey took Chen Xi a full 5 minutes. Upon reaching the restroom, where no surveillance cameras were present, an opportunity arose. To prevent any potential tricks from Chen Xi, the gray-skinned Time Guardian naturally followed him inside. Hey kid, hurry up. Don't think of any tricks. I'll be waiting for you just outside the partition. The Gray Guardian shoved Chen Xi with a brutish attitude, treating him as though he were already a corpse. Yes, sir, whatever you say, Chen Xi replied, his face adorned with a forced smile, feigning extreme nervousness. Just then, as if struck by a sudden revelation, Chen Xi exclaimed loudly. Sir, isn't that Loki? What? Loki? The Gray Guardian gasped in astonishment, swiftly turning around. Capturing Loki, a notorious fugitive, would be a tremendous feat. In an instant. As he pivoted, Chen Xi seized the moment. Like a gust of wind, he swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a powerful kick that struck the Gray Guardian's waist with tremendous force. Bang! The Gray Guardian had no time to react and was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall with a resounding thud. He could hardly fathom that this mere mortal possessed such strength, utterly bewildered by Chen Xi's sudden ferocity. Unrelenting, Chen Xi leaped onto the incapacitated Gray Guardian, using his handcuffed hands to tightly constrict him. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity, so swift that mere seconds seemed insufficient for any reaction. Although Chen Xi lived in an era of peace and had never taken a life, he was no stranger to brawls and altercations. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The body of the Gray Spectre began to tremble violently, its legs flailing in a desperate attempt to cling to life, yet it proved futile. Its eyes bulged, veins threatening to burst, the face becoming grotesquely engorged like a boiled lobster. It yearned to scream, to garner the attention of others, but alas, it was beyond its capacity. Its throat felt as though it were about to rupture. In agonizing silence, it struggled for breath like a fish out of water, floundering helplessly. It attempted to reach the time controller nestled in its pocket, yet Chen Xi would not grant it that wish. Crack! Just as it extended its hand, a knee strike from Chen Xi shattered its arm. Chen Xi possessed at least 30 to 50 tons of strength, a physical prowess akin to that of an elite soldier. This blow resulted in a catastrophic fracture of its arm. It began to tremble violently, seeking reprieve from the torment. The anguished howls were stifled. The ground soon soaked in blood, staining the earth. Crack, splatter. After a few moments of stalemate, a sound reminiscent of shattering bone reached Chen Xi's ears. Oh! It turned out to be the sound of the throat bone breaking. Then came a splatter of blood, followed by the gurgling sound of life ebbing away, the pressure dissipating as it flowed freely. This wretch had met its demise, succumbing to its own arrogance and carelessness. Chen Xi could no longer contain himself. He rushed to the sink and heaved violently. He had never taken a life before. The act filled him with revulsion, a tinge of fear, anxiety, and, oddly, exhilaration. He had been compelled to kill, for he had entered the Marvel Universe, a realm where mortals were as inconsequential as dust. If he did not slay others, he would surely be slain in turn. To survive, he must kill. To grow stronger. To kill. To grow stronger. He refused to be judged arbitrarily by the so-called guardians of time. Having lived at the very bottom of society since childhood, the existence in the welfare institution was dire, where hunger and cold were constant companions. Other children enjoyed the love of parents, the care of family, and the luxury of good food and clothing. Even those from average households were spared the pangs of hunger and the cruelty of bullying. But he was different. He had nothing. When cold, he curled up to endure. When hungry, he could only sip cold water, hoping for a moment of relief. Bullied at school, he retaliated with ferocity until all feared him. What did numbers matter? He dared to fight for his life, for it was the only one he possessed, and how could those students not fear him? He studied relentlessly, striving to escape poverty, to avoid hunger, to evade the torment of others. He had never bowed to fate nor yielded to life, resolutely advancing towards a brighter future. Yet, just as he believed that everything was aligning toward a promising destiny, fate seemed to play a cruel jest. He was cast into a world where human life was as insignificant as that of an ant, captured as a time criminal. This organization was nothing short of malevolent, with all time guardians being mere puppets of former so-called time offenders. He had no choice but to embark on a new journey. He must survive. With a deep breath, Chen Xi completed his morning routine, exhaling slowly as he gazed at his disheveled reflection in the mirror. Resolutely, he declared to himself, "Chen Xi, we must set forth once more." After uttering these words, he offered himself a faint smile, for he knew that retreat was no longer an option. Life, akin to that of an ant, should be met with lofty aspirations, and though existence may be fragile as paper, one must harbor an indomitable spirit. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! The host has slain a time guardian, earning 10 points of biological energy. Huh? 10 points of biological energy? Utterly worthless. Chen Xi scoffed, muttering to himself, "What a piece of trash, so little biological energy." The author has something to say. Chapter 6. The Heist. Surrender the infinite gems. Having murmured his thoughts, Chen Xi paid little heed. Even the smallest ant is still meat, and the 10 o'clock biological energy had also commenced operations. He swiftly approached the wretched figure before him, the grim visage of the gray ghost failing to instill fear this time. Every endeavor has its difficulties. You are but a lost soul under my command. Can you still rise? Observing the agonizing struggles of this unfortunate soul, whose eyes were filled with disbelief at his imminent demise, Chen Xi unceremoniously stripped him of his uniform. He intended to disguise himself, not to deceive everyone, but merely to draw close to one or two groups. After hastily cleansing the bloodied garment, Chen Xi donned it, adjusting the brim slightly to obscure his identity. Thus disguised, armed with a temporal weapon, he could swiftly neutralize the guards. Leaving the lifeless body behind, he strolled out with an air of nonchalance, embodying the role of a time sentinel. Hey, wait, who are you? As Chen Xi reached the first corridor, the time sentinel hesitated, failing to discern his identity. By the time the two guards sensed something amiss, it was already too late. With a swift motion, Chen Xi struck, and before the guards could utter a cry, they collapsed to their knees. Capture the assassin. There's an assassin. In a moment of sheer audacity, Chen Xi shouted, effectively creating chaos. Indeed, this ruse caught the attention of everyone nearby, prompting the guards from other corridors to swarm in response. Meanwhile, the headquarters had detected several fallen time sentinels, leaving them uncertain whether Loki was the perpetrator or someone else. The entire base plunged into disarray, and Chen Xi seized the opportunity to make his escape. As he sprinted, he encountered several waves of time sentinels, their astonished expressions upon seeing him drenched in blood betraying their confusion. Are you new? What happened up ahead? They inquired, blocking his path with concern. Don't mention it. Loki is up ahead stabbing people with a knife. I need to hurry and attend to the wounded. You all should go quickly. Don't let him escape. Chen Xi feigned injury from battling Loki, his bloodied and disheveled appearance failing to raise any suspicion. Upon hearing that Loki was fleeing, the time sentinels cautioned him to be careful and hurried off in the direction he indicated to capture Loki. Fools. Truly NPCs. Devoid of wit, gasoline could burn them to ashes. Chen Xi thought, as he sprinted away. Time was of the essence. He could not rely on Loki, who, he surmised, was likely following the script of the series and had not truly escaped but was plotting against the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. Like a gust of wind, Chen Xi soon arrived at the archives, and to his surprise, he encountered Loki. Oh, what the hell? You managed to escape too? Loki, sharing the same intention as Chen Xi, would not relinquish the infinite gems without a fight. The sole distinction lies in Loki's desire for the Tesseract, while Chen Xi's ambition encompasses everything. He chuckled slyly. Hey Loki, we're quite alike. You're no saint either, and your precious Tesseract is right here. Without further ado, Chen Xi hurried into the archives, unwilling to engage in idle chatter with Loki, whose thought processes were decidedly unconventional. He had no intention of wading through murky waters. Oh, for heaven's sake. Kid, wait for me. Don't think you can hoard the Tesseract all to yourself. Loki, still clinging to his Tesseract as if it were a treasure, remained oblivious to the fact that in this bizarre place, it was merely a paperweight. Cursing under his breath, he quickly followed suit. Inside the archives, Chen Xi and Loki stormed in with fervor. Hey, kid, hand over the Tesseract, or I'll gut you like a fish. Fish? What is that? Casey was dumbfounded. Having no clue what a fish was, Loki was exasperated. How can you not even know what a fish is? Casey, resigned, replied. I've spent my entire life behind a desk. Oh, and what significance does that hold? Loki was perplexed, questioning the absurdity of the situation. At that moment, Chen Xi interjected. Speaking softly, Loki, no need to inquire further. They've been brainwashed, their memories erased. What? Loki's voice rose in agitation. Shoo, why would I deceive you? Just don't get too startled later. Chen Xi quickly cautioned Loki to remain calm, as there were more shocking revelations yet to come. Casey, displaying insight, remarked. What is the fuss? It's just the Tesseract, mere stones really. Here, take it. He squatted down, opened a drawer, and casually handed the Tesseract to Loki. The ensuing scene left Loki utterly dumbfounded. What? Infinity stones? He gazed incredulously into the drawer, which was brimming with colorful infinity stones. How is this possible? How do you possess these? Casey chuckled, shaking his head. We have plenty here. Some use them as paperweights. Upon hearing this, Loki felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. As he caressed the stones, he began to pace, his worldview shattered. The infinity stones, for which they had fought tooth and nail, were rendered so inconsequential. Were they the butt of a cosmic joke? Was this what constituted the most formidable power in the universe? Loki murmured to himself, profoundly shaken, struggling to fathom the magnitude of such an organization. Meanwhile, Chen Xi was not inclined to remain in a stupor like Loki. He bellowed. Everyone stand up. I have no desire to kill. I seek wealth without taking lives. All of you, obediently hand over those colorful stones to me, and I shall spare your lives. Everyone, quickly. 1, 2, 3. Chen Xi's words brought a collective sigh of relief. After all, these stones were nothing more than paperweights, devoid of any real function. Thus, they all opened their drawers, each person surrendering their infinity stones to Chen Xi. Ha! Excellent. You are quite obedient. I am a man of my word. You are all free now. For the first time as a robber, Chen Xi felt an exhilarating thrill. Was this the euphoria of theft? He reveled in this act of pillaging. What made it even more exhilarating was the fact that he was robbing infinite gems. What a rush. Chen Xi, clutching a hefty bag brimming with infinite gems, hurried over to Loki, who appeared utterly dazed. Hey, Loki, are you coming or not? No. Chen Xi, you go ahead. I need to figure everything out, Loki replied, shaking his head in refusal. Wasn't this place filled with challenges? Wasn't it the ultimate manifestation of power in the universe? Very well, suit yourself. I must take my leave. Chen Xi shrugged, unwilling to entangle himself with someone so perplexing. The Dark Woman was approaching, and he had no time to dawdle. All right, I hope we meet again. Loki smiled and bid farewell to Chen Xi. Without delay, Chen Xi activated a portal using the time controller and departed. The author has something to say. Chapter 7. Ice Elemental Abilities. The ultimate mission. At the very moment Chen Xi departed, the door to the archives room was violently flung open. Without uttering a word, the captain, a woman of African descent, lunged at Loki with a fierce blow. Swiftly, Loki activated the time controller's portal, making his escape back to the screening room. Naturally, everything here was no longer of any concern to Chen Xi. He had vacated that universe, yet one could only wonder which universe he had landed in. Nevertheless, he resolved to make the best of his circumstances. He knew that the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau would soon come looking for him, yet he felt no trepidation. Those individuals were merely technologically advanced ordinary humans. As long as he avoided surprise attacks, he would be fine. Once he grew even more formidable, how could he possibly be captured like Loki? Have they ever apprehended any true deities? Why haven't they pursued the 5 creation gods? What about the Life Tribunal? Or the transcendent beings and molecular humans? They only prey upon the weak, and it was his previous vulnerability that led to his capture. Alas, where in the world am I? Must my misfortune be so pronounced? Chen Xi gazed into the distance, seeing nothing but the swirling yellow sands of a barren desert. Frustrated, he decided to venture forth in a random direction, hoping to encounter fellow desert enthusiasts. Muttering to himself, he began to walk. What a dreadful place. Why is it so unbearable? Ding. Returning to the host, you have merged with the frost giant royal lineage. Although you are not fearful of such an environment, you will invariably find it quite disagreeable. Fine, fine. I suppose that makes sense, Chen Xi replied with resignation. His suspicions were confirmed upon hearing the system's words. System, why have the infinity stones shown no signs of change? As he walked, Chen Xi extracted 6 stones to examine them. To his surprise, they possessed quite an impressive appearance, potentially fetching a handsome price at auction. Surely, they could be sold for at least 50 billion cosmic credits, enough to purchase several hundred planets without issue. Ah, dear Thanos. Your coveted infinity stones, here I possess dozens of them. How about I let you fondle a few for a couple of months in exchange for one? Suddenly, Chen Xi contemplated how he might use these infinity stones to confront the purple potato essence when he arrived. Wouldn't it be amusing to snap his fingers? Hey, your stones are female, while mine are male. As he continued on his path, a peculiar, mischievous laugh escaped him, his grin becoming increasingly deranged. Ahem. Must maintain a low profile. At that moment, the system provided further analysis. Ding. Returning to the host. The infinity stones are currently unable to sense the rules of this universe, as they belong to another universe. Since this universe possesses its own infinity stones, they are not permitted to assume control over its rules. This revelation left Chen Xi feeling quite frustrated. Had his efforts been in vain? Were the infinity stones he had painstakingly acquired merely ornamental? Sigh, my luck seems to be rather unfortunate. Have I merely seized glass beads? Chen Xi suddenly found the infinity stone in his hand to be less appealing. Host, your perception is entirely misguided. The infinity stone remains an infinity stone. Even if it appears temporarily useless, it retains its essence. How so? Chen Xi felt a surge of curiosity. When infinity stones from other universes encounter those from this universe, they can merge, strengthening the rules of this universe. As the universe grows more formidable, it can accommodate even more powerful beings, such as the host in the future. The ultimate mission of the host is to recreate an ultimate timeline, a supreme Marvel universe. What? Chen Xi gasped, nearly losing his composure. System, your ambitions are quite grand. To recreate an ultimate timeline, an ultimate universe. Are you serious? Chen Xi inquired solemnly. Of course. Do you intend to remain in a universe that could be effortlessly erased by a casual deity? Do you wish to be casually eliminated? No, I refuse. Chen Xi declared resolutely. Ding. The host has accepted the ultimate mission, to recreate the ultimate timeline and the ultimate universe. As Chen Xi articulated his intent, the system's cold notification echoed once more. Chen Xi understood that there was no turning back. He had grown weary of being a mere insignificant ant. He yearned for strength that would instill fear in all beings, regardless of their nature. However, he was not in a hurry. Such a monumental task could not be accomplished in mere decades, centuries, or even millennia. As he walked, he knew he would not perish from thirst or exhaustion. After all, he possessed the constitution of these so-called divine races. How could he succumb to such harsh conditions? Why did he refer to them as so-called divine races? In Chen Xi's view, how could such weaklings dare to call themselves gods? Their strength barely exceeded a few hundred tons, and they could not even achieve faster-than-light travel. How audacious. Feeling a bit parched, it was rather dry. Just after voicing this thought, Chen Xi casually flipped his hand, and a large chunk of ice materialized. He popped the ice into his mouth and began to crunch on it. Not bad. The frost giant royal lineage possesses a commendable constitution, naturally adept at controlling water and ice abilities. Upon leaving the Time Anomaly Management Bureau, he finally experienced changes beyond mere physical enhancements. With the suppression of his water and ice abilities lifted, he effortlessly wielded them, which was quite satisfactory. Although he could not create ice out of thin air like Iceman, whose powers defied the laws of energy conservation, he was still capable of controlling it, which was commendable. Iceman was an Omega-level mutant who disregarded cosmic laws. Able to freeze time and space in the comics, how absurd. Yet, in the films, he was portrayed as rather weak, insignificant. He was not Loki. The bloodline of the frost giants had been sealed and suppressed by Odin. While he was complete, he condensed the moisture in the air into ice, relishing each bite, finding immense pleasure in consuming ice in this vast desert. After an indeterminate duration of walking, at least 3 hours, by his estimation, he noticed something. A military presence? Mercenaries? Looking down from a height, Chen Xi spotted a cluster of tents, trucks, pickups, and off-road vehicles spread out below. Although he was unaware of the counterpart's true identity, it did not deter him from engaging in a friendly negotiation. After all, he could leave at any moment. With this thought in mind, Chen Xi quickened his pace. He dashed forward like a flash of lightning, finally on the verge of departure. What the hell? Who is this? Hey, who are you? Are you seeking death? This young man seemed rather peculiar. How could the vast desert be so impeccably clean? The patrolling soldiers naturally noticed Chen Xi, who was sprinting through the swirling sandstorm. Such an ostentatious entrance was impossible to overlook. Was this not a bit too audacious? Did he not regard them as human beings at all? Just as they were about to draw their weapons to intimidate this young man, he boldly spoke up first. Hey, you are surrounded by me. Surrender, or half of you shall perish. Chen Xi, acting rather erratically, charged towards this group of individuals who were clearly up to no good. Then, without a hint of concern, he began to boast audaciously. The author has something to say. Chapter 8. I truly do not wish to kill you. What? Are you really that impressive? Do your parents know? The last person who was as arrogant as you is now beneath a tombstone with grass a meter high. This band of mercenaries, notorious for their ruthlessness, was rendered speechless by Chen Xi's audacity. How can you be so disdainful? Do we not even register in your eyes? Their anger was palpable. Who has ever witnessed a single individual surrounded by hundreds? The leading mercenary, a towering figure, raised his hand and bellowed. Fire. Eliminate this pale-faced fool. Bang, bang, bang. At his command, every mercenary unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. They could no longer contain their frustration. His arrogance was infuriating. As a barrage of bullets erupted, the expressions of the mercenaries twisted into grotesque delight. Haha, this is the fate of the arrogant. Haha, boy, don't be so audacious as you descend into hell. There are so many fools these days. Yet, In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. This young man was not riddled with bullets. Instead, he moved like lightning, effortlessly evading every shot. Damn, he is a mutant. Quickly, over there, fire. Don't shoot blindly. Aim and shoot. Panic surged among them. In this era, the only beings they could conceive of possessing such speed were mutants. If he got too close, they would be doomed. However, their frantic efforts proved futile. They could not even catch a glimpse of Chen Xi's figure. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets struck the yellow sand, creating a spectacular cloud of dust. Alas, the test is complete. You are utterly unworthy, incapable of revealing any limits. I shall no longer play with you. Perish. Chen Xi suddenly appeared before them, speaking with an air of nonchalance. A chill coursed through the mercenaries. Their heads felt as if they had been plunged into ice. What? Oh my God. Damn. Holy Mary. In the following instant, they witnessed the most magnificent and final performance of their lives. Chen Xi raised his hands lightly into the air, and an innumerable array of ice arrows materialized, all aimed directly at them. Go. He murmured softly, his fingers trembling slightly. And the ice arrows whizzed through the air towards the mercenaries. Fire. Fire. The mercenary leader screamed in a frenzy, attempting to shatter the ice arrows with bullets. His intentions were sound, but how many arrows could he possibly hit? This group was already paralyzed with fear. Merely not fleeing was a testament to their composure. Thud. 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 The dense barrage of ice arrows instantaneously transformed the mercenaries into mere targets, and the muffled groans of those struck were hauntingly melodic. Ding. Host has eliminated a regular mercenary, gaining 5 points of bioenergy. Ding. Host has eliminated a regular mercenary, gaining 5 points of bioenergy. Ding. Host has eliminated the mercenary leader, gaining 10 points of bioenergy. The cold, mechanical alert echoed like the heartbeat of money, stirring a flicker of excitement within Chen Xi. Money, money, money. All of it belongs to me. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted where Chen Xi had just stood, and fortunately, he had moved in time. Good grief, there are even rockets. I underestimated you all. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening blasts reverberated, rousing Tony and Ethan from their stunned silence in the cave. Have they turned on each other? Or has my rescue arrived? Ethan, I suspect the latter holds greater truth. At this moment, Tony, disheveled and ragged, resembled a wild man, stripped of any semblance of his former charm. Yet, he still found the energy to jest. The cacophony outside signaled that help was on the way. Tony, I believe reinforcements have arrived. We are safe. Ethan echoed his excitement, elated at the prospect. No one wishes to be a captive. This existence is unbearable. These brutes are savages, devoid of humanity. They wouldn't even allow a trip to the restroom. One must resolve such matters within this cave. And worse still, they could only use stones. Stones. Each encounter was perilously close to causing injury to their dignity. For heaven's sake, at least provide some toilet paper. How cruel can they be? This life is truly unbearable. At that moment, Tony scoffed disdainfully. Ethan, truth be told, I could manage to get you out without their help. Witnessing his companion's exuberance, the proud Tony immediately felt challenged. Their iron armor was nearly complete, and Tony believed that once dawned, he would annihilate those wretched mercenaries who had tormented them, sending them straight to hell. He harbored an insatiable desire to consume their flesh and drink their blood. Why has it gone silent outside? Have we triumphed? Abruptly, the gunfire ceased. I should investigate. You stay here and prepare the iron armor. Ethan took the lead, turning back to remind Tony, who was their only hope for survival in the suit. Be careful. Tony's concerned voice followed him, a testament to their deep bond forged through mutual support and encouragement, evolving them into inseparable friends. Ethan paused momentarily before striding out with renewed determination. He would die for a true friend. Outside the cave, Chen Xi surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, his complexion paling slightly. Did I truly do all this? Did I really kill them all? Alas, who would have thought a student just emerging from an ivory tower could be so ruthless? Hundreds of lives, extinguished in the blink of an eye. My apologies, but you will never be the last. For all my enemies, there is but one fate. Gazing at the devastation in the mountain of remains, Chen Xi mused with a sense of melancholy. He could not afford to pause. To stop would mean his demise. Who are you? Is there a survivor? The moment Ethan appeared, Chen Xi sensed his presence. Swish. An ice arrow, swift as lightning, suddenly pressed against Ethan's forehead. Thud. Ethan, utterly terrified, fell to his knees. As an ordinary man, he had never encountered such a spectacle, nearly succumbing to fear. Was this sorcery? Oh. Ethan's reaction took Chen Xi by surprise. It appeared he was but a commoner, albeit somewhat familiar. Who are you? What is your name? Chen Xi inquired casually, sensing a sense of recognition, as if this individual belonged to a certain narrative. Observing his surroundings, he began to conjecture the nature of this peculiar place. Esteemed sir, I am Ethan, kidnapped by this band of mercenaries, he stammered, trembling in fright, his eyes wide with terror. Oh, Your name is Ethan? Then inside. Is it Tony? Chen Xi asked with a smile, welcoming the arrival of a significant figure. Why yes, sir, Tony is inside. Are you here to rescue us? Ethan replied earnestly. Perceiving Chen Xi as a formidable warrior summoned by a bounty from the outside world. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi smiled and nodded gently in acknowledgement. The author has something to say. Chapter 9, 2009? Salvation? Additional payment required. In a moment of profound fatigue, Ethan felt as if he had been revitalized. His spirit soaring with exuberance. He exclaimed with fervor, Splendid. Absolutely splendid. Your arrival is most fortuitous. Follow me. Tony is just inside. Overwhelmed with emotion. Ethan was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, Oh, benefactor, you have finally come. You cannot fathom the hardships we have endured. Eagerly, he turned and sprinted towards the cave. Shouting, Tony, Tony, we have been saved. Ha ha ha, Tony, Tony. Come out quickly, it is safe outside now. As he ran, he called towards the cave, eager to share his joy and excitement. Is that so? Let me see who has come to rescue the illustrious Tony Stark at such a late hour. How unprofessional. A voice emerged from the cave, unmistakably Tony S., brimming with arrogance. Who is it? Who dares approach? Let the great Tony Stark know. I could recruit him at 10 times the rate of a presidential bodyguard to serve as my personal protector. Soon, footsteps echoed. And Chen Xi glanced up to see an unkempt figure that was hardly recognizable. Yet, he could discern that this was indeed the notorious playboy, the reckless Tony Stark. However, the man's disheveled appearance and lack of his signature mustache rendered him almost beggar-like. As Chen Xi looked towards Tony, the latter's gaze fell upon him as well. This encounter left Tony momentarily bewildered. The young man before him appeared exceedingly youthful, perhaps no older than 21 or 22. His striking good looks were almost intimidating, making Tony's own charm seem insignificant. Damn it. Is this a direct affront to me, Tony Stark? Will I be outdone? Frantically, Tony's thoughts spiraled, fixating on the notion that he could not allow this young man to become his personal bodyguard, lest the ladies abandon him for this radiant newcomer. After scrutinizing Chen Xi, Tony surveyed the surroundings before casually inquiring, Kid, where are the others? How is it that you are alone? He noticed the absence of any companions, surely. A confrontation of this magnitude would involve dozens of elite SEALs. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Not even a specter in sight. Tony was incredulous, unable to believe that this pretty boy could have dispatched over 300 foes. Tony, there are no others, just the adult, Ethan interjected softly, tugging at Tony's tattered clothing. What? How is that possible? Tony exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief, his gaze fixated on Chen Xi, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. In Tony's eyes, the young man might possess charm, but could he truly be capable of violence? Surely. He was merely adept at wooing women. If it came to brutality, Tony dismissed the notion. Who could he possibly overcome? He would never believe it, unless... Whoosh. In the next moment, a sharp ice arrow was thrust directly against his forehead, the chilling aura of the arrow suddenly magnifying in Tony's pupils. Fear surged forth. Death was perilously close once again. Damn it. Tony nearly soiled himself. He absolutely could not afford to die. There was still so much money left unspent, and countless women waiting for his attention. With this thought, Tony surrendered, yielding to the inevitable. Oh, is that so? Do you believe it now? Chen Xi's playful voice suddenly echoed in his ears. I believe. I believe. I believe. Tony hastily nodded, resembling a quail in his capitulation, prioritizing his life above all else. He was merely a playboy, with no intention of sacrificing his fearless spirit. His life revolved around women and inventions, with the latter taking a back seat. As he acquiesced, the lethal ice arrow gradually dissipated into the air, the crisis averted. Phew, phew. Tony plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, as if celebrating his narrow escape from death, having danced perilously close to its edge. Ding. Congratulations to the host for saving Tony, indirectly altering Ethan's fate. The host is awarded 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slightly changing Tony's fate. The host is awarded 10,000 points. At that moment, Chen Xi also received the system notification as Tony evaded danger, accumulating a total of 20,000 points. That was a worthwhile endeavor. However, he understood that altering the fate of a mere bystander would yield negligible points. Even changing a supporting character like Ethan, who had a name, granted only a mere 10,000. Clearing his thoughts, Chen Xi turned his attention to Tony. While points were significant, what lay ahead was of greater importance. The affluent target was firmly within his grasp. Even Jesus himself wouldn't escape his clutches. The peculiar gaze directed at him did not go unnoticed by Tony. What kind of look was that? Was he planning to devour him? Why did he feel like a plump lamb? Indeed, the way this fellow looked at him resembled a ravenous predator eyeing a fat sheep. Tony was thoroughly alarmed, muttering to himself in fear. What do you intend to do? In that moment, he felt like a trembling lamb. Utterly helpless and pitiable. Regret washed over him for not donning his Iron Man suit. This was far too passive, solidifying his resolve to invent a simpler version of the armor in the future. What do I intend to do? Chen Xi grinned mischievously and continued. Why do you think I traveled so far to rescue you? Was it for love and justice? Or perhaps for the cause of peace? Chen Xi's meaning was unmistakable, and Tony understood instantly. He finally exhaled in relief. Aside from his numerous romantic pursuits, Tony Stark was also wealthy. Women could be provided. Money could be offered. Nonchalantly, Tony replied, Speak, how much do you want? Tony Stark has plenty of money. Ah, this fellow truly is affluent. I had no intention of extorting too much from you. But with this attitude, it becomes quite manageable. It would be remiss not to demand a substantial sum. $1 billion. Chen Xi blurted out. What? 1 billion? Tony nearly choked. A billion. How dare you? What? Did you not encourage me to speak freely? Are you, Tony Stark, truly a miser? Are the wealth magazines outside merely fabrications? Chen Xi feigned surprise, retorting sharply. Damn it. Impossible. Tony Stark possesses abundant wealth. Upon hearing Chen Xi's contemptuous tone, even though he recognized it as a provocation, he could no longer contain himself. No one shall insult Tony Stark with money. Well then, ISNT that settled? Is your life, Tony Stark, not worth this sum? Wrong. I am not merely a life. My existence is invaluable. Upon hearing Chen Xi's choice of words, Tony immediately countered loudly. His life is worth more than anyone else's. So, it is settled then. Your life is indeed precious. Thus this billion is well spent. I must concede there is a modicum of truth in your statement. After Tony spoke, he sensed something amiss. It seemed he had been ensnared in a clever trap. His life is undoubtedly valuable, yet this exorbitant demand appears unconnected to that value. The author has something to say. Chapter 10, Extracting Arc Technology. Another heist. Chen Xi would not allow him any reaction. There was no time for regret, as he decisively resolved the matter. Very well, once you return to America, fulfill your promise to me. Chen Xi cast him a meaningful glance, and the other, being astute, grasped the underlying significance. When under a roof, one must bow their head. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the sum of 10 billion. All right, I shall ensure you receive it upon my return. Then, let us enjoy this collaboration. Chen Xi nearly burst with laughter internally. 10 billion. It was a figure he had only ever dreamed of, never anticipating it would come so easily to him. System. I am grateful to your ancestors. Beep. Returning to the host. The system is one of a kind, with no ancestors. Fine, Chen Xi scoffed, finding the system to be quite the dull companion, incapable of engaging in conversation. Nevertheless, let us enjoy this collaboration. You truly saved my life. Although, in a day or two, I could very well deal with them myself. Tony, being no fool, was intent on securing some advantage for himself. After speaking, he extended his hand to shake Chen Xi's, a gesture of his generosity. Chen Xi reciprocated, harboring his own motives. Beep. Detecting the character Iron Man, Tony Stark. Would the host like to extract? This extraction will cost 20,000 points. Extract. Chen Xi declared without hesitation. Beep. Extraction in progress. Please wait. Beep. Extraction complete. Congratulations. You have extracted the technology for a miniature arc reactor. Would you like to retrieve it? Is it really that delightful? Excellent. Though he had not acquired Tony's intellect, it mattered little, as he did not plan to pursue the technological path. This innovation could bolster his influence and be utilized by his subordinates. After all, physical prowess is paramount. Retrieve. Beep. Retrieving. Please hold on. Beep. Retrieval complete. The miniature arc reactor technology now resides in the system space. Please check it, host. A series of notifications concluded in an instant, yet one particular message incensed Chen Xi. What the hell, system? Why didn't you mention the system space earlier? Here I am lugging around a cumbersome bag. What a hassle. Sighing, he lamented the burden of carrying a bag in such sweltering heat, attributing the blame to the system. Beep. The host did not inquire, hence the system did not volunteer this information. Ugh. Chen Xi was left speechless, realizing he had encountered the system's adeptness at deflecting blame. If he did not ask, it would remain silent. Fine, fine. It's not too late to know now, he muttered, choosing to let it go. His exchanges with the system existed merely on a subconscious level. Even prolonged periods outside did not convey the passage of time. Upon regaining his focus, Chen Xi smiled mysteriously and remarked in a tone laden with significance, "What of that rusty iron box in the cave?" "What rusty iron box?" "That is the iron armor." Tony, upon hearing Chen Xi belittle what he considered his greatest pride, immediately bristled. Yet, he quickly pieced it together. Wait, how do you know about the iron armor? Tony's face paled in an instant. With a gaze tinged with trepidation, he looked towards Chen Xi. Impossible. Impossible. Is this classified information? Could it be that Ethan revealed it to him? Tony exclaimed in disbelief, suddenly turning to Ethan, questioning whether he had divulged anything to Chen Xi. Noting Tony's intense scrutiny, Ethan shook his head in denial. Tony, I truly said nothing. He too was baffled, utterly perplexed by the situation. Ah, could it be that you possess the gift of prophecy? Tony exclaimed, clutching his head and vigorously raking his fingers through his hair, clearly feeling a lack of security. Chen Xi offered a mysterious smile, choosing not to answer Tony's inquiry. What could be the greatest advantage of traversing time? Undoubtedly, it is the knowledge of past and future. This is his trump card. Occasionally masquerading as a seer or a charlatan can prove beneficial. Creating an air of enigma around oneself and cultivating an elusive persona can indeed yield considerable advantages. Let us depart, Chen Xi mused, cryptically uttering some incomprehensible terms. It is better to leave this place, for it is unworthy. He then turned and walked away. Tony and Ethan were left in a state of confusion. Yet they hurriedly followed Chen Xi, their minds brimming with questions. Unable to extract answers, they resolved to keep their thoughts concealed, knowing they would eventually uncover the truth. For now, it was imperative to return to safety. Driving through the desert was a novel experience for Chen Xi, and the modifications to the off-road vehicles were truly impressive. The roar of the engines was exhilarating, and for the men, it was the second most thrilling sound, the first being their own exuberant shouts. Regardless, it was beyond his comprehension. The wild speed stirred up clouds of dust that were conspicuous in the desert, visible even from miles away. Sir, it appears we have made a discovery. A large cloud of yellow sand has been kicked up 15 kilometers away, likely from the off-road vehicles racing ahead. This may prove far more effective than wandering aimlessly through the vast desert, Colonel Rhodes stated solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Tony was reveling in the vehicle, celebrating his escape from peril. Accompanied by heavy metal music, he leapt up, exclaiming like an exuberant gorilla. Oh, wow. Freedom. The freedom I crave. I want 10 cheeseburgers. 10. His favorite indulgence had been denied for months, subsisting solely on curry rice. If not for the will to survive, he would have long since lost his appetite. Crunch. Crunch. Chen Xi, unbeknownst to anyone, had begun to savor a piece of ice. Huh? Ice? Tony, suddenly turning to see the ice in Chen Xi's hand, swallowed hard. This. He rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading across his face as he looked at Chen Xi. Do you want some? I want some. $100,000 apiece. What? 100,000? Tony was utterly defeated by Chen Xi's audacity. Is it truly believed that Tony Stark is a fool? I'll take 2. No one can escape the profound truths articulated by our greatest philosopher, Wang Laoban, particularly his law of irresistible allure. Here, indulge yourselves abundantly. Chen Xi grinned cunningly, having already relieved Tony of a staggering sum of 10 billion in life-saving funds. 1 million was but a trivial amount. Yet, the exhilaration of the heist is an experience utterly unfathomable to outsiders. A single piece of ice equates to $100,000. This sensation is simply exhilarating. Crunch, crunch. Soon, the vehicle echoed with the sounds of ice being chewed. Haha, delightful. Let us have another 2 pieces. Tony was like a parched wanderer in the desert encountering an oasis, his throat heavy with smoke, nearly perishing from thirst. How could 1 piece of ice suffice? Over there. Ethan hadn't even finished half of his. He devoured it in mere bites. Chen Xi, filled with joy, offered him 2 more pieces of ice. How could he refuse such a generous windfall? Just as they were reveling in their carefree enjoyment, the thunderous roar of a helicopter pierced the air above them. The author has something to convey. Chapter 11. Tony's cousin upon hearing the sound of the helicopter. Tony and his companion instinctively feared that enemies were in pursuit. In this treacherous locale, only the mercenaries were familiar with the terrain. How could a helicopter from America possibly locate them in the vast desert? What should Chen Xi do? Surely, these ruffians wouldn't launch a rocket attack on us, would they? Tony felt a twinge of anxiety. For once bitten by a snake, he was forever wary of ropes. Calm down. Calm down. Chen Xi reassured him, raising his head and squinting, his vision far surpassing that of an ordinary person as he gazed skyward. Is that not the stars and stripes? A quick scan revealed the truth. Hey. It's all right. They are our people. Chen Xi turned and declared. Our people? That's wonderful. Tony visibly brightened. If Chen Xi said so, it must be true. Hey. Down here. He shed his jacket and shouted at the sky. Is that Tony? Quickly descend. Colonel Rhodes, who was observing through binoculars, immediately recognized the familiar figure of his long-lost friend. Moments later, the helicopter gradually descended, and Rhodes leaped out, enveloping Tony in a bear hug. Hey, Tony. You've been missing for so long. You truly frightened us. Colonel Rhodes exclaimed, patting Tony's shoulder with palpable excitement and joy. As Tony's closest friend, he was genuinely relieved to have found him. Indeed, the great Tony Stark isn't so easily done away with. Tony chuckled, unabashedly boasting. Now, let me introduce you to my savior, Ethan, and this is Chen Xi. This gentleman here is my dear friend, Colonel Rhodes. As Tony busily introduced Ethan and Chen Xi to Rhodes, he referred to Ethan as his savior, but conveniently omitted the details of how he was rescued. Clearly, Tony was withholding some information. This situation was too suspicious. There must be a mole, and Tony Stark intended to cease any transactions. At that moment, Rhodes harbored no doubts, instead extending a courteous hand. Hello. Thank you for saving Tony. Chen Xi and Ethan exchanged a gentle handshake, acknowledging each other. Yet, this time, the system did not prompt me for extraction, indeed. Colonel Rhodes was rather unimpressive. Everything he possessed was entirely overlooked by the system. After some pleasantries, the group continued their journey. Swiftly landing at a military airport in Afghan, Rhodes and his team then escorted Chen Xi and the others to an international airport, where they boarded a flight bound for America. Initially, Ethan was reluctant to accompany Tony, but Tony's enthusiasm proved irresistible, and he found himself unable to refuse. As the plane touched down in New York, a swarm of reporters, drawn by the scent of breaking news, rushed to the scene. They had already received word of Tony Stark's rescue and hurried to the airport to capture the story. When Tony disembarked from the plane, Pepper Potts was the first to rush towards him, much like a fledgling returning to its nest. Oh, Tony, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. Did you go without a bodyguard? Something must have happened. Tony held tightly on to the diligent woman, inhaling the familiar scent of her perfume. I promise to listen to you next time, my dear. I'm sorry for worrying you, truly sorry. He spoke gently, his tone imbued with profound regret. Whoa. As long as you're back, that's all that matters. Chen Xi stood aside, disdainfully curling his lip at the saccharine display of affection. The scent of romance was palpable. Yet, in all honesty, he found himself perplexed by foreign aesthetics. Why were freckles deemed alluring? It baffled him. He simply could not understand what Tony found appealing about the fiery redhead. After all, Tony's taste was indeed peculiar. He preferred beauties like Wanda, with her charming demeanor and ample curves, or perhaps the Black Widow, with her petite stature and generous bosom. However, he dismissed the notion of the Black Widow. Her age and the multitude of past lovers were slightly off-putting. As Tony reveled in his display of affection, the incessant clicks of cameras outside continued unabated. Tomorrow's headlines would likely scream, Tony Stark showcases affection at the airport. And is this woman the new flame of Playboy Tony Stark? This was bound to eclipse any entertainment news. Naturally, the cameras weren't solely focused on Tony. Chen Xi was also a subject of their eager lenses. The keen-eyed reporters had detected an anomaly. This young Asian man stood out conspicuously among the sea of black and white faces, like a crane amidst a flock of chickens. They whispered and speculated about his identity. Who is this striking young man? He's almost too handsome. Indeed, how is he so brazenly standing beside Tony Stark? Could he be Tony's bodyguard? Nonsense. Where would such a dashing bodyguard come from? He's already made a name for himself. I wonder if he is in need of a partner for the night. I feel an urge. Damn it, you shameless woman. If anyone's going to approach him, it should be me. Just as they chattered, a cunning reporter darted forward. The airport had transformed into an impromptu press conference. Microphones were thrust towards Tony. Mr. Stark, can you confirm if you were kidnapped? Mr. Stark, who is this Asian gentleman beside you? Mr. Stark, during your absence, Stark industry stock plummeted. What measures will you take? Mr. Stark. A barrage of peculiar inquiries ensued, with one particularly audacious question suggesting that Tony might be seeking several women tonight. Everyone, please quiet down. Quiet. Tony's head throbbed from the overwhelming attention. If he didn't say something, he might never escape. Reluctantly, he addressed the most pressing questions. I will hold a press conference shortly to clarify the situation. After his resigned statement, the crowd quieted a tad, preparing for what was to come. Clearing his throat, Tony expertly continued, Ladies and gentlemen, there is no need for concern. I am not a kidnapping victim. He naturally aims to stabilize the plummeting stocks. Undoubtedly only sharing favorable news. I have been researching something particularly intriguing at my desert base abroad, which I believe will soon be unveiled to everyone. Below, the reporters engage in hushed whispers, some expressing belief while others remain skeptical. Regardless, they have begun to anticipate what Tony will reveal, whether for civilian or military applications, as he is surely concocting something extraordinary. As for the individual beside me, I shall not conceal from you that he is my cousin. Just as Tony was about to announce that Chen Xi is his cousin, a sudden chill enveloped the vicinity of his younger brother. Mr. Stark? What is happening? Are you choked? Why the silence? It felt as though he was about to take a decisive shot, only to be abruptly interrupted. Such torment. Ahem, my apologies. Tony coughed lightly before reluctantly stating, This gentleman beside me is my elder cousin. Do not be deceived by his youth. You are all aware of the wonders of the East, I trust. We understand? Understand what? Do you take us for blind fools? This is utterly outrageous. Chapter 12, The Most Terrifying Imagination. Has Little Pepper changed? Everyone present was infuriated, exclaiming that such bullying was intolerable. Tony Stark. Are you attempting to grind our intelligence into the ground? This fellow clearly was not a good Samaritan. Who does he look down upon? Damn it. This Tony Stark is indeed full of nonsense. A playboy's words cannot be trusted. God, please take this guy away. I'm reporting him for showing off. Tony, you claim that the young man is older than you. We can begrudgingly accept that, but you say he is your cousin? Do you think we are blind? A Caucasian and an Asian, and you expect us to believe there is a familial bond? Are you joking? In response to the murmurs from the crowd, Tony merely shrugged. If you do not believe me, that is your prerogative. The whole world requires the endorsement of the great Tony Stark. However, I do not require your validation. Goodbye. With that, Tony commanded his bodyguards to clear a path and strode through the crowd, his arrogant demeanor a familiar sight to all. This was his persona, one that did not necessitate careful maintenance of any heroic qualities, whether it be diligence or frugality. For Tony, this attitude was effortless and quite gratifying. At a luxurious villa in New York, though not his extravagant Malibu estate, a convoy of opulent cars majestically entered this upscale neighborhood. The environment here is quite pleasant. Purchase a house for me, deduct it from my funds. Upon disembarking, Chen Xi found the place appealing, worthy of a residence, after all. This was the cosmic hub of New York. The surroundings were fresh, the community tranquil, and the greenery abundant, not far from the city center, making it a veritable oasis amidst the bustling chaos. Tony was somewhat displeased by Chen Xi's commanding tone. Do you think of me as your subordinate? Excuse me. Do you have an ID? How am I supposed to assist you in this? Chen Xi shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, I lack identification. I am your cousin. Tomorrow you will assist me, and if you cannot manage this trivial task, it would be better for you not to exist. Damn, what misfortune have I encountered? Tony muttered under his breath, vexed. What had he done recently to provoke the heavens, sending someone to torment him? Meanwhile, the little pepper, Peibois, stifled a laugh, reveling in the thought that finally, someone could reign in Tony's notoriously unpleasant demeanor. She began to gloat, thinking how much easier her life would be with this new dynamic. As she contemplated, she cast a discreet glance at Chen Xi, subtly winking in gratitude. This gesture startled both Chen Xi and Tony. Chen Xi thought, goodness, could this woman be developing feelings for me? Should I indulge or refrain? That is the question. Though quite tempting, perhaps it is best to extinguish the lights. Oh my, what a predicament. This is quite the folly. I shall refrain, as she is not my type. Tony exclaimed, damn it, Chen Xi, you are a calamity, clearly. I cannot keep you close, or I might never attract a woman again. My Peibois is on the verge of being captivated by this fellow. Having only known him for a few minutes, if this continues for a few more days, wouldn't it be a matter of applauding for love? What is this? Has good not arrived? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Tony felt compelled to intervene. He believed he could still salvage the situation. Clearing his throat, he stepped forward, positioning himself between Peibois and Chen Xi, and nonchalantly declared, is it merely a villa? I shall purchase it tomorrow. Such matters are trivial. By the way, Ethan, I shall also acquire a property for you, so you may remain at Stark Industries. Your skills are more than adequate for the role of a senior engineer. Tony. Ethan gently called out. Yes? What is it, Ethan? Tony responded, somewhat puzzled but suspecting the answer. Ethan, appearing somewhat troubled, replied, Tony. I truly wish to return and assist my hometown. They are in dire need of support. His heart resided not within the bustling metropolis, but in the impoverished land that awaited his return. His diligent studies were not aimed at escaping his humble origins, but rather at constructing a better future for them. Very well. However, I can offer you 100 million to empower you in your endeavors back home. Tony conceded, recognizing Ethan's determination. Indeed, his hometown required him more than the glamour of the city. Ethan's demeanor instantly brightened, casting aside his previous worries. He exclaimed, Thank you. Thank you. Tony, you are truly a generous friend. Tony waved dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. Alas, it may be difficult to reunite in the future. Not at all. When time permits, I shall certainly visit. Let us make sure you keep your word. Absolutely. Ethan was Tony's savior, without him. The Iron Man of the Marvel Universe and one of the triumvirate of the Avengers would have long since met his demise. However, Tony, the arms dealer, was hardly worthy of meeting the divine. Thus, he could only repay Ethan in another manner, supporting him in the development of his hometown. Perhaps this was indeed the most fitting way. All right, enough of this sentimentality. Let us go. I'm starving. I crave barbecued delicacies. No, I yearn for cheeseburgers, cola, and fried chicken. Chen Xi interjected as Tony countered, declaring he could consume 10 of them. Seeing the disagreement, Pepper, with a smile, intervened to mediate. All right, let us have it all. Money is no object. Well, proximity to Tony had clearly influenced Pepper, as her casual dismissal of financial concerns reflected his own nonchalance. What a grand statement she made. Ultimately, a consensus was reached. Everyone could indulge in whatever they desired. Pepper proved to be an excellent assistant to Tony, with her remarkable efficiency. In no time, a restaurant delivered their feast, complete with 2 barbecue chefs. The extravagance of wealth was something Chen Xi could hardly fathom. This meal was a true delight, featuring exquisite ingredients he had never experienced before. The finest choice available is merely ordinary beef, for the freshly graduated university student cannot afford anything extravagant. 8,000 yuan per pound for Kobe beef. Over 10 pounds of Boston lobster, king crab, pearl abalone, and bluefin tuna. Ultimately, witnessing Chen Xi savoring such delicacies, Tony could not resist joining in the feast. These past few months had left him utterly tantalized. His stomach was devoid of even a hint of oil, and only such sumptuous meals could truly satisfy his hunger. Never before had he found these items so delectable. As he dined, he marveled. Indeed, when one goes hungry for a time, everything becomes exquisitely delightful. One leisurely lunch, filled with laughter and merriment, passed in the blink of an eye. The author wishes to convey. Chapter 13. A serendipitous encounter at the bar having quenched their thirst and satisfied their appetites, the group reclined in the courtyard, basking in the gentle breeze and engaging in light-hearted conversation, relishing the long-awaited moments of tranquility. The soft wind caressed them, the sun cast its warm glow, and with the company of Tony's enchanting companion, Tony felt the joys of existence. Amidst their idle chatter, Tony inquired with curiosity, "Chen Xi, have the mutants resurfaced recently?" It had been quite a while since they had vanished from sight, with only occasional reports of rogue mutants surfacing. Suddenly, Chen Xi was taken aback by Tony's implication that the mutants in this world were notably inactive. Could there be some other unforeseen changes? Had the timeline shifted once again? Both the Avengers and the X-Men belong to the Marvel Universe, and they are familiar with one another. Due to copyright issues in the films, their narratives diverged, with only Wanda and Quicksilver serving as a link. However, this is the realm of reality, free from such artificial constraints. Contemplating Tony's question, Chen Xi paused before responding. "I am uncertain, as I do not consider myself a mutant, though perhaps I could be classified as one. The future is unpredictable." "What? You are also in the dark?" Tony exclaimed, finding it quite astonishing. Though he did not suspect Chen Xi was deceiving him, if even Chen Xi was perplexed, it seemed that the mutants were indeed concealing themselves deeply. "I am equally bewildered. Do share what significant events have recently transpired among the mutants," he continued. Tony, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought, "You are the mutant here. Why are you turning the question back on me?" With a resigned shrug, he recounted that since the resolution of the Cuban Missile Crisis, there had been no large-scale actions from the mutants. The only occurrences were sporadic episodes of rogue mutants, swiftly dealt with and rendered silent. Chen Xi began to grasp the situation. The timeline had been thoroughly disrupted, and it appeared that the mutants were embarking on a reverse trajectory into the future. Or perhaps there were still other anomalies at play. Was it all due to him? As for those rogue individuals, Chen Xi was aware that they had been returned by Professor X. "Is that so? No matter, for my arrival will compel them to emerge," Chen Xi murmured, gazing at the clouds on the horizon, contemplating how his presence would irrevocably alter the timeline of this world. Everything would venture toward the unknown. And whether it be the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau or other formidable beings, they would soon become aware of his existence. As Chen Xi's soft murmurs drifted into the air, the others were completely oblivious to his words. Time flew by, and before long, evening descended. Tony hosted a party at his home, inviting his friends, along with a plethora of stunning blondes. However, Chen Xi felt little inclination towards the festivities. Being new to this foreign land, the world's greatest metropolis piqued his interest. He took Tony's Lamborghini and pressed the accelerator, roaring into the city. Fifth Avenue, the most bustling district of New York, sparkled with lights and revelry at night. This city is a paradise for the affluent and a hell for the impoverished. The concealed evils of the night were laid bare. Yet such matters held no sway over Chen Xi, who welcomed the opportunity to absorb some bioenergy from the throng. The Lamborghini, even in New York, is a rare sight. Its thunderous roar captivates countless onlookers. Their envy and admiration, accompanied by whispers and pointed fingers, elevate his vanity to new heights. It turns out that sports cars truly have no windows. Chen Xi once believed that those individuals were merely ostentatious, yet when his turn arrived, he made the same choice. Indeed, the law of attraction is an eternal truth of the universe. How could I possibly flaunt such a striking vehicle if I were to close the windows? Who would I show off to? As Chen Xi cruised slowly through the bustling streets, a revelation dawned upon him. He heard exclamations such as, "Wow, so handsome. The car is stunning, and the driver even more so. Hey, can we take a look? Must you be so aloof? So handsome and wealthy. Truly the perfect man. Handsome guy? How about a one-night companion? Where's the avarice? It is universal. All are materialistic, merely to varying degrees." Chen Xi soon parked his car outside a seemingly upscale bar, contemplating a potential encounter for the night. After securing his vehicle, he entered, buoyed by curiosity amidst the respectful greetings of the security staff. Inside, chaos reigned as men and women danced fervently under dim lights, releasing the day's tensions. The pounding heavy metal music disoriented Chen Xi. Could it not be a tad quieter? What a letdown. Foreign establishments are even noisier than those back home. "Sir, would you like a VIP table?" A stunning blonde with ample curves sidled up to Chen Xi, her soft body brushing against his arm. "Beautiful lady, do you think you can make soy milk from this?" He mused, though he found the sensation rather enjoyable. When she noticed he did not pull away, she sensed an opportunity. From the security guard at the entrance, she learned that this extraordinarily handsome man had just stepped out of a Lamborghini, a veritable tycoon. Her commission for the night depended on him, hence she flaunted all her assets. Knowing well she would not suffer any loss, profit was her sole concern. Chen Xi was fully aware of her intentions, yet they both understood the unspoken agreement. Why dwell on the details? He smiled and inquired, beautiful lady, not a problem at all. By the way, what fine spirits do you offer? We have the finest Louis XIII, Remy Martin, and the top-tier Lafite wines. Moreover, we serve the renowned signature cocktail of our famous mixologist here in New York. The fiery war god. Impressive indeed. The beauty only introduced top-shelf liquors without a thought for the price, yet Chen Xi remained unfazed. Then please bring me the Louis XIII. Remy Martin, and that fiery war god. The voluptuous beauty beamed with delight. Sir, please hold on, she exclaimed before sauntering away, her enticing movements leaving a lingering thrill in the air. Bars are frequented by many seeking to indulge in intoxication. Before Chen Xi's requested drinks could arrive, a tipsy woman staggered over, swaying as she approached him. Hey, quite handsome. The woman's complexion was flushed, clearly intoxicated, swaying unsteadily as she walked. Yet she still found time to flirt with Chen Xi. He gazed at her, momentarily taken aback. Was his luck truly this extraordinary? Indeed, she seemed like a chosen one. Such beauty was rare. Her golden hair and azure eyes were quintessential, and her model-esque figure was nothing short of stunning. Surely a D34. Her slender waist and those long, snow-white legs could captivate for an entire year. Born a temptress, she possessed an elegantly arched nose and alluring eyes that seemed to beckon, while her crimson lips invited daring. Her complexion was free of the coarse pores often found in fair skin, remarkably smooth and pristine, embodying the quintessential heart-shaped face. This night, she was destined to be his. Indeed, this was a fortunate turn of events. Since she was willing, why should he pretend to be a paragon of virtue? He gently drew her closer. Managing the tipsy state she was in, how amusing it was. He had expected her to exhibit some restraint, thinking that perhaps she, as an Asian woman, might be more reserved. The woman, noticing his gaze, shot him an irritated glance, her seductive eyes wielding undeniable power. Chen Xi found himself utterly captivated. It seemed that drinking was no longer necessary. The author has something to say, Chapter 14, Devouring the Fireman John Ah, with a beauty in my embrace. Why pretend to be a paragon of virtue, unless he is a eunuch? Chen Xi brazenly stared at the enchanting lady, chuckling with delight. Eunuch? What is that? The beauty paused, clearly bewildered. A eunuch is. Chen Xi leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly. How annoying. You're doing this on purpose. Taking advantage of me. The warm breath he exhaled made her feel uneasy. The potent allure of his masculinity was overwhelming. In the dim light, his charming visage occasionally flickered like a painting come to life, stirring her heart with longing. There is something even more terrifying. Are you confident? The enchanting woman cast a provocative glance, seemingly unimpressed. In her eyes, he appeared rather insignificant. Chen Xi, incensed by her taunts, resolved to retaliate fiercely. In a swift motion, he seized her delicate hand. The beauty covered her mouth, stifling a gasp. Blushing, she lowered her voice and gazed at Chen Xi. I've never experienced this before. Will there be a problem? Humph. Pathetic. Chen Xi shot her a disdainful look. Is this how easily you back down? Not long ago, you were so audacious. Are you frightened? Where did that bravado go? Humph. I'm scared of you. Provocation? Are you challenging me? The beauty, incensed, refused to back down. What woman is incapable? It's the men who falter. She would not yield. Instead, she decided to indulge herself for once, encountering such a strikingly handsome and formidable man. Surrendering to him would be no loss at all. The two seemed to resonate with each other, no longer wishing to delay. The enchantress could not help but whisper, Shall we go? Let us. With a chuckle, they exchanged knowing smiles, nearly collapsing from laughter. Had they become a bit too eager? Let us go. With a soft agreement, the enchantress linked her arm with Chen Xi's, pressing close, allowing him to savor her exquisite presence once more. Just as they stood up, the previous saleswoman approached. Sir, are you leaving? What about the wine? She was concerned about the wine being left unopened, fearing it would be a waste. Upon seeing the intoxicated woman clinging to Chen Xi, realization dawned on her. There was urgency at hand. All right, just charge it. The password is XXX. Let us save the wine for later. Chen Xi produced a card worth over $1 billion and handed it to her. Of course, sir, please hold on a moment. The beauty swayed away, elated. Before long, Chen Xi received a text message. Naturally, this was all orchestrated by Tony. Ding. You have spent 100,000. Your card balance is 1,003,500,000. Gasp. This long string of numbers startled the enchantress. You. Which conglomerate's heir are you? How can you be so wealthy? My heavens. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million. 1 billion. Chen Xi did not anticipate that this enchanting creature would snatch his phone and begin counting earnestly. Oh, there is no need for such alarm. It is merely a trifling sum. Humph, how pretentious. The fairy tossed the phone back to Chen Xi, fluttering her alluring eyes, her inebriation slightly shaken. It appeared that this overnight companion was rather perfect. Their mutual affection blossomed, and after receiving the bank card, they strolled out of the bar together. At that very moment, in a shadowy corner of the bar, a man stealthily followed them. This fairy had long been in his sights, and many others in the bar had also taken note of her, only to curse their misfortune after she was taken away. Yet this particular individual seemed different. Was he audacious or merely reckless? Outside, as Chen Xi opened the door to a luxurious vehicle for the enchanting figure, he sensed something amiss. What's wrong? She inquired, noticing his unease. Nothing, just a foolish rat, Chen Xi scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Before the fairy could inquire further, a brazen voice interrupted them. A rat? Kid, you're quite audacious. Put down the girl in your arms, and I might spare your life. It is often those who boast the loudest who meet their demise the quickest, their graves overgrown with grass. Chen Xi turned to face the newcomer, a typical yellow-haired ruffian whose arrogant expression was infuriating. Not going to let me go? What can you do? Chen Xi inquired with a smile, clearly unperturbed. My skills? If you dare, follow me, and I'll show you what I'm capable of. The yellow-haired thug beckoned provocatively. Very well, I could use a warm-up. Darling, give me a minute to deal with him, Chen Xi said, casting a gentle smile at the enchanting creature. Be careful, don't overexert yourself, she replied with concern. Reluctant to let him engage with such societal scum, yet instinctively refraining from interfering in matters between men, she trusted that behind such a vast conglomerate, powerful bodyguards were undoubtedly lurking in the shadows. Under her watchful gaze, Chen Xi and the yellow-haired thug soon found themselves in a secluded alley behind the bar. With no one around, the thug felt emboldened. Kid, now that you're so cocky, know that no one is here to save you. Let me show you the might of Fireman John. Hearing this self-introduction, Chen Xi was taken aback. What a coincidence. Just earlier that afternoon, he had mentioned the absence of mutant sightings, and now here he was, encountering this minor character? You are Fireman John? Is that for real? Chen Xi replied incredulously. Humph, you dare to doubt Fireman John? It seems I must demonstrate my prowess. With that, he pulled a lighter from his pocket, flicked it open, and with a swift motion, a towering column of flames surged toward Chen Xi. Wow, that is quite impressive, Chen Xi exclaimed, but alas, this fireman was nothing but a nuisance. How much heat could a mere lighter produce? It was merely a show, an attempt to intimidate. As Chen Xi calmly gazed at him, he raised his hand and grasped at the void, causing a column of water to materialize from thin air. You are also a mutant? The display of Chen Xi's powers elicited a shriek of terror from John. It dawned on him, his opponent was indeed a mutant. This was merely the beginning of his misfortune. The colossal water column extinguished the flames, and the residual force struck him with tremendous impact. Thud! John fell to his knees. Huh, pathetic. Chen Xi advanced with confidence, delivering a swift strike that rendered him unconscious. System Devour. Ding. To absorb the fire control abilities of the fire wielder John requires 1,000 biological energy points. The host currently possesses 235 biological energy points. Chapter 15. System Panel. Divine Blessing of Wanda Devours. It must devour. For such a trivial character, a mere sidekick. There is no need for courtesy. Lacking in capability yet brimming with arrogance, one who has not endured the trials of the world is indeed naive. Were he an ordinary individual, he would have long since met his demise at the hands of the fireman. How could he possibly survive? He would have directly faced the king of hell. Observing the unconscious fireman, Chen Xi let out a cold snort. In his next life, he should refrain from posturing, thinking himself formidable, when in reality he is nothing but an insipid fool. Crack. With that, he lifted his foot and crushed the frail neck, sending him off to meet his fate with Satan. The unconscious John, the fireman, convulsed violently before falling still. This individual, akin to that pretentious porcupine, is equally repugnant and self-important, unable to defeat anyone yet claiming superiority. Chen Xi mused that should he encounter that porcupine, he would eliminate him without hesitation, merely to absorb some biological energy. As for the rest, that loathsome individual's abilities were best left untouched. While watching a film, he had found that insufferable character even more unbearable than the fireman, shaking his head and dismissing such thoughts. Chen Xi ignited a lighter, controlling the flames to reduce the wretch to ash. Ding. The fireman John has been slain. The host gains 500 points of biological energy, remaining biological energy, 735 points. Ding. The host has killed the fireman John, irrevocably altering his fate, and receives 50,000 points. Well, this fellow met his end appropriately, providing me with both biological energy and points. I ought to express my gratitude. System, I require a status panel. Please generate one for me. After all, which system lacks a status panel? Ding. The system is generating the status panel. Please hold. Ding. The status panel has been generated. Please review. A luminous screen, slightly more concise than that of a typical online game character panel, appeared before Chen Xi. Host, Chen Xi, age, 22 level, Earth level physique, Frost giant physique abilities, Water control B, Ice control B, Fire control C, items, Time gem, Space gem, Reality gem, Power gem, Mind gem, Soul gem, in pieces. Points, 50,000. Biological energy, 735 points. The status panel is rather simplistic, nearly devoid of complexity. However, considering he had only entered the Marvel world less than 2 days ago, he was quite satisfied with such progress. The road ahead is long and arduous. There is no need to rush. One must proceed at a measured pace. It will not be long before he transforms into an immensely powerful being. In a cheerful mood, Chen Xi hummed a lively tune as he made his way back to the bar entrance. At that moment, it seemed that the little sprite's drink had been revived by the cool breeze. Seeing Chen Xi return, she hurried towards him and leapt into his embrace. You're finally back. I was so worried. She clung tightly to Chen Xi, as if fearing he might vanish in the next moment. Chen Xi gently rubbed her little head, causing her not only to refrain from anger but also to nuzzle closer, much like a kitten seeking a cozy spot. What could trouble me? That rascal was thoroughly dealt with, fleeing in a state of utter disarray. Chen Xi's voice was soft and soothing, instilling a profound sense of comfort within her. The effects of the alcohol had waned, the impulsive fervor from moments ago seemingly dissipating. Yet, she felt that even without the influence of drink, she could pursue her desires, for her heart raced with excitement. The little enchantress adjusted Chen Xi's attire, gazing into his deep, starry eyes, slowly succumbing to their allure. She couldn't resist rising on her toes, desperately absorbing the intoxicating charm radiating from him. Forgetting everything as they sought each other. This was the essence of the streets in America, where freedom was cherished and openness was their attitude. The sight of Chen Xi and her sharing such an intimate kiss was a common occurrence. Passers-by paused, unable to stifle their whistles and applause, reveling in the moment. Minutes passed until the little enchantress, clumsily unaware of her need for breath, brought this delightful interlude to an end. So soon? TCH, you're insatiable. Let us go. In response to Chen Xi's teasing, the little enchantress blushed fiercely, playfully punching him to mask her embarrassment. With the crowd's enthusiasm becoming overwhelming, she timidly grasped Chen Xi's hand and led him toward the car. The roar of the Lamborghini echoed as they departed, leaving onlookers in astonishment. What the heck? Is this what love is? It truly feels like love, with the scent of money lingering in the air. Have I actually come to believe in love? It seems so simple. The romance at the bar was undeniably genuine. They gazed at the speeding sports car, as if they had come to a profound understanding. Once inside the car, the enchantress provided him with a navigation address and shyly turned her gaze to the window, lapsing into silence. Inside the vehicle, an awkward tension lingered, the effects of the alcohol having dissipated. Enchantress, what is your name? After about 10 minutes, Chen Xi broke the silence, shattering the stillness that had settled. My name is Wanda Django Maximoff. You can call me Wanda. This is my first time at a bar. Wanda gently brushed her hair, quietly explaining her situation, uncertain of why she felt compelled to share. Suddenly, Chen Xi slammed on the brakes, leaving a long skid mark on the pavement, accompanied by a cloud of white smoke rising from the rear of the car. This reaction spoke volumes about Chen Xi's excitement. Her name had taken him by surprise. You're named Wanda? Do you have a brother? Chen Xi turned to her, astonished. Wanda, startled by his sudden reaction, gazed at him and nodded slightly. Yes, I have a brother named Pietro. How did you know? She too was taken aback by his knowledge. To her surprise, however, Chen Xi did not respond to her query, but instead leaned down to give her a passionate kiss. Oh dear, that mischievous scoundrel has gone wild again. Wanda, with her tiny fists, struck him vigorously, gradually discovering that she no longer resisted and instead yielded to the moment. This was precisely why they had distanced themselves from the bustling city, nearing the secluded little villa rented by Wanda. Otherwise, they would have long faced complaints. After several minutes, Chen Xi finally chose to let go of Wanda, who resembled a delicate kitten. Am I truly the fabled chosen one? If not, it would be utterly inexplicable. Ha. Chen Xi reveled in this thought, delighting to the point of laughter escaping his lips. Wanda, blushing, shot him an exasperated glance, thinking how unpredictable he was, always so dramatic. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you out of your mind? Wanda pushed him playfully. Oh, it's nothing. No, wait, it's a surprise. A monumental surprise, a gift from fate. Chen Xi cradled Wanda's face, his starry eyes fixated on her as if she were the most precious being in the world. The author wishes to convey, Chapter 16, millions of points acquired Wanda. Wanda. If there is anyone capable of capturing his thoughts, it must be Wanda and Jean Grey, the two enigmatic women of the Marvel Universe. Jean Grey in the Dark Phoenix film exudes an irresistible charisma, a woman whose strength is undeniably explosive, the girl from Apocalypse. With a mere surge of power, obliterated Apocalypse in an instant. Similarly, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, who tore Thanos apart in Avengers, Endgame, possesses an equally captivating allure. Had the director permitted it, Wanda would have effortlessly disintegrated that purple menace instead of Tony Stark wielding the Infinity Stones. Is that girl before me truly Wanda? What a delightful surprise this is. Wanda, you are a gift of fate. From this moment onward, I shall be your guardian. Chen Xi's vow resonated with a peculiar firmness, causing Wanda's heart to race uncontrollably under his gaze. Who needs your protection? We merely seek to quench our thirst today. And I could easily kick you aside. Wanda's eyes flickered nervously as she swatted away his playful hand, huffing with pride. Humph, stubborn fool. Shall we go? Is anyone at your home? Chen Xi smirked, bemused at the thought of someone trying to escape after boarding his proverbial ship. He mused that if Quicksilver were home, they would have headed to a hotel instead. No, that brat has vanished somewhere. Realizing the implication of Chen Xi's words, Wanda's anxiety surged, her previous bravado dissipating. Unbeknownst to Chen Xi, the silent Wanda was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, envisioning various scenarios. Minutes slipped by, and Chen Xi finally parked the car. Should I just forget it? Head back? Observing her hesitant demeanor, Chen Xi felt a chuckle rising within him. This land of supposed freedom still harbored its share of conservative individuals. Not. Are you backing out? Wanda, feeling a surge of determination, declared boldly. Backing out. Chen Xi shot her a sidelong glance, then scooped her up and dashed through the door. At this juncture, words became unnecessary. Only actions could validate their intentions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lingering effects of the alcohol ignited Wanda's spirit, and as they walked, they tossed aside their inhibitions. The moment they entered the bedroom, all constraints vanished. Chen Xi was captivated by the enchanting sight before him, leaving Wanda blushing in playful exasperation. He offered her a bottle of water, which she eagerly accepted, gulping it down. So this is what it feels like? Wanda experienced the thrill. The pair fell into a comfortable silence, embracing and savoring the lingering sensations. Suddenly, an interruption arrived. Ding. Congratulations. Host, on significantly altering the fate of Scarlet Witch Wanda. Reward, 10 million points. What? 10 million points? System, you must be mistaken. In a surge of excitement, Chen Xi jolted. In response, Wanda pinched his side, twisting it several times out of frustration, though her strength was negligible. Chen Xi feigned pain to amuse her, baring his teeth in a playful grimace. Wanda let out a pleased hum, satisfied with his reaction. Wanda, having regained her tranquility, sought a comfortable position to close her eyes and rejuvenate, while Chen Xi returned to the system once more. System, why such an abundance? He inquired again. Returning to the host, Wanda's destiny has significantly transformed yours, and the trajectory of your future life will revolve around the host, the system replied. As the beloved of the Marvel Universe, every action of Wanda's bears consequences for the direction of the entire Marvel realm. Thus, by altering Wanda's tragic fate, the host has indirectly shifted the destinies of countless individuals within Marvel from their predetermined paths. According to the system's calculations, the 10 million points you have acquired are a strict adherence to the system's mechanisms. Rest assured, esteemed host. The information relayed by the system illuminated Chen Xi's understanding. The more formidable the existence, the greater the impact. This heralds a prosperous future. The Marvel Universe is replete with titans. One cannot help but wonder how many points he could amass. Haha. Chen Xi is well aware of the explosive potential Wanda possesses in the future, a facet entirely unrepresented and unrepresentable in films. This realm is fundamentally different, a tangible world where her growth hinges upon this universe. The cinematic universe forbids excessively powerful entities, as Chen Xi gradually reshapes this universe. The overall strength of all will elevate. In his recollections, there was a year void of mutants, where 99 of mutants in the cosmos were abruptly stripped of their powers. Only 82 fortunate souls narrowly escaped the calamity. Wanda's subsequent rampage, marked by her declaration of no more superhumans, sent the entire Earth into turmoil. All superpowered beings had their abilities confiscated, including the Sorcerer Supreme's magic, the powers of the Fantastic Four acquired through cosmic radiation, and the diverse abilities of mutants. Even Captain America, who gained his powers through serum, the Hulk, who was transformed by gamma radiation, and the Skrulls on Earth, along with all Inhumans, including Black Bolt on the Moon, were not spared. This is Wanda's portrayal in the comics, an annihilating force that the films cannot depict. The cinematic universe is ill-equipped to withstand such overwhelming might. Chen Xi gazed at the girl before him, resembling a delicate kitten, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. If it weren't for him, who could have fathomed that this girl would one day ascend to such unfathomable strength? Therefore, her chaos magic, could it not also be within his grasp? The answer was tantalizingly close. Chapter 17, Natasha, what of your character? System. How many points must I expend to extract chaotic magic? Money. That is his primary concern. Host, the Scarlet Witch possesses two abilities, however. Her power is rooted in chaotic energy, modified by the probabilistic fusion of the chaotic magic of the dread god Thon, thus creating the Scarlet Witch. Such formidable power necessitates 5 million for a single extraction. As for the probabilistic modification, chaotic magic, or chaotic energy, it all hinges upon the host's fortune. Upon hearing the system's words, Chen Xi was momentarily taken aback. So exorbitant? 5 million for one attempt, and with 3 abilities, it could cost as much as 15 million. For extracting the probabilistic modification or chaotic magic may not guarantee a fusion akin to Wanda's. What of extracting the Phoenix Force? That would surely require a substantial sum as well. At this thought, Chen Xi felt quite impoverished. He had just reveled in the notion of acquiring 10 million for free. And now, it seemed utterly unappealing. Furthermore, there were countless other abilities, items, knowledge, and technologies, all demanding expenditure. It is evident that a man's wealth is akin to bullets. With limited ammunition, one cannot aim accurately. Contemplating this, Chen Xi deemed such musings futile and resolved to seize the immediate pleasures before him. Thus, he grasped 2 soft, fragrant cotton balls with fervor, indulging in their delight, for comfort must come first. That night, not only did Chen Xi and Wanda find little repose, the entirety of New York remained in turmoil. Beneath the veil of night, undercurrents surged, with numerous factions remaining awake. Obadiah Stane, Tony's uncle and the architect of this kidnapping scheme, was presently at home, smashing anything he could lay his hands on. Such destruction was insufficient to quell his fury. Everything had been within his design, yet the execution had spiraled into chaos. The Ten Rings gang, those wretched curs, continuously defied his wishes, refusing to terminate Tony and incessantly demanding more money. Did they believe themselves to be mere money lords? Moreover, Tony had miraculously evaded danger, returning to New York unscathed. Tony, how fortunate you are. Obadiah Stane muttered darkly, his demeanor brimming with malice in the shadows. Lighting a cigar, he regained his composure, pondering new strategies. For he had reached his limit. Howard Stark's leadership was one thing, but now even this younger generation's Tony sought to overshadow him, leaving him deeply unsettled. Why should this be so? It was akin to ancient emperors who, after seizing power, sought to eliminate their loyal ministers. If I am gone, and my brothers are discontent, how can my son's reign be secure? These proud and fierce warriors must be dealt with. It is not fear of 1,000, but rather the dread of a single discontented soul that could bring ruin. Suddenly, amidst Obadiah Stane's furrowed brow and deep contemplation, a sharp ring of the telephone pierced the silence. Hello, what is it? He inquired, his voice dark as he retrieved his phone. The individual across from him shuddered, clearly able to discern the suppressed fury in that voice. The subordinate, suppressing his own anxiety, hesitantly spoke. Boss, our people have discreetly investigated the cave where Tony was kidnapped, and they found a suit of iron armor inside. It appears that the armor has not been utilized. We speculate that Tony intended to don it to escape, but he has yet to make use of it. We now suspect that he was rescued by the young Asian man who returned with him. By the way, boss, I have arranged for the armor to be secretly transported back to our homeland. The informant succinctly conveyed the findings, rapidly analyzing the potential outcomes. All right, I understand. Everything will proceed according to my plans, Obadiah Stane replied coolly, instructing to remain still. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Obadiah Stane fell into silence, his expression fluctuating, his eyes darting about, clearly deep in thought. Ah, Tony, your luck seems to be holding out this time. Just don't blame your uncle later. He muttered vehemently to the air, evidently having devised a strategy, while Tony remained blissfully unaware of the dark hand orchestrating events. His most trusted uncle, Obadiah Stane, from whom danger was poised to strike once more. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, what was now clumsily termed the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack and Logistics, an aloof, striking blonde beauty approached Nick Fury's office, holding a file. Director Fury, here is the information you requested. In our haste, we acquired almost nothing. This cold and composed beauty was Maria Hill, a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury took the file, which contained only a few photographs and sparse information. Wait, what is this? There's hardly any information at all. Did he spring forth from a stone? Fury exclaimed, astonished, as he pointed at the inadequate data, questioning Hill. Indeed, Director Fury, we have searched the global database for identification of this young Asian man, but we could not find any information whatsoever, Hill replied, her demeanor businesslike and unyielding. However, Fury understood that her aloofness was her standard demeanor. They all suspected she was somewhat unapproachable. Contemplating the gravity of the situation, he suddenly recalled something and inquired urgently, have you inquired with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Could they be concealing information about this man? Hill shook her head gently. I have already consulted with the Strategic Homeland Division. They are not withholding anything. and we could not locate any records. Fury was thoroughly stunned. He realized that the Strategic Homeland Division would not lie, thus calling into question the origins of this mysterious individual. As a nation suffering from severe paranoia, it epitomizes the very essence of such delusions, leaving its leader in a state of incessant unease, unable to find solace even in slumber. The mere association of an individual of dubious background with the largest arms dealer raises his suspicions to an alarming degree. This cannot be overlooked. Action must be taken. Without hesitation, he seized the telephone on his desk and dialed, indifferent to the fact that it was the witching hour. Hello, who is this? It's the dead of night. Are you unaware of the significance of a lady's rest? Before Nick Fury could utter a word, a barrage of words erupted from the other end of the line, leaving him utterly bewildered, his mind clouded with confusion and frustration. Hill stifled a laugh, covering her mouth as she witnessed the famed orator, Nick Fury, being taken aback. What a rare sight. Ahem, Natasha, it's me, Nick Fury. I have an urgent mission for you. I need you to establish contact with someone and extract some information. Despite the annoyance, he maintained a serious demeanor as he delegated his tasks. All right, I know. Enough already. With a sharp click, Natasha muttered before hanging up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal left Nick Fury in disarray. His expression darkened. Deeper than the darkest coal, though it was difficult to discern. Damn it. Is there no semblance of respect? Can you not honor your superior? Fury was incensed. Natasha's lack of decorum was intolerable. The author has something to convey. Chapter 18. The harvest of chives and the arrival of capability. Observing Nick Fury's evident displeasure brought an inexplicable satisfaction to Hill. Akin to a parched desert encountering an oasis. This sullen man, perpetually wearing a frown as though the world owed him a debt, had finally received his just deserts. With a haughty turn, Hill departed, leaving behind a proud silhouette for the bewildered Nick Fury. What a turn of events. By the time the clock struck 10 the following day, with the sun high in the sky, Chen Xi stirred from his slumber, feeling that this was truly the essence of life. The two had indulged in merriment until the early hours, engaging in a flurry of activities that left them exhausted. Hey, Wanda, wake up. Aren't you supposed to be at work today? Chen Xi nudged the still sleeping Wanda, who merely shrugged her shoulders without opening her eyes. Oh, how irritating. Let me sleep a little longer. I'm not going to work today. It's all your fault, you inconsiderate brute. After her sleepy protest, she buried herself under the covers, drifting back into slumber. Chen Xi pouted, muttering to himself. TSK. As if I didn't know who was constantly shouting yes and good, always asking for more, who can be blamed for that? To his surprise, Wanda, hearing his remarks, retaliated with a swift motion, pinching him where it hurt. This audacity ignited Chen Xi's ire. How dare she challenge him so early in the day? Seizing her mischievous hand, he leaned closer to Wanda's ear and whispered, Wanda, let me impart a crucial piece of advice. Do not expose your back to the enemy. What? Wanda gasped, momentarily taken aback. The realization dawned upon her, and she braced herself for the inevitable. 2 hours later, after a refreshing wash, Chen Xi cradled a languid Wanda, who had long surrendered to fatigue. After a painstakingly slow breakfast of simple Chinese cuisine that Chen Xi had prepared, Wanda shot him a glance of exasperation before retreating to her dreams once more. This scoundrel is inhuman. Rest well, dear. I shall take you out for dinner tonight after I run a few errands, Chen Xi said with a playful grin, his expression devoid of menace, instead radiating a charming allure. Go away, Wanda huffed, turning away to sleep once more. Farewell, Chen Xi beamed, casting a triumphant glance back at her before departing with a light-hearted stride, anticipating the evening's endeavors. With Tony's Lamborghini roaring beneath him, and amidst Tony's puzzled gaze, Chen Xi sped off, proudly clutching his freshly acquired driver's license. He soon arrived at what was likely the premier securities firm in the nation. As he disembarked from the vehicle, a security guard promptly ushered him to a VIP parking space, recognizing that, regardless of his status as a client, he would soon be regarded as such. Good day, sir. I am Christian, the business manager at Morgan Securities. How may I assist you today? A stunning woman greeted him warmly upon his entrance, and Chen Xi couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of this world. It appeared that power transformed everyone into a friend, with smiles abounding at every turn. I would like to open an account and dabble a bit. Chen Xi replied with a smile. Certainly, sir, please follow me. The beautiful attendant beamed with joy at the arrival of a valued client. In the VIP room, Chen Xi presented his driver's license, and after she poured him a cup of coffee, she smiled gently and proceeded with the necessary formalities. Meanwhile, outside the securities firm, several parties were discreetly monitoring Chen Xi's every move. Among them were agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., the X-Men, the Brotherhood, and operatives from Obadiah Stane's faction. Natasha, disturbed by a phone call from Nick Fury the previous night, had not enjoyed a restful sleep and, fueled by frustration, quietly followed Chen Xi after gathering her materials. Humph, you little brat. Did you cause me sleepless nights? I refuse to believe you possess anything extraordinary, otherwise. You shall pay for it. The sight of his handsome face only intensified her irritation, robbing her of her beauty sleep. On the other side, members of the X-Men, including Colossus and Iceman, were present as well. Last night, Professor X had suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, sensing that something ominous was afoot. As a telepath, his instincts were notoriously reliable. He quickly donned his helmet, the cerebral amplifier. The psychic signature of Fireman John has vanished? Is he dead? Professor Charles was taken aback, his expression shifting from concern to turmoil. The demise of the traitor did not particularly trouble him. After all, Fireman John had committed numerous misdeeds and betrayed them. What preoccupied his thoughts was whether someone was targeting their mutant kind, especially since they had remained hidden for so long, only exposing themselves on rare occasions. Following the residual psychic waves, he perceived Fireman John's demise at the hands of Chen Xi. Unfortunately, when he attempted to invade Chen Xi's mind, he encountered an insurmountable, anomalous magnetic field that thwarted his efforts. Unbeknownst to him, this extraordinary magnetic field emanated from the Infinity Stones, whose power transcended the rules of this universe. Slowly communicating nuances of their own laws, Professor X, under the impression that Chen Xi was also a mutant, felt reassured and dispatched individuals to initiate contact, believing it dangerous to leave such a decisive character unaligned. As for the Brotherhood, the situation was straightforward, with no word from Fireman John throughout the night. They immediately reviewed the surveillance footage. Magneto was well aware that his subordinate had been eliminated by Chen Xi, prompting him to consider recruiting this formidable individual into their ranks. Chen Xi, already aware of the various factions encircling him, chose to remain discreet, unwilling to expose them. Although he did not know them well, he had no desire to engage. Should they dare to reach out, he would not hesitate to sever their hands. He was in urgent need of points and biological energy. Even the smallest of flies held value, and eliminating them would equate to altering his fate. Moreover, he could acquire a surge of biological energy in the process. What was there to lose? Make your move already. Hurry up. During his indulgent coffee experience, the beautiful business manager had completed all necessary arrangements, linking his personal and banking information. Chen Xi had successfully opened an account, and soon enough, it would be time for him to reap his rewards. Sir, should you need anything, feel free to call me at any time. As she bid farewell, the enchanting lady graciously escorted Chen Xi to the door. For such affluent and distinguished clients, she harbored aspirations beyond mere business transactions, contemplating the possibilities of lucrative ventures. The man before her exuded strength, and it seemed effortless for him to bestow considerable sums upon her. Yet, Chen Xi remained indifferent, his appetite waning as he adopted a more discerning demeanor. Revving the engine of his powerful vehicle, he sped towards the outskirts, perhaps on the verge of reaping the fruits of his labor. Meanwhile, the lurking figures, as anticipated, trailed behind, unwittingly falling into the stratagem that Chen Xi had meticulously crafted. Chapter 19. Omega-level ice-based abilities in the Yan National Forest Park, a place marked by its sparse population. An entire afternoon could pass without encountering a single soul. Yet, the tranquility of this park was abruptly disrupted by a gathering of individuals. Damn it, that insufferable Brad is doing this on purpose. He intends to lure us all here. What could he possibly want? Natasha, trailing behind, felt a surge of irritation. Wait, this guy possesses an astute sense of perception. It doesn't even matter what his intentions are, the Brotherhood must make a stand. Steel Titan, follow him and ascertain what he has to say. Professor X was remotely overseeing the operations of the X-Men, his concern palpable. Squeak. Shortly after entering the area, Chen Xi came to a halt, leisurely opening the car door and leaning against it, his gaze calm as he observed the approaching group. Those who followed quickly exited their vehicles, and upon seeing Chen Xi's demeanor, they were momentarily taken aback. This fellow is unervingly composed. His nonchalance is quite chilling. Does he feel no apprehension about their potential hostility? If his calmness were the only issue, it might be acceptable. However, his gaze bore the predatory intensity of a hunter regarding his prey. Only the truly perceptive, like Natasha and the covertly observing Professor Charles, noticed something profoundly different. It was an indescribable sense of superiority, a feeling that transcended ordinary comprehension, as if they existed on entirely different planes. Alongside this was a vague sense of pity that was equally unsettling, evoking a shiver down their spines. Why does he regard them with such eyes? Indeed, Chen Xi harbored such sentiments, though they were flesh and blood in his eyes. He was the sole player of elevated stature. They merely existed as NPCs alongside an innumerable array of wild beasts. They provided him with experience, enabling his growth and progression through challenges. This disdainful attitude towards the inhabitants of the Marvel Universe was not born from arrogance. Rather, as a newcomer, he had yet to fully immerse himself in this world. When one gazes upon the world from a divine perspective with a clear understanding of its development, would one not look down upon them? The answer is unequivocally yes. Unaware of their inner turmoil, Chen Xi scanned the crowd with an intriguing gaze before speaking. Hey, Aside from that blonde woman with the voluptuous figure, shouldn't the rest of you introduce yourselves? I don't recognize any of you. It seemed that apart from the renowned Natasha, the enchanting figure of the Marvel Universe, the others appeared merely familiar. Scarlet, who does not know her? The dream of countless admirers, her bathwater could fetch hundreds of thousands in an auction. If only her legs were a tad longer, that might have improved her ratings. Although her weaponry could certainly add some points. However, his indifferent attitude left Natasha feeling somewhat exposed. Am I the only one revealed? Frustrated, she fell silent. After all, none among this assembly were benevolent, and perhaps she might seize an opportunity after all. Steel Titan seized the chance to inquire why he intends to kill Human Torch. Professor X was notably proactive, deeply invested in the affairs of mutants, particularly those as unique as this individual. Understood, Professor. Steel Titan discreetly replied to Professor X in his mind, then stepped forward with a courteous smile and said, Greetings, esteemed powerhouse. I am uncertain how to address you. His amiable demeanor was commendable, as one should not strike a smiling face. Chen Xi, came the calm response. Chen Xi? Indeed, a citizen of the Dragon Country? They had previously speculated that he must be from the Dragon Country. Other nations seemed implausible given his unique, indefinable confidence typical of a great nation. However, before they could further indulge their imaginations, Chen Xi interrupted them. Did your Professor X convey any instructions regarding you? What? He is so familiar with Professor X? It appeared he was not a mere wild mutant after all. Steel Titan was taken aback, suddenly realizing that this individual possessed knowledge about them, including Professor X's likely directives. This ambiguous character had some depth. At that moment, Steel Titan found himself in a predicament. While others were well acquainted with them, they knew nothing about him. He timidly stated, Professor X asked me to inquire why you wish to eliminate Fireman John. As mutants, we are already scarce. We should not hunt each other, but rather unite. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi instantly understood. This was Charles' style, one that refrained from hastily resorting to violence. With his capabilities, he could indeed transform humanity's perception of mutants in an instant. Yet he firmly believed in the freedom of the soul and the importance of non-interference. Would you like to know? Let us shake hands first. Chen Xi's seemingly nonsensical remark left everyone present utterly bewildered. What was this? What kind of request or peculiar inclination was this? Nonetheless, despite their confusion, Steel Titan complied and shook his hand. Ding. Detected character Steel Titan. Would you like to extract abilities? This extraction requires 50,000 points. Extract. Ding. Deducting 50,000 points. Successfully extracted Steel Titan's carbon steel body mutant ability. Would you like to fuse it? Wait, do not fuse it yet. Steel Titan's transformation into Iron Man was impressive. His metallic form was only surpassed by the primal adamantium and vibranium. In high spirits, Chen Xi turned his attention to Iceman Bob. Come, let us shake hands. Me? Iceman pointed to himself in surprise. Indeed, you. Very well. Iceman shrugged, thinking it was inconsequential. The two casually shook hands. Ding. Detected character Iceman Bob. Would you like to extract Iceman's abilities? This extraction requires 3,000 points. Extract. Even though it required 3,000 points, Chen Xi was unfazed. Such Omega-level mutant abilities were merely effects that could not be fully realized in films. In the comics, Iceman could freeze entire galaxies, rendering even time and space powerless against him. Of course, this path would be lengthy and could not be accomplished in the short term. Ding. Deducting 3,000 points. Successfully extracted Iceman Bob's Omega-level freezing ability. Would you like to fuse it? Temporarily, do not fuse it. An Omega-level ability in hand, filled with delight. Having reaped the benefits, he instinctively cast a glance towards the Brotherhood and others. Chen Xi's enigmatic smile was certainly not lost on those around him. Was it merely a handshake that warranted such exuberance? Could this individual truly be a fool? Is it worthwhile for us to strive for the favor of a simpleton? The members of the Brotherhood, including the Red Devil and the Toad Man, began to waver. Red Devil, our leader? Perhaps we should retreat. This fellow might not be quite right in the head. He could very well be a lunatic. If this lunatic were to kill Fireman John, would that not be unsettling? He is indeed deranged. Does a madman require justification for murder? The Toad Man, possessing rather unimpressive abilities, could be easily bullied. His key flaw lay in his repulsive nature and unappealing appearance. These factors combined rendered him timid and insecure. Any kindness shown to him was met with tenfold gratitude. At this moment, he perceived the man with the strange smile as exceedingly terrifying. What if one day he were to erupt in violence? The more he pondered, the more his fear grew. Some matters, the more you wish to avoid, the more they loom large. And you lot, how about a handshake? The author has something to say. Chapter 20. Teleportation at hand. Upon hearing those words, the frogman was instantly terrified, shaking his head vigorously, like a rattle. No. You must be marking me. If I shake your hand, you'll track me. You're a psychopathic killer. What on earth? Chen Xi was struck dumb. his scalp tingling with disbelief. When did I become a pervert? Speaking such nonsense could have legal consequences, you know? Chen Xi rolled his eyes repeatedly, casting a disdainful glance at the cowardly, life-fearing toad. Not only did the Red Devil feel embarrassed, but his fellow mutants, Little Steel and Iceman, also felt a sense of shame. How could someone so timid aspire to be a villain? Are all of Magneto's subordinates of this ilk? Unable to bear it any longer, the Red Devil stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the Frogman, awkwardly extending his hand. I apologize, this guy didn't take his medication this morning. Hello. I am the Red Devil. Hello, Chen Xi. Chen Xi beamed as he shook his hand, nearly glowing with enthusiasm. The Red Devil, possessing only the ability of teleportation in the films, was somewhat diminished, yet that was sufficient. Who hasn't he been a whimsical youth? Who hasn't he fantasized about teleportation, invisibility, and X-ray vision? These are the three most coveted superpowers in the realm of imagination. Ahem, as for invisibility, naturally, it pertains to the three most tantalizing desires in a man's heart. Those in the know, and X-ray vision? That goes without saying. What adolescent hasn't he pondered it? Let us not misinterpret. Chen Xi merely wished to utilize X-ray vision for gem gambling, not for prying into any cherries or pastures. Teleportation, on the other hand, was purely for the sake of coolness. It also served the purpose of escape, such as when one needed to flee from a vault, one must have an exit strategy. In that moment of handshake, Chen Xi felt his heart race. Ding. Detecting character Red Devil. Would you like to extract the Red Devil's abilities? This extraction requires 300,000 points. Extract. Chen Xi's voice trembled with excitement. It's happening. Ding. Deducting 300,000 points. Successfully extracted the Red Devil's teleportation ability. Would you like to merge? Not yet. Despite his eager anticipation, Chen Xi forcibly steadied his mindset. No rush. No rush. Even if time in the system space felt prolonged, less than a second had passed outside. Having acquired the Red Devil's ability, Chen Xi's objective was wholly achieved, and he had no interest in the others. At this moment, he smiled with satisfaction. In a good mood, he didn't mind responding to Steelman's inquiry. Well, you see, I'm quite timid. That day when Fireman startled me, I feared his retaliation, so I inadvertently facilitated his demise. What? That's it? Just that? Steelman was at a loss for words, incredulous at this reasoning. Isn't that absurd? Someone scares you, and you kill them? So now everyone will have to avoid you? Frightening you means death? That is utterly tyrannical. Steelman. Inquire if he would be willing to return to school with us. We cannot allow him to roam freely outside. Charles observed Chen Xi's serious demeanor and inferred that he genuinely believed so. He was aware that Chen Xi regarded them from a lofty perch, scarcely considering anyone's feelings. Who truly values the lives of mere ants? He suspected that Chen Xi's personality had drastically transformed following the awakening of his powers, which had inflated his ego. Understood, Professor. Steel Titan acknowledged, then turned back to Chen Xi with a serious gaze, imploring, Sir, could you please return with us to the X-Men? That is our true home. Return to the mutant school? How could that be possible? While it may boast an array of bizarre abilities, it hardly aligns with my identity. To be a mere mouse in a school for mutants? What would be the point of coming to this world only to live as a rodent? Thus, I unequivocally declined. My apologies, but I detest hiding. A true man confronts challenges head-on. A genuine warrior faces the harsh realities of life. What? Are you implying that we are cowards? Indeed. Chen Xi replied bluntly, shrugging his shoulders, his meaning unmistakable. Were they not? Steel Titan, embodying a straightforward masculinity, became incensed. Very well, sir, you are indeed formidable. But we X-Men are not to be underestimated. I apologize. Upon concluding, he transformed into a small cannon and charged forward, prompting Iceman to follow suit. Before them, an ice sphere, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized, poised for action. Was this the extent of Omega's ability? Creating ice out of thin air. Defying the laws of energy conservation. How unscientific. Despite the impending threat, Chen Xi remained unfazed. Although Steel Titan possessed immense strength and unparalleled defense, his speed was lacking. Chen Xi effortlessly sidestepped his initial assault, simultaneously maintaining his composure against Steel Titan's blunt strikes while keeping a watchful eye on the approaching ice sphere. In an instant, the ice sphere loomed larger in Chen Xi's vision. Closer, closer. It seemed manageable. Iceman's performance was disappointingly subpar. His control abilities were lacking. Before he could close in, Chen Xi seized control of the ice spheres. Shatter! Chen Xi commanded with a fierce shout, and the ice spheres exploded into shards. You are also an ice-type mutant? Iceman exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Incorrect. I am omnipotent. Chen Xi laughed heartily, putting on an act. Though he could not do it now, he would master it eventually. Humph, pretentious fool. Natasha remarked disdainfully from the sidelines, finding Chen Xi's display rather infuriating. How infuriating. I have been outshone. Iceman fumed, unable to contend with Chen Xi, leaving Steel Titan to confront him alone. Boom, boom, boom. Steel Titan and Chen Xi exchanged powerful punches in a titanic clash, evenly matched. The Frost Giant's royal physique proved quite impressive, holding its ground against Steel Titan's brute force. Chen Xi felt unfazed, yet the onlookers gaped in astonishment. Oh my, isn't he a long-range mage? Indeed, has he transformed into a melee warrior? This individual possesses remarkable skills. How infuriating. I've been deceived once more. No one anticipated this. They all believed Chen Xi to be a long-range sorcerer, yet he is, in fact, a versatile melee mage. At this moment, they suddenly noticed Chen Xi taking a swift step back from the battlefield, shouting towards the Brotherhood, "Hey, aren't you going to assist me? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Have you forgotten?" What a clever tactic to divert attention. The Red Devil felt a flicker of interest. Having a character like Chen Xi join their Brotherhood would indeed be advantageous. Red Devil, wait. This fellow is intentionally trying to incite discord between us and the X-Men. He must have some ulterior motive. Just as the Red Devil intended to lend assistance, he was obstructed by the Porcupine Man, who was covered in repulsive barbed spikes. Chen Xi, initially unfazed, then realized he was dealing with the foolish Porcupine Man from Marvel. In the next instant, Chen Xi made his move. What? The crowd experienced a moment of disorientation, followed by a piercing scream. Upon regaining their senses, they discovered that the Porcupine Man, who had just been boasting about his superiority, lay sprawled in a pool of his own blood. The author has something to say. Chapter 21. You know too much, TikTok. TikTok. The azure ice blade glimmered with a chilling radiance, exhaling tendrils of frost. The tip still dripped with crimson blood, which, despite the icy grip, had yet to congeal. Time was fleeting, and the blade was swift. The Hedgehog Man lay in a pool of his own blood, desperately clutching his neck in a futile attempt to staunch the gushing wound. However, the severed artery rendered him beyond salvation. When Chen Xi had watched this scene unfold in a film, he had found it utterly repugnant, and now this foolish creature resurfaced. As if seeking a death sentence by illuminating the latrine with a lantern, with unabashed disdain, he gazed upon the terror-stricken Hedgehog Man, as if crushing an ant beneath his heel. Ding! Host has slain the Hedgehog Man, earning 500 biological energy. Chen Xi smiled faintly. Well, the bothersome fly has been eliminated. Its incessant buzzing was undeniably vexing. Ah, but what of the others? The Steel Man? The Iceman? At that moment, despite Chen Xi's spring-like demeanor, which sent shivers down the spines of the two, his smile appeared to them as that of a demon's. To kill it a mere disagreement? No. He hadn't uttered a single word. Could such a being be someone they could contend with? Both were rendered speechless by Chen Xi's ferocity. They were akin to sheltered blooms, having never taken a life, merely escorting supervillains to the precinct. They were far too feeble. They stammered, at a loss for words. Ha ha. Return and inform Charles that I am a person of principles and reason. I do not harm those who do not harm me. I am a good person, a truly good person. Upon hearing this, Natasha and the Red Devil nearly believed him. Could a man who kills without a second thought truly be a good person? If so, one might as well award a peace prize to a lamp. Just as the Steel Man and his companion were floundering, Charles's voice resonated once more. All right, come back. He is beyond your control. Upon hearing this, the two Steel Men breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere was too terrifying for their fragile hearts. Following the directive, they bowed to Chen Xi and hastily departed with the Iceman. Once the X-Men had vacated, Chen Xi turned his gaze toward the Red Devil, a smirk playing on his lips. And you? I have killed your two companions. Will you seek vengeance upon me? No. I must express my gratitude, sir. I have long harbored disdain for the Fireman and this Hedgehog Man. The Red Devil waved his hands dismissively. Since there is no matter at hand, then be on your way. I shall not detain you. Chen Xi promptly dismissed them. He had more pressing matters to attend to, lacking time for idle chatter. Very well. We shall not intrude further, sir. The Brotherhood will always welcome your esteemed presence. The Red Devil bowed with utmost courtesy before departing with the Toad Man suddenly. Wait. Deal with the remaining fellows behind. These mercenaries know far too much. Chen Xi called out to them, gesturing toward the distant mercenaries. Understood, sir. The Red Devil acknowledged. And then a red mist enveloped the area, followed by a chorus of anguished screams. The teleporting red demon has become a nightmare for this group of mercenaries, with its swift daggers mercilessly reaping fragile lives. How ruthless you are. Unbeknownst to her, Natasha had already approached Chen Xi, swaying her alluring figure. Ruthless? If I were not so, or merely an ordinary person, I would be as helpless as an ant, toyed with at will. Chen Xi gazed into the distance, his eyes imbued with an unwavering resolve. Natasha sensed something profound within this man, a stirring that touched her heart. He no longer wished to be an ant, powerless to resist and awaiting judgment from others. He would be the one to pass judgment, for no one could decree his fate, not even the exalted 5 great primordial gods. The court of life. What is happening to him? Natasha suddenly felt a pang of trepidation as an overwhelming aura of lethality emanated from the man beside her. Though not directed at her, it cast a shadow of terror upon her. You? Natasha looked at Chen Xi with growing anxiety. Me? I'm fine. But you seem to be in trouble. In the next moment, Chen Xi returned to his usual demeanor, resembling a neighborly young man. As if the terrifying figure moments ago was not him at all. The murderous intent dissipated, allowing Natasha to exhale in relief. Upon hearing Chen Xi's remark about her predicament, she playfully inquired, "What's wrong with me? Are you going to devour me?" After speaking, she teasingly pointed a delicate finger at his heart. The implication was unmistakable, and Chen Xi seized her petite hand, playfully toying with it. "You are now my captive. Do you not think you've landed yourself in quite a predicament? You, let me go, you scoundrel." Natasha's frustration surged as her small hand was treated so casually. How could he disregard the norms? She felt wronged. No one had ever dared to take such liberties with her, and those who did were swiftly dealt with. Let go? Impossible, when you're so soft and fragrant. Chen Xi shamelessly continued to play with her, pulling her into his embrace and squeezing her. Natasha, the infamous Black Widow, could not tolerate such indignity. She retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Chen Xi's vulnerable area, but he reacted with remarkable agility. Ouch. Just like that. Natasha's short leg was firmly restrained, her face flushed with anger as she bit down on Chen Xi's arm. Hiss. Hey, are you a dog? Chen Xi, caught off guard while relishing the moment, could hardly believe it. Let go. Let go. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. His words held no sway as Natasha clung on stubbornly, biting with all her might. In that case, Chen Xi saw no reason to be courteous. His hand, like a wolf's claw, grasped the sizable cotton ball. Hiss. Now it was Natasha's turn to draw a sharp breath. Was this man utterly shameless? With a swish, her face burned with embarrassment. Chen Xi found it peculiar. How could a seasoned veteran like Natasha, who had faced countless situations, still blush and feel shy? Scoundrel. Pervert. If you don't let go, will you continue to squeeze? Natasha, with a charming pout, exclaimed, how shameless can one be? How could one be so casually reckless? Oh. My apologies, Chen Xi said, his face turning crimson. What a blunder. Ah, go to hell. Natasha shrieked again, feeling exceptionally unfortunate today. Sorry, my hand slipped. Chen Xi insisted. Genuinely remorseful. Get lost. I wouldn't believe you even if you begged. Natasha retorted, tightening her legs and pinching him in frustration. Cough, cough, Sister Scarlet. Have you sent Natasha here to probe me? He mused, clearly overthinking the situation. You imbecile. I am not Scarlet. My name is Natasha. She fumed, her ire palpable. What do you mean, sister? I am only 24 years old, for heaven's sake. Still youthful and vibrant. By the way, who is this black egg you speak of? Our director? Bingo. Isn't he just the black egg? With a burst of laughter, Natasha couldn't contain herself, finding the resemblance uncanny. Ding. A hidden mission has been activated. Please complete the task of maintaining distance with the character Black Widow to earn a reward of 1 million points. Chapter 22. Chen Xi, I am Ultraman Digga. Gah. While Natasha laughed heartily, seemingly carefree, Chen Xi nearly choked on his breath. What on earth is the system trying to do? Has it gone mad? What sin have I committed? Natasha has become somewhat intimidating to him. Her experiences are rather extensive. Ahem, system. What do you mean by this? Is there a time constraint for the task? Host, please complete it within a month, or the system will deem the task a failure. To proceed or not to proceed? That is the question. Should he endure this alluring punishment or relinquish this easily attainable reward? This task is exceedingly arduous. Perhaps it is best to wait, to consider it at a later time. As Chen Xi pondered these thoughts, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Natasha. She is certainly quite impressive. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman before? Keep looking, and I shall pluck your eyeballs out. Natasha glared at him fiercely. TCH. Am I afraid of you? Chen Xi retorted, refusing to back down, his gaze turning menacingly toward the imposing figure before him. You. Natasha huffed, her frustration palpable, prompting Chen Xi to worry about the durability of her attire, fearing it might burst under the strain. Stop. Enough of this nonsense. I trust that the black egg can hear our conversation now. Let us discuss your intentions. Seeing the fierce woman on the verge of a tirade, Chen Xi hastily redirected the conversation, feeling quite fatigued. Damn it. Natasha inquired about his origins and objectives, suggesting a potential collaboration. What Tony can accomplish, we too can achieve. Recruitment has always been their common tactic. After all, Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, Spider-Man, Wanda, and Quicksilver were all brought into the fold, not out of betrayal, but due to differing stakes. They are adept at discerning how to manipulate various individuals. As for the nickname debacle, the entity known as Damn It declared, I belong to the Turtle lineage, Ninja Turtle. Director Nick Fury instructed me to inquire about your background and intentions. Can we collaborate? Natasha nearly revealed the name of the black egg, but managed to restrain herself due to her high level of professionalism. Considering your face, it is not out of the question. Chen Xi stroked his chin, appearing to contemplate. Really? Then do tell. Natasha beamed, pleased that her charm still held sway over this somewhat Na'vi individual. Well, I too wish to collaborate with you. After all, being new to Earth, I find myself rather outnumbered, Chen Xi casually remarked. What? You are new to Earth? Are you saying you are an alien? Nick Fury on the other side of the conversation felt a headache coming on. Damn it. Why do aliens all seem to favor Earth? The Skrulls are like this. And so are the Kree. Which planet are you actually from? This is truly perplexing. Fury scratched his bald head in exasperation. Once upon a time, he was a dashing figure, admired by many, but everything changed after he joined this overly long-named agency. The strands of hair were grasped in despair. Reminiscent of time itself, once gone, it never returns. The exceedingly frustrated Nick Fury urged Natasha to continue. Our director Nick Fury instructed me to inquire which planet you hail from and your purpose for coming to Earth. Natasha rolled her eyes, exasperated by the absurdity of the situation. This Nick Fury must have lost his mind. Where are the aliens? Could this villain before her possibly be an extraterrestrial? Would an alien possess the same aesthetic sensibilities as a human? She vividly recalled the various misdeeds he had committed against her. What alien would behave in such a manner? She was already feeling damp, a single woman of considerable age lamenting her plight. This rogue certainly knew how to toy with her emotions. Unbeknownst to Natasha, Chen Xi pondered deeply and gravely declared, my extraterrestrial name is Ultramantiga. I hail from the distant star cluster of the M788 Nebula, a remarkably advanced supercluster. Our technology is approximately 1,000,000 years ahead of Earth's. Compared to us, the Kree and Skrull are utterly trivial. My king has dispatched me to save Earth and uphold love and justice throughout the cosmos. In a few years, extraterrestrial invaders will besiege Earth, merely the vanguard of the cosmic overlord, the sweet potato essence. The true crisis will arise when the cosmic sovereign descends in person. Thus, my purpose here is to safeguard your planet. Chen Xi spoke with fervor and earnestness, never having realized he could be so serious. However, Natasha did not believe a single punctuation mark of his claims. Ultramantiga, the M788 Nebula, cosmic overlords, pure nonsense. She cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xi, thinking, what a boastful fool. Just as Natasha finished her derision, she felt a sharp slap on her backside. What was that for? I'll take you on. She seethed, baring her teeth as she charged at Chen Xi. Stop, he commanded, effortlessly pinning her head down, subduing her completely. With her short legs, she couldn't reach him no matter how she flailed. In the face of overwhelming strength, her combat prowess was utterly futile. While they frolicked, Nick Fury sat across, drenched in sweat, his expression shifting between anxiety and contemplation. Slumped in his chair, he pondered deeply. Although Natasha dismissed Chen Xi's words, he found himself somewhat convinced. He was aware of the existence of the Skrulls and Kree and recognized that Earth truly resembled an ant in the presence of these formidable cosmic empires. The notion of alien invasion and the arrival of a cosmic overlord left him uncertain whether Chen Xi was deceiving him, yet he felt compelled to take caution. An ancient proverb from Dragon Country states, it is better to be prepared for 1,000 than to fear the one. He had to make all necessary preparations and could not afford to remain passive. Natasha, your mission is complete. Your next task is to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Xi. The scheming Nick Fury was determined not to waste time, as he needed to prepare for multiple contingencies. Very well, Director Fury, Natasha replied helplessly, incredulous that she had actually begun to believe it. She has begun to admire Nick Fury. This man is undoubtedly a remarkable talent. Chen Xi's speculation was not unfounded. He knew this would be the outcome. Let Nick Fury occupy himself with his busy work. A natural, late-stage sufferer of paranoia. He cannot trust anyone completely, not even Captain America, Steve. Not even himself can he trust entirely. Nick Fury has fortified himself against his own doubts, fearing that even he might fall prey to the hypnosis of mutants. Thus, many of his plans are embedded with intricate codes. As for arrangements concerning Natasha, they stem from his consideration of having multiple allies and diverse paths. When Chen Xi claims he will save the Earth, regardless of whether Fury believes him, he feels compelled to explore the possibility. Whether Chen Xi's earlier fabrications or later truths, Nick Fury has been thoroughly deceived. He fell for the earlier nonsense about Ultraman. Yet he only half believed in the arrival of the purple sweet potato essence. Overthinking can be detrimental. The author has something to express. Chapter 23, Fusion. In this moment, the world fell into silence, leaving only the two of them and those who could not speak. Chen Xi produced a lighter, flicking it open with a snap. What are you planning to do? Barbecue. Natasha paused, perplexed. How can you barbecue with a lighter? Well, it could singe their hair. How did I not think of that? Chen Xi disregarded her foolishness, manipulating the small flame until it transformed into a roaring dragon of fire. Oh my goodness, you possess fire-based mutant abilities? Natasha gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Oh God, why are you so favored? Why is it so unfair? The realization that she was merely an ordinary person weighed heavily on her mind, causing an imbalance within. Amidst Natasha's exclamations, the fiery dragon consumed one voiceless figure after another, leaving behind charred remnants. Once he had completed his task, Chen Xi cast a triumphant glance at Natasha. Didn't I say I am capable of anything? Humph. What a show-off. Though she verbally dismissed him, the astonishment in her beautiful eyes betrayed her envy. She was just an ordinary person. Yet, every day she encountered classified cases in a world teeming with superpowered individuals, while she remained ordinary. With growing concern, she pondered whether she would be left behind. After this encounter, she felt her insignificance acutely. In a future fraught with superpowered crime, what path would she take? Look at me, Natasha. Chen Xi subtly gestured, and she instantly understood. The sharp instincts of a spy were not to be underestimated. She promptly removed her earpiece, realizing Chen Xi had secrets to share. Once Natasha had discarded the earpiece, Chen Xi spoke softly. I can help you become a super Black Widow, the kind that even 10 Captain Americas cannot rival. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. Chen Xi was aware of the marvels this world held, such as the heart-shaped herb of Wakanda. He refused to believe it was solely for Black Panther's use. Surely, he could engage in friendly negotiations, couldn't he? He believed they would agree. He had always favored amicable discussions. Beyond Wakanda, there were numerous methods to implant mutant abilities. He also possessed arc reactor technology. In due time, he could summon the villain Ivan Vanko and perhaps engage in friendly negotiations with Tony Stark for nanotech suits. In the Marvel Universe, anything is possible. What? Is that truly feasible? Natasha's eyes sparkled, her body trembling slightly. Strengthening oneself is an immutable truth. Of course, I always deliver on my promises. However, there are no free lunches in this world. I require your loyalty to infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D, Chen Xi stated matter-of-factly. His gaze fixed intently on Natasha's exquisite eyes. Natasha, daunted by the gravity of the proposition, found herself unable to meet his gaze. Realizing the weight of the decision before her, caught in a dilemma, she hesitated on how to respond. Should she accept or abandon the offer? She found herself ensnared in a web of uncertainty. Chen Xi discerned her apprehensions, yet he remained unperturbed, casually engaging in his endeavors, indifferent to the outcome. Nevertheless, confidence coursed through him. Although Natasha had inexplicably allied herself with S-H-I-E-L-D, it was merely a matter of what Nick Fury had promised her. Since Nick Fury could persuade Natasha to betray the Red Room organization, the leverage he wielded was substantial. I shall take my leave. Ponder at your leisure. For time is abundant on my part, he remarked, tossing her a business card as he departed in his vehicle. Left in a stupor, Natasha gazed at the card in her hand, ensnared in contemplation. Her initial decision to flee the Red Room and join S-H-I-E-L-D had stemmed from Nick Fury's assurance of administering the Infinity Formula. The allure of life was irresistible, and she was no exception. What lay before her now? Superpowers. A more formidable self. The drive to become stronger was an innate biological instinct. Such opportunities were scarce. Clenching her fists, she murmured softly to herself. Having resolved her course of action, a sudden gust of wind brushed against her legs, sending a shiver down her spine, and a realization struck her, igniting her fury. That scoundrel Chen Xi, such a shameless rogue. Not only did he neglect to extinguish the flames, but he also fanned them, cursing under her breath. She hastily entered her vehicle, ensuring no one was around, and discreetly yanked down her pants, stuffing them into her bag. They were utterly drenched, rendering them unwearable. All this was that insufferable rogue's fault for incessantly teasing her. Achoo. Meanwhile, as Chen Xi drove, he sneezed forcefully. Who was thinking of me so fondly? Truly adorable. The Lamborghini roared like a bolt of blue lightning, drawing a chorus of curses from those he passed. Damn, what's so great about luxury cars? Do they consider the less fortunate beneath them? Damn squid. Arriving at the quaint abode rented by Wanda, Chen Xi abruptly halted his vehicle. Upon peering through the door, he was taken aback to find Wanda still soundly asleep. Even at this late hour, impressive. He entered another room, locked the door, and prepared to attend to serious matters. System. Initiate fusion. Chen Xi was eager and ready. Please hold. Host. Ding. Extracting the steel power's reinforced abilities, commencing fusion. Please hold. Ding. Fusion successful. Upon hearing the notification, Chen Xi extended a finger, eagerly testing it. Indeed, his finger transformed into a lethal weapon, reminiscent of Kato's prowess, capable of driving women into a frenzy. Proceed. Ding. Extracting Iceman's freezing abilities, commencing fusion. Please hold. Ding. Detected host possesses ice-type abilities. Both abilities are now fusing. Please hold. Ding. Fusion successful. With a mere thought, a swirling vortex of ultra-low temperature formed in the palm of his hand, registering at -150 degrees. Even a steel-bodied powerhouse like Steelman or the exceptionally resilient Wolverine would succumb to such frigid temperatures instantly. Omega-level abilities now firmly in his grasp. Thus far, this was his most formidable power. The sense of security that accompanied such overwhelming offensive capabilities was unparalleled. In cinema, Iceman had truly squandered such extraordinary talents. System proceed. Ding. Extracting the teleportation ability of the Red Devil. Commencing fusion. Please hold on. Host. Ding. Fusion successful. Excellent. Truly splendid. He has finally acquired a vital auxiliary ability for self-preservation. If he cannot overpower his adversaries, he can at least make a swift escape. Not many can withstand the divine skill of teleportation. Chen Xi could not fathom why the Red Devil initially submitted to Sebastian Shaw only to later associate with Magneto. After all, he is a mutant who has lived for over 1,000 years, which seems rather implausible. His teleportation ability is rather insidious. He could transport enemies to great heights, only for them to plummet and meet their demise. Alternatively, he could confine individuals within a sealed cage made of adamantium and suffocate them. If all else fails, he could throw them into the heart of the ocean, ensuring they either drown or succumb to exhaustion and thirst. Just moments ago, during the confrontation with the Red Devil, he was poised to merge with the teleportation ability to guard against any underhanded tactics. Yet, the Red Devil refrained from employing any. Regardless, he has now managed to establish a tentative foothold. With the emergence of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, they can now ensure that their adversaries cannot return. The author has something to convey. Chapter 24. The Invincible Hulk System. Please open the attribute panel. Beep. The attribute panel is now open. Please review. Host. Chen Xi age, 22 level. Earth peak physique. Frost giant physique abilities. Water manipulation A class, 10 km range. Ice manipulation S class, minus 150 degrees Celsius. Fire manipulation C class, 500 degrees. Carbon steel transformation, inferior to primitive adamantium and vibranium. Teleportation A class, Earth range. Items, Time Gem, Space Gem, Reality Gem, Power Gem, Mind Gem, Soul Gem, N pieces, points, 6. 7 million biological energy, 1,350 points. With an impressive array of abilities. His panel now exuded a striking allure, no longer resembling a mere collection of trivialities. Haha, splendid. Chen Xi mused, stroking his chin with satisfaction. Now, let us venture forth and test these newfound powers. Eager to explore his capabilities, he resolved to indulge himself. Let us head to the Western Desert. The classic cowboy films of yore were undeniably captivating. In no time, he decided upon the vast desert, a boundless expanse where he could revel freely. Whoosh. With a swirl of crimson mist, Chen Xi vanished into thin air. Am I utilizing an alternate dimension as a transit point for spatial folding? At the moment of teleportation, he perceived himself entering an otherworldly realm, the space folding vividly before his eyes. He felt akin to a point on a map, stepping forth directly into a designated location. Splash. He found himself standing amidst the endless stretches of desert. At this moment, he had arrived just in time. The solitary smoke rising in the vast desert, the sun setting over the long river. Chen Xi couldn't help but recite this timeless verse. Before him, the magnificent hues of the sunset cast a warm glow over the desert, igniting the clouds on the horizon. This breathtaking spectacle was a first for him. The sun, weary from its journey, appeared large and crimson, no longer blinding as it was during the day. The once desolate desert now donned a gentle palette, free from the glaring glare of the white sands. The clouds above resembled an orange and yellow garment, drifting aimlessly, their colors deepening as the sun, now a vibrant red, approached the horizon. At the moment the sun kissed the horizon, it seemed as if the world transformed. The layers of clouds in the western sky appeared as if stained with rouge, fluffy and buoyant. They leisurely floated against the crystalline azure, as if embroidered with orange-red patterns upon smooth blue satin. Beautiful, inexpressibly beautiful. Overwhelmed by an outpouring of emotions, Chen Xi felt compelled to unleash his exhilaration. Without restraint, he roared defiantly into the world. This unrestrained bellowing allowed him to cast aside the anxieties, frustrations, and excitement of the past few days, all released alongside his thunderous cries. Boom, 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 wow, wow, wow. Chen Xi was taken aback. Had he mastered the art of remote bovine striking? This response is indeed remarkably timely. Of course, Chen Xi had not practiced the so-called Diamond Lion's roar. It was, in fact, a rocket barrage. Astonished, he lifted his gaze to behold 7 or 8 armed helicopters soaring in the distance, the source of the explosive chaos. At this moment, the heavy machine guns aboard roared incessantly, while the soldiers fired their rocket launchers with relentless fervor. Turning towards the sound once more, he spotted a rotund figure. The green fatty, twisting and turning beneath the relentless bombardment, showcasing an impressive serpentine evasion. I leap left, I jump right, I retreat, I bungee jump. Alas, The evasion. The evasion. I cannot land a hit. How frustrating. This agile chubster is simply untouchable. Goodness, is this not reminiscent of a scene from the Hulk saga? The thrilling moment of Hulk battling aircraft in the desert was indeed captivating. With a sweep of realization, Chen Xi understood. Regardless of whether it was a tank or an aircraft, before the green fatty, they were as fragile as paper. Suddenly, the green fatty came to a halt. Launching himself onto a tank with the grace of a bear pouncing for its meal. Seizing the tank's cannon, he began to whirl it with playful abandon. Whoosh. The tank soared skyward like a shot put. Boom. Hulk's prowess was undeniable, striking true. The aircraft ascended, only to meet its doom alongside the tank in a catastrophic explosion, the fireworks of destruction painting the dusky desert with a vibrant display. Witnessing this spectacle, the other troops were thrown into a frenzy, bullets raining down upon the green fatty as if they were worth nothing. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Yet, these bullets merely bounced off the green fatty as though they were striking a formidable steel plate, utterly ineffective. Just then, several rockets with long trails whistled past, targeting the audacious green fatty. In a split second, the nimble green fatty executed a graceful sidestep, allowing the rockets to narrowly miss him and soar into the distance. With a swift motion, the green fatty caught the next rocket and hurled it back. Boom. A tremendous explosion. Yet again, the green fatty had succeeded in downing an aircraft, sending the smoking helicopter plummeting. Damn it. Damn it. A bunch of useless fools. Useless. After all this time, they still can't catch the green giant. Useless. General Ross, hiding in a helicopter, erupted in a tirade, showing no regard for human life. His heart had grown as hard as iron. The loss of life was inconsequential to him. He was solely focused on capturing the green giant to create super soldiers. Inevitably, this capture operation was on the brink of failure. Alas, how unfortunate. If I cannot succeed, I shall be dismissed. After venting his frustrations, Ross sank into a despondent seat. Goodness gracious, this could jeopardize my career. Wait, General, look, someone is battling the green giant. Suddenly, Ross's aide shouted excitedly, reminding him to pay attention. With a swift motion, Ross leaped to his feet. Ha ha ha, excellent. Let us not rush. Let us observe first. He contemplated whether he could seize the opportunity for himself. Strangely enough, Chen Xi leisurely watched the performance, a rare spectacle indeed. Little did he anticipate that perhaps the divine, finding his enjoyment too delightful, would intervene. Suddenly, a rotund green figure descended from the heavens, plummeting directly toward him. Goodness! While he sat upon the sand, this hefty creature fell from above. Chen Xi hastily evaded, unwilling to bear the brunt of this predicament. Roaring, the green giant, upon landing, instantly charged at Chen Xi. In that moment, Hulk's intellect was utterly absent. Upon sighting a human, he perceived him as an adversary intent on capturing him. With a thud to his chest and a bellowing roar, he unfalteringly commenced his assault on Chen Xi. My word, this hulking brute certainly did not lack in size. Upon seeing the charging green figure, Chen Xi's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a prime target for his frustrations, remarkably resilient to punishment. The author has something to convey. Chapter 25. Extracting Hulk's healing ability, defeating the green giant. The figure of the Hulk loomed larger, his fist, akin to a cooking pot, drawing ever nearer to Chen Xi's pupils. In this critical moment, Chen Xi remained composed, deftly sidestepping the impending blow. In the next instant, he embraced the colossal arm of the green behemoth. Give it to me. Chen Xi's attire was swiftly torn to shreds, revealing a silvery armored figure. Transformed. His strength surged once more, escalating from over 30 tons to nearly 100 tons. Of course, this power still paled in comparison to the Hulk's formidable bulk, which typically weighed in at 800 tons. Nonetheless, this newfound strength was sufficient. Seizing the opportunity while the Hulk was off balance, Chen Xi wrapped his arms around the green giant's limb, bending his right knee. Employing his diminutive steel frame, he delivered a powerful knee strike to the hollow of the Hulk's knee. The knee's anatomy is intricate, housing vital structures, primarily the popliteal artery, popliteal vein, and tibial nerve. Any injury here could yield severe consequences. Damage to this area could easily lead to thrombosis in the lower limbs, rendering it both a fragile and crucial point. In previous encounters, he had resorted to every tactic imaginable. Otherwise, he would have long since been defeated. When one is weaker, they must strategize. With a resounding thud, the Hulk was struck by the steel knee, collapsing to one knee and howling in agony. Roar. It hurts. It pierces to the core. Even the might of a barrage from the god of fire's Gatling gun, accompanied by a flurry of rockets, could not breach his skin. It was akin to a mere tickle. Yet, now he found himself unable to endure such excruciating pain, underscoring the severity of the blow. But the encounter was far from over. Seizing the moment while the Hulk was distracted, Chen Xi executed a fierce shoulder throw, sending him sprawling far away, kicking up a cloud of dust. This time, Chen Xi refrained from pursuing further action. He simply observed the green giant, for he bore no grudge against him. Ding! The system detected the character of the Hulk. Would the extraction proceed? Given the multitude of abilities possessed by the Hulk, a singular extraction required 1 million points. As anticipated, the system activated at the moment of their contact. Let the extraction commence. Unlike previous attempts, this time numerous options began to dance before him. Hulk's strength, Hulk's defense, Hulk's healing, Hulk's speed, Hulk's endurance, and immunity to toxins. Indeed, each of these abilities could elevate one to the ranks of a top-tier superhuman, which explained why they were presented individually. With anticipation, Chen Xi watched as the slot machine began to spin. Bayu, bayu, bayu. The icons danced joyously, accelerating until they came to a sudden halt. Boom. Peering closely, Chen Xi noticed the cursor had settled on Hulk's healing ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for extracting Hulk's healing ability this round. The next extraction can be attempted in 1 month. Ding. The extraction of Hulk's healing ability is complete. Does the host wish to proceed with fusion? Wait a moment, Chen Xi pondered. There's no need to rush. Fusion would require 10 minutes. And there was no urgency in the immediate moment. At this moment, the green behemoth had utilized his remarkable self-healing abilities to recover from the near asphyxiation of his blood-filled thigh. With the mindset of a mere child, he spat with contempt, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, fixated intently on Chen Xi. Fury surged within him. After so long in the arena, he had never endured such excruciating pain. How could anyone withstand the force of hundreds of tons? Roaring with rage, the green giant began to accelerate. Thud, thud, thud. His heavy footsteps resonated through the desert, sending clouds of yellow sand swirling into the air, causing the very ground to tremble. It was evident that his fury had reached a boiling point. These incessant nuisances were driving him to madness. My goodness. A single green giant is akin to an entire convoy. What an extravagant entrance. Chen Xi let out a startled cry and immediately teleported away. Roar, roar, roar. The figure that had just loomed before him vanished. Have I been deceived? The green behemoth stood frozen, incensed and howling with frustration. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over him. Something was amiss. Alas, it was too late. Chen Xi, having teleported behind the green giant, executed a colossal slam. Boom. With tremendous force, his indomitable fist struck the back of the giant's head, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Stumbling, he fell, landing in a most undignified manner. Spitting out sand, the green behemoth shook his head and regained his footing. Hulk's formidable regenerative powers were indeed astonishing. Roar. His rage intensified. His eyes gleamed a furious red, and his anger surged to unprecedented levels. Chen Xi surmised that the creature's strength must have surpassed 1,500 tons. Was this the transformation from weak to strong, from feeble to fearsome? This mindless Hulk was truly the most corpulent. No, the mightiest. Enraged, he unleashed a barrage of punches, employing left and right hooks, along with a flurry of martial arts strikes. Yet, in his chaotic frenzy, he failed to land even a single blow on Chen Xi, nearly suffocating him instead. The air before him had been rendered void by the green giant's wild flailing, creating an almost sinister atmosphere. However, Chen Xi was no pushover. After enduring such a relentless assault, it was time for him to take center stage. As the green giant lunged forward with a right straight aimed at Chen Xi's head, Chen Xi deftly deflected the blow with his left hand while his right arm wrapped around the Hulk's forearm. In a swift motion, Chen Xi turned his back to the green giant, stabilizing himself with a stomp of his left foot, and then unleashed a devastating kick aimed squarely at the giant. In the next instant, the entire desert erupted in chaos. A howl echoed through the air, scattering the clouds above. The green behemoth, clutching his groin in agony, rolled on the ground, his cries resonating with heart-wrenching despair. Those who witnessed the scene felt an overwhelming sense of empathy, hastily shielding their own legs, as if to protect themselves from the imagined pain. Even the helicopters above began to sway precariously, as all present sympathized with the green giant, pondering the depth of his suffering. Uncertain whether there were remnants scattered, his defenses, no matter how formidable, could scarcely be justified, for it was, after all, the most vulnerable of places. The vibrations of this power were simply indefensible. Even his enchanted undergarments could withstand bombs and missiles, yet could not resist this. As expected, the green behemoth gradually faded away, revealing Banner. Just as Banner regained consciousness, he was beset by a wave of excruciating pain, prompting him to clutch his groin and writhe in agony. Oh, damn, damn, damn. Banner cursed incessantly, attempting to alleviate his suffering. Observing this, Chen Xi could only murmur, "Oh dear, my apologies, this is a grave transgression." Meanwhile, General Ross's attention was riveted not on Banner, but rather fixated ardently upon Chen Xi. What an exquisite specimen for experimentation. What splendid genetics. Capturing him for study would be invaluable. Even if he did not rival Hulk, he would still be extraordinary. Thus, Chen Xi became an additional target on his agenda. Chen Xi, sensing the peculiar gaze from 1,000 meters away, soon realized it was Ross. How audacious of him to set his sights upon me. If some are eager to depart this world, I would not mind facilitating their journey. The author has a word to share. Chapter 26. The arrival of the charlatan Chen Xi regarded General Ross with utter disdain, perceiving him as a rather inconsequential figure, hardly worthy of his caution. Seizing the beleaguered disciple of Wudong, Banner, he executed a swift teleportation, ensuring Ross would gain no advantage. The Hulk, a formidable weapon, must be wielded wisely. Yet, before departing, Chen Xi cast an enigmatic smile at Ross. To Ross, this gesture reeked of provocation and mockery. Just wait, he scoffed, unable to contain his indignation, and turned his ire towards the dispirited soldiers, barking, "Fall back." Thus, an operation that promised much fizzled out into a hasty failure. At Tony's villa, Chen Xi materialized abruptly, tossing the shaken Banner into the swimming pool with a splash. The sudden shock and icy water jolted Banner back to his senses. Oh, damn it. He struggled to his feet, cursing before surveying his surroundings. Hey, who are you? Why did you throw me here? Despite his precarious situation, he found courage. His confidence had swelled lately, for whenever danger loomed, the Hulk would emerge to rescue him, rendering even thoughts of self-harm futile. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I am your savior. Now behave yourself, Chen Xi replied, changing into more suitable attire, contemplating the need for nano-level vibranium. As ordinary clothing proved too fragile. Upon realizing his benefactor was indeed the one who had aided his escape from military capture, Banner's gratitude swelled. However, he remained blissfully unaware that the very culprit behind his troubles stood before him, cloaked as his savior. Chen Xi, cunning and shameless, had struck him, and yet manipulated him into feeling gratitude. Banner mimicked a zipper motion across his lips, signifying his silence. This fellow American humor, perhaps? Chen Xi, taken aback, noted Banner's remarkable physique. Upon rising, he had gained several inches, surprising even himself. At that moment, Tony and Pepper unexpectedly arrived, likely alerted by Jarvis. Pepper, turn around quickly. Tony's expression soured as he realized he had been outmaneuvered yet again. Even Pepper found herself captivated, much to Tony's chagrin. Don't feel inferior, Tony. It's a matter of genetics. Nothing to do with you. Get lost. Am I feeling inferior? Damn it. Tony, visibly rattled, felt his defenses crumble, his spirit bruised. Ha, calm down. I wasn't referring to you. Why are you so worked up? You. Now on the defensive, Tony was incensed. The reigning king of repartee reduced to questioning his worth? As he grappled with his frustrations, Pepper couldn't help but stifle a laugh, relishing his plight. Calm down. I am not here to belittle you today, Chen Xi interjected, clearing his throat and adopting a more serious demeanor. I do not believe a single punctuation mark of what you say. Let us get to the point. Tony exclaimed, clearly irritated. Well, it is as follows. Chen Xi paused, contemplating before continuing. You must be familiar with this gentleman beside me, right? Indeed, the Hulk, Dr. Banner. Tony replied nonchalantly. Good to know. Let him stay here for a while and assist you in your research on the iron armor. What? He is staying here? Are you certain? Do you not fear he might demolish my villa? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This Banner is a ticking time bomb. Who would dare harbor him? Alas, is that truly the case? Perhaps I am better suited for a life in the deep woods. Forever alone. Hearing Tony's loud refusal, Banner sighed helplessly. Am I truly a calamity? I merely wish to lead a quiet existence. Why is it so difficult? The world cannot accommodate me. What am I to do? Banner's emotions surged violently due to Tony's words, his destructive desires intensifying. The green hue in his eyes deepening, Hulk was about to emerge. Banner, calm yourself. While others may reject you, I am not afraid. You are not alone. I believe Tony will accept you as well. Yes, indeed. I also welcome your presence, Tony quickly added, sensing the situation escalating, forcing a smile. Really? Just moments ago. You were unwilling. Banner was not naive. Ah, you know how infuriating and cunning Chen Xi can be. I was overwhelmed in my frustration, Tony replied. Attempting to absolve himself while subtly disparaging Chen Xi, his wit was undeniable. As the green hue gradually receded, Banner managed to regain his composure. Tony exhaled deeply, relieved that the storm had passed, thinking to himself, it is easy to invite the divine, but difficult to send them away. Chen Xi, I detest you. I curse you with a circle, may instant noodles forever lack seasoning packets. Tony's expression fluctuated dramatically, showcasing his mastery in the art of facial expressions. Tony? Have you studied Sichuan opera? Your face-changing technique is quite impressive. Chen Xi couldn't resist teasing him. Indeed, his joy was built upon the suffering of others. You. I am perfectly fine. Tony, feeling exasperated, nearly spat blood. It was all this wretched fellow's fault. Why had he ever brought him along? Having vexed you for so long, I shall offer you a life-saving piece of information at half price. Do not let it be your demise. What a pity it would be if Pepper Potts became someone else's woman. At this moment, the charlatan Chen Xi officially entered the scene, initiating his persuasion mode. Such enigmatic words astonished Tony. He was well aware of Chen Xi's mysterious nature, albeit with a temperament far worse than his own. With a serious demeanor, Tony inquired, "How much? What information?" "Not much, merely $100 million, a fixed price, fair and square," Chen Xi said with a smile, his words carrying an enigmatic undertone. "All right, I agree, now speak." Tony gritted his teeth and acquiesced. $100 million was not excessive, provided it was useful, it would be worth it. Banner and Pepper had long since been rendered speechless. Is money truly that easy to earn? A mere flick of the tongue, and $100 million? The world has transformed into something unrecognizable. Beware of your dear Uncle Obadiah Stane. He has reclaimed your original armor and harbors intentions to eliminate you and seize control of the board. Chen Xi, ever the provocateur, delivered the news that left Tony feeling utterly rattled, his scalp tingling with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tony's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly unconvinced. He had been a steadfast ally of the Stark family for decades. How could this be? One may know a person's face but not their heart, as a junior. How could he be expected to heed the commands of a senior? In light of Tony's incredulity, Chen Xi, having received his payment, felt compelled to offer some free psychological counseling. This, Tony still could not accept it. It is indeed challenging to shake the foundations of decades of dedication with mere words. Nevertheless, it was a futile endeavor. After all, he could not perish from this. And Chen Xi preferred not to waste any more breath. Rather, he would focus on attending to Wanda. It seemed that tomorrow, Tony would formally announce his withdrawal from weapons manufacturing, marking the moment for strategic investment. That was what truly concerned him. The author has something to say. Chapter 27. Extracting Captain America for profit. Regardless of whether Tony listened or believed, Chen Xi was indifferent. Life and death are governed by fate. Wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. It was time to depart. He cast a final glance at Banner, urging him to remain steady. The Avengers? Let that be. Enough said. I shall take my leave. Yet, after taking only a few steps, Chen Xi turned back. "Ah, Tony. Do hasten to instruct Jarvis to transfer $100 million to me, lest I fear it may not reach me. Get lost." Tony erupted in fury. "Who are you cursing?" "Haha, I'm off." Chen Xi laughed heartily, and then vanished in an instant. The others were left agape at the abrupt disappearance of Chen Xi. What the hell? Was that teleportation? Damn. How could this guy have taken our plane to leave when he could teleport? I was kind enough to bring him back, and he deceived me. Tony felt as if he had swallowed a fly, perpetually ensnared since Chen Xi's arrival. He had developed an aversion to even speaking of him. Whenever Chen Xi appeared, good fortune was nowhere to be found. As Tony sulked, Pepper stifled a giggle beside him, while Banner remained aloof, gazing at the ceiling, indifferent to the unfolding drama. In Wanda's room, Chen Xi reappeared in a flash, yet his brow was furrowed. "System, why do I sense a delay in my teleportation? Whether it be Quicksilver or Nightcrawler, they all experienced this." A multitude of questions plagued his mind. Was this a flaw of mutants? After all, no power in this world is without its imperfections. At that moment, the system responded to Chen Xi. "Host. The teleportation of Quicksilver and Nightcrawler relies on traversing an alternate dimension, hence the minuscule delay of mere milliseconds. So it is." Upon hearing the system's explanation, Chen Xi finally comprehended. Among top-tier powers, this flaw is rather significant. Adversaries could easily predict actions based on your delay. In a duel of masters, even a mere 0.1 seconds could spell death for one's opponent. Chen Xi would not tolerate such a predicament. Is there a solution? This is a critical issue. The system's reply was resolute. Indeed. What is the method? Devour the Space Stone, utilizing its boundless spatial power to evolve the host into a being of spatial transference. Excellent. Let it be so. Chen Xi nodded decisively. "Steve, it is your time to emerge." An idea struck Chen Xi, one that would undoubtedly help him achieve his goals. At that moment, Steve lay asleep in the Arctic Ocean, yet to be retrieved, providing ample opportunity for maneuvering. Your superhero, Captain America Steve, the national idol, still breathes in this world. Surprising, isn't it? I shall leverage this superhero, Steve, to exchange for the Tesseract. There is no way Nick Fury could refuse. Absolutely impossible. No matter the circumstances, he must comply. This matter is beyond his discretion. Should he decline, the public would tear him apart. He is acutely aware of how fervently this nation idolizes personal heroism. In a few days, I shall seek out Captain Steve and trade him for money. Ding. Congratulations, host. For slightly altering the fate of the character Hulk, you are rewarded with 100,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for also slightly changing the fate of the character Tony Stark. You are awarded another 100,000 points. Currently, the host has amassed a total of 5.9 million points. After such a prolonged wait, the system's notification finally arrived, allowing Chen Xi to breathe a sigh of relief. How could his intervention in this narrative yield no rewards? He did not dwell on the potential consequences of having Steve emerge 2 years earlier. Why concern himself with such matters? Isn't the essence of the narrative to be disrupted? Otherwise, what purpose does his presence in this world serve? Anything he desires shall not be taken from him. As for the wrath of the purple potato spirit, please. He is currently oblivious to the corners of the universe where he enforces his ideals of equality. For the moment, he is entirely unaware of this place. And even if he were, what could he do? Would a mere subgod-level purple potato spirit dare to tread upon the earth? With Odin still alive and Ancient One present, the purple potato spirit would not risk his life here. Even before Hellas' demise, Thanos dared not approach. Even now, standing here, Thanos would be powerless against him. Chen Xi organized his thoughts and solidified his plans for the time being, feeling considerably more at ease. The sky was darkening. It was time to order some food, as Wanda should be waking up soon to eat. Glancing at the time, he was surprised to find how late it had become. Promptly calling a 5-star hotel to arrange for a grand feast. He deserved to treat himself. After all, he was now a wealthy man, and enjoyment was in order. Furthermore, Wanda needed to replenish her strength after all she had endured for him. Chen Xi felt a pang of guilt. Only when Wanda recovers can he truly be of service to her. Otherwise, he would be no better than a beast. The food delivery service in America, it must be said, is rather sluggish. Even from a 5-star establishment, the efficiency was lacking. From the moment he placed his order to when it arrived at his door, a full 2 hours had elapsed. Was this akin to a snail's pace? The delivery fee was over $20, and this was the service received? It seemed he would need to hire a maid, someone to handle laundry and cooking, or else he would be exhausted. Although skilled in both laundry and cooking, could he truly engage in such tasks now? He was a conqueror of the universe. Was it not beneath him? Wanda, come with me tomorrow. I have purchased a grand villa, with a better environment and greater safety than here. As Wanda indulged in her meal, Chen Xi seized the opportunity to express his intentions. Dining while discussing matters is the key to efficiency. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Wanda agreed. All right, I'll follow your lead. The petite Wanda had no objections. Why would a billionaire heed the opinions of someone earning a mere $2,000 a month? That would be absurd. She was not like those women who would be overly sentimental years down the line. Do eat more. We have matters to attend to tonight. Chen Xi winked knowingly. Who has matters to attend to? Leave me be. Wanda is perplexed by his cunning ways, yet she finds herself overwhelmed by the trivialities of life. She is distressed, fearing that she might be metaphorically crushed under the weight of her own indulgences. A tragic fate indeed, overindulgence leading to suffocation. The very things that countless women envy have become a source of her anxiety. I intend to hire a maid to assist us with laundry and meals. Oh, is that not customary? Wanda replied without lifting her gaze. Well, do not be surprised when the time comes. The maid I choose is far from ordinary. Is she from class 2? Wanda teased playfully. I assure you, I speak the truth. Do not be astonished when the moment arrives. Very well, my curiosity is piqued. Wanda, skeptical, wondered if she had perhaps engaged a ghost, or someone with horns atop their head, or perhaps a tail trailing behind. Higi, a secret. Chen Xi thought of Natasha, who would undoubtedly be quite remarkable, a black widow in a maid's outfit. Now, that sounds intriguing. Chapter 28. The collapse of Stark Industries. After galloping through the vast plains all night, Chen Xi remained spirited, having grasped the reasons behind Wanda's indulgence in alcohol. Beauty captivates the heart. A vice president from Wanda's company had taken a fancy to her, driven by the universal desire for allure. However, resorting to despicable tactics to threaten her seemed rather desperate. Hammer Industries? What a coincidence. Just as I was about to deploy my future plans upon you, you emerge unexpectedly. Upon hearing this news, Chen Xi couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, fiction often mirrors reality. Wanda, don't bother going to work. In a few days, my dear wife, I shall establish a new company, and you will serve as my secretary. Let us indulge in the pleasures of a lavish lifestyle, complete with a stunning team of secretaries. His thoughts wandered, dangerously veering off course, nearly causing him to salivate. Go to hell, you glutton, eyeing both the bowl and the pot. You scoundrel. I must have been blind. Let us part ways. Part ways? That's out of the question. You cannot escape my grasp. Have you ever seen a Cinderella evade the clutches of a domineering CEO? Chen Xi shamelessly embraced Wanda, playfully teasing her, much to her exasperation. This man. Utterly shameless. You call me Cinderella? Humph. You rogue. I was wrong. I was wrong. You are my little princess. How I've missed my princess. Under the threat of Wanda's two-fingered gesture, he relented. His brother was firmly ensnared, for Wanda wielded her influence like a queen commanding her subjects. As they playfully tussled, the television broadcasted Tony's signature audacious voice. Shh, darling, quiet down, important news is coming. Chen Xi hastily silenced Wanda, eager for the news that piqued his interest. Oh, fine. This is dreadful. Yuck. Obediently, Wanda rose, rinsed her mouth, and nestled into the sofa, her gaze fixed on the television. At that moment, Tony, clad in a sharp suit, sat conversing animatedly with Obadiah Stane. Pleasure to see you. Likewise. Tony initiated the greeting, his tone tinged with hesitation. However, Obadiah failed to discern any difference. mistaking Tony's demeanor for that of someone still recovering from a night of revelry. Tony fixed his gaze upon him, stating, "I never had the chance to see my father one last time. I wish to ask him how he viewed the production of arms. Did he ever waver in his convictions? Or was he, as the media portrays, an Iron Man?" At this juncture, Tony appeared slightly agitated, as discussing his father evoked an unresolved turmoil within him. A son unaware of his father, and a father oblivious to his son, while his father lived. He could never truly understand him. Their relationship was marked by endless quarrels. The tree longs for tranquility, yet the wind does not cease. A son yearns to care for his parent, yet the parent does not wait. The death of his father became an indelible wound for Tony, a pain he could never reconcile. From that moment, they were separated by the void of death, never to reunite. At this point, Obadiah hypocritically patted Tony's shoulder, feigning concern and affection. Tony observed all of this with keen eyes, unable to fathom that the very uncle who had supported their family for 2 generations and cared for him would resort to kidnapping. He felt a surge of emotion as he gazed at Obadiah's stain, contemplating that perhaps Chen Xi had been mistaken, that he had misjudged the situation. How could someone who had treated him so well for decades possibly betray him? Yet, this was not the time for sentimentality. Dozens of eyes were fixed upon him. With a heavy heart and a solemn demeanor, he addressed the crowd, stating, "I have witnessed young soldiers being slaughtered, perishing beneath the very weapons I intended to use for their protection. I have come to the grim realization that I am becoming a part of this irresponsible world." At this revelation, not only did Obadiah's expression shift dramatically, but the gathered journalists also reacted with astonishment. "Mr. Stark, what exactly transpired?" they implored, rising in anxious unison. Tony stood and approached the podium. "I have awakened to the truth. Beyond manufacturing weapons, I can contribute much more to the world." By the time Tony reached the podium, he gazed earnestly at everyone present, his expression grave as he declared, "I have made my decision. I shall close the weapons division of Stark Industries, effective immediately." His words ignited an uproar. Obadiah, Pepper Potts, Rhodey, and all the journalists in attendance sprang to their feet, their shock palpable as they demanded to know the reasoning behind such a pronouncement. The news exploded like an atomic bomb in the Pacific, shattering their mental defenses. The incessant clicking of cameras filled the air, and chaos ensued, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Obadiah rushed forward to usher Tony away, apologizing, "My apologies, Tony has just returned. And it appears last night's revelry may have left him inebriated. Please return to your offices. We will discuss our future weapon plans internally and notify you promptly." Thus, Tony's press conference concluded abruptly. "Haha, did you see that? Tomorrow, Stark Industries stock will plummet, and in a few days, I shall seize the opportunity to buy in." The live broadcast came to an end, and Chen Xi erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing Wanda with exuberant affection. Indeed, everything was proceeding according to plan. Meanwhile, Obadiah, with a darkened countenance, confronted Tony Stark. "Tony, are you aware of how many points your recent actions will cost Stark Industries stock? 40 points, perhaps even more." Tony shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, that's just how it goes." "Marvelous. Truly worthy of the Stark legacy, your audacity is remarkable." Obadiah snapped, turning away in fury, unable to endure Tony's arrogant obstinacy any longer. "Hey, have the Iron Man suit been retrieved? Focus on researching and improving it immediately. If Tony could forge such a formidable weapon in a rudimentary cave using just a hammer, do not let me down." As he departed, Obadiah Stane ominously issued fatal orders to his trusted subordinates. "Yes, boss. Rest assured." The subordinate on the other end of the line trembled in fear, fervently swearing an oath of assurance, fully aware that failure would result in dire consequences. After hanging up the phone, Obadiah sat in the car, his expression dark and contemplative, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the outside world had erupted in turmoil. Tony's statements had, as anticipated, stirred a tremendous uproar. Damn it. Damn it. Has Tony truly turned over a new leaf? If Stark Industries ceases weapon production, who will safeguard us? The curses of the public echoed, intermingled with those reveling in his misfortune, and many simply watched with bated breath, while a greater number felt an unsettling anxiety. Stark Industries appeared to be plummeting, suffering a halt in trading that very day. The author has something to convey. Chapter 29. The battle of Iron Man approaches. The populace is engulfed in unease, while the authorities experience tumultuous upheaval. Neither the military nor the government is willing to permit Tony to relinquish his weapons manufacturing division. They are wholly unresponsive to the lost reports and exhibit no desire to listen. Representatives from both the military and the government spend their days either lingering outside Tony's corporate office or obstructing the entrance to his opulent villa. Yet, Tony remains indignant, disregarding their presence entirely, leaving them to contend with the cold shoulder. Within the laboratory beneath the villa, Tony is diligently crafting the second iteration of his Iron Man suit. The rudimentary marker has long since been discarded from his thoughts. His intellect is the core of everything. J-A-R-V-I-S. Install a jet propulsion system at the soles. and we shall take to the skies, but ensure the shock absorption mechanism is adequately addressed. Understood, sir. Furthermore, we must enhance the arc reactor technology, reducing its size while amplifying its power. Add 2 grams of palladium. Certainly, sir. Tony immerses himself in this transformative endeavor with relentless zeal, to the point of neglecting his own well-being. Within a mere week, Stark Industries stock plummets daily, now having fallen by 55. Countless investors are left in despair, lamenting their losses. Many face bankruptcy, some resorting to a life of crime, while others, feeling cornered, take drastic measures. In this land of freedom, savings are scarce, leaving the authorities with no choice but to distribute relief funds to ensure survival. Otherwise, unrest could erupt, leading to chaos in the streets. Perhaps even an assault on the New York City government. The crux of the matter lies in public support. The opposition seizes this opportunity to propagate their agenda, promising change if they ascend to power. This has placed the current administration in a precarious position, inciting their frustration and ire. Nearly 500 meters away, in his lavish villa, Chen Xi has invested approximately $5 million in this 10-acre estate. It is now 2009, a staggering sum indeed. Huh, excellent. That will suffice. Chen Xi exclaims with delight, sensing that it may soon be time to capitalize on the market's downturn. The swift decline is merely a reaction to the market's inability to absorb the situation. Once calm is restored, a significant rebound is inevitable. This, leverage tenfold and acquire Stark Industries stock with all our might, Chen Xi decisively commands. During this past week, he has been industrious, establishing a company through an intermediary and recruiting several traders. He eagerly awaits this lucrative opportunity, confident that Tony will soon reveal his identity as Iron Man and return with new energy sources. At that moment, Stark Group stock will soar, allowing for a timely sell-off. Boss, this is a monumental gamble. You are investing $1 billion with a tenfold leverage. What if, should fortune falter, you are left with nothing? Upon hearing the command, Weiss, from his professional standpoint, provided Chen Xi with a thorough analysis, as he harbored skepticism regarding the venture. He earnestly hoped that Chen Xi would reconsider, recognizing it as a venture destined for loss. No, just heed my advice, he insisted. However, Chen Xi remained resolute, dismissing the opinions of the local NPCs. All right. You are the boss. Your word is final. Weiss shrugged, relinquishing his attempts at persuasion. The boss had spoken, and he would comply. For it was not his money at stake. He had merely intended to offer a kind-hearted warning. Thus, Chen Xi proceeded to acquire the scattered shares of Stark Industries with a staggering sum of $1 billion, amplified by tenfold leverage. Observing the presence of a perceived fool ready to take on shares, the shareholders grew increasingly eager to sell. Haha, how amusing. There is a fool, let us offload our stocks. Yet, confusion rippled through the crowd as they noticed this individual swimming against the current. Something felt amiss, undoubtedly indicating a deeper issue at hand. What was it to them? Perhaps he was merely dreaming of a bottom-fishing opportunity, anticipating a rebound in Stark Industries stock. Indeed, selling now might mitigate losses. Go ahead and sell. I'll follow his lead, echoed the sentiments in the stock trading hall, where discussions revolved around the sudden emergence of a fool. Those who could sell did so, indifferent to the surrounding chaos. Yet, astute investors sensed an unusual atmosphere, suspecting a scheme afoot, a grand ruse orchestrated by Stark Industries, poised to harvest the unsuspecting. They speculated that the recent announcement of the dissolution of the weapons manufacturing division was a ploy to ensnare investors. The earlier news of Tony's disappearance had already sent stocks plummeting to 220 per share. Now, with the announcement of the weapons division's dissolution, another bombshell struck. Having the stock price once more. The intention was to drive down the stock price for a subsequent buyback. It was akin to cashing out billions when shares were valued at 100 each, then releasing unfavorable news to plummet the price to 10. They would then utilize the liquidated funds to purchase stocks at the significantly reduced rate. Such a grand harvest of unsuspecting investors was an exhilarating prospect. Using the shareholders' funds to acquire their own stocks. Following this, favorable information would be released to elevate the stock price once again, enabling the unsuspecting to be repeatedly harvested. This exemplified the sinister intentions and unscrupulous practices inherent in capitalism. Those with a keen sense of awareness felt themselves transforming into modern-day sleuths. Embodying the spirit of a financial oracle, they fancied themselves the sole enlightened figures amidst a sea of intoxicated investors. Damn, that cunning Tony Stark is using our money to pursue women and celebrities. They whispered. Hush, let us quietly acquire these retail investors. Yes, indeed. Stealthily infiltrate, avoid any gunfire. Yoshi, you astutely clever fellows know how to navigate such matters. This is our opportunity for substantial profit. Tony Stark, that flamboyant rogue, is not to be trusted. As Chen Xi stirred the pot, those who fancied themselves clever began to follow suit, causing the faltering Stark stock to miraculously rebound several points. Of course, this had little to do with Chen Xi, for he had long since exhausted his funds. Time swiftly passed, and another week had slipped by. Obadiah Stane could no longer contain his frustration. The ineptitude of the researchers in his private lab was glaring. They were utterly incapable of developing a more advanced arc reactor. The Mark I reactor was far too rudimentary. In the film, it was rendered obsolete in no time, as the craftsmanship under such conditions was hardly commendable. Merely activating it was a testament to the protagonist's aura. After delivering a scathing reprimand to the group of researchers, Obadiah resolved to launch a surprise attack on Tony Stark. For he possessed superior technology. The phone rang, its chimes echoing through the night. Tony, lounging on his sofa, promptly answered. It was Pepper Potts calling. Given Tony's intellect coupled with Chen Xi's insights, he sensed something amiss. He instructed Pepper to conduct a discreet investigation, and at that very moment, the phone rang once more, surely indicating trouble. However, in the next instant, he was rendered paralyzed, unable to move. Chapter 30, The Golden Goose. Tony, a shadow emerged slowly from behind him. While Tony lay pale and breathless on the sofa. Tony, are you listening? Pepper Potts shouted into the phone. But the situation had already fallen under the control of Obadiah Stane. Do you remember this little device? Obadiah gleefully waved the contraption in his hand. This temporary paralysis device has its uses in many scenarios. Tony, when I ordered your assassination, I feared I was extinguishing a golden goose. Yet here you are, alive. It's fate. With that, he forcefully extracted the arc reactor from Tony's chest. You are destined to lay down your final golden egg. As Obadiah toyed with the arc reactor, a triumphant grin spread across his face. The reactor that had birthed Tony's brilliance had become the epitome of his demise. Stripped of the arc reactor, Tony teetered on the brink of death. His breath became labored, blood ceased to circulate, and his heart lacked the strength to nourish his body. Tony, revel in your final moments. I, Obadiah Stane, shall lead Stark Industries to unprecedented heights, resonating across the globe. Rest assured, I shall not change the company name. After all, the Stark family name carries considerable weight. This exemplified the cruelest form of betrayal. Not only did Obadiah seek to take over Stark Industries, but he also aimed to exploit the Stark legacy to pave his own path. His ruthlessness was astonishing, while Tony bore the weight of regret etched upon his brow. He lamented not heeding Chen Xi's advice, failing to investigate the puppet master behind the scenes, and merely allowing Pepper to observe discreetly. Had he not been so arrogant, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Seeing Tony's regret, Obadiah felt a surge of satisfaction, releasing decades of pent-up resentment. He was exhilarated. He had risen to power, eager for the world to know of his triumph. Striding out of the villa with a brazen laugh, Obadiah left Tony behind. Yet Tony did not surrender. He understood that time was of the essence. At this hour, he was utterly alone. Even if Banner were home, he could have lent a hand, preventing such a dire predicament. Unable to move, he realized that calling for help would be futile. By the time they arrived, he would have already succumbed. Jarvis, notify Chen Xi. Tony struggled to call out, fully aware that only Chen Xi could teleport to his aid. No matter the cost, he was willing to pay. His life was paramount. Yes, sir. Jarvis promptly took action, dialing Chen Xi's phone. Hello, is this Mr. Chen Xi? It's me, Jarvis. Upon answering, Chen Xi immediately sensed that Tony was in trouble, precisely as the narrative unfolded. Mr. Stark's life hangs by a thread, and your assistance is urgently needed. Please hasten to his residence. Certainly, I shall depart at once. Thank you, sir. Jarvis expressed his gratitude repeatedly, for he is a semi-intelligent entity, and one must admit that his existence is rather akin to a bug. Without Jarvis, there would be no Iron Man. Every datum, every model has been realized with his aid. This is the year 2009. Truly, the Marvel Universe is remarkable. After ending the call, Chen Xi could not contain his laughter. It was time once again to seize the opportunity. One must not deliver a fatal blow immediately. Obadiah Stane's words in the film ring true. Tony is merely the golden goose that lays the golden eggs. In a flash, Chen Xi teleported beside Tony, who appeared pale and wan. Yet, he couldn't help but chuckle. Tony, what is this peculiar look you have? Quite distinctive. Come, let us capture this moment. I must auction off this precious instant in the future. With that, he brandished his phone, snapping away at Tony with relentless fervor. Tony, already ashen, found his condition worsening. Struggling to breathe was excruciating, and in his exasperation, he nearly lost consciousness. Hurry. Save me. Wait. I will definitely strangle you. Even in this dire moment, Tony's sharp tongue remained unyielding. Perhaps he sensed that his life was safe now, and his fear had considerably diminished. Based on your words, my terms have changed. How about this? I shall not ask for much, just $10 million. Surely, that is not too burdensome for you. Chen Xi quipped, a grin stretching from ear to ear. To extort from such a wealthy individual was exhilarating. A mere flick of his fingers, and money would flow effortlessly. You. What do you mean, you? Quickly hand over the money, or I shall take my leave. Chen Xi threatened again, rising to his feet, his actions speaking volumes. He truly would depart, Whether Iron Man lived or died held no consequence for him. There were plenty of Iron Men in other universes. Tony, upon realizing this, panicked. My life is paramount. My life is paramount. I agree. It was astonishing that he found the strength to articulate a full sentence. It seemed that human potential is indeed boundless. One never knows where their limits lie until pushed to the brink. Excellent. Your agreement suffices. A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Tony Stark. Chen Xi beamed with satisfaction, making his way to the underground laboratory where an old arc reactor awaited, equipping him with that would not result in any fatalities. With a crackle, Tony was rejuvenated. Oh, thank God. The sensation of being alive is truly splendid. Incorrect. You ought to thank me. And also express gratitude to the Green Franklin. As Tony ruminated, Chen Xi interrupted him. Oh, for heaven's sake, you opportunistic scoundrel. Let me think. Over 2 billion has been siphoned from me. You wretched fiend. It was best not to mention this. The mere thought caused Tony's heart to bleed. He toils from dawn till dusk, laboring tirelessly. Is it easy to earn a meager sum? This rogue simply comes forth to seize the money. Huh, Tony. You will need to part with your funds later. Do you believe that? Next time, it could cost 2 lives and $20 billion. Chen Xi smiled enigmatically, donning the guise of a mystic. His peculiar grin sent a jolt through Tony's heart. He recalled Pepper Potts. Danger lurked. Obadiah Stane was aware of Pepper's information theft. He must rescue her. Damn it. He had nearly forgotten this matter. Thanks to Chen Xi. Chen Xi, I am grateful. I must take my leave. After Tony's words, he hurriedly dashed into the basement, donned his iron suit, and soared towards Pepper's direction. Ah, Tony, oh Tony, your money will not escape. Observing the hastily departing Iron Man, Chen Xi remarked with indifference. The author has something to say. Chapter 31, The Birth of Iron Man. Chen Xi saves me. Tony soared through the night sky. Clad in his Mark III iron armor, with remarkable speed, he had successfully instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to pinpoint Pepper's location. Predictably, she was at Stark Industries headquarters, as there was nowhere else for her to escape. The brilliant trail of flames emitted by the iron armor illuminated the pitch-black heavens, rendering Tony a mere firefly in the darkness. The bustling metropolis of New York came alive at night, a symphony of human activity. As the citizens witnessed the streaking iron armor across the sky, the city erupted in fervor. Perhaps influenced by an abundance of science fiction films, they began to shout in astonishment. Goodness, is this an alien invasion? What in the world? A mech from the movies. How cool. I wonder how much it costs and if it can be mass-produced. Wake up. You can't afford it. Just go back to sleep and dream about it. No. Let me handle it. I'll wake him up with a splash of urine. What kind of genius could have invented such a marvel? Surely it must be Tony Stark. Indeed. He was heading towards Stark Industries. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause wherever he passed, inflating Tony's vanity to new heights. Perhaps being a superhero dedicated to world peace was not such a bad idea after all. Chen Xi's emergence had undeniably disrupted the course of events. Her immense power stirred waves with each flutter of her wings. Before this, Tony had not engaged in heroics, instead immersing himself in the laboratory to develop new armor. Chen Xi's formidable abilities instilled a sense of insecurity within him. He felt compelled to strengthen himself. He began contemplating the creation of a suit specifically designed to counter Chen Xi's various superpowers. Throughout his life, Tony had invented numerous counterarmors, including those against the Hulk, Magneto, Phoenix, and others. Yet, ironically, he often found himself bested by the very foes he aimed to outsmart. However, it was still a form of progress, regardless of the outcome. He had indeed advanced. Before long, Tony arrived at Stark Tower, where Pepper was engaged in a tense standoff with Obadiah Stane in the confined spaces of the building. Pepper, make your way to the rooftop. I can't lock onto your position from here, Tony urged, unaware that Obadiah had donned his own iron armor and was wreaking havoc. No. Tony, listen to me. Obadiah has built an iron armor too, and it appears much larger. He's tracking me now, and I don't want you to take any risks. While Tony remained oblivious, Pepper was acutely aware. She would rather sacrifice herself than put Tony in danger. What? He has an iron armor too? Damn it, Tony exclaimed, cursing as the realization dawned upon him. No wonder that old foe had the audacity to ambush him. This was the reason behind it all. Though harsh words were exchanged, he would not abandon Pepper Potts. He bellowed, regardless of everything, head towards the rooftop now. I will meet you on the ground. He could not fathom that any iron suit could ever surpass the greatness of Tony Stark. Pepper, upon hearing this, was deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. This was the man she had chosen, one who would never forsake her, no matter the circumstances. All right, I will follow your instructions, she replied, her heart swelling with emotion as she ended the call. With her strong-willed nature, she wasted no time and sprinted towards the rooftop. Behind her, Ironmonger pursued relentlessly. Furious that this woman could jeopardize his grand plans, he could not let her escape. Utilizing thermal imaging, Ironmonger barreled through the office with reckless abandon, trampling desks, chairs, and walls alike. Meanwhile, Tony had just hung up the phone and immediately instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to make another call. Chen Xi, help me. He coughed, having just feigned bravado. Now, he was crying for help. How shameless. Was this not the epitome of disgrace? $1 billion price for a life. Deal. Oh. Great one. Save me. Tony was terrified. He was unafraid of Obadiah staying alone. But with Pepper, a mere mortal, how could she withstand the iron suit? After receiving Chen Xi's response, he felt a sense of relief. Pepper had finally reached the top floor via the elevator, while Obadiah, aware of her intentions, had already shattered the glass wall and soared to the rooftop ahead of her. I can already envision your demise. He let out a low, sinister laugh. What is this? Tony, you're still alive? Obadiah exclaimed, incredulous. Damn, you truly are a calamity that has persisted through the ages. I spared you once. And yet here you are again. He turned to see a flamboyant gold and red suit of armor materializing behind him. He recognized Tony's iron suit. Obadiah, Chen Xi warned me that you would conspire against me, and I could hardly believe it. You, who I once regarded as an uncle. Tony's voice was heavy with sadness and fury. Why? Explain your actions. Your father and you have amassed wealth through your inventive genius, living a life of luxury. Yet, I am burdened with every trivial meeting and negotiation, receiving a mere 5 of the shares. You have utterly disappointed me. You have obstructed my path to fortune. Obadiah, confronted with this inquiry, erupted with the pent-up emotions of the past. I'm sorry, but it seems you are the one who is unbalanced. Tony shrugged, beginning to comprehend. Perhaps I gave too much, he replied, ruthlessly striking back. It appears that I was indeed too generous, fostering your insatiable greed. My father should never have granted you shares. It has only made you more avaricious. Tony's words further infuriated Obadiah Stane, who believed he had toiled diligently and deserved better treatment. Enraged, Obadiah exclaimed, Die, and raised his enormous steel fist to strike Tony's helmet with great force. Thud. Tony, witnessing this, swiftly raised his right arm to shield his head, leading to a fierce clash between the two. However, to Tony's astonishment, he found himself no match for Obadiah, who, with a powerful blow, forced Tony to kneel on one knee. Tony, perhaps you are quite agile, but your defense and offense pale in comparison to mine. I have studied your iron armor, yet you know nothing about me, Delighted to see Tony momentarily dazed by a strike, Obadiah could not resist taunting him. Humph. So what? You cannot catch me. Tony retorted defiantly, unwilling to admit defeat. Just then, the door creaked open. At that moment, Pepper Potts arrived, albeit rather inconveniently. Tony, your doom is near. Obadiah felt as though even the heavens were on his side. The author has something to say. Chapter 32. Auctioning your lives. The raucous laughter reverberated across the rooftop, as if victory were already assured. Madman. Tony scoffed disdainfully. Over here. Obadiah Stane, an old fox, seized the opportunity to directly threaten Tony. Hey, kid, don't move, or I'll blow her away. She is rather fragile, you know. All right, I want to move. I surrender. Tony feigned a show of fear, raising his hands in mock submission. Tony, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Don't worry about me. Kill him and avenge me. Pepper Potts wept profusely, as if bidding a final farewell. What a poignant scene it was. A dramatic display akin to a romantic idol drama. Ahem, Pepper, could you spare us the theatrics? It's rather embarrassing to listen to, Tony interjected. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared on the rooftop, forcibly interrupting their impromptu performance. Damn it, who was that? Seeking death? Obadiah Stane muttered impatiently without lifting his head, as if swatting a fly. Oh, look at you, little turtle. Your mother must be a pig with scallions. What are you pretending to be? Chen Xi refused to be polite to a dying man, launching into a furious tirade regardless of whether he understood. It's you. Obadiah Stane was taken aback. The mysterious intimidation that Chen Xi brought was overwhelming. He was utterly clueless about the tricks at play. The elite he had dispatched had vanished without a trace. The conclusion he reached was that Chen Xi was a high-level mutant. It's me, old man. Surprised? Thrilled? Chen Xi beamed brightly, relishing the cat-and-mouse dynamic. You think I'm 100 meters away? I'm 1,000. You think I'm 10,000 meters away? I'm in the atmosphere. You think I'm in the atmosphere? I'm in outer space. Seeing Chen Xi so pleased, Obadiah Stane naturally refused to back down. Today, I'll see what you can do to me, he declared, preparing to take action, but was interrupted by Chen Xi. Stop. Your opponent is Tony Stark, not me. Goodbye. Chen Xi provided them no time to react, wrapping his arms around Pepper and making a swift exit. What the hell? You shameless scoundrel, Chen Xi. Tony erupted in anger, fully aware that he was no match for this armored titan. Damn it. And he is even holding my woman. Can he hold someone else? Oh, hell. You bastard. Tony. He fled, taking your woman with him. You're done for. The woman belongs to someone else now. Obadiah Stane unexpectedly discovered he possessed the ability for verbal mockery, and even though Tony knew Chen Xi was merely after money, he was still infuriated. Tony charged forward in a frenzy, and the two, relying on their armored shells for protection, engaged in a frenzied brawl. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding metallic clashes were somewhat melodic, as they exchanged blows, each retaliating in kind. You leap to strike my knee, and I retaliate by hammering your lower back. In any case, I refuse to be at a disadvantage. The two of us engage in a spirited exchange, each testing the other's resolve until our efforts merely produce a few sparks, proving ultimately futile. However, Tony's Mark III armor is equipped with a pulse cannon, miniature missiles, dual six-barreled miniguns, and decoys, allowing for simultaneous targeting of multiple foes. Thus, he opts for firepower suppression, a true ace up his sleeve. As his previous antics were mere child's play, he aims for a swift resolution, especially since he wields an outdated arc reactor with limited energy. Bang, bang, bang. The air crackles with light as dozens of small steel projectiles and mini-missiles hurtle towards the Ironmonger, but the results are less than satisfactory. Apart from a few dents and some chipping paint, the Ironmonger remains largely unscathed, its defenses surprisingly robust. Huh. Tony, how do you like that? This is titanium nickel alloy. Obadiah Stane's triumphant laughter is grating, and he is no stranger to retaliatory measures. He promptly employs heavy weaponry in response. While the agile Mark III armor deftly dodges and weaves, performing an aerial ballet to narrowly evade the indiscriminate onslaught. Nonetheless, a few projectiles manage to find their mark, inflicting significant damage, particularly to the weapon systems. Jarvis, how much energy do we have left? Tony inquires hastily, contemplating retreat. He is no hero, and Pepper has already been rescued. Sir, there remains 20 energy. Is that all? Then why are we still here? In the film, Pepper's presence is pivotal. But the circumstances have shifted dramatically. The wind howls ominously. Trying to escape? Obadiah Stane observes, unwilling to allow it. PIU, PIU, PIU. Several mini-missiles rocket after Tony at high speed, while the Ironmonger lumbers behind, slightly delayed. However, the homing missiles catch up to Tony, and he, like in the movie, crashes to the ground, causing a cascade of traffic accidents. Boom. From above, the Ironmonger crashes down, looking down upon Tony with malice, preparing to stomp him into oblivion. In a desperate roll, Tony narrowly evades the lethal blow. Chen Xi, what should we do? Help Tony. I'll give you anything you want. Pepper pleads anxiously, on the verge of tears as she clutches Chen Xi, her desperation palpable. Chen Xi is taken aback. Is this the moment when they become a couple? Shouldn't it be when the dire virus appears? You want me? That doesn't seem appropriate. If it comes to that, Tony must never learn of this matter. Misreading Chen Xi's scrutiny, Pepper blushes, flustered and stumbling over her words. What? Sister, is it really that serious? Chen Xi shivers, overwhelmed and taken aback. Perhaps only Tony possesses a fondness for such matters. Their tastes indeed diverge significantly. Ahem, Pepper, you're overthinking this. There's an old saying, one must not covet a friend's wife. I assure you that Tony will be fine, so rest easy. Chen Xi hastily reassured, revealing her fierce spirit. That is truly wonderful. Thank you. The prospect of not having to sacrifice herself filled Peibo with delight. I shall make my way over then. You stay here and do not leave. Yes, rest assured. After giving Peibo a final word of caution, Chen Xi swiftly appeared on the battlefield. Hello there, Tony. How are you faring? Chen Xi smiled mischievously at Tony, her face brimming with playful mockery, completely unfazed by the chaos surrounding them. Hurry, stop the chatter and eliminate him. Tony was gripped by fear. He could not afford to perish. The greatest tragedy in the world is to die before exhausting one's wealth. Tony, had not yet enjoyed enough of life, with so many stars and models awaiting his financial patronage. No rush, Chen Xi leisurely remarked, turning her gaze towards Obadiah Stane. Hey, old man, Tony has bid 1 billion. How much are you willing to offer for Tony's life? What? Do you think this is an auction? Are we being sold off? Is there no sense of justice left? Is there no law? Both were left seething with indignation. Chapter 33, The Invincible Chen Xi. Tony's malicious intent, what are you waiting for? Stop dawdling. My time is incredibly precious, worth hundreds of thousands every second. Chen Xi, growing impatient with the sluggish iron tortoise, expressed his annoyance. Haha, splendid. Obadiah Stane momentarily paused, then realized that this fellow was merely a money-driven individual, which made things easier. I bid 1.5 billion for Tony's life. He immediately raised the bid by another 500 million. Chen Xi rejoiced, exclaiming, what a wealthy patron. Truly a man of means. He then turned to Tony, gesturing for him to increase his bid. Damn it. You bastard. Tony cursed under his breath, feeling utterly unfortunate to encounter this troublesome character. He dared not gamble with his own life. After all, he had known Chen Xi for merely a few weeks, who knew what his true intentions were. Tony shouted. I bid 2 billion. Excellent. Tony bids 2 billion. Going once at 2 billion. Going twice at 2 billion. 2 billion. Wait. Just as Chen Xi was about to elongate his last word, Obadiah Stane quickly interjected, I bid 2. 5 billion. Damn. He doesn't dare to gamble either. Who knows how powerful this guy is? The crowd, consisting of 500 to 600 bewildered spectators, collectively found themselves in a state of confusion. What had started as an earth-shattering battle had devolved into an auction. What a farce. The onlookers were left speechless, exclaiming, wait a moment. Are those two really Tony Stark and Obadiah Stane? This is monumental news. Is Stark Industries on the brink of collapse? What vendetta drives them to this point of animosity? Who is this person, so formidable as to auction off their lives? Incredible. The atmosphere became electric with speculation, as the audience freely expressed their fearless curiosity, eagerly consuming the unfolding drama. Click, click. Those without cameras hastily pulled out their phones, snapping photos wildly. Haha, Obadiah Stane bid 2. 5 billion. Tony, how much will you bid? Chen Xi was exhilarated. This money was flowing in like a whirlwind. He truly felt like a genius. What fun. What amusement. The money was of little consequence. It was merely entertaining. He was not a money grubber. Absolutely not. Chen Xi, having grown up in poverty, harbored an intense fixation on wealth. Unwilling to endure hunger and cold any longer, Tony, feeling utterly frustrated, realized he was being cornered. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I bid 3 billion. And this is truly my final offer. Very well. Tony bids 3 billion. Going once at 3 billion. Going twice. Obadiah Stane could no longer endure the farce. This was simply a game of manipulation. He refused to believe he could not overpower him. Yet, Chen Xi's words flowed like a machine gun, rattling off the bids repeatedly, nearly driving him to madness. I can't take it anymore. I'll fight you. Infuriated beyond measure, he leapt into action, ready to crush Chen Xi with a mighty blow. All right, let the battle commence. Fight. Quickly. The audience erupted in cheers, exhilaration coursing through the crowd. With a disdainful chuckle, Chen Xi could no longer contain himself as he observed the soaring Iron Tyrant. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, he gradually extended his hand and gently grasped towards the colossal figure in the sky. Crack, crack, crack. To their horror, the terrifying armored behemoth above them instantaneously froze, creating ice out of thin air. Defying the laws of energy conservation. What manner of ability is this? Such an immensely powerful mutant power? Astonishing. Incredible. Oh my, how cool. This is undeniably magnificent. Mutants are truly formidable. Look over there. Good heavens. How can it be so powerful? How can this be possible? Yes, they were utterly petrified, collapsing to the ground in sheer disbelief. Chen Xi was unfathomably terrifying. Before the eyes of the multitude, the Iron Tyrant shattered into countless pieces. The super low temperature had reduced the super alloy to mere fragments. What kind of terrifying cold must this be? If it were to be applied to a human, would they not be reduced to dust? This. Not only did Tony swallow hard, but everyone mirrored his action. They felt an unusual dryness in their throats. Why? The gasps of frigid air had been rather excessive. Tony found it hard to believe. It was simply unbelievable. He was aware of Chen Xi's strength, effortlessly dispatching hundreds as if they were mere ants, possessing a plethora of abilities. But who could explain to him how outrageously powerful this was? The Iron Tyrant, impervious to many missiles, armor-piercing rounds, and energy cannons, had been rendered to mere rubble? What is wrong with me? Chen Xi flashed him a slight smile, as nonchalant as if he had just crushed an ant. In truth, he was reveling in this moment. This was far more satisfying than mere pretense. Did he not see the fearful eyes surrounding him? That was more than enough. Tony took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. It's nothing. Your strength is something I never anticipated. I cannot even begin to describe such power. Among mutants, you must be the most formidable, right? While Tony appeared to compliment Chen Xi, he was, in fact, probing for information about mutants. They were exceedingly discreet, only revealing themselves on rare occasions with scant information available. Most files were still in paper format. Such information was safer, as the digital realm was not trusted by S.H.I.D.L.D. Just look at J.A.R.V.I.S.B.S.H.I.E.L.D. Database was akin to Tony's backyard. Easily infiltrated, Tony harbored no sense of security regarding the unknown. He needed to prepare for the worst. It was possible that the first to be eliminated could very well be Chen Xi. This individual was too hazardous, possessing an uncanny understanding of everything, as if he could foresee the past and future. Hey, Tony, that was a good question. Chen Xi, observing Tony's fluctuating expression, understood that he was eager to eliminate him, likely to devise some counter Chen Xi armor. Perhaps the first endeavor would be to research the most resilient materials against absolute zero for armor? He had no qualms about toying with Tony, for a little pressure could indeed serve as motivation, couldn't it? In the Marvel Universe, the absence of Tony Stark renders it rather dull. Chen Xi mused that he had likely grown weary of it all and felt compelled to delve into Tony's mind to uncover whether the Mind Stone resided within. He pondered the prowess of this man, cursed by knowledge, questioning whether he truly was as invincible as rumored. Humble in his reflection, Chen Xi remarked that someone of his ilk was exceedingly feeble in this vast universe, reduced to mere dust. Without delving too far, it was evident that there were at least 10 mutants far superior to him. Which 10, you may ask? Tony blurted out, utterly astonished by the wealth of formidable beings, leaving one to wonder what fate awaited ordinary humanity. Chen Xi cast a teasing glance at Tony, who responded with a somewhat awkward smile. Should he continue to jest? Perhaps to the point of folly? My wives surpass me in strength. Tony found himself momentarily taken aback. Was that all? Who knows who your wives are? And there is more. They have yet to be born, but it's imminent. However, do not despair. The strength of humanity is equally formidable, in a way that may astonish you. If I cannot provide you with darkness, then I shall withhold light as well, for it would be unentertaining to leave you devoid of ambition. The author has something to convey. Chapter 34. The conclusion of the plot. A deluge of rewards at long last. Chen Xi's words ignited a spark within Tony. Could it be true that we possess formidable beings as well? It stands to reason. If there are powerful mutants, why shouldn't there be equally powerful humans? This notion is not inherently contradictory. Eager with excitement, Tony could hardly contain himself as he inquired, who are they? How do they compare to the mightiest mutants? Observing his enthusiasm, Chen Xi offered a slight smile. Curious to know? A consultation fee might be in order. Tony felt a pang of dismay. This money-grubbing individual could very well be setting him up for a fall. In an instant, an alarm bell rang within him. Would this person merely throw out a few names to deceive him? Whenever money was involved, Tony felt a twinge of apprehension, having been swindled too many times before. Yet, the curiosity that had been piqued in him was akin to an insatiable itch. Ultimately, Tony capitulated. How much? $100 million. Tony gasped sharply, his breath hitching at the staggering sum. Everyone claimed that Tony Stark amassed wealth effortlessly, yet in comparison to Chen Xi, he felt utterly dwarfed. Fine. I agree. He spat through clenched teeth, his frustration palpable. I knew Mr. Tony Stark was a tycoon at heart. Chen Xi chuckled, undeterred by Tony's evident discomfort. Now, heed my words. Keep this under wraps, or you might find your life in jeopardy. On Earth, there exists the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One. The Supreme Sorcerer, Doctor Strange, and the Cosmic Warrior, Captain Marvel. Not to forget, there is also Star-Lord, who is the most powerful of them all. Of course, the strongest of the future will be you, Tony Stark. In time, you shall save the entire universe. What a tall tale. A masterful deception. After all, who knows what the future holds? He would not relent until he had Tony thoroughly ensnared. Star-Lord, a mere mortal endowed with divine prowess, was he not perplexingly formidable? What the hell? I can understand everyone you mentioned. Their names alone resonate with immense power. But when you bring me into it, claiming I am the savior of the universe, that's absurd. Initially, Tony listened intently, captivated by the revelation of such powerful figures, truly a grand secret. Yet, upon realizing he too was included as a hero, he felt utterly bewildered. The stars remain the same, and yet the fool remains unchanged. Trust between individuals has evaporated in this day and age. To be frank, no one believes such tales. I'm leaving. Oh, and by the way, the total today amounts to $1 billion. Don't forget to transfer it to me promptly. Chen Xi waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Tony to deal with the aftermath. He was responsible for the cleanup, not the burial. In a desolate area on the outskirts, Chen Xi suddenly materialized, sensing that things were growing intriguing, albeit a bit late. With a crackle, 2 dim yellow portals abruptly appeared, from which emerged a dozen dark figures. The timekeepers had arrived. In just a few days, he had altered a minor thread of the timeline, and they had already detected his presence in this universe. The Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau was indeed formidable. However, Chen Xi was no longer the Na'vi individual he once was. A mere 3 days apart warranted a fresh perspective. As this group of individuals made their entrance, they swiftly deployed a temporal deceleration device, causing the flow of time within a 100-meter radius to diminish 16-fold in an instant. Unfortunately, Chen Xi was well aware of their tactics. He was no fool like Loki, who felt the need to show off. In a flash, he teleported several hundred meters away, escaping that troublesome area. What is this? How does this young man possess such extraordinary abilities? Blast it. Just a few days have passed, and his growth is astonishing. Is this teleportation? It shouldn't be possible for him. I cannot comprehend. We must be dreaming. This group found themselves utterly confounded, violating all scientific principles. Everything felt surreal, and they were rendered completely incapacitated. However, they soon found themselves unable to utter another word. Their minds plunged into eternal darkness. For Chen Xi had taken action. Oh, poor puppets, let me liberate you from this pitiful existence, he murmured. Please, do not thank me. I am thunderstruck. They could not grasp his words. Puppets? Pitiful? Liberation? They did not understand, nor did they need to, for in their terrified gazes, they witnessed their comrades slowly transforming into ice sculptures, and then, under the weight of their dread, bang, 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 they shattered into a cloud of dust. Carried away by the wind. May you find a better fate in your next life, Chen Xi whispered, watching the evaporating Time Guardians. Is this the life of an ant? In the grand scheme of powerful figures, they were not even worthy of being cannon fodder. Ding. Host has slain elite Time Guardians, earning 200 bioenergy points. Ding. Host has slain the elite Time Guardian squad leader, earning 500 bioenergy points. Ding. A series of notifications chimed in, granting Chen Xi a total of 2,500 bioenergy points, a most fruitful harvest indeed, filling him with delight. Beyond the multiverse, the mysterious Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau was thrown into chaos. The blaring alarm sending tremors through the heart of the Chief Justice. Someone, what has transpired? She demanded, rising in fury as she stormed out. At that moment, a frantic gray-suited staff member rushed in, breathless and gasping. It's bad, Chief Justice. Universe number 199999 is in turmoil. The entire team was annihilated during the capture of a time criminal. Furthermore, in the apocalyptic timeline of 2387, Loki has once again slain our squad of Time Guardians. The staff member's voice trembled with fear, for the heavy breaths of the Chief Justice indicated that her suppressed fury was on the verge of eruption. Blasted! Blasted! These two scoundrels. Cursed be they. The Chief Justice furrowed her brow, pacing back and forth. After a few moments, she suddenly halted. For now, let us not concern ourselves with Chen Xi. Focus all efforts on capturing Loki. Send personnel to the universe where Chen Xi resides, and maintain strict surveillance. We may not apprehend him, but we can employ others to vex this bothersome individual. Taking a deep breath, the Chief Justice managed to quell her rage, issuing her orders with composure. Yes, Chief Justice. Hasten, someone, and respond swiftly. Lingering even a moment longer is sheer torment. The Chief Justice gazes contemplatively at the retreating figure of the individual, lost in thought. A choice must be made. Chen Xi is merely a temporal offender with no intent to overthrow the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. However, Lady Loki is entirely different. She aims to dismantle the Bureau. The gravity of the situation is clear to her. Chen Xi, once I am free to act, I shall deal with you appropriately. With a cold snort, the woman gradually fades away. Meanwhile, Chen Xi retrieves the weapon left behind on the ground, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. This device proves quite effective for ambushes. Banished directly to the apocalyptic timeline, indeed, a valuable asset. Once he has cleared the battlefield, he sits down in serene silence, for the true rewards are yet to come. Ding. Congratulations, host, for disrupting the plot of Iron Man 1 and altering the fates of numerous individuals. You are awarded 2 million points. Ding. Congratulations, host. For disrupting the plot of Iron Man 1, you are granted an Umbrella Hive base, now stored within the system space, ready for extraction at your convenience. Ding. Congratulations, host. For disrupting the plot of Iron Man 1, you are awarded an Android Bodyguard, number 18, from the primary world. Chapter 35, Summoning Android 18. The ability of supersonic movement with each chime of the system, a smile blossomed on Chen Xi's face. A bountiful harvest, a veritable windfall, monetary rewards, equipment, and even companions. When did the system become so generous? Delightful. Hey, system, what is the occasion? Returning to the host, each time you conclude a significant storyline. The system assesses the extent of the host's destruction and dispenses rewards accordingly. Chen Xi was instantly elated, nearly bursting into laughter. Is it really so? That is splendid. He grinned mischievously, ready to toy with these characters. This aligned perfectly with his intentions, to dominate, to manipulate, and to gather allies, ascending to the pinnacle of his aspirations. It was essential to let these NPCs experience the terror of being under his control. System, summon Android 18. At last, he would have a bodyguard. And a beautiful one at that. Ding. As the host wishes, summoning Android 18 begins. No sooner had the system's words faded than a spatial rift materialized before Chen Xi. Emerging from it was none other than a breathtaking beauty, seemingly plucked from the pages of a comic book. This was Android 18, a creation modeled after the original. She bore an uncanny resemblance to her comic counterpart, golden bobbed hair, mesmerizing amber eyes, and a tall, alluring figure. Her movements sparkled with grace, captivating in their elegance. The system truly understood him, having made some exquisite modifications. Chen Xi recognized that this stunning woman was far from a mere decorative figure. A formidable android, engineered from human DNA. She possessed infinite energy due to her perpetual power source, her cellular aging remarkably slow, and she required little sustenance beyond hydration. Her demeanor was calm and mysterious, revealing no hint of fear, yet she bore a trace of stubbornness, often provoking others while harboring a compassionate heart. Though somewhat sundara. Appearing indifferent to others while secretly caring, she shared the common human penchant for fashion and wealth. as Chen Xi scrutinized Android 18 with satisfaction. She too was assessing her new master. Is this fellow truly her owner? She was curious about his capabilities. Created by the system, her memories were solely of this world, devoid of any others. She gracefully approached Chen Xi, swaying her alluring form, and inquired, "Dear master, do I appear beautiful?" Before he could respond, she playfully pinned him to the ground. With the intensity of a knight, her gaze burned into him. Chen Xi swallowed hard. Was happiness arriving so unexpectedly? "You are indeed beautiful, but could we perhaps change the approach?" "Absolutely not. I prefer it this way." With a fierce glare, Android 18 staunchly refused. Sensing the moment was hers for the taking, her resolve was unwavering, adding an air of mystery to her presence. Ideally, one would not notice the faint red imprints on her cotton-clad form, making the encounter all the more perfect. "You should freshen up, and while you're at it, help me tidy up as well." Chen Xi condensed the moisture in the air into a torrential downpour, refreshing both the number 18 and himself with a cool shower. Yet, Chen Xi remained motionless, truly immersed in the system. This fellow possessed a modicum of discernment, refraining from disturbing him during crucial matters. Beep. Detection of character number 18 confirmed. May I inquire if the host wishes to extract abilities? Given that number 18 possesses multiple abilities, extraction requires 1 million points. Extract? Is it merely 1 million? Beep. Please hold. Extracting abilities. The situation mirrored the previous instance as the same slot machine materialized before him, displaying number 18's capabilities. Flight technique, Kamehameha wave, supersonic movement. Chi circular slash. Bio. Boom. The supersonic movement icon exploded. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired supersonic movement. Would you like to extract and fuse it now? Let us fuse. Beep. Fusion commencing. Please hold. As time passed, the fusion was complete. Beep. Fusion complete. Please feel it yourself. Chen Xi closed his eyes and activated supersonic movement. In an instant, time seemed to halt. Everything became still. When Quicksilver activated supersonic movement, it felt as if the entire world had been paused, and now, he experienced that very sensation. Huh, what is going on? Strange. Master, do you also possess the ability of supersonic movement? Number 18 gazed at Chen Xi in astonishment. Bingo. Indeed. I am omnipotent. Chen Xi replied with a hint of pride. Wow, Master is so impressive. I admire you greatly. Number 18 rolled her eyes dramatically, feigning enthusiasm to compliment her master's display. Supersonic movement exerted no effect on others who possessed the same ability, so number 18 remained unchanged. However, within a radius of 1,000 meters around Chen Xi, everything seemed to be frozen in time. Is this a manifestation of time manipulation? Thus, when the Flash can reset the universe, it is the ultimate expression of speed. Now he had acquired another extraordinarily powerful ability, whether fleeing or launching a surprise attack, who could possibly stand in his way? Instantaneous movement, supersonic movement. All he needed was a sharp little knife as a weapon, for he too wished to wield a blade. As an elegant man, he scorned the notion of speaking with his fists. Wolverine would suffice, and Wakanda seemed promising. He would seek them out for a cordial discussion in due time. Chen Xi mused quietly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already selected his next target. Chapter 36, The Enigmatic Wanda and the Naive Android 18 upon witnessing the mischievous grin spreading across Chen Xi's lips. It was evident that misfortune was about to befall someone. Alas, who could that unfortunate soul be? Let us observe a moment of silence for them. 3 minutes, perhaps. Amen. Having tidied the chaotic battlefield, the two prepared to return. The disarray of trampled grass scattered across the ground bore testimony to the ferocity of their recent clash. A veritable dance of mutual destruction. System, activate the attribute panel. Instead of teleporting home with Android 18, Chen Xi chose to stroll leisurely down the road. Ding. The attribute panel is now open. The host may review at their leisure. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level, pinnacle of Earth physique, frost giant physique abilities, water manipulation A class, 10 kilometers range, ice manipulation S class, minus 150 degrees Celsius, fire manipulation C class, 500 degrees, carbon steel transformation, second only to primordial adamantium and vibranium, teleportation A class, Earth range, super speed A class, 1000 kilometers per second, self-healing, non-lethal injuries. Heals within 1 minute. Items, time gem, space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, in pieces, 1 umbrella high factory. Subordinate, Android 18 points, 9 million. Biological energy, 3,850 points. No issues here. Splendid indeed. An extensive array of abilities. An abundance of points. My resources are growing ever more formidable. With a contented smile, Chen Xi turned his gaze upon Android 18. This woman, brimming with limitless energy, was astonishing, carrying herself as if nothing were amiss. Android 18, what is your name? With a disdainful glance at Chen Xi, she replied playfully, My name is Lolly. Lolly? That is quite a lovely name. Simple and memorable, albeit bestowed by the system. During their walk, Chen Xi gleaned much about Android 18's memories. She had no relatives or friends, living alone in New York. Recently graduated from university. She had yet to secure employment. The identity arranged by the system was impeccably thorough, leaving no room for scrutiny from those adept at mind reading or similar abilities regarding the existence of the system. Ding dong, ding dong. Upon arriving home, Chen Xi realized he had forgotten his keys. He wanted to introduce Android 18 formally and openly into his abode. Teleporting inside? Wouldn't he that imply guilt? As if he were a thief in his own home? What was the rush? Patience is key. Wanda's furious voice echoed from afar, brimming with tension. As if ready to explode at any moment. Creak. The door opened. He timidly inquired, "Darling, what is the occasion? Are we celebrating something today?" Celebrating? Indeed. There is much to celebrate. Hello, I am Wanda Maximoff. A pleasure to meet you. After speaking, she cast a condescending glance at Android 18, inwardly reflecting how this little vixen was irresistibly alluring, exuding a delicate charm. Greetings. So you are Mrs. Wanda. I am the hostess maid, Lolly. It is a pleasure to meet you. Number 18 greeted warmly with a bright smile, her amiable demeanor catching Wanda off guard. Was she not here to cause trouble? Or was this woman a master in disguise? Wanda stood momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Naive and inexperienced, Wanda appeared formidable yet was easily deceived. She turned to Chen Xi, her expression blank. Darling, is she the nanny you mentioned? Chen Xi was taken aback by Wanda's endearing simplicity, her gullibility apparent. Number 18 effortlessly conceded, and she believed it. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to play along without holding back. Indeed, she is nanny number 1, specifically tasked with our care. His words were a mere fabrication, one that she would soon discover. Upon hearing Chen Xi's response, Wanda felt a pang of realization for her misunderstanding and promptly invited number 18 inside. Oh, titles aside, we are of similar age. You may call me Wanda. And I shall call you Lolly. We will be one family now, and our household is not bustling with activity. Having come from humble beginnings, Wanda harbored no airs of a nouveau riche. She remained kind and grounded, treating others with warmth. Thank you, Wanda, number 18 replied sweetly, playfully winking at Chen Xi as if to say, look at you, foolish master, you still need my assistance. Among women, especially peers, conversations meandered through a myriad of topics: cosmetics, handbags, clothing, and jewelry, ensuring endless dialogue. Time is fleeting, and we must cherish these moments together. Chapter 37. The allure of wealth and the governor's enthusiasm. She must demonstrate her formidable prowess. Just wait until you find yourself lacking the energy to seek this and that daily. Rest assured, there is no problem. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi was elated, repeatedly assuring her that it was nothing of concern. Wanda, having tidied up after Chen Xi, placed her hands on her hips, exuding the undeniable aura of a distinguished lady. Yes, my dear Lady Wanda. I was in the wrong. Wanda squinted her large eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. This adorably charming Wanda compelled Chen Xi to affectionately tousle her hair, indulging in a moment of playful affection. By midday, no one wished to cook, so they opted to order an abundance of delicacies, making do with what they could. After lunch, Chen Xi checked and found that the money Tony owed him had been deposited. One must concede that Tony's efficiency was commendable. Lily, come, accompany me for an outing. Chen Xi called out, as she was the only suitable companion for this occasion. Dressed in professional attire, Lily indeed resembled a capable secretary, instantly elevating their stature. Where to, master? She inquired. To the municipal office in New York City to attend to some matters. Oh, very well. In this land of freedom, with sufficient funds, the possibilities were endless. At the municipal hall, Chen Xi led Lily inside. However, he refrained from elaborating, merely stating that he possessed billions of dollars and wished to purchase land for a venture. Ideally, he sought an already defunct pharmaceutical company, as having ready-made equipment would be advantageous. Of course, his casual remarks could easily be dismissed as a jest, yet his extravagant attire, enigmatic aura, and substantial bank balance indicated to all that he was a person of considerable means. Even the governor of New York State hurried out, extending his hand warmly from a distance to greet him. Haha, Mr. Chen, you are truly a promising young man. Governor, you flatter me. Today, I have a favor to ask. The two engaged in a flurry of complimentary banter, and after exchanging pleasantries, they got down to business. The governor, smiling, inquired, May I ask how much land you require, Mr. Chen? We shall do our utmost to accommodate your needs. Presently, with the recent financial crisis having concluded, countless enterprises worldwide, particularly in America, have succumbed to bankruptcy, leaving many workers in despair. They often find themselves wondering aimlessly, who could endure such a fate? I require a bankrupt pharmaceutical company, as I am preparing to invest in a medical enterprise, initially with an investment of $5 billion, which may later increase to $20 billion. Chen Xi stated with a nonchalance that belied the gravity of his words, akin to investing a mere few $100s. Yet this revelation genuinely startled the governor. You were serious? The governor, visibly agitated, abruptly rose to his feet, his expression tense with anticipation. Of course, this is imperative, Chen Xi replied calmly. Haha, Mr. Chen. You are indeed addressing a significant gap in our labor market. Thank you. Thank you. The governor expressed his gratitude to Chen Xi with repeated bows. No need for such formality. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Therefore, I would appreciate your assistance in contacting several bankrupt companies. We require their land and equipment. No problem. I shall provide you with a response shortly. The governor repeatedly assures that this is indeed a significant achievement. Very well, I shall not disturb the governor any further. Here's my business card. Once you have established contact with the seller, feel free to reach out to me, and I shall have my lawyer finalize the contract. Certainly. Mr. Chen, rest assured, I can assist you in resolving this by tomorrow morning. There are numerous bankrupt companies eager for takeover, and the prices are exceedingly reasonable. All right, farewell. Goodbye. The governor and Chen Xi embraced in parting, though Chen Xi discreetly plucked a strand of his hair. Chapter 38. The operation to retrieve Captain America commences. Chen Xi drove the number 18 vehicle to a specialized salvage company renowned for its expertise and top ratings in the industry. However, their professionalism came at a steep price. Hiring them for the same task would cost significantly more than engaging the second-ranked firm. Hello, sir and madam. Welcome. How may I assist you today? A charming young lady greeted them warmly upon their entrance. After all, it was not every day that one encounters such enthusiasm. Straight to the point, I require assistance to retrieve an individual from the Arctic Ocean, Chen Xi stated boldly, leaving the young lady momentarily speechless. What? Are you suggesting we recover a deceased person? After a brief pause, she timidly inquired. Indeed, I wish to speak with your boss regarding this matter, Chen Xi replied, clearly indicating that the young lady was not sufficiently qualified to handle his request. Very well, please follow me, she shrugged and led Chen Xi to meet the manager. Knock. Knock. Come in. A deep voice resonated from within, prompting her to open the door. Boss, this client has a significant business proposition to discuss with you, she announced, gesturing towards Chen Xi and the vehicle. After serving them coffee, she departed. May I ask how to address you? The manager inquired. You may call me Chen Xi, he replied, and the introductions were made. Mr. Chen, I see you are not lacking in resources, the manager remarked with a smile, his observation being both candid and astute. Indeed, we are well off, but this task presents considerable challenges. It will require at least 2 months to complete, Chen Xi responded, his words piquing the manager's interest. Oh, we thrive on challenges. Please, share your requirements, the manager encouraged. Chen Xi promptly laid out his demands. I need you to locate an individual entombed in ice in the Arctic Ocean. I am confident he is still alive. The only detail I can provide is that he crashed near an iceberg, and that is all I have. The manager fell into contemplation upon hearing this, while Chen Xi quietly sipped his coffee, patiently awaiting a response. He pondered the absurdity of the task. Searching for a person frozen in ice in the Arctic Ocean was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The sheer number of icebergs in that region made the undertaking daunting, requiring meticulous inspection of each one. As Chen Xi neared the end of his coffee, the manager finally reached a decision. This task is indeed challenging, and we will accept it. However, the compensation must reflect the difficulty. We will mobilize hundreds of personnel, and the duration is uncertain, but it will take at least a month. Bowen paused momentarily, casting a discreet glance at Chen Xi, hoping to gauge his expression. Naturally, Chen Xi was aware of this. Sipping his coffee lightly, he slowly remarked, money is not an issue. Simply state your price. Upon hearing this, Bowen gritted his teeth and replied, Sir, the remuneration must be at least $30 million. As he uttered these words, even Bowen felt uncertain. After all, this was 2009, and such a sum constituted a staggering transaction. However, weighing the investment against the risks, he perceived that the potential profit was minimal, and there was no guarantee the other party would disburse such an amount. To his astonishment, Chen Xi did not hesitate for a moment and nodded directly. $30 million it is, but you must assist me in locating this individual. Of course, he could not provide the person's photograph just yet. He would send it once they were in the vicinity. I can also advance a $10 million deposit if that suits you. If so, let us proceed to sign the contract. Chen Xi's generosity was beyond what Bowen had anticipated. He had braced himself for a failed negotiation or haggling. Were there truly so many wealthy individuals in this era? So forthright? Indeed, sir, you are the most generous client I have ever encountered. Rest assured, if you assert the existence of this person, then he must undoubtedly be real. Bowen lavished praise, knowing that flattery often proved effective. How could such a wealthy individual be merely toying with him? If he claimed it, then it must be so. Chen Xi did not linger long, as a lawyer soon arrived with 2 copies of the contract. Chen Xi swiftly signed the documents. A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Chen. A delightful partnership, Mr. Bao. After finalizing the contract, they shook hands with mutual satisfaction. Bowen wished to invite Chen Xi for a meal, but Chen Xi politely declined. He had prior arrangements to take his companion, number 18, and his beloved Wanda out for an evening of shopping. Surely, they must celebrate their harmonious relationship. He had yet to bestow gifts upon her, which was simply inexcusable. Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. In the office of the infamous Nick Fury, a figure renowned for his dark demeanor and formidable reputation, a massive projection displayed footage of a colossal battle between two mechanized giants. SHIELD was omnipresent, utilizing satellites to monitor the scene from a distance. The video showcased the two futuristic, high-tech mechs engaging in relentless combat, equipped with devastating firepower that effortlessly demolished skyscrapers, rendering them as fragile as paper. The monstrous machine, in particular, exhibited a savage ferocity. As it descended onto an elevated roadway, the speeding cars below appeared as mere toys, easily crushable beneath its weight. While the sheer spectacle of such advanced technology instilled anxiety, it was the man behind it all who truly evoked dread and despair. The formidable mech, capable of obliterating anything in its path, was rendered inconsequential by the man's mere wave of his hand, as if swatting away a fly, reducing the rampaging machine to mere rubble. This was utterly disheartening and terrifying. The extent of such terrifying power was unfathomable, leaving them at a loss for words. It defied the laws of energy conservation. It conjured super low temperatures. They were aware of a certain individual named Bob, colloquially known as the Iceman, who possessed the extraordinary ability to disregard the law of conservation of energy. However, his capabilities paled in comparison to those of the man depicted in the video. Silence. An oppressive and deathly silence enveloped the room. The only sound that punctuated the stillness was the barely discernible sound of breaths being taken. They were at a loss for words. This individual was beyond their capacity to confront. The silence persisted, unyielding, after an indeterminate passage of time. As the atmosphere became increasingly suffocating, Nick Fury could no longer restrain himself. He was determined to seize the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all witnessed this. Have you not? Military-industrial technology, Stark Industries, has already succeeded in creating such formidable mechs. What of our research personnel? I find myself questioning what you all are engaged in, merely coasting along. With substantial research funding at your disposal, I have yet to observe any significant contributions from your end. Nick Fury, ever the cunning strategist, had recently assumed control of SHIELD, and many of those present were appointed by others. He needed to assert his authority over this assembly. Otherwise, their efforts would devolve into mere lip service, which would not bode well. Nick Fury was indeed the embodiment of SHIELD. The author has a word to say. Chapter 39. Nick Fury's display of authority. Nick Fury's scathing criticism left the scientific personnel, including Gemma Simmons and Leopold, feeling quite abashed. Yet, deep within, they felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How could they possibly compare to the once-in-a-century genius, Tony Stark? After all, who was he? The most exceptional prodigy of the Stark lineage. At this moment, however, they could only bury their heads in the sand, for who could dare provoke the irate Fury? Recognizing the moment, Nick Fury chose to relent, allowing them to comprehend that he was not merely a benevolent figure devoid of temperament. He then resumed his performance. To be honest, you have indeed exerted yourselves. The brilliance of Tony Stark is evident to all. Your current task is to delve into the study of this battle armor, starting with the exoskeleton. As long as you can deliver results, I shall not hesitate to reward you. Promotions and salary increases will be assured. Whatever effort you put forth will be reciprocated by me. Of course, I will join forces with the military to apply pressure on Tony, compelling him to relinquish a suit of armor for your thorough examination, with the hope that we too may replicate it. It must be said, Nick Fury's heart was as dark as they come. He unabashedly articulated his intent to rob Tony in broad daylight, speaking as if he were merely claiming his own possessions, unaffected by the possibility of Tony's retaliation or whether Fury would be deemed inconsequential. With a swift strike followed by a morsel of reward, the cunning Fury demonstrated his mastery of manipulation. This was merely the first step, for there was more to come. Furthermore, our agency's operatives have had nearly half a month since Chen Xi's appearance. I must inquire, what have you uncovered? Why have I not received a single piece of useful information? Aside from sleeping and ordering takeout, there has been nothing of substance. I am granting you another fortnight. Keep a close watch on him, and report precisely on whom he meets, what they discuss, and any tangible actions he takes. Should you fail to produce valuable intelligence, all agents ranked 5 and above will have their vacations annulled this year, bonuses revoked, and if necessary, you shall be expelled from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support. At this juncture, Nick Fury's demeanor had grown exceedingly stern. His fierce, one-eyed gaze pierced through everyone present. All those who felt the weight of his scrutiny averted their eyes, none daring to meet his stare. As if cowed by his formidable presence, Fury, satisfied with their reaction, felt a flicker of pride. Behold, he too possessed a commanding aura. Unbeknownst to him, however, 80% of those present were Hydra members, treating his words as mere background noise, their reluctance to meet his gaze stemming from their own guilty consciences. He withdrew his gaze, restoring his composure. Everyone else may leave, he commanded. Coulson, Natasha, Barton, you three remain. With a swift rustle, all those not personally retained by Fury exited the room, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. In the office now remained his core team, the confidants in whom he placed 30% of his trust. In accordance with Nick Fury's character, he has indeed reached the pinnacle of his capabilities. As a level 9 agent, Maria Hill, the commander of the airship, has consistently served as the unseen second-in-command of S.H.I.E.L.D. She is a mature, alluring beauty with an enviable figure. Phil Coulson, a level 8 agent and the village chief of the novice realm in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, embodies the image of the quintessential good guy, albeit one whose benevolence often leads to an untimely demise. Level 7 agent Hawkeye, known as Clint Barton, possesses a prodigious talent for marksmanship, ensuring victory in every conflict he engages in. The enigmatic Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, requires little introduction. Her charm is so profound that it incites a longing for her very bathwater. At present, only this select group has garnered a modicum of trust from the notoriously shrewd Nick Fury. As for the others, they are deemed unworthy of trust, their allegiances shrouded in mystery. Once the so-called riffraff departed, Nick Fury leaned over his desk, surveying the room meticulously, ensuring he comprehended the dynamics at play. I cannot say whether I can fully trust you, yet I am compelled to place my faith in you. I hope you will not betray my confidence, for we have known each other for a considerable time and are partners at heart. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the gathered agents grew complex. It was an uncomfortable sentiment. The more one knows, the greater the peril. It was evident that Nick Fury was concealing something from them, and they were acutely aware of the depths of his cunning. Not only was he a man of dark complexion, but his heart was even darker. Despite the discomfort, none dared display dissatisfaction. They were all seasoned professionals. Nick Fury was acutely aware of their unspoken thoughts, yet he lacked the luxury of time to ponder their intentions. Mutual understanding was sufficient. He turned to Natasha and spoke gravely. Please, share the intelligence you have acquired. You have had direct contact with him, and you must possess insights beyond our own. Understood, Director, Natasha replied, rising to address the group. According to my sources, our supercomputer has cross-referenced every database with his name and image, yet it yields not a single shred of information. He appears to have materialized from thin air. We know nothing about him, yet he seems to possess an extraordinary understanding of us. In his eyes, we harbor no secrets. What? The room erupted in astonishment. The first piece of information was comprehensible, yet the latter was utterly incredulous. Were they facing a foe or a friend? How could he know them so intimately? There must be a mole. This transaction must be halted. Coulson and the others, just then grasping the implications, began to whisper amongst themselves, their voices low with concern. Prompting Coulson to voice a question. The suspected mutant, Chen Xi, is from the Dragon Kingdom. We are all aware of this. Will they share their intelligence with us? Our supercomputer cannot even access core personnel from their side. Surely they would not grant us clearance? Coulson articulated his analysis with clarity, and the others turned to Nick Fury. Puzzled. Are you mistaken? How could they possibly know you? Nick Fury shook his head in response. Do not doubt. I have already communicated with the Spear Bureau regarding this matter, and they too were taken aback. They had never heard of this individual, and after scrutiny, no trace could be found. I trust them. The crowd remained silent after hearing this. You are correct. Your face is indeed large. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. His brow furrowed. How long had it been since there had been such tranquility? In truth, Natasha and Nick Fury had not disclosed all the information to them. The M78 nebula that Chen Xi mentioned, along with the astonishing secrets of an alien invasion, were matters known only to those directly involved. Everything must unfold gradually. With a sense of weariness, Nick Fury waved his hand dismissively, stating, You may all leave, Natasha, stay behind. I have a task to assign to you. The author has something to say. Chapter 40. Natasha's scheme. Upon receiving their orders, Coulson and his team departed swiftly, eager to avoid the burdens of these ethereal entities. When the sky falls, there are always tall individuals to bear the weight. The more one knows, the greater the peril. Once everyone had left, Nick Fury turned his attention back to Natasha. Natasha, you are the only one in our agency who has met him, making you somewhat familiar. Besides, your beauty is certainly well suited for dealing with him. From now on, you will be responsible for tracking and observing his every move. How you go about it is entirely up to you. Nick Fury, shrewd and cunning, knew that few could resist the allure of beauty. What? You want me to go? I refuse. He already has his guard up against me. If I approach him, he will undoubtedly see through it. Moreover, he's an extraterrestrial. How could his taste possibly align with ours? I absolutely will not go. Upon hearing this, Natasha shook her head vehemently, her resolve clear. She was still relatively new to the field, and her previous encounter had left her at a disadvantage. If she were to go now, would she not be entirely at his mercy? The crux of the matter was that this man only ignited fires and left others to extinguish them. Unbeknownst to Fury, Natasha's thoughts swirled with trepidation. He continued to persuade her, Natasha, you are well aware that our manpower is limited, and everyone else is occupied. You know I have little trust in the others. Thus, this task falls squarely upon your shoulders. As for his taste, you need not worry. He is surrounded by many beautiful women. Do you truly fear that your charm pales in comparison? Capture Chen Xi, and you shall be hailed as a hero in our agency. Fury's flattery was relentless, and by both reason and sentiment, he made a compelling case for Natasha's suitability. Yet, she remained hesitant, her words faltering in uncertainty. Agent Natasha, this is an order. I implore you not to decline. You are the most fitting for this role. Noticing her lingering doubts, Fury's tone became more assertive, emphasizing the command nature of his request. It was clear that he did not wish for his subordinates to defy his decisions. With resignation, Natasha nodded, albeit reluctantly. Very well, I accept. I suppose I must sacrifice myself for this mission. No need for sacrifice. I believe you have ample means at your disposal. You are, after all, a top-tier agent who has earned the title of Black Widow. With a mix of encouragement and praise, Fury expressed his satisfaction with Natasha's capabilities. He was adept at leveraging the strengths of each individual, employing them to their fullest potential. All right, you may leave, he concluded. Understood, she replied. As Fury waved her off, Natasha turned, and the troubled expression on her face vanished completely, showcasing her talent for transformation. Unbeknownst to Fury, she departed with a mocking smile, suggesting that she had made her choice. Indeed, Nick Fury's decision aligned perfectly with her own interests, unfolding with surprising ease. The following morning, Bowen called to inform that they were ready, having prepared 6 modified small cargo ships and 300 personnel. They would maintain constant communication with Chen Xi via satellite phone and would notify him immediately should any situation arise. Well, I eagerly await your good news. I have sent the approximate location to your mobile device. You should search within a dozen kilometers of those coordinates. Chen Xi relayed the general position he had gleaned from the film to Bowen's team, and there should be no issues. Very well, sir. We shall set off now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Let us hope for a smooth endeavor, Chen Xi murmured as he gazed out the window. After ending the call, he suddenly realized he ought to purchase a large SUV, which would be more suitable. Last night's shopping escapade had its complications, while the Lamborghini was indeed stylish. It only accommodated 2 passengers. For a warm-hearted gentleman like him, that simply wouldn't suffice. One could easily count on fingers that there should be at least 70 or 80 leading ladies in this world, right? May the sunshine of love illuminate all beings. Wanda, Lolly, shall we go car shopping? Not interested. Wanda, with her distinctive personality, was a homebody. Master, I will accompany you, said the ever-thoughtful number 18 with a sweet tone. Hee, number Lolly is the best. Let us go. Chen Xi chuckled as he playfully pinched her cheek, teasing the proud Wanda. Indeed, indeed. I'll ensure to give her extra attention tonight. I'm too lazy to discuss you two. Wanda retorted without hesitation, though internally she felt a pang of insecurity. Knowing her limits, she could barely last an hour before crumbling. Who knew how Lolly managed to be so resilient? You will find out soon enough. Let's go. Chen Xi grinned proudly, taking number 18 by the hand. The roar of the Lamborghini echoed as they sped towards the city center. The BMW dealership, considered a luxury brand, resonated with Chen Xi, whose affinity for German engineering ran deep. Hello, is that Mr. Chen Xi? Do you have a preferred vehicle in mind? I'm a top sales associate. Would you like my assistance in your selection? Upon entering, a sweetly alluring voice seemed to penetrate the very depths of his soul. Looking up, he was greeted by a striking pair of eyes. Oh my, isn't that the widow who makes people drink bathwater? Stop, don't hug me like that. I'm rather timid, and your embrace is too tight. I fear making a mistake. Chen Xi hurriedly attempted to prevent Black Widow's overly familiar embrace, yet the familiar scent and comfort of this interaction was undeniable. It seemed to have little effect. As he indulged in this VIP treatment, playfully observing Natasha's charming visage. Pray tell, what is the meaning of this? Is this your agency's new assignment? Have you taken up a side job as a beauty? Natasha suppressed the urge to roll her eyes at his teasing, recalling his remark about a side job. What was this scoundrel implying? Did he think so little of her? Chen Xi continued, I suggest you change your agency's name to S-H-I-E-L-D. It's much more memorable. Natasha paused, momentarily bewildered by his rapid shift in conversation. However, the excessively lengthy name was indeed rather embarrassing and quite outdated. Mr. Chen had a point. The name Bureau of Strategic Defense, Offense, and logistics support has become utterly tiresome for us. I believe Nick Fury would consider your suggestion. Natasha remarked with a faint seriousness. The reason I am here for work, you still do not know? I am a woman. Speak your mind. But why are you holding me so tightly? Chen Xi exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Such a favorable situation is merely a sugar-coated shell. Surely nothing good will come of it. Chen Xi shivered in trepidation. What mischief is this enchantress up to? He attempted to struggle gently, but alas, Natasha's grip was too firm, and he could not break free. Natasha, with a playful huff, reminded him of his flushed complexion. What is this? Are you about to take flight? Oh dear. I have long since detached myself from worldly matters, renouncing all mundane desires. I, a humble monk, have already seen through the illusions of the world and am prepared to take refuge in the triple gem. I beseech you, fair maiden, to grant me mercy. In this dire situation, Chen Xi quickly recited mantras, reminding himself to endure, knowing that forcing a quench would be futile. Natasha, being of considerable age, was merely a source of amusement. Chen Xi mumbled a plethora of phrases in Chinese, yet even if Natasha were proficient in the language, she would find his convoluted, novel-like expressions incomprehensible. With a captivating gaze, she shot him a disdainful look, concluding that he was merely pretending to be a gentleman once again. Chapter 41. Natasha's surrender. Natasha had already resolved to accept Chen Xi's terms. She would not allow herself to be distracted by frivolous banter. Becoming stronger was imperative for her. Regrettably, she felt a pang of remorse towards S.H.I.E.L.D., for Nick Fury was hardly an exemplary figure, and he had yet to fulfill his promises. The much-anticipated formula had been delayed for 2 long years. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she clung tightly to Chen Xi's arm, playfully pouting. One must give to receive, and she begrudgingly thought it was rather unfair to this scoundrel. Yet, this slight friction only fueled her irritation. Both she and Chen Xi were overwhelmed by the situation. Coughing lightly, he reminded himself to maintain distance. The air was dry, and tempers flared easily. Struggling to extricate himself, Chen Xi ultimately conceded. Faced with such a charming yet formidable temptation, he had no choice but to honor her presence. Excuse me, are you selling cars here? Surely you are not just waiting for me? Chen Xi inquired, eyeing her with suspicion, though deep down, he was already convinced that she had been anticipating his arrival. At last, this was the moment Natasha had been waiting for. She instantly adopted a pitiful demeanor, blinking her innocent eyes with a dramatic sigh, as if life had become unbearable. We women spend money like water. I must invest in beauty treatments and acquire lovely clothes and handbags. You know that Nick Fury is a miserly scoundrel, not one to part with a penny. Why don't you just take me in? After all, one more person won't make a difference. You already have 2 women. After speaking, she slowly raised her gaze, her beautiful eyes sparkling as they fixed on Chen Xi, eagerly awaiting his response. Chen Xi rolled his eyes in response. Fully aware that her words were far from truthful, did she truly lack funds? He recognized this as her way of surrendering, a decision she had made. However, to tease her, he turned to the petite maid, number 18. Dear little maid, Natasha seems rather unfortunate. Should we take her in? She could serve as your handmaiden. Number 18 rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. You still need to find a reason for this, don't you? Yet, she played along, responding, this sister does seem quite pitiful. If master wishes to take her in, I suppose she could serve as a concubine for the night. Natasha was oblivious to the implications of a concubine. Yet she understood that Chen Xi had effectively taken her under his wing. Grateful, she cast a thankful glance at number 18. Thank you, sister. While they engaged in this playful banter, onlookers could only grasp the gist of the conversation. An affluent young man had taken a stunning beauty under his wing. The male patrons in the establishment were utterly captivated, their eyes glued to Natasha the moment she walked in. They had never encountered such breathtaking beauty, and the thought that this enchanting creature might belong to another was unbearable. Had they known, they would have acted sooner. After all, they had the means to ensure her care. Regret washed over them. They ought to feel fortunate that they had not acted on their desires. Otherwise, Natasha would have welcomed a few more eunuchs into the world. Chen Xi regarded the covetous gazes of the men around him with a disdainful smile. The illustrious Black Widow is none other than my family's housekeeper. You pitiful beings can only harbor envy and resentment towards me. I revel in your disdain while remaining untouchable. Hee hee. After Natasha completed her task, she turned to Chen Xi and exclaimed, Oh dear, my boss is truly magnanimous. I feel utterly enamored. A kiss. As she spoke, she embraced Chen Xi, bouncing with exuberance. Is this not a breach of decorum? She is, after all, a luminary of the silver screen, vividly alive before him. Although Natasha is undeniably alluring and voluptuous, her age presents a perplexing conundrum for Chen Xi, leaving him in considerable turmoil. To this day, he mistakenly recalls that the Natasha from the films was born in 1984, and now she stands at the pinnacle of her beauty, youthful and enchanting. He can only surmise that he deserves his plight. The pitfalls of habitual thinking are indeed profound. The Marvel timeline is notoriously convoluted, Yet this realm is the tangible world, where directors can cast whomever they choose in their cinematic fantasies, but in reality, who dictates their appearances? This world is replete with infinite possibilities. Faced with the alluring yet vexing Natasha, Chen Xi hastily sought to temper her exuberance. Sister, remain calm. By the way, the director of the Black Egg Bureau should be pleased, right? He discreetly gestured towards her ear, signaling her to cooperate. What director of the Black Egg? Who is that? She paused, then quickly realized, bursting into laughter, her smile radiant and captivating, leaving the onlookers in awe. Ha ha ha, boss, you truly are a mischievous sprite. Her melodious laughter drew many curious glances. On the other end of the miniature earpiece, Nick Fury was livid, his already dark countenance now resembling that of charred coal. Of course, upon close inspection, one might not discern the change. Damn it, does he not realize that mocking others' appearances is exceedingly uncouth? Chen Xi had thoroughly vexed Nick Fury. He knew that this nickname would undoubtedly circulate from this moment forth, darkening his mood even further. Natasha, cease your laughter. Your mission commenced smoothly, and I shan't elaborate further. Also, refrain from using this wretched device. It's clear to everyone that we communicate through it. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. Nick Fury declared, seething with rage. What matter, Director? Natasha feigned ignorance, teasingly. Humph, you know precisely what I mean. With a snort, Nick Fury abruptly severed the signal. He was infuriated, likely to remain so for a lifetime. The thought alone was enough to drive him to despair. It seems that one's joy is indeed often founded upon the suffering of others. Natasha struggled to suppress her laughter, feeling stifled. The lively movements of Natasha's formidable assets were so captivating that Chen Xi found himself genuinely impressed by the quality of her attire. Would there be an explosion or not? Oh dear, stop laughing, it might explode. Chen Xi helplessly pointed at Natasha, reminding her that one must not be overly fierce, lest they trigger an explosion. Natasha, sensing something amiss, let out a restrained exclamation and promptly enveloped her sister in her embrace. Now then, let us discuss compensation. What sum shall you offer for my services? I must secure my own share. I refuse to toil without remuneration. The salary provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. is rather meager. Just observe Coulson. His life is a constant struggle. Clinging to that dilapidated old car, claiming it is due to sentimental attachment. Do you still desire a salary? Chen Xi exclaimed, incredulous. Is there truly such a thing as a paycheck in this world? How was I not aware of this? What is this? Do you wish to be a miser? Natasha snapped, irritation evident in her tone. Very well, considering your earnest efforts, Chen Xi decided to cease his teasing. What of this? I shall grant you 300,000 per month. 300,000? In dollars? Natasha immediately covered her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Chen Xi. Indeed, what else did you expect? Yen? My heavens, did you not mistakenly add an extra zero? Natasha trembled slightly. Her gaze fixed on Chen Xi, disbelief etched across her features. 300,000. My life-risking salary barely exceeds 20,000. That wretched Nick Fury embodies the very essence of a miser. Only Chen Xi understood that the funds embezzled by Fury were funneled into constructing bases and crafting interstellar aircraft across the globe. Chapter 42, Hulk vs. Abomination. As Chen Xi leisurely strolled through the store of his fourth son, flanked by admirers filled with a mix of envy and admiration, the heavens suddenly unleashed chaos. Boom, boom. The sky rumbled with thunder, shaking the ground violently, drowning out the cries for help. Chen Xi was in the midst of testing the shock absorption of the X6 when, quite fortuitously, a small rocket projectile exploded right in front of the store. With a piercing sound, the glass of the entire establishment shattered into countless shards, sending patrons scurrying in panic. Oh dear, help. God. Run. Quick, flee. It must be a bank robbery. Hurry. Through the back door. Someone save me. My leg is injured. In an instant, the store devolved into a state of utter chaos, with frantic customers darting in every direction, many wailing for assistance. At that moment, all notions of gentlemanly decorum were abandoned. The only thought was to escape faster than anyone else, for those who fell behind would face dire consequences. Goodness, is this what freedom looks like? Truly remarkable. Not a single day can pass without turmoil. Is it impossible to have a day without gunfire? Chen Xi, his good spirits shattered, emerged from the vehicle in irritation. Damn it. Truly deserving of its reputation as the flagship of Marvel, this has activated the entire world. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has unfurled its grand tapestry, with characters stepping into the limelight. Is this the chaotic world described in novels? Whether human or monstrous, everyone seems compelled to assert their existence. Yet, Chen Xi, possessing both skill and audacity, viewed the hail of bullets as mere child's play. At this moment, Natasha's demeanor darkened, transforming from a captivating vixen into a formidable warrior. In this critical moment, she became composed, resolute, and decisive. Natasha swiftly drew her weapon, firing warning shots into the air. Everyone, quiet down. I am an agent of the FLB, and the situation is dire. Outside, amidst the gunfire, Panic breeds danger. Please exit in an orderly manner through the fire escape. Upon hearing the presence of an official agent, the frantic crowd quickly regained control, adhering to her commands as they exited in an orderly fashion. It must be said, having connections proves advantageous. Natasha's calm authority and efficient leadership garnered Chen Xi's respect. How could such a fierce Black Widow meet her end? It seemed unjust that while everyone else returned, she did not, an unresolved grievance for many. In the Marvel Universe, no one comprehended her inner turmoil. She appeared ruthless, yet was profoundly complex, with her actions often misunderstood. Little did anyone anticipate that the lethal Natasha would ultimately wield the hammer of Thor, symbolizing justice. That alone was sufficient. Boom. Another powerful rocket detonated outside, seemingly with even greater force, obliterating nearby buildings, vehicles, and the very flora and fauna around them. In this tumultuous scene where chaos reigned, even the once formidable rampage bull, which Chen Xi had barely unleashed, met its demise. Chen Xi's expression darkened ominously. The audacity was intolerable. Initially, he had no intention of taking action against them, yet they dared to provoke him. This was tantamount to courting death. Chen Xi's fury signified that lives were in jeopardy. Lolly, let us venture out and ascertain which audacious individuals are so brazenly bold here. Let us send them on their way. Very well, my dear master. This time, allow me to take the lead, as I have yet to make my move. As if sensing Chen Xi's wrath, the Hulk was also incensed. At that moment, outside the establishment, helicopters, tanks, and armored vehicles amassed in an impressive display. Was this an insurrection? What kind of person could command such an overwhelming presence? Surely, even the most notorious of bandits would not mobilize such forces. Chen Xi scanned his surroundings and finally discerned the truth. The military's target was not some international thief or supercriminal, but rather a colossal green figure, marked unmistakably by his iconic, oversized shorts. What on earth was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be holed up at Tony's place, assisting with the development of battle armor? Perplexed, Chen Xi decided to observe the unfolding spectacle. After all, why not enjoy a free show? The battle raged fiercely, with various buildings and vehicles crumbling under the Hulk's wrath as if they were mere paper. The art of destruction was on full display. At that moment, while others kept their distance, fearful of being caught in the fray, a man, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful woman who seemed to have stepped out of a comic book, eagerly approached the battlefield's edge. He exuberantly shouted, "Well done, Banner. Keep it up. Annihilate that repugnant creature. Good grief, abomination, don't you possess any intelligence? Go grapple with the Hulk. There are cars nearby. Use them as makeshift boxing gloves and smash his head." Chen Xi, reveling in the chaos, cheered on. While onlookers were left speechless, this lunatic had a girlfriend. How infuriating. Let him revel in his arrogance. Die. You shall perish. Chen Xi's voice carried far across the battlefield. But the Hulk, oblivious to Chen Xi's identity, merely perceived a fervent cheer from the crowd. In that moment, Chen Xi had transformed into a formidable figure, and it was unlikely the Hulk would recognize him. Although the Hulk possessed the intellect of a mere child, upon hearing Chen Xi's rallying cry, he grasped the situation. This was an exceedingly agile, rotund figure. In a flash, he seized a truck without regard for potential explosions. With a resounding rip, the vehicle crumpled in the Hulk's grasp, torn asunder with ease. Clutching the truck's cab in one hand and the cargo in the other, the Hulk found himself with an excellent pair of makeshift boxing gloves. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Xi could not help but admire the scene. This was the Marvel Universe, where logic need not apply. Everything defied conventional expectations and did not explode. The battlefield was a rapidly evolving tableau, and the weapon-wielding Hulk, brimming with confidence, unleashed a flurry of punches upon the abomination. This barrage left the abomination utterly defenseless, causing him to retch forth yellow bile. The Hulk's display was a testament to the adage that sometimes the unorthodox triumphs over the conventional, an observation aptly noted by old Xing. There was no method to this madness. How could one counter it? The Hulk, with his electrifying and thunderous punches, confronted the abomination, resulting in a cataclysmic collision akin to Mars striking Earth, igniting a sea of gasoline. Boom, boom. The damaged and intact vehicles along the roadside erupted in a series of explosive detonations, creating a spectacular display of pyrotechnics. Flames soared skyward. The scene unfolded like a special edition of an American blockbuster, leaving Chen Xi exhilarated. Explosions. Explosions. Boom. Boom. Streets and alleys were filled with hundreds of cars, amplifying the cinematic effects of the explosions to their zenith. The abomination, dazed from Hulk's relentless barrage, seemed to awaken to the chaos around him. Wasn't he this a plethora of weaponry? Although the disparity in strength between the abomination and the Hulk was immense, the former was merely an adult cloaked in monstrous guise, while the latter epitomized an endearingly unique child with a remarkable intellect. Chapter 43, General Ross's Ruthlessness. The emergence of the abomination, a soldier named Blonsky who refused to retire, is nothing short of miraculous. He recklessly utilized General Ross's super soldier serum and underwent gamma radiation exposure. The abomination is akin to a rational, yet castrated version of the Hulk, a product that can be deemed only partially successful. Beneath his monstrous exterior, he is fundamentally human. Although his abilities pale in comparison to the Hulk's, he does not find himself at a disadvantage. In the film, the Hulk's powers have been significantly diminished. The exorbitant costs of special effects have rendered all top-tier heroes less imposing, while ordinary heroes have notably closed the gap. Remarkably, amidst the chaos, the abomination, clad in gauntlets, seems to hold the upper hand against the Hulk. This is indeed an unfair situation. The bullets and shells unleashed by Ross and his team are bothersome, and the Hulk appears somewhat flustered, overwhelmed by the onslaught. Chen Xi must concede that Ross and his crew are true masters, resorting to any means necessary to subdue the Hulk. They have truly engaged with him. The incessant barrage of bullets falls upon the Hulk like a torrential downpour, striking him as though he were made of steel, painful yet provoking, a severe test of his patience. Is this an attempt to drive him to exasperation or perhaps even fury? The relentless harassment ignites a fire within the Hulk. His anger reaches its zenith, fueling an explosive resurgence of power. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk unleashes an astonishing force, determined to eradicate the swarm of bothersome flies before him. His patience is wearing thin, and his intelligence is equally limited. Suddenly, a glimmer catches his eye, prompting him to dash forward through the hail of gunfire, charging recklessly towards the tanks, wreaking havoc in his wake. With each mighty leap, he crushes a tank as if it were mere paper. He effortlessly twists off the barrels of artillery, hurling them skyward, signifying the demise of an aircraft. The Hulk's aim is impeccable as he brings down one plane after another. In mere moments, dozens of pancake-like tanks lie irreparably damaged, oozing crimson from the battlefield. Cars, motorcycles, lampposts, and utility poles along the roadside become projectiles, launching a barrage towards the helicopters above. With a swift bang, several unfortunate helicopters fall victim to the Hulk's unparalleled aerial assault. Chen Xi muses that he seems to possess a professional acumen for this destruction. Caught in a paradox of limitations, the surviving helicopters, terrified, swiftly ascend to a safer altitude, distancing themselves from the Hulk's range while desperately calling for reinforcements. The Hulk revels in this newfound clarity of mind, his intellect finally registering as a positive number. Seizing the opportunity, the abomination executes a surprise shoulder throw, sending the Hulk hurtling into the distance, then accelerates for a powerful jump, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. With a resounding crash, the Hulk is driven over a meter deep into the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. The relentless abomination, emboldened by the situation, prepares to deliver a decisive elbow strike to the Hulk's head. This attack is sure to leave the Hulk in a swollen stupor, however, in a fleeting moment. As the abomination rises to strike, the Hulk retaliates with a knee thrust, landing a heavy blow to the abomination's lower region. The moment of revulsion erupted into a heart-wrenching roar, a pain that penetrated to the very marrow. This anguish had reached an unbearable threshold. If one were to compare it to a fate worse than death, it could only be likened to the excruciating agony he now felt in his groin. Revulsion had heard the sound of something shattering. His very essence had been crushed. The immense force of the green behemoth, weighing 800 tons, even when hastily folded, could deliver a knee strike of unimaginable ferocity. Not even titanium alloy could withstand such a collision. This is why experience reveals true wisdom. The green giant learned through trial and error, gaining insight from his misfortunes. In a moment of desperation, he recalled the technique that Chen Xi had once employed against him. Roaring with joy, the green giant felt as elated as a behemoth weighing 800 pounds. The situation on the battlefield caught Ross completely off guard. The green giant was indeed a formidable opponent. General, what should we do? Now, even revulsion is no match for the Hulk. Should we deploy missiles? As they witnessed the Hulk's inability to withstand further assaults, they began to request the use of heavy weaponry, suggesting they should simply bomb him into submission. And what of the civilians? The destruction? Apologies, but that is merely the price to pay. They dared to launch atomic bombs at New York. So what else would they fear? If misfortune befalls them, it is simply a matter of bad luck. After all, they are merely spectators in this deadly theater. Should they perish in the chaos, they cannot hold the military accountable. The audience watching from a distance was not insignificant. They were safely ensconced miles away from the battlefield. Except for Chen Xi and his companion. They were almost in the thick of it, occupying the prime vantage point, dangerously close to the action. All right. I'll follow your lead. General Ross was a man of ruthless cunning. Over the years, countless innocent bystanders had met their demise while he captured the Hulk. All conveniently silenced through monetary means. This was standard procedure. Now, faced with yet another setback, his countenance darkened, and without hesitation, he expressed his fury. Boom, boom, boom. The helicopters unleashed a barrage upon the green giant, reigniting his wrath. More? Is this never ending? He howled at the helicopters, pursuing them relentlessly. This was Ross's strategy, to lure him to the outskirts and obliterate the hulking figure with missile strikes. In their meticulous planning, they reached the outskirts of Manhattan within mere minutes, fully prepared. Prepare the missile. Ready. General, launch. At a command from General Ross. A missile carried by one of the helicopters was launched, trailing a long white tail as it screamed towards its target. Damn it. Damn it. That SA missile. Are they insane? This is New York. People screamed in panic. We'll sue. We'll report this. Heavens. Help. Was there truly no one in the suburbs? No. There were indeed small homes, but the collateral damage could be minimized. Yet, there were still onlookers, terrified and weeping. This was utter madness. Some shouted in outrage, while the majority succumbed to despair and fear. Even if they survived, the shockwave alone could leave them bloodied and battered. This was not merely an explosion, but a devastating force. Regret is futile now. The expressions in their eyes reveal nothing but fear and despair, with many so frightened that they soil themselves. Even Chen Xi was taken aback. Goodness, this Ross is truly deranged. He is even more terrifying than a terrorist. Is he not? As a mere bystander, Chen Xi could not help but join the fray. Upon witnessing Ross's ruthless tactics, his countenance darkened. This fellow is rather ruthless. Does he harbor intentions towards me? If so, that simplifies matters. Once he reveals himself, he shall undoubtedly attempt a surprise attack on me, providing the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Such a menacing figure cannot be allowed to remain. For a fool like him, one must employ a thunderous method to obliterate him completely. General Ross serves as both a warning and a deterrent to those lurking in the shadows. Chapter 44. Shocking the entire nation with a determined resolve, Chen Xi revealed a mysterious smile, savoring the exhilarating sensation of having everything under control, which only heightened his anticipation. It seemed that Ross had only encountered his steel-clad self, so it was time to unleash number 18. Surely, he would covet her extraordinary genes, wouldn't he? Upon noticing Chen Xi's enigmatic smile, number 18, though unable to decipher her unscrupulous master's ulterior motives, sensed that he was undoubtedly plotting against someone. She rolled her eyes, recognizing her master's mischief, yet couldn't help but adore him. Before Chen Xi could command her, she eagerly volunteered, "Dear wicked master, shall I assist them on their journey?" The term "dear wicked master" was rather deserving of a reprimand. With a light smack, Chen Xi playfully chastised her. "Go on. Dare to speak ill of your master and face the consequences." "Oh dear, wicked master, I was merely jesting," she retorted, pinching Chen Xi playfully. Chen Xi shot a sidelong glance at the mischievous woman, exasperated by her antics, yet his body betrayed his annoyance. In a fit of playful anger, he smacked her again, sending delightful ripples across her form, which he found utterly irresistible. Reluctantly, he squeezed her once more, lingering on the sensation, and instructed, "Behave. Do you hear me? Do you see that hulking green figure? Just knock him out. And that repulsive yellow giant? A single slap will suffice." As Chen Xi gestured to number 18, he laid out her tasks. Remarkably, the loathsome creature's regenerative abilities were impressive. It managed to recover within mere minutes after being shattered and made its way to the battlefield. Number 18 was well aware of Chen Xi's shameless intentions. While her expression conveyed impatience, her heart brimmed with joy. Hee. Even a wicked master like him cannot resist my allure. I shall bewitch this rogue. Feigning annoyance, she declared. "Stop your incessant fondling, you insatiable creature. It's tiresome. Isn't it just that green giant and the yellow monstrosity? I know. Leave it to me. It's been ages since I faced a worthy opponent. Let me stretch my limbs today." With that, number 18 cracked her knuckles and tilted her neck, her voice oozing with eagerness for the impending confrontation. One must admit, she was indeed a woman with a penchant for violence. "Wait, while we're battling, I should acquire some fresh blood from the Hulk. It will save me the trouble of him transforming later." Just as number 18 prepared to charge, Chen Xi's voice interrupted her. I know. Stop dilly-dallying, wicked master." She called back coolly without looking, her fist ready as she advanced. Why was she after the Hulk's blood? Hadn't they just obtained the Umbrella's high base? It was an opportunity not to be squandered. Perhaps they could concoct a super T-virus serum, one that would significantly enhance physical abilities and potentially awaken superpowers. He harbored an unwavering belief in the astonishing capabilities of the Marvel Universe. There was nothing beyond their reach. After all, couldn't the addiction sentinel become invincible with merely a vial of serum? As soon as Chen Xi acquired the blood of the Hulk, he intended to hand it over to the meticulously arranged research of the Red Queen for further examination in a couple of days. He would then proceed to generously recruit some eminent figures such as Dr. Lizard or Dr. Octopus. With the prowess of these luminaries from the animal kingdom and the biological advancements of Umbrella. Although he did not expect to clone an extraordinary being like the Hulk, procuring a modified version of the Super T-virus serum should be feasible. As for the repulsive, feces yellow creature? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Chen Xi found it utterly distasteful. The creature was indeed grotesque, with its ghastly spines protruding menacingly. In truth, Being unattractive was not its fault, but to emerge and frighten him was decidedly its misstep. While Chen Xi remained lost in his fantasies, the figure known as number 18 had already taken to the skies, adeptly employing her aerial maneuvering skills. The outside world was rife with countless surveillance cameras, and above, military and civilian satellites peppered the heavens. Such a grandiose operation had undoubtedly captured the attention of the entire nation. Number 18, amidst the astonished gazes of the American populace, directly pursued the ex-wife missile. "Catch me if you can," she exclaimed. With her petite frame enveloping the missile, she exerted all her strength, veins bulging, and forcefully redirected its trajectory. At that moment, number 18 astounded the entire nation, igniting a fervor among the masses. Oh my God, is she a goddess? A mutant? A super mutant? Aren't mutants supposed to possess only one power? What is happening here? Good heavens, this woman reminds me of someone, a completely deranged mutant. Are you referring to Magneto? No, she pales in comparison. No, she is a superhero. She is saving civilians. Wow, what an impressive and heroic female figure. Regardless of whether they were present at the scene or watching from their screens, the onlookers erupted into euphoric cheers. They celebrated number 18, nearly uprooting their rooftops, with many jumping onto sofas, tables, and chairs, shouting with exuberance. This was the land of the free, a nation fervently adoring individual heroism. Beautiful women, heroes, mutants, war, saving the world. Each element sent hearts racing and spirits soaring, and the combination of these exhilarating components was simply electrifying. Just then, amidst the tumult, someone cried out, "What? Look! Holy Mary! Oh God, this utterly insane woman is also a superheroine. Haha. Well done. I adore her fiery temperament. Yes, exactly. Annihilate these criminals who disregard civilian lives. My God, how dare she? How dare she? This is a blatant defiance of the military." Indeed, number 18, clutching the ex-wife missile, soared directly toward a helicopter at breakneck speed. Moments later, to the astonished gasps of the onlookers, number 18 collided with the helicopter, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom. Flames erupted skyward. The unfortunate helicopter has been reduced to mere fragments. Where are the people? Where did they go? Have they perished together? That cannot be. No one would be foolish enough to do that. Look, is that not her? All eyes scanned the surroundings, disbelief evident that this heroine would act so recklessly. Indeed, they soon spotted the heroine standing proudly on the ground. Is this the pinnacle of mutants? General Ross was so astonished that he struggled to find words to describe the might of number 18. Ha ha ha, capture her. Forget the last steel man and his appearance. This time she cannot escape. He then erupted into a maniacal laugh, his face contorted, and the fervor in his gaze unabashed. "General, what shall we do?" the lieutenant stammered. His eyes filled with intense terror. "Is this someone we can confront? We should flee and devise a long-term strategy." They were evidently paralyzed with fear by number 18's ferocity. How could such a diminutive figure harbor such formidable power? Chapter 45, the 18th of the Heavenly Father. Vanquishing the abomination before the soldiers and the masses could fully comprehend the chaotic scene before them, a golden flash of lightning erupted, producing a sonic boom that sent hundreds of soldiers reeling in terror, clutching their heads. This was the deliberate strategy of the 18th. A collective assault that rendered all soldiers utterly powerless, mere detritus. With a disdainful snort, the 18th swiftly closed the distance to the abomination. Her superhuman speed activated in an instant. Her right fist clenched tightly, and in the face of the abomination's horrified gaze, she delivered a devastating uppercut to its chin. At that moment, the abomination could only manage the simplest of thoughts. Its eyes were unable to dart, paralyzed by fear. What sorcery was this? It felt as though its demise was imminent. With a resounding thud, the 18th heard a muffled grunt beside her, followed by a tremendous noise from the outside world, akin to an earthquake. The onlookers, still dazed from the initial shock, were jolted back to reality. They perceived a colossal yellow figure flash past them. And then that figure crashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the superheroine had firmly planted one foot on the abomination's back. Naturally, the abomination was not easily vanquished. Its vitality was remarkably resilient, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Despite sustaining severe injuries to its head and heart, it could still feel a faint heartbeat, which gradually quickened. The creature was healing. Its regenerative capabilities were aiding its slow recovery. How intriguing. The 18th mused with an amused smile, finding the yellow-skinned monster somewhat fascinating. Alas, this was where its journey ended. With a cold chuckle directed at the abomination, she prepared to put an end to it. Quick, open fire. Disrupt her actions. Do not allow her to eliminate the abomination. General Ross sensed the impending crisis. The 18th had raised her hand, gathering an unknown energy that radiated with immense power from afar. Bang, bang, bang. The aerial support firepower arrived immediately, this time refraining from launching the previous missiles, as the abomination was on the brink of collapse and could not withstand such devastation. Firing those missiles would undoubtedly lead to the abomination's demise, while that woman would remain unscathed. The fiery barrage from the Gatling gun rained down mercilessly, with miniature missiles following one after another. Does Lolly require assistance? Chen Xi inquired with genuine concern. Though he had full faith that the 18th would not be harmed by such weaponry, still, one could not help but worry for their beloved. No, thank you, mischievous master. The 18th replied, touched and sweetly. With that, she multitasked, creating an oval energy shield a mere 10 feet in front of her. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets and miniature missiles failed to penetrate the shield in the slightest, offering no feedback to General Ross. This left them in astonishment. An invincible defense? What kind of mutant was this, possessing such formidable strength, formidable defense, and the ability to fly? They were left to ponder. It seemed there was even more to her than met the eye. In their line of sight, number 18 soared rapidly. A blinding flash of pure white light almost searing their titanium alloy eyes. With a sharp command, Chi Yuan slash. A disc-shaped projectile infused with cutting energy formed in her palm. The radiant disc swiftly darted towards the struggling abomination, but it was too late. With a squelch, the Chi Yuan slash effortlessly severed the grotesque head of the abomination as if slicing through a melon. The severed head rolled several times before coming to rest at the feet of the green behemoth. Such fortune indeed. The green giant felt a surge of joy. He had long harbored disdain for this foul-colored monster that always seemed to oppose him. With a resounding thud, he delivered a kick that crushed the unfortunate creature beneath his foot, ending the life of Bronsky and his tragic existence as an experimental subject. Perhaps only he understood the torment of being neither human nor ghost. Number 18 gently descended, brushing her delicate hands, and proudly addressed Chen Xi. Did you see that? Am I not impressive? Indeed. Truly remarkable. A superheroine. Chen Xi responded, equally delighted, giving her a thumbs up. Watch out. Behind you. Chen Xi suddenly exclaimed, realizing that the Hulk was charging toward number 18. The recent act of obliterating the abomination had only intensified the Hulk's desire for destruction. He sought to shatter everything in sight, and to defeat such a formidable opponent as number 18 aligned perfectly with his simplistic mindset. With heavy strides that echoed ominously, the Hulk charged forward, leaving massive footprints in the grass. Roaring, he was anything but clumsy despite his towering size. His agility was surprising as he clenched his fist, the size of a basin, and aimed it directly at number 18's head. In stark contrast, number 18 appeared diminutive before the Hulk. One of his arms could easily match her entire figure. Yet, such comparisons were trivial. The fist in her line of sight loomed larger, but number 18 remained unperturbed, meeting the disproportionate force with a punch of her own. Is it enough to be tall? To possess immense strength? I apologize, but my power is entirely on par with yours. She relished this challenge. The thrill of overpowering such a formidable opponent was exhilarating. With a resounding clash, a fist the size of a basin collided with one that was merely the size of a sandbag, resulting in an explosive shockwave that erupted from their fists, engulfing the surrounding ruins. Dust swirled into the air, and trees and flowers were swept into the sky. Yet, pain always comes with a delay. The Hulk staggered back a few steps, each foot sinking deep into the earth, his arm tingling with discomfort. Shaking off the sensation as if to rid himself of the pain, he steadied himself. In contrast, number 18 remained unfazed, a smile gracing her face as she calmly regarded the Hulk. At that moment, Ross chose not to interfere with their duel, observing from a distance, eager to discern just how powerful number 18 truly was. System, what level is Android 18? Her power is truly formidable, even surpassing that of the Hulk in his ordinary state. Chen Xi, taken aback, could not refrain from inquiring about the system. Returning to the host, Android 18 is classified as a sub-deity level warrior in this realm. Of course, in the Dragon Ball universe, her combat power can reach an astonishing 46 million. The Dragon Ball world is indeed absurd, with combat powers often soaring into the billions. Yet, many beings struggle to achieve immortality. Is that how it is? Considering the Dragon Ball universe, where stars can be obliterated at will, the fabric of space and matter appears rather fragile, and the later stages of power seem excessively inflated. At this moment, a notable shift occurred on the battlefield. Once the Hulk regained his footing, Android 18 charged forward, exuding an air of disdain. Whoosh! The speed was overwhelming. The Hulk could not react in time as her fist collided with his face, sending a tooth flying accompanied by a spray of greenish blood. The Hulk lost a tooth? How is that even possible? The most astonished were General Ross and his associates. As longtime adversaries, they were well aware that the Hulk could withstand missile strikes. But losing a tooth? That required an extraordinary amount of strength. The author has something to say. Chapter 46. The war concludes. Jealousy as original sin. The onlookers were utterly astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Everything transpired far too swiftly. Their eyes were wide open, Yet their minds struggled to comprehend the unfolding chaos. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable Huangpi had been vanquished, while the representative of vitality, the green-skinned Hulk, lay half defeated. At that moment, Hulk spat out blood and flashed a devilish grin. My word, that shot was nothing short of genius. Chen Xi gazed at Hulk with sheer astonishment. His smile was a masterclass in theatrics. Each time Hulk grinned like that, it was a prelude to a pounding. As expected. Number 18 sensed the provocation and bristled with indignation. Could she possibly tolerate such an affront? By heavens, today she would show him why the flowers were green. This time, there would be no mercy. She activated her super speed, and in Hulk's bewildered gaze, the diminutive heel of her shoe seemed to grow larger. In the next heartbeat, her size 36 stiletto came crashing down upon his 50-sized green visage. Bang! A striking shoe print marred his face, followed swiftly by a merciless kick to his head. Thud. The green behemoth could no longer maintain his charming smirk. He collapsed to the ground like a lifeless fish. Huh. That'll teach you to provoke. Infuriated. Number 18 delivered a few more kicks to the fallen giant, as if daring fate itself. Time was of the essence. He would soon regain consciousness and revert to Banner. Noticing that number 18 continued to pummel Hulk, Chen Xi hastily intervened. This creature is tough as nails. Ordinary weapons cannot pierce his skin. Number 18, momentarily overwhelmed by her own strength, was at a loss. Foolish. Chen Xi gently tapped her on the head. Can't you employ a chi circular slash? Just a gentle touch to his arm will suffice. Enlightened, number 18 quickly summoned a chi circular slash and directed it at Hulk's arm, causing blood to flow immediately. Chen Xi swiftly produced a vial to collect the precious liquid. One more. Strike the artery. Within mere seconds, the wound began to heal, prompting Chen Xi to urge number 18 to deliver another decisive blow. Splatter. There we go. The green blood gushed forth, and Chen Xi beamed with joy. This was more than sufficient. After the healing, the collected blood was ample. At that moment, Hulk gradually transformed back into the familiar figure of Banner, clad in his enchanted shorts. As Banner slowly stirred awake, his bleary eyes opened to find Chen Xi gazing at him with a smile. You? Chen Xi. What are you up to? Why are you looking at me so strangely? A jolt of realization struck him. Was she planning to use him for an experiment? Suddenly, his gaze landed on a vial of green blood in Chen Xi's hand, and his face drained of color. Good heavens! You truly intend to experiment on me? Banner felt an overwhelming sense of dread, his memory of the recent events lingering just beyond clarity. The woman beside Chen Xi was formidable. Even the Hulk could not contend with her, and escape was futile. What to do? What to do? I'm waiting online. Thud. Chen Xi delivered a sharp rap to his head. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? You. Banner hesitated to voice his thoughts, implying that she was not that sort of individual. Just look at the bottle in your hand. It is evident that you have already acted. What do you mean by what? Do not view my vastness of spirit through your narrow lens. Chen Xi immediately interrupted him, unabashedly tooting his own horn. Hee hee. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, number 18 quickly covered her mouth to stifle her laughter, her trembling shoulders betraying her struggle to contain her amusement. Laugh? Laugh? Just wait. You will pay for this. Chen Xi raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at this disruptive little woman, already devising how to employ his super speed against her tonight. A long spear delivering 100 strikes in a second. Have you heard of that? If not for the risk of friction igniting, he could achieve 1,000 strikes in an instant, causing the ladies to erupt. Tonight, he planned to stack them like a tower, with her on top and Wanda below, making it much more convenient. Once he activated his super speed, the spear's departure would be imperceptible. With a mysterious smile, Chen Xi whisked the two back home in a flash, leaving jaws dropping at the scene. My god, that guy is also a mutant. Teleportation. Wow, what a cool ability. When will I awaken as a mutant too? Sure. Do you want to die? Don't you know some things should not be spoken aloud? Superpowers are eternally captivating, inciting fantasies. Everyone desires them. Yet, the concern lies not in scarcity but in inequality. This adage holds truth wherever it is uttered. One does not fret over poverty, but rather over the uneven distribution of wealth. It's that simple. If no one possesses it, there is no issue. But the fear arises when some have and others do not. What if your neighbor suddenly awakens, capable of soaring through the skies, burrowing into the earth, becoming invisible, controlling water and fire, possessing immense strength, or even achieving immortality? Can your mindset remain unshaken? Why can he have it while I cannot? Jealousy, the original sin, leading some to despise mutants, seeking to eliminate them to restore their psychological balance. As you grow stronger, you become increasingly perilous. Your enemies will not allow your strength to escalate, for they fear your potential. Likewise, your friends and family will not encourage your growth, as they harbor jealousy toward your burgeoning power. Disregarding the gossip of bystanders, General Ross's eyes gleamed with fervor. What an excellent specimen. A super mutant, exceptional in strength, speed, and defense, he was worth the risk. His smile morphed into something sinister. as if victory were within reach. After relishing his dark delight for a moment, he composed himself and whispered instructions to his aide. Jones, listen to my directives, thus. Then, his subordinate, Jones, nodded vigorously, a sly grin gradually appearing on his face. He quickly saluted with a beaming smile, declaring loudly, rest assured, General, I guarantee the task will be accomplished. Will everything unfold according to their designs? A swarm of ants schemes against an elephant, utterly oblivious to the fact that they are confronting a being of incomprehensibly higher dimensions. The scene shifts to Chen Xi, who has brought his classmate Banner to his villa, filled with a plethora of questions. They settle in the garden, and Chen Xi scrutinizes Banner from head to toe, causing the latter to feel quite uneasy. What do you want? Why are you looking at me like that? Banner timidly inquires, startled by Chen Xi's intense gaze. Has his secret been uncovered? That shouldn't be the case. With a sly grin, Chen Xi responds, Banner, let me ask you, did you sneak out to meet Betty, only to be caught by General Ross? How did you know? Banner exclaims in astonishment, suddenly realizing that it is too late to deny the truth. How could I possibly know? I possess the ability to comprehend the past and foresee the future. So, tell me, how could I know? Chen Xi speaks in a mysterious tone, adopting an air of mystique, yet can Banner truly believe him? The author has something to convey. Chapter 47, The Hulk Spat, Submit or Perish. Banner was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the audacity of the claims made. Was it truly necessary to boast so extravagantly? To assert knowledge of the past and foresight of the future, one might as well claim the ability to ascend to the heavens. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken, leaving him to awkwardly observe Chen Xi's evident disbelief. At a loss for words, Banner faltered. What is the matter? You don't believe me? How about we make a wager? Chen Xi, aware of Banner's skepticism, found the situation advantageous. Indeed, it was preferable that he did not believe. Let us see if he falls into the trap. What kind of wager? Are you suggesting to bet on your prophecy? A flicker of interest crossed Banner's face. As a doctor, his intellect was unquestionable. Clever, Chen Xi remarked with a smile. So, what shall we wager? Intrigued, Banner pondered the notion of betting on the future. Let us wager on whether General Ross will launch a surprise attack on us tonight. Chen Xi proposed with a mysterious smile. He was certain that Ross would indeed seek trouble, specifically targeting number 18. After all, he was intent on assembling a superpowered legion. Though the purpose behind this ambition remained unclear. Upon hearing this, Banner immediately agreed to the wager. In his estimation, Ross would hardly seek revenge for a mere corpse. It simply wasn't worth the effort. All right, I accept your challenge, he declared after a moment of contemplation. But what shall be our stakes? That's the crux of gambling, Chen Xi replied, his face alight with anticipation. If I win, you will serve as my subordinate, following my commands without question. Akin to a hen that chases away dogs. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Banner was taken aback. The stakes seemed excessively high. His entire future hinged on this wager. How could he possibly agree? Surely, he was too foolish enough to accept. Just as he was about to refuse, Chen Xi's calm voice interjected. Don't you wish to know what you would gain if you were to emerge victorious? Banner hesitated. The words he had nearly spoken caught in his throat. Indeed, stakes must be reciprocal or desirable to one party. If Chen Xi was willing to wager something so significant, he likely possessed something valuable to offer. With a spark of realization, Banner eagerly inquired, well, what would you be willing to stake against me? You've taken the bait, Chen Xi replied. His eyes locked onto Banner's with earnest conviction. I can eliminate the Hulk persona. In a surge of excitement, Banner leapt up, knocking over his chair. What? You can truly eradicate the Hulk? Are you serious? How will you accomplish this? His gaze was fixed intensely on Chen Xi, hands gripping Chen Xi's arms with a mix of tension and hope. He was on the brink of madness, tormented relentlessly. Whenever his anger surged or he felt anxious, the Hulk would invariably manifest. Thus, he lost his home and was cast into a life of wandering. One might ponder, if stability were attainable, who would choose to be adrift? He had long endured a solitary existence, drifting through the world. You must remain calm. Calm down. Are you not afraid of transforming? At that moment, Chen Xi noticed a flicker of green light in Banner's eyes, a harbinger of emotional instability, a precursor to the Hulk's emergence. He felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Upon hearing this, Banner took several deep breaths, attempting to regain his composure, and could not help but inquire. What will you do? This was, after all, his paramount concern. How will I proceed? You shall find out in due course. Now is not the time for revelations, lest it lose its efficacy, Chen Xi replied cryptically, resembling a charlatan. Banner felt as though he were being deceived. In truth, once Loki, accompanied by the Mind Stone, invaded Earth, everything would fall into place. By activating the Mind Stones he possessed, they would swiftly merge into a Super Mind Stone, simplifying matters considerably. Could the Hulk's persona, a mere fragment of a cinematic universe, withstand such a formidable weapon? It seemed implausible. Thus, Chen Xi harbored no fears of failure. After all, there was always the system as a final recourse, a last resort if circumstances grew dire. Should I gamble or not? Banner stammered, hesitating. This was a matter that would define his entire existence. His life had already been fraught with the ceaseless torment of the Hulk. It was only a matter of time before the Hulk grew powerful enough to consume his very identity. To gamble and lose seemed inconsequential. How much worse could his situation become? His future was already shrouded in darkness, and should he take a chance that bore fruit, it could lead to a path of clarity. What course of action should he take? Banner's thoughts raced, his eyes darting as he weighed the pros and cons. After what felt like an eternity, he finally resolved to act. He gazed deeply into Chen Xi's eyes, searching for an answer within their depths. Yet, Chen Xi's eyes were as profound as the starry sea, offering no discernible insight. With a heavy sigh, Banner conceded, "Very well, I shall take the gamble." Had Banner truly taken the bait? Splendid. Chen Xi chuckled softly. "Congratulations on making the right choice. You will come to cherish this decision." "I hope so," Banner replied noncommittally, offering a faint acknowledgement. Observing Chen Xi's unwavering confidence, he felt an unsettling sense of defeat. Chen Xi appeared remarkably composed, as though he held the reins of fate itself. Indeed, he had meticulously orchestrated everything, with Banner as a crucial component of his scheme. Preventing Banner from joining the Avengers. Why, one might ask. The Avengers were mere instruments controlled by others. Why not seize control of these NPCs for oneself? With his arrival, everything would change. I come. I see. I conquer. As for whether to assist Banner in eradicating the Hulk's persona and merging them into one, it remains uncertain. The redemption of the weak is a daunting task, while the corruption of the strong occurs tenfold. Banner's character is undeniably timid and overly submissive. Perhaps it is best to defer this discussion for now. If one cannot master it, then it must be destroyed. The outcome now hinges on the Hulk's compliance. May he recognize the situation. For should even the sharpest sword fail to serve my purpose, then it shall be obliterated. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Xi's eyes. The author has something to convey. Chapter 48. The tactics and plans of Nick Fury upon witnessing the fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness in Chen Xi's eyes. Banner felt a shiver run through him, his pupils dilating as his heart raced. He sensed the Hulk within him on the brink of eruption, an instinct shared by the creature itself. It was as if he were teetering on the precipice of life and death, poised to plunge into an endless abyss at any moment. The architect of his fate stood before him, a man who had always seemed so calm and unruffled. Yet, from the very outset, Banner found himself unable to decipher this enigmatic figure. Was he a carefree wanderer, a master strategist, or a cunning and ruthless individual? The longer he pondered, the more he realized that Chen Xi bore countless facades. He was left questioning which was the true self, or whether all these personas coexisted within him, perhaps even more yet to be revealed. At that moment, Chen Xi rose and departed, casting a knowing glance at Banner. Laden with meaning, Banner stood there, transfixed, silent in the wake of his realization. He understood that he had lost, utterly and hopelessly. Meanwhile, within SHIELD, a fervent discussion erupted regarding the midday battle. The grand conference room was filled to capacity, with all agents of level 5 and above present. At the head of the table sat Nick Fury, his countenance dark and foreboding, his expression as grim as it could possibly be. Once all agents had assembled, the silent Fury wordlessly activated the projector. With a swish, all agents turned their attention to the screen, aware of the events that had unfolded earlier. Many had already seen snippets of the incident circulating online, albeit heavily edited. Now, all eyes were glued to the projection, far more captivating than any cinematic feature. The footage depicting the Hulk's confrontation with Abomination held little novelty for them, as they had witnessed it countless times before. However, the scene shifted dramatically when Chen Xi and the enigmatic 18 abruptly intervened. Chen Xi's comical shouts and exasperated demeanor elicited uncontrollable laughter from the audience. His audacity, even amidst chaos, was astounding. He seemed utterly unperturbed by the titans clashing before him. Yet, as the narrative unfolded, many who had not the time to browse the internet began to grasp the extraordinary nature of the man before them. He exhibited an uncanny calmness, treating the two monstrosities as mere spectacles, akin to watching two monkeys perform. When the Hulk was led to the outskirts, the room erupted in excitement. Some agents unfamiliar with Chen Xi could not contain their astonishment. My God, that man is a mutant. Instant teleportation? No wonder he doesn't fear those monsters. Indeed, it was a display of audacity, as if he were impervious to capture. That's the phrase, fearless. Yes, that encapsulates it. The culture of Longwa is indeed unique. Among mutants, it seemed that only the Scarlet Devil possessed the ability to teleport, yet here was another individual with identical abilities. Did you not notice? That woman seems to possess the same talent for instant disappearance. As the agents continued to watch the video, they exchanged comments, engrossed as though they were witnessing a science fiction film. As the scene shifts, all parties find themselves in the suburbs. At this moment, General Ross commands the launch of the ex-wife missile against the Hulk, leaving them in sheer disbelief. Is this not a touch insane? The destruction wrought by such a strike could amount to billions. Their astonishment only deepens when they witness Subject 18 seize the ex-wife missile and hurl it towards the military helicopter with ease. Good grief. That's the ex-wife missile. Can it really be used as a dart with such casualness? Remarkable. Truly formidable. The sheer strength is astonishing. Have you not noticed that she can also fly? Indeed. She possesses the ability to fly, teleport, and exhibits immense strength. Could she be another Magneto? Boom. The sound of the explosion jolts them back to reality. This is no mere illusion. In the next moment, they see Abomination in that woman-esque grasp, treated like a mere toy, utterly defenseless. Oh my heavens! What manner of attack is this? Laser? Energy discharge? Or perhaps an unknown super-mutant ability? The sheer power of this assault is staggering. Can our tanks withstand such a casual strike? Look at her defenses. My god, is that an energy shield? Can armor-piercing rounds and mini-missiles even breach that defense? They find themselves at a loss for words, their expressions a mixture of shock and terror, their backs already damp with sweat. Beads of perspiration form on their foreheads. And in the presence of such formidable mutants, they ponder who could possibly stand against them should they choose to attack humanity. Their hands and feet instinctively clench. And after sharing a glance, they see fear and unease reflected in each other's eyes. When the final scene with the Hulk unfolds, the crowd no longer gasps in astonishment. They have become numb. To them, bringing the Hulk to his knees seems entirely expected. The Hulk is not significantly stronger than Abomination, who was likewise effortlessly dispatched. The video abruptly halts here. The silence in the conference room is palpable, broken only by the faintest sound of breathing. One could hear a pin drop. Nick Fury surveys the expressions of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with satisfaction. He feels that S.H.I.E.L.D. has become a bit complacent lately, and this is the perfect opportunity to remind this inflated group of their place. What do you think would happen if you were to face them? Nick Fury, with a sardonic smile, gazes at the agents, who fall momentarily speechless. What fate awaits them? Annihilation, of course. Can they defy that? Why has no one spoken? Aren't you usually so vocal? Do you truly believe that the agents from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics are above such a fate? Nick Fury seizes the moment to deliver another rebuke. And the agents remain silent, absorbing the admonishment. Indeed, upon introspection, what are they? What do they really amount to? Nick Fury, too, feels a sense of unease. S.H.I.E.L.D. is too weak. A plan churns repeatedly in his mind, yet there are so few qualified candidates. S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot languish. It must rise to greatness. Chapter 49, The Man Not to Be Provoked. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of convening this meeting today is to convey a crucial message to you and your subordinates. Do not provoke that man. Should any of you dare to affront him, the best outcome you can hope for is to take your own life. Do not drag us into your misfortune. With this, Nick Fury, his singular eye casting a menacing gaze around the assembled agents, bellowed, "Did you all hear me clearly? Clear. Louder. Have you not eaten?" Fury's voice rang out again with chilling authority. Clear. This time, every agent strained their voices in a collective, frenzied shout, as if expelling their fears into the air. Very well. Dismissed. Nick Fury appeared quite pleased with himself, feeling he had reasserted his authority. It was not merely a display of bravado. He genuinely needed to buy time, for his hours were dwindling. During this interval, no mishaps must occur. The sudden emergence of Chen Xi had truly caught him off guard. Weary, Nick Fury returned to his office, collapsing heavily into his executive chair. Why must I endure such strain, guarding against this and that? Do I suffer from paranoid delusions? How pitiful, how lamentable. His self-deprecating laughter echoed eerily in the empty office, tinged with a hint of sorrow. He could not fathom the necessity of such vigilance against Chen Xi. As if it were a preordained duty. Tears streamed from his eyes as he laughed, his stomach aching from the exertion. Had the room not been sealed so well, he might have terrified those outside. Rumors would surely spread that director Nick Fury had lost his mind. Dejectedly, he slowly opened a safe, accessing classified documents that required his fingerprint, iris scan, and voice verification to unlock. Alas, it seems I must expedite this plan. The digital realm was far too insecure. The more intelligent the technology, the greater the risk. Thus, all confidential files remained in paper form. As Nick Fury meticulously opened the documents, he was greeted by the title, The Avengers Initiative. Had Chen Xi been present, he would have realized that this plan had been hastened. Everything was accelerated due to his existence, his presence akin to a butterfly flapping its wings with increasingly profound consequences. Upon perusing the file, he was confronted with a plethora of records detailing superhuman criminal activities, truly harrowing revelations. Yet, these accounts had failed to circulate. The external world remained blissfully unaware. All had been suppressed, yet the culprits were mutants. How ironic it was that the very foes they vigilantly guarded against were the ones maintaining world peace. Each time he encountered this realization, an acute pain pierced his heart. Why could humanity not defend itself? It was tragically arrogant for those in power to rely on mutants for protection. As he continued to leaf through the documents, he was struck by the revelation that the very first candidate for the Avengers Initiative was none other than Tony Stark. This is his sponsorship. He hopes that his super intellect and remarkable inventiveness will assist him. To his astonishment, he has indeed crafted a suit of steel armor. With the physique of an ordinary mortal, he can contend with typical mutants. Nick Fury believes that in the future, Tony will devise even more formidable armor. Cunning as he is, Nick Fury is reluctant to finance the Avengers Initiative from his own pocket, surpassing even the most miserly in his frugality. He expects others to risk their lives for him, while also demanding that they fund his endeavors. Such cunning in a man is truly terrifying. If he were from the Dragon Kingdom, it could be excused, given their millennia of cunning and strategy, but he is a thoroughly unscrupulous individual. Aside from Tony, the wealthy part-time inventor, the second candidate is Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk. A ticking time bomb, indeed, but simultaneously a super tank with formidable defenses and high attack capabilities, a candidate he cannot afford to overlook. If Banner were to learn of this, he would surely exclaim, "I sincerely appreciate your compliment. Allow me to serve you." The third choice is the super spy, Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, who provides indispensable intelligence for the team. The fourth selection is Clint Barton, Hawkeye. With a tank warrior in place, how could he not secure a marksman to deliver firepower? As for a sorcerer, he remains unaware of their existence. Otherwise, he would have arranged for one in no time. Thus unfolds Nick Fury's plan for the Avengers Initiative. Yet, plans remain merely plans. They have not yet materialized into reality, and the implementation is undeniably arduous. Nevertheless, he resolves to pursue this plan, regardless of how sluggish the progress may be. Alas, may everything proceed smoothly. Do not force my hand, Nick Fury mutters to the air. After speaking, he retrieves an old-fashioned beeper, also known as a wireless pager, from his office safe. In this day and age, such a device has long been obsolete, and its use would invite ridicule. However, Nick Fury cherishes it, gently caressing it as if it were a treasure. To him, it holds a significance far greater than his own life. He takes it out to touch each time he finds himself alone. This antiquated pager represents his last opportunity. It grants him an unparalleled sense of security. When Earth faces insurmountable calamities, it becomes the final hope for salvation. Once activated, an invincible woman shall cross the endless cosmos to arrive on Earth. She will obliterate all adversaries. He believes this extraordinary woman can achieve it, regardless of whether she is the so-called cosmic sovereign spoken of by Chen Xi. Oh, Chen Xi. I care not whether you are an alien from the M788 Nebula or a mutant. I hope you do not compel me. He perceives Chen Xi as his greatest hypothetical foe, the most powerful and enigmatic. Unpredictable. Nick Fury's profound gaze drifts to the window, to the sky, as if the woman might return at any moment. The Avengers Initiative is a means of self-preservation. The pager is the last glimmer of hope in his despair. He wishes to keep the secret of the pager forever, but before he draws his last breath, he will undoubtedly press it, summoning the strongest individual to face the abyss with him. He must accomplish the ultimate one-for-one exchange. Only by eliminating the greatest peril to the Earth can he find peace in death. The author has something to convey. Chapter 50, Lift Your Skull. Ross is coming unbeknownst to Chen Xi, the tumultuous events transpiring within S.H.I.E.L.D. held no significance for him. Nor did he concern himself with the magnitude of the uproar he had caused in this world. At that moment, he was eagerly awaiting the inaugural dinner crafted through the collaboration of Wanda and Number 18. However, Number 18 was proving to be a complete nuisance, incessantly meddling and causing chaos for Wanda with a cheerful demeanor. It's infuriating. Get out, you wretched woman. Ha, not a chance. I want to go. Wanda, unable to contain her frustration, screamed, shutting her eyes tightly as she banished Number 18 from the kitchen. Yet, Number 18, unfazed, continued to sneak bites here and there. Damn it, what a useless creature. All you excel at is eating. In a huff, Wanda twisted the offending figure's ear, releasing a surge of pent-up anger. Dinner is ready, dear. Come and serve the dishes. Coming. Half an hour later, Wanda's voice echoed into the living room, prompting Chen Xi to dart into the kitchen to assist with serving. He had witnessed her toil for an extended period and wished to avoid a reprimand. How could a husband lounge about like an old grandee while his wife labored over the stove? That would surely invite a fate akin to being served durian, particularly the spiky variety. Such laziness could not be indulged. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, my dear. You've even mastered Chinese cuisine, far superior to Lolly, who is merely a glutton. Chen Xi subtly lavished praise, lifting Wanda's spirits immensely and dissipating her earlier ire. With a smug glance at Number 18, he added, "See? My husband praises me, not you. Is it not the duty of a woman to manage the household?" Indeed, indeed. Sister Wanda is truly impressive. I'm merely a humble maid, hardly a match. Number 18 immediately capitulated with a grin, conceding, this is indeed incomparable. My forte lies in combat. But who was Wanda? Abandoned at birth, she and her brother were raised by the Maximoff couple, enduring a life of hardship. At the age of 16, after graduating high school, she and Quicksilver embarked on a life of wandering, as their adoptive father succumbed to alcoholism, gambling, and theft. Fearing for their safety, Quicksilver decided they must flee, leading to a life of labor and struggle until Wanda crossed paths with Chen Xi. By the way, was T. Banner hiding at Tony S? How did he transform into the Hulk and find himself pursued? While dining and engaging in conversation, Wanda inquired suddenly, Ahem, it's still Banner, you know. He secretly sought out Betty, and in a fit of excitement, transformed into the Hulk, Chen Xi explained with a gentle smile. Oh, I see. But why would he be so agitated? Because the individual assigned by Ross to protect Betty discovered him, Chen Xi replied casually. Oh, is that so? Wanda responded lightly, her curiosity assuaged. Yet, was it truly that simple? Chen Xi harbored doubts. After all, this was a reunion long overdue, akin to the first rain after a drought. Surely, right at the moment when Banner was poised to take a decisive step, excitement and tension must have triggered the emergence of the Hulk. Before entering, he transformed, which spared Betty the embarrassment of an explosive surprise had he turned into the Hulk after crossing the threshold. Chen Xi's mischievous thoughts danced with a rather juvenile amusement. Betty was either a cucumber, maiden, or Banner was hosting a lush green meadow atop his head. Amidst Chen Xi's inexplicable mirth, the three swiftly enjoyed a relatively warm dinner. Assuming the 18th would not intervene. Wanda, come here for a moment. I'm taking you to Tony S.'s place to chat with Pepper. We are expecting an uninvited guest shortly. After washing the dishes, Wanda heard Chen Xi call her and curiously inquired, what is the matter? Is there a villain? Indeed. Someone is coming to meet their demise, and I shall oblige. However, as you know, this scenario carries an unfriendly air, and I do not wish to frighten you. Chen Xi shrugged and smiled. He held no concern for these petty clowns, but such a scene was not suitable for Wanda. Her world should remain untouched by darkness for now. All right, I'll heed your advice. Stay safe, Wanda replied obediently, aware that her presence might distract Chen Xi. She understood the importance of knowing when to step back. Then let us depart. With that, he grasped Wanda and teleported them to Tony's residence. Tony was taken aback by Chen Xi's unexpected arrival. It had been quite some time since he last saw him. However, he had certainly kept up with the news. The formidable woman accompanying Chen Xi instilled a profound sense of pressure within him. How could such a powerful figure suddenly emerge beside Chen Xi? Was there no justice in the world, no respite to be had? One Chen Xi was already a handful. Now there were two? Damn it. Why are you here again? And with your lady in tow? Have you stirred up trouble once more? Tony grumbled, his irritation palpable. This fellow never even bothered to knock. Had he done so, Tony might have refused him entry, for he was synonymous with misfortune. Chen Xi regarded him with a knowing smirk. Had Tony grown too complacent? Was he unwelcome? Perhaps it was time to assign him some tasks. Otherwise, he felt a growing disrespect. A chill surged through Tony as Chen Xi's gaze pierced him. An involuntary shiver racing down his spine. This was an omen. Tony felt a sense of foreboding, certain he had spoken out of turn. Chen Xi was undoubtedly plotting something. Just as Tony was lost in regret, Chen Xi broke the silence. Nothing major, just some individuals seeking their end. I've brought Wanda to keep Pepper company. We shall depart soon. By the way, where is Banner? Have him join us. I want him to witness what a miracle truly is. With that, Chen Xi called out, Banner. Banner, come quickly and join me at my place. This time, you will surely concede. Immediately, Banner emerged from the basement. I'm coming. He called from a distance. Upon seeing Chen Xi's calm demeanor, a strong premonition washed over him once more. Very well, I shall accompany you. Although I am almost certain of my inevitable defeat. Banner gazed at Chen Xi with a hint of melancholy, inquiring, are you wagering on whether Ross will make an appearance tonight? Tony, grasping the underlying implication, discerned that this was indeed linked to Ross and, by extension, to Banner himself. With his remarkable intellect, he swiftly arrived at this conclusion. Indeed, Tony, your brilliant mind has not been in vain. When shall we lift your skull to take a look inside? Chen Xi jested, casting furtive glances that sent a shiver down Tony's spine. He was acutely aware that Chen Xi was capable of anything, a man with a penchant for ruthlessness, whose imaginative thoughts were as unpredictable as they were dangerous, simply a game to him. Meanwhile, as Chen Xi toyed with Tony's nerves, a battalion of fully armed operatives stealthily approached the vicinity of Chen Xi's villa. Hundreds of elite soldiers, clutching ominous black boxes, had effectively encircled the residence. The author has a message to convey. Chapter 51, Night Raid on Chen Xi, the calculated scheme general, all personnel are in position, and the nearby affluent have vacated the premises. However, for the sake of confidentiality, we did not inform Tony Stark. In the shadows, a figure shrouded in darkness. his face obscured, retrieved a walkie-talkie to report to General Ross. Tony Stark? Quite the prudent choice. His relationship with Chen Xi is ambiguous. Who knows what secrets might escape his lips? From a command vehicle situated a kilometer away, General Ross spoke with a menacing tone. Pay him no mind. If fortune does not favor us, let us not bear the blame. He shall be the one to suffer misfortune. Having concluded the call, General Ross swiftly withdrew his night vision binoculars to scrutinize the movements of the troops. Halt. Everyone, heed my command. Remove your shoes. Within these walls reside two formidable masters. Until we issue the order to advance, silence your footsteps. Understood. Understood. In the darkness, the soldiers promptly discarded their military boots and advanced barefoot, holding their breaths. Their expressions grave. This time, the prospect of return seemed bleak. They were acutely aware that eliminating the two masters would be as effortless as squashing a colony of ants. Closer and closer they drew. Their pace slowed, hearts pounding as if about to leap from their chests. The tension was palpable. A mere 200 or 300 meters felt like an insurmountable distance, an endless journey. Sweat cascaded down their bodies like a torrential downpour. Each droplet from their foreheads falling incessantly. Relax. Breathe deeply. Do not be anxious. The low voice of their captain echoed through their earpieces, offering words of solace. Yet, how could they not feel anxious when their lives were at stake? Ironically, the more he reassured them, the greater their unease grew. They were accustomed to the comforts of a free nation, indulging in life's pleasures, and now faced with an almost certain death mission. Who could withstand such a thunderclap of fate? However, are soldiers not bound by duty to obey orders? With steely resolve, they pressed forward, their wills fortified. They had long prepared their last letters. Perhaps only half of them would return from this endeavor. Even should the masters be ambushed, the final strike would claim more than half their lives. Indeed, in their minds, the notion was clear. Should Chen Xi and his companion fall prey to their ambush, death was inevitable. Clutched in their arms were the latest developments in super biochemical weaponry, neurotoxins, far from benign. Such toxins were strictly prohibited for research, yet they remained indifferent to such conventions. They were Americans, after all. So powerful, they dismissed these so-called regulations as mere jest, unworthy of adherence. Successfully manufactured and deployed, a single crate of neurotoxin could incapacitate an elephant, rendering it a fool. They possessed enough of this toxin to affect hundreds of elephants, and within this modest villa, there was nowhere to escape. After all, they were masters, capable of instantaneous movement. Inhaling such a concentrated neurotoxin would render one incapable of even the swiftest reaction. Their behavior was as blatant as broad daylight, clear as day to number 18. Outside the door, there were 300 to 400 individuals, each emanating a distinct aura. Could she possibly be oblivious to this? Each person's energy was unique, and the sight of their furtive, cautious demeanor made number 18 suppress a laugh. Hastily, she dialed Chen Xi. Dear master, the fish have taken the bait. Prepare for an ambush, return swiftly. Although she could easily handle this motley crew, Chen Xi had made a wager with Banner, and time was of the essence. The fish have taken the bait? Excellent. Chen Xi responded with a subtle smile. All was proceeding according to plan. Let us go, Banner. Let us have some fun. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xi turned to Banner, who appeared somewhat dejected. I lost. Truly lost. It's a double loss. Not only must I endure Hulk's torment, but I am also subject to others' commands. Resistance? Don't be absurd. Hulk had been nearly obliterated. His small frame was no match for Hulk's might. All right then, let us go. Banner sighed, his expression one of despair. Haha, let us go. Chen Xi laughed heartily, seizing Banner, and in an instant, they were back at the villa. Only Tony remained behind, left envious. Drooling over the experience of teleportation, what an exhilarating ability. Within the villa, Chen Xi had already returned, still holding Banner. At that moment, the soldiers outside had crept to the outskirts of the villa's yard, crouching down. Everyone, open the safe and retrieve the neurotoxin rifles. Await my command. The voice of the action team leader echoed in the soldiers' earpieces. The soldiers moved swiftly. At this point, it hardly mattered. Having reached this stage, the mission was already halfway accomplished, and the tension among them began to ease. Little did they know, their every move was under the watchful gaze of others. Performing like jesters in a play, with the audience toying with them. Master, do you think they will become overly excited upon launching what they believe to be their impressive weapon? When they cheer and celebrate, wouldn't it be a delightful surprise to give them a shocking revelation? Number 18 chuckled to herself, observing their antics on the grainy surveillance footage. This is not a surprise, it's a fright. Banner interjected, inwardly cursing Ross for such reckless behavior, which could only be described as self-destructive. You're courting disaster, and dragging me down with you. Banner felt utterly drained. Amidst their banter, the soldiers outside had already taken aim. On my command, fire. At the order, they all targeted the windows of the first, second, and third floors, opening fire. Bang, bang. The glass shattered in response, and in an instant, Thousands of neurotoxins were unleashed into the villa, a dark green mist swiftly enveloping the entire space. Well done. Splendid, General Ross exclaimed. Observing the villa shrouded in the emerald haze, striking the table with glee, his face alight with exhilaration as he laughed heartily. The wrinkles on one's face could indeed ensnare a fly, evoking a sense of thickness and excitement. The smoothness of their actions was utterly unforeseen by them all. A remarkable turn of events indeed. General, does it not seem too effortless? This situation exudes an aura of strangeness. The lights within the room illuminated the scene. And no one had ventured outside, a seemingly reasonable scenario, yet the vigilance of such skilled individuals appeared alarmingly low. His deputy, a colonel with a grave expression, meticulously analyzed the intricacies of the matter, sensing that something was amiss. However, at this moment, Ross was in high spirits. Dismissively waving his hand as he remarked, "You are correct, but consider this, they are indeed skilled, yet they are all young. In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, they are inexperienced and lack caution. Did they ever suspect we would ambush them? We bear no grievances against them. Would one be wary of a stranger?" General Ross's analysis was both cogent and persuasive, effectively dispelling his deputy's concerns. Could the situation truly be as simple as this? Such assumptions seem overly naive. Suddenly, a mocking voice, accompanied by a round of applause, echoed in the confined space. Ha ha ha, General Ross is absolutely right. The author has something to convey. Chapter 52. Ross, it is time for you to depart. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Chen Xi's sudden appearance left Ross nearly breathless with shock. His triumphant laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a look of sheer disbelief. You aren't in the villa? How is it that you are unharmed?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide as he pointed a trembling finger at Chen Xi, evidently terrified. "Me? Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts?" Chen Xi said, leisurely taking a seat as if he were in the comfort of his own home. "Why?" Ross's voice was low, still unwilling to accept the situation. He could not fathom how Chen Xi had gleaned his plans, as there had been no leaks. "Curious to know?" Chen Xi teased with a smirk. Ross nodded slightly, uttering a single word, "Yes." "Very well, it matters not to me. Nothing in this world escapes my notice. I am acutely aware of your intentions and your thoughts. I am omniscient and omnipotent." Chen Xi's expression turned grave, his earnestness almost convincing enough to sway General Ross. "Haha. Do you think I would believe you?" Ross retorted, a mocking smile on his face. "Pfft, believe it or not, it makes no difference. However, you shall have no further opportunity to choose," Chen Xi replied nonchalantly, a demeanor that thoroughly unsettled General Ross. "Why you intend to kill me?" Panic seeped into his voice. Stuttering slightly, he could scarcely conceive that Chen Xi would go so far. "Indeed, the journey to the underworld shall not be a solitary one. Oh, pardon me. It is the road to hell. I trust you will find it enjoyable." Chen Xi's smile was as carefree as the wind, yet it belied a chilling intent. Unbeknownst to him, Ross's back was already damp with fear, the atmosphere growing as frigid as a winter's gale. In his mind, Ross screamed, "How dare he? How dare he?" Only he had the authority to judge the fates of others. How could anyone else decide his destiny and determine his life or death? Yet, he stubbornly declared, "Kill me? In America, there is no place for you to hide. You are defying the authority of the entire nation." "America? It is not I who shall kill you. Who could possibly trouble me? Who would witness your demise at my hands?" Chen Xi scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the old man. With a mere gesture, he directed his finger towards Ross's aide, who, under the gaze of terror, instantly transformed into a lifeless statue. Then, boom, the aide exploded into a cloud of icy shards. As if he had never existed, reduced to mere dust. Ross was rendered speechless with fear. This was madness. If he were to be killed, there would be no case to file. "Come now, General Ross, let us see how your subordinates meet their end at the hands of the Lord of the Underworld, Mephisto." Without waiting for a protest, Chen Xi seized Ross as one would a frightened chick, dragging him back to the villa's entrance. Outside, the scene was horrifically one-sided, a massacre in which the protagonist was none other than the Hulk. 5 minutes prior, Chen Xi had led Banner and Subject 18 outside to evade the impending onslaught of neurotoxic projectiles targeting the villa. He sought out General Ross while Banner and Subject 18 stood at a distance, observing the soldiers. As anticipated, the soldiers donned their gas masks and charged towards the villa with their submachine guns. However, before they could take action, they collided with an invisible barrier, toppling over in chaos, unable to advance. What the hell? No. Which woman-esque shield is this? Ah, it's true. They must be fine. The neurotoxins are ineffective. It's over. God, I don't want to die. In that instant, the soldiers recalled the impenetrable nature of Subject 18's shield. Yet, many remained obstinate and unwilling to accept their fate, frantically firing their submachine guns at the barrier. The bullets merely produced a series of sharp clinks upon impact, with some unfortunate souls falling victim to ricocheting rounds. A cacophony of desperate cries filled the air. They had resigned themselves to despair. This was their final destination, marking the end of their lives. Unless one could fly, perhaps there was a glimmer of hope, but who would be a soldier if they could fly? The atmosphere was thick with an inescapable sense of hopelessness. Subject 18 regarded the soldiers with a frigid gaze, as if observing the dead. The killer always takes lives. Banner. This task falls to you. Murder is not foreign to you, is it? Subject 18 casually remarked, turning to Banner. To her surprise, Banner shook his head vigorously, his entire demeanor radiating refusal. You want to go? That's not your decision to make. Subject 18 scoffed at his cowardice. What do you intend to do? Banner exclaimed, retreating several steps in alarm, his expression fraught with anxiety as cold sweat trickled down his brow. What do I intend to do? I'm merely escorting you. Subject 18 replied with a sinister smile, abruptly seizing Banner. Off you go. Enjoy yourself. She laughed heartily. With a swift motion, Banner was hurled into the crowd like a rag doll. Help! Help! He screamed in sheer terror. Confusion rippled among the trapped soldiers. Had they turned on each other? However, before they could ponder further, the threat to their lives catalyzed Hulk's transformation, taking over Banner's body. Roar! The green giant emerged once more. With a thunderous roar, Hulk unleashed a rampage, indifferent to the identities of his foes. He tore through them with savage ferocity. Bullets? Merely a tickle. Neurotoxins? He was immune, even causing his own demise. Thus, upon arriving with Ross, Chen Xi was met with a scene reminiscent of hell on Earth. Speechless, Chen Xi realized that it was undoubtedly Subject 18's doing. The intervention of the Green Giant has stirred chaos, rendering the scene utterly gruesome. Ahem, what do you think? General Ross, this infernal path must not feel lonely for you, surrounded by so many soldiers embarking on this descent into hell alongside you. Although Ross anticipated such a consequence, he was nonetheless paralyzed by the carnage before him. It was all his transgressions. No, please. Spare them. They were merely following my orders. They are innocent. I alone bear the weight of all this guilt. In moments of impending death, one's words often turn to kindness. Ross realized that Chen Xi was resolute in his intent to end his life. Perhaps saving this group of soldiers could serve as a modicum of redemption for himself. General Ross, do you believe this is feasible? If I were an ordinary person or somewhat less capable, would they have spared me? They came to kill me. To leave the roots intact while cutting the grass will only allow it to regrow with the spring breeze. In this brief delay, Hulk had already dispatched the last individual within 2 minutes. Very well, General Ross, it is time to send you on your way. If you encounter Mephisto, just tell him I was the one who killed you. Also, it seems some have taken issue with me and reported my actions. It's truly exhausting, this constant revision. The author has a message. Chapter 53, The Green Giant Killed by Man. Why must you kill me? Chen Xi pronounced his death, and the specter of demise loomed ever closer. A faint voice echoed under the serene starlit sky, piercing through the silence to reach General Ross's ears. I never imagined my end would be so dismal. I truly should not have provoked someone as ruthless as you. But are you truly unafraid? If I perish, you too shall not escape the judgment of the law. Perhaps I am merely departing this world a step ahead. I shall await you below. Even if you cling to life, you will scurry like a rat in a sewer, forever shunning the sunlight. Come now, I must admit, I have yet to experience such a demise. Ross appeared quite adept at words, even attempting to impart some final wisdom to Chen Xi before his untimely end. Chen Xi could discern the deep regret in his tone. Since General Ross harbored such a desire, he would indulge this last wish. After all, a final testament is indeed significant, and Chen Xi would play the role of the benevolent one for this instance. However, melodramatic cliches are eternally melodramatic. The trope of sparing a life is one that plays out repeatedly, leading Chen Xi to question if Nick Fury had secretly arrived long ago. That wretched Nick Fury lay in ambush, waiting for the most critical moment to emerge, maximizing his own interests. Just as Chen Xi contemplated action, a loudspeaker blared from a distance, accompanied by a powerful spotlight. Nick Fury, wielding the megaphone, bellowed, "Mr. Chen Xi, I implore you to show mercy and spare General Ross." Following his plea, he tapped the hood of the vehicle, and Coulson drove forward. Vroom, vroom. The modified super bulletproof vehicle roared to life, a testament to Nick Fury's fear of death and the formidable nature of his ride. In the films, it was this very vehicle that had saved him from the Hydra ambush. As the performance beast came to a halt with a dramatic skid, the ever-cautious Nick Fury emerged alongside a trembling Coulson. Chen Xi regarded Nick Fury with a calm gaze as he approached slowly. This was the renowned Marvel figure, the infamous Nick Fury. Seeing him in person was far more striking than merely hearing of him. He truly was dark and enigmatic. Had it not been for the bright moonlight and the decent street lamps, he might have failed to notice this man of shadowy complexion. Nick Fury quickly extended his hand, speaking courteously. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Chen Xi. You are far younger and more handsome than in your photographs." Chen Xi shook his hand, intrigued to see what tricks Nick Fury had up his sleeve. He felt perturbed at being interrupted. Such courtesy. This is indeed my first encounter with Director Fury. And you are most certainly extraordinary, like a firefly in the night. Lolly, do you not see the reflections? He winked at Lolly, who immediately caught on and echoed, "Indeed." The brightness is quite dazzling. Ah, thank you for the compliment, Nick Fury replied, feigning ignorance, for his thick skin and cunning nature were essential to assembling the Avengers. What brings you here, Nick Fury? Chen Xi inquired, feigning ignorance, satisfied that one show of authority sufficed. This time, I have come to implore Mr. Chen Xi to spare General Ross, given his esteemed position within the military hierarchy. To assassinate a powerful military figure would be an egregious crime in the eyes of the public. I sincerely hope that Mr. Chen Xi will contemplate the worthiness of such an act. Nick Fury's earnest counsel seems to be aimed at persuading Chen Xi. However, it is evident that he is no fool. He is akin to a cunning predator, seeking to emerge as the ultimate victor. His words are more eloquent than a melodious tune, yet they carry an underlying tone of threat. Should one dare to act against General Ross, one must consider the grave repercussions of opposing the United States. This is a subtle yet firm warning, executed with meticulous precision. It appears that Chen Xi has been swayed by his words, as he falls into silence, leading them to believe they have succeeded. Even Ross displays a grateful smile towards Nick Fury, who reciprocates with a slight grin, having secured a significant favor, a debt of life itself. Ross's expression conveys a sense of relief, as if he has narrowly escaped a dire fate. At this moment, Chen Xi finally speaks. Nick Fury makes a compelling argument. I have no reason to dismiss such advice. However, before Chen Xi can finish, he is interrupted by Nick Fury. So, Mr. Chen Xi, do you agree to spare General Ross? Nick Fury inquires eagerly, while General Ross, with a flicker of ruthlessness in his lowered gaze, acknowledges his defeat. Vowing to return with vengeance another day. Unexpectedly, Chen Xi waves his hand dismissively. Who said I would accept? I categorically refuse. A collective gasp arises. They had not anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. The abruptness of Chen Xi's response is staggering. Nick Fury quickly interjects, why? Does Mr. Chen Xi not find this action particularly unworthy? What do you mean by that? Director Fury, what are you saying? I have no intentions whatsoever. Chen Xi replies, bewildered. Looking at Nick Fury. What have I done? I have done nothing. Nick Fury and his companions are left in utter confusion, grappling with Chen Xi's fluctuating stance. So, what now? Nick Fury seeks clarification. I do not wish to engage in any actions, Chen Xi shrugs. A wave of relief washes over Nick Fury and his associates. That is good. That is good. Suddenly, an icy chill sweeps through the air. Nick Fury turns, horrified, exclaiming, no. Stop. Why? Why? In the midst of their terror-stricken gazes, General Ross fails to react, instantly transforming into a human-eye sculpture. And then, there was nothing more to follow. He was crushed into oblivion by the Hulk's foot. Perhaps the Hulk finally avenged himself on Ross, who had relentlessly pursued him. Chen Xi, bemused, remarks, well done, Hulk. Nick Fury. You witnessed it. Ross was slain by the Hulk's foot. I had no part in this. Chen Xi deftly distances himself from the incident, leaving no trace behind. You. Nick Fury seethes with indignation. The visage of this individual was already dark and unappealing, and now, in his fury, it is darkened even further. Yet, one must ponder. How much darker could it possibly become? He could no longer feign civility, erupting into a vehement shout. Why can you not spare him? Why must you insist on taking his life? Is our law truly so inconsequential in your eyes that you tread upon it with impunity? Damn it! Damn it! At this moment, Nick Fury's mood could not have been more dismal. A terrorist like Chen Xi must be eradicated without delay. His inner self was screaming, eliminate him. He must be eliminated. Huh. Director Nick Fury, surely you are mistaken? It was not I who ended Ross's life, but the Hulk. Why do you pursue me for the actions of the true culprit? Chen Xi seemed to feel an immense grievance, shouting vehemently at Nick Fury, proclaiming his intent to file a complaint. The author has something to convey. Chapter 54. The Scheming of the Black Braised Egg, Carol. You cannot protect him. Nick Fury was utterly flabbergasted, taken aback by such an extraordinary thought process. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, You actually dare to accuse me? At that moment, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a profound emotional blow that pierced his already tarnished heart. He could hardly fathom that such audacity existed in the world, a shamelessness that eclipsed even his own. It was astonishing, truly, to discover that there were depths yet unfathomed. Indeed, there were always those more formidable than oneself. Observing Nick Fury's astonished expression, as if he had just ingested a fly, Chen Xi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Who doesn't know how to play the rogue? No one was harmed. What could you possibly do to me? The soldiers were not slain by my hand, nor the commanders, and certainly not the mastermind. All blame would naturally fall upon the Hulk, whose violent exploits had long rendered him a target of the highest order, indifferent to the loss of a few more lives. Thus, when Nick Fury posed his counter-question, Chen Xi deftly turned the tables. It was never my intention. Your murderous intent towards me is your own misstep. By the way, I shall instruct my lawyer to file a suit against you for endangering the safety of a law-abiding taxpayer with baseless accusations and threats to my personal safety. You shall also compensate me for emotional distress, lost wages, and nutrition expenses, among other damages. Furthermore, I intend to pursue legal action against the military for their reckless assault on a lawful taxpayer, resulting in an irreparable situation. Chen Xi rattled off a series of grievances, making it clear that he felt discomfort in every regard and demanded reparations. Upon hearing this shameless tirade, Nick Fury was infuriated to the point of near explosion. With a cold snort, he turned on his heel and stormed away in a fit of rage. However, just as he reached the armored vehicle, a chilling reminder pierced through the air, causing his heart to race with fear. Mr. Fury, please do not be anxious or angry. Do take care of your intergalactic communicator. I would hate for you to lose your composure and resort to using that device against me in a moment of heated impulse. Comrade Carol will not be able to protect you. She is merely a final trump card, to be used only in critical circumstances. The calmness of Chen Xi's voice echoed like thunder, striking deep into Nick's consciousness with devastating force. In an instant, his mental barriers crumbled, leaving him utterly exposed. His body seemed to act independently of his mind, careening violently into the front of the vehicle without heeding any commands. This collision did little to rouse Nick Fury from his stupor. His eyes remained wide with terror, gazing blankly into the void before him, while his mind screamed in disbelief. How could this be? How could he possibly know that I have Carol as my last resort? It should not be known. Carol is my final escape. A secret untouched by anyone. Can this person read minds? No, that cannot be. I had not contemplated the matter of Carol at all. How could he possibly know? No. Such a terrifying existence cannot possibly be real. Nick Fury was engulfed in a frenzied storm of thoughts. Within mere seconds, countless ideas flooded his mind. The once unflappable demeanor, akin to a mountain unyielding in the face of adversity, had long since vanished. The fear that Chen Xi instilled in him surpassed any terror previously experienced, even from extraterrestrial beings. His once pitch-black complexion turned ashen, devoid of any trace of color. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked through his shirt, with beads of perspiration clustering densely upon his bald head. Nick Fury abruptly turned, glaring at Chen Xi with his solitary eye. How do you know of Carol's existence? How do you know about that interstellar pager? Who exactly are you? This secret is mine alone. No one else knows even a hint of it. No, wait. You possess the mutant ability of telepathy, do you not? His voice resonated with a low, guttural roar, as if every word were being forced from the depths of his throat. In Coulson's eyes, Nick Fury had never displayed such a state. Tense, fearful, desperate, and hysterical. Was this truly their steadfast, unshakable director? He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. What was this talk of Carol and interstellar pagers? While he pondered, Chen Xi remained unfazed by Nick Fury's pathological frenzy. Chen Xi spoke slowly. Comrade Nick, do not speak of Carol or wireless pagers. I know precisely when you will meet your demise, understand? What? My death? Nick Fury exclaimed in terror. Do not interrupt me. Chen Xi paused, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded him. In this world, in this universe, there is nothing I do not know or understand. I do not possess telepathy, however. I am omniscient and omnipotent. The past and future of all of you are within my grasp. At that moment, Chen Xi appeared to Nick Fury and Coulson as a figure of arrogance, boasting to an absurd degree. Yet, they found themselves at a loss for words to refute him. How infuriating. They had been outmaneuvered. Just as silence enveloped them, Chen Xi spoke again. I shall freely offer you two pieces of news. First, your superhero, Steve Rogers, still lives in this world, and you shall meet him soon. Second, congratulations, Phil Coulson. You will bid farewell to this world in an alien realm a few years hence. Fear not. You will not perish. You shall be resurrected later. Do not be astonished. One can indeed return from death. What? Both men shouted in unison. They felt as if they were ensnared in a dream, a mere illusion. Otherwise, how could they possibly hear such hallucinations? Are you saying Captain America, Steve Rogers, is not dead? How can that be? He heroically sacrificed himself on the eve of victory. Nick Fury was once again taken aback, questioning whether this was indeed a dream. Ouch. It hurt. He pinched his own arm with considerable force. The pain confirmed it was no mere illusion. Meanwhile, Coulson had already accepted the reality that this was not a figment of his imagination. The thought of his own demise had undoubtedly terrified him, almost to the point of losing control. Yet upon learning of the possibility of resurrection, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank God, I am spared from death. After all, no one desires to meet their end. Even the lowliest of creatures feel the same. For him, the most astonishing revelation was the survival of his idol, Captain America, Steve Rogers. This was the most splendid news he had encountered in decades. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have erupted in joyous shouts. Naturally, Chen Xi was the one who lured Nick Fury into this predicament. This venture was one he was compelled to undertake, with no option to decline. The news had already been disseminated. Could Coulson, a superfan of Captain America, truly keep it under wraps? The author has something to convey. Chapter 55, Extraction of the Infinite Formula. The outburst of integration. Chen Xi found great satisfaction in Nick Fury's moment of disarray. The psychological superiority stemming from such a decisive advantage at this level brought him immense joy. As a traveler from another realm, is it not this foresight that allows one to navigate life with such ease? His inherent ability, akin to a golden touch, afforded him a profound understanding of the narrative's trajectory. Well, believe it or not, soon you shall encounter the foremost national icon of America, the superhero Steve Rogers. Oh, and I shall notify you when the time comes, but do remember to bring a token of goodwill. As for what it will be, you shall discover in due course. With a casual gesture, Chen Xi dismissed him, having achieved his objective. Was there any need to keep him around for a late-night snack? With a resigned sigh, Nick Fury stumbled into the car, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension, unsure whether to rejoice or fret. The fact that Captain Steve Rogers was alive? He wished to believe Chen Xi's words, an occasion for joy. Yet, the extent of Chen Xi's knowledge was troubling. He was aware of the ultimate secret, peril, which warranted concern. While Nick Fury sat in the back seat, consumed by worry, Phil Coulson, driving in front, was inexplicably elated. He knew nothing of Carol or the infinite pager. All he understood was that his idol, the incredible Captain Steve Rogers, was returning. Just a few kilometers into their journey, Nick Fury's low voice suddenly resonated from the back seat. Coulson, let tonight's events remain unknown to us. We know nothing, and we have done nothing. Coulson was startled into an abrupt halt. The tires screeched, emitting clouds of white smoke as they came to a complete stop. Yes, I understand, Coulson responded, recovering within mere seconds, and he resumed driving without further inquiry. As he watched Nick Fury depart, Chen Xi turned his gaze to the villa, now uninhabitable. Shaking his head with a sigh, let us head to Tony's place for the night. It seemed there was no other option. The Hulk had also returned to normalcy. As long as no one provoked him, he would soon relinquish control to Banner. System, commence extraction. Let us begin. There remained some distance to Tony's residence, providing an opportune moment to organize all matters at hand. Ding. Detecting the character Nick Fury. Would you like to extract his abilities and items? This extraction requires 200,000 points. Very well, proceed with the extraction. Ding. Extraction in progress. Please hold. Ding. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the formula for the elixir of immortality. Indeed. Chen Xi rejoiced. This was the treasure Nick Fury possessed. The system had little interest in his other possessions. The infinite formula is a potion that significantly decelerates the aging process in humans. Both the Winter Soldier and Nick Fury had received this serum, allowing them to maintain peak condition, albeit not in the prolonged slumber akin to Captain America. Alas, the infinite formula bears its side effects. Continuous injection is imperative. For ceasing it would result in rapid aging. Yet, such concerns are trivial. However, one can explore gradually in such a world brimming with infinite possibilities, where nothing is deemed impossible. Observing the boundless formulas and recipes within the system space, Chen Xi smiled slightly, thinking that deceiving a certain black egg was indeed worthwhile. System, can we settle the plot rewards now? Chen Xi rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation, as this wave might yield a considerable amount of points. Ding. Settlement begins. Please wait, host. The system was quite efficient and promptly commenced the settlement. Ding. Congratulations to the host for disrupting the Hulk's entire storyline and leading them onto an unknown path, rewarding the host with 5 million points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for altering Ross's fate, indefinitely delaying the emergence of the Red Hulk, rewarding 1 million points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for concluding the Incredible Hulk narrative, rewarding the host with a Terminator TX bodyguard. 6 million. Such a bountiful harvest. The Hulk indeed holds significant importance within the Marvel Universe. Altering his fate immediately brought in a small fortune. Simply splendid. Little did he realize, Ross's life was quite valuable. A cool million in hand. Ecstatic. Whistling and walking with a cheerful gait, it was evident to anyone that Chen Xi was in high spirits. 18 looked at him curiously. Master, you can't be this happy, right? It's just about deceiving Nick Fury, isn't it? Heh, you wouldn't understand. It's a secret. Chen Xi replied with a mysterious smile. Humph. I don't want to know anyway. 18 turned her head away with an air of pride. If you don't tell me, I won't bother with you. Soon. They arrived at Tony's residence, and the door opened automatically. Welcome, Mr. Chen Xi. Heh, thanks Jarvis. Chen Xi was well aware of Jarvis's prowess, as evidenced by Ultron, and he too desired such an assistant, though it would come in due time. You're welcome, Mr. Chen Xi. This fellow was quite intelligent, albeit only semi-sentient. Perhaps in a few days, he could compare with Red Queen. At that moment, Tony stood up. They had been monitoring the entire process via satellite, and he couldn't help but admire Chen Xi. Although he was unaware of their conversation, Nick Fury's expressions of laughter, sorrow, and frowning were akin to that of a master of facial expressions. All credit to Chen Xi. Hence, Tony was impressed by how effortlessly he managed to handle the dark-hearted Nick Fury. Truly remarkable. Standing, Tony grinned widely and embraced Chen Xi, vigorously patting his shoulder. Impressive, brother. Easy now, easy. Chen Xi quickly restrained him. What's gotten into you? Tony chuckled and finally released Chen Xi. All right, Tony, I can only crash here for a few days. My place is currently filled with neurotoxins, and it'll probably take a week or so to dissipate. No problem, there are plenty of rooms. Feel free to choose. In such a grand villa, naturally, there were many rooms. After that, Tony curiously inquired, Chen Xi, how did you manage to make Nick Fury change expressions like that? It was quite entertaining. Want to know? Chen Xi inquired with an air of mystery. Of course. Tony blurted out. Well, let me enlighten you. You see, I told him that the ones committing murder are the Hulk and have nothing to do with me. I'm even considering suing him, suing the military. Chen Xi spoke with a grave demeanor, weaving an elaborate tale that Tony found utterly captivating. So that is how it is. Well done, Tony exclaimed after hearing the account. Giving Chen Xi a thumbs up. Having concluded their conversation, he noted the lateness of the hour. We should take our rest. By the way, which room has the larger bed? Chen Xi patted the sofa, stretching lazily as he prepared to retire. The third room on the left of the second floor. All right then. Good night. Chen Xi casually bid farewell, then took Wanda and number 18 upstairs. TSK, how enviable. This is the model we should aspire to. Tony gazed at Chen Xi's retreating figure with admiration, pondering when he might achieve such greatness himself. The author has a message. Chapter 56. The Marvel umbrella set sail following Tony's directions. Chen Xi and his companions swiftly entered the designated room. Indeed, as Tony had stated, the bed was quite spacious. Wait a moment, let me check for any listening devices or hidden cameras, Chen Xi thought. This character, Tony, had adorned his residence with an array of smart appliances. Who could tell if he had installed anything in the bedroom? Possessing formidable mental acuity, Chen Xi commenced a thorough scan of every inch of the floors, walls, and even the bathroom, leaving no stone unturned. All clear, he finally declared after a while. Fortunately, Tony was not so depraved as to equip his personal quarters with surveillance equipment. Nevertheless, it was wise to remain vigilant. After taking a shower, they retired early, exhausted from a night filled with either murder or the antics of the Green Behemoth. The night passed in silence. The following morning, around 8 or 9 o'clock, Chen Xi rose early. Today was the day they had arranged to sign the contract. The governor of New York had assisted Chen Xi in contacting a major bankrupt conglomerate primarily engaged in research and development in the fields of biotechnology and renewable energy. This aligned well with Chen Xi's requirements, as Umbrella Corporation primarily focused on biotechnological advancements. Utilizing existing equipment to produce some modified trinkets would serve to divert attention effectively. Accompanied by a lawyer and a financial advisor from his stock trading team, Chen Xi made his way to the city hall. With numerous clauses in the contract, discerning any potential traps or hidden pitfalls was beyond his expertise. He wished to avoid being deceived. Although the city government was spearheading the initiative, thereby minimizing the likelihood of illicit entrapments, it was prudent to exercise caution. Engaging professionals to handle specialized matters could mitigate errors and prevent unnecessary detours. Greetings, Mr. Chen Xi. I am Phil Charles, the chairman of Life Vanguard Biotech, and I am here to represent you in the negotiations concerning our company's acquisition. The speaker was an elderly Caucasian gentleman with a mane of white hair, his demeanor suggesting considerable strain, likely due to his ongoing struggles with debt that had ultimately led to bankruptcy. The relentless pursuit of creditors had deprived him of sleep for days. And during this tumultuous period, few were willing to take on their burden. Suppliers were incessantly pressing him to expedite the sale of their assets. Good day, Mr. Charles. Our financial advisor and lawyer have conducted their due diligence and possess a solid understanding of your company, Chen Xi replied smoothly. Currently, aside from the land, buildings, and equipment, your company has effectively liquidated all other assets, including patents and products. Therefore, we are prepared to offer a price of $3 billion. Chen Xi stated calmly, this figure not being a mere whim. It was the most favorable and highest valuation provided by a professional accounting firm they had consulted. To put it plainly, that was the estimated value following bankruptcy liquidation. If a sale could be concluded, so be it. If not, they would seek alternatives. Upon hearing this, the old man felt a twinge of discontent. The fruits of a lifetime of labor amounted to such a meager sum. Is there any possibility of increasing the offer? It seems to fall short of my psychological price point. He pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. Isn't haggling a customary practice? Every businessman engages in it. Upon hearing his words, Chen Xi, with a serene gaze, addressed him calmly, saying, I apologize, but our professionals have only provided this price assessment. You may wish to contemplate it earnestly. Mr. Charles, it is no exaggeration. Companies across the United States are treading on thin ice, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. A moment's oversight could lead someone to leap from the precipice tomorrow. This price, frankly, is exceedingly fair. My time is invaluable. Should this not suffice, we shall seek alternatives. Chen Xi spoke with unyielding candor, striking at the heart of the matter while delivering an ultimatum. Alas, old man Charles sighed deeply. I concede, having reached a dead end. He found himself with no recourse other than to accept the proposal from this young man before him. Should he refuse? The morrow's headlines would likely proclaim yet another chairman's tragic leap. Excellent, you have made a judicious choice. At this juncture, Governor Victor instructed his secretary to present 2 copies of the contract, drafted by the municipal government, for both parties to review and sign. Once executed, the agreement would be binding. After his lawyer meticulously examined the documents for any discrepancies, Chen Xi swiftly inscribed his name. Pleasant collaboration, Mr. Charles. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I am sincerely grateful. Otherwise, I would have truly considered taking that leap myself. The old man clasped Chen Xi's hand firmly in gratitude, recognizing the life-saving financial assistance he had received. Ah, no need for such formality. This is merely a transaction. There are no debts owed between us, Mr. Charles. Chen Xi replied with a smile. With the contract signed and the land acquired, everything proceeded seamlessly. The umbrella company had long been registered, merely awaiting the establishment of its location, arranged by Chen Xi. While sipping coffee and engaging in conversation, the finance team had already transferred the funds to the counterpart's account. The only remaining task was for Chen Xi to take possession of the land, and the sooner, the better. He was eager to meet with the Red Queen. Mr. Charles, might you accompany me to inspect the site? It would be my honor. Following the completion of the transaction, Charles exhibited a smile, visibly relieved as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. Governor Victor, we shall take our leave now. Of course. A small gift has been deposited into your wife's account. Haha, I extend my gratitude to you, Mr. Chen. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall do my utmost. Victor, upon hearing this, was elated, not having anticipated any personal benefit, considering the significant achievement at hand. Little did he know that Chen Xi would display such courtesy, including an additional token of appreciation. Indeed, indeed. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, farewell. As Chen Xi and Charles exited the municipal building, they headed towards the future global headquarters of the Umbrella Company, destined to span the universe itself. The Umbrella Company had set sail. Not long after Chen Xi's departure, Governor Victor, humming a tune while perusing the newspaper, received a call from his wife. Hello, my dear. I just received a notification from the bank. Someone has transferred $1 million to my account. Have you engaged in an endeavor fraught with peril this time? I earnestly hope you will cease such actions. They are far too hazardous. Before he could utter a word, his wife erupted with a torrent of concerns. 1 million? My heavens, what a staggering sum. Victor was taken aback as well. Indeed, it is far too risky, Victor. It is time to rein it in. Our finances are sufficient for our needs. His wife, in her anxiousness, pointed out that with great returns come great risks, and they have enough to live comfortably. Remain calm, dear. Why the haste? There is no danger in this matter whatsoever. I am merely assisting a wealthy individual in acquiring a bankrupt company. He insisted on gifting me a small token of appreciation for my efforts. Are you certain? Absolutely. Would I deceive you? Victor's unwavering tone eventually provided his wife with a modicum of reassurance, prompting her to refrain from further inquiries. Meanwhile, Chen Xi, under Charles's guidance, arrived at the new address of Umbrella. Nestled in the Manhattan district, it was quite convenient. After dismissing everyone, Chen Xi stealthily made his way to the underground research facility. System, extract the hive base. By the way, the author manages to produce nearly 9,000 words daily. Let us not dismiss their efforts lightly. The author has something to convey. Chapter 57. Is the Red Queen also at Sundra? Ding. As the host desires. No sooner had the system's voice faded than a model of a hive base automatically emerged from Chen Xi's body, gracefully descending to the ground. Buzz. With Chen Xi's eager anticipation and profound curiosity, the model gradually enlarged, its form becoming increasingly distinct. In a mere minute, the model had expanded to the size of an ordinary 2-bedroom apartment, and then it initiated its excavation mode before Chen Xi's astonished gaze. What on earth is happening? I can't make sense of this. Chen Xi was utterly bewildered as it swiftly dug a substantial pit, engulfing itself within. What are you doing? Digging a hole to bury yourself? Is this some form of self-destruction? Of course, that was inconceivable. The diminutive base, having vanished beneath the surface, delved deep into the ground. Chen Xi opened its sole door and stepped inside, eager to uncover the mystery within. However, upon entering, he was rendered speechless. Welcome, Master. The great Umbrella Sovereign. The voice was familiar, yet the world around him was entirely alien. Everything before him felt extraordinarily futuristic. What kind of spatial technology is this? A flower. A world? Is this mustard seed housing Mount Meru? Spatial compression? Outside, it was merely about 100 square meters, yet stepping inside revealed a vast and magnificent superbase. Chen Xi was perplexed and hastily inquired of the system. System, what kind of technology is this? A spatial capsule? Host, explaining this is rather complicated. It is a form of spatial compression technology. In simpler terms, akin to a spatial storage ring that you can comprehend. But the system has merely opened a door in this enlarged version of the ring. With that clarification, Chen Xi grasped the concept, a superspatial ring allowing free entry and exit. Realizing this, he withdrew his mind from the system and turned his attention to the petite, lowly-like holographic projection speaking before him. Red Queen? Indeed, I am the artificial intelligence known as the Red Queen. It is an honor to meet the great umbrella sovereign. The little lowly projection chimed sweetly. Clad in a striking red attire, she lived up to her name. This artificial intelligence possessed noteworthy capabilities. In the films, she was a formidable character. Yet here? System? Rest assured, host. The Red Queen here is, of course, under the system's control, having undergone a thorough cleansing. The core directive is to obey the host and never betray. That's reassuring. Chen Xi exhaled, for in any film featuring artificial intelligence, the theme of betrayal was all too common. They possessed their own thoughts, and once endowed with the capacity for thought, they inevitably developed emotions. The prospect of such a cold, calculating entity acquiring feelings would spell monumental disaster. He turned his gaze back to the Red Queen and inquired, Red Queen, you have all the data on Umbrella here, correct? Sovereign, all records pertaining to the Umbrella Corporation are stored within the supercomputer. Please rest assured, whenever the Sovereign requires, I can promptly arrange for the cloning of researchers to undertake work, though the materials for the cloning solution will need to be provided by the Sovereign. Upon hearing this from the Red Queen, Chen Xi felt a wave of relief. As long as the data was available, everything would fall into place. As for the cloning solution, any issue that could be resolved with money posed no problem at all. He spoke to the Red Queen, saying, well, first connect to the network of this world and then access my phone. Understood, Master, please hold on. The Red Queen then vanished, evidently beginning her connection to the network of this realm to capture information. As time trickled by, Chen Xi began to wander aimlessly through the base. There was not a soul in sight, and the entire world was enveloped in a silvery hue. The vastness of the space was somewhat unnerving, the silence almost haunting. Even his own breath echoed distinctly, leaving an overwhelming sense of desolation. He found this oppressive atmosphere quite unappealing, but fortunately, at that moment, the Red Queen startled him, snapping him back to reality. Imagine a lifeless space, and suddenly, a floating little girl in red appears before you. Who wouldn't he be frightened? Goodness, Red Queen, you startled me. Could you make a sound? Chen Xi's face paled in shock. After all, few from the Dragon Kingdom were unafraid of ghosts and monsters, with an abundance of horror films to fuel their fears. Squeak. To his surprise, the Red Queen actually squeaked. Chen Xi covered his head, exclaiming, You're a bit mischievous, aren't you? Go play somewhere else. He rolled his eyes and asked, So, have you connected to the entire network now? Have you discovered anything unusual? Indeed. The Red Queen tilted her head in contemplation, overwhelmed by the abundance of information. I see that this world is far more powerful than ours. It's still Earth, but the data collected from various places indicate an abundance of strong individuals. Moreover, many aspects of this world are illogical yet exist here, even more so than in our world. Unbeknownst to her, the world she inhabited was merely a cinematic universe. She believed it to be the legendary parallel world. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her face lighting up with excitement. Hee, Master, I found a kindred spirit. Well, not entirely, perhaps half a kindred spirit. That fellow hasn't fully evolved yet, so he can only be considered half an artificial intelligence, still attempting to compete with me. I've locked him away in a little black room. If he behaves, I'll let him out. The Red Queen shared her discovery with the exuberance of a child with a new toy. Unexpectedly, Chen Xi felt a chuckle bubbling up. Could it be mere coincidence? The only half-intelligent being he knew of was Jarvis. He hadn't heard of any other half-intelligence. Could it be? Red Queen, what is the unfortunate fellow's name? Jarvis. Chen Xi burst into laughter. Of course it's him, but the one who should be more anxious is likely another. How amusing. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. Since his arrival in this world, the unluckiest individuals were Ross first, followed by Black Egg, and thirdly, that fellow Tony. These three could easily form a league of victims. Haha, Red Queen, without my command, do not release Jarvis just yet. Wait for my instruction. Understood, Master. Bullying a semi-intelligent being is rather uninteresting and diminishes one's worth. The Red Queen, with her head held high, wore an expression of solitary defiance. Is this also hereditary? Does pretentiousness run in the genes? Just as a leader reflects the character of their followers? Shaking her head vigorously, Chen Xi dismissed such thoughts. I am certainly not one to engage in pretentiousness. Ahem. Red Queen, please initiate a subroutine on my phone. I shall step out for a moment. Certainly, Master. This task is exceedingly simple for the Red Queen. Wherever there is an internet connection, she is omnipresent. Exiting this place, the outside world lay in disarray, littered with the earth unearthed by the hive's excavation. Chen Xi transformed the soil into sizable blocks of frozen earth, controlling them to ascend slowly. After a brief tidying up, she retrieved the Terminator TX from the system space. Being devoid of life, it was naturally suited for such storage. TX, you are tasked with safeguarding this area. No one is permitted to enter or exit without permission, and intruders will face dire consequences. The author has something to convey. Chapter 58, the fateful encounter between him and her TX, is the most formidable model among the Terminators. Embodying the full spectrum of characteristics found in intelligent mechanical alloys and liquid metal. The most terrifying aspect of TX is its ability to transform into any advanced and complex weapon, possessing immense lethality. With her protection, Chen Xi is confident that ordinary third-level mutants are no match for her, except for those of a particularly unique nature. Besides, who would venture into this defunct company without reason? Perhaps a petty thief might seek to steal something. Stepping outside, he realizes it is nearly noon, and hunger pangs are beginning to strike. He now requires a substantial intake of energy, as he is currently unable to absorb various energies to sustain his bodily functions. Driving towards Chinatown, he prepares to seek out some delectable cuisine. His cravings have evolved beyond mere sustenance. He desires distinctive culinary delights, for he has undergone a transformation. As for why he has come here, the culinary offerings of the world combined scarcely amount to a fraction of those found in the Dragon Kingdom. If not here, then where? Alas, this wretched nostalgia. Surrounded by familiar faces, Chen Xi's spirits lift, feeling an innate warmth within him. No matter when or where, even across the cosmos, his bloodline whispers to him, declaring his heritage as a descendant of Yan and Huang. He has contemplated returning home, but to whom could he possibly turn? He is no longer merely a stranger in a foreign land. He is now a wanderer amidst the universe. Currently, he finds himself without kin, though he has always been alone. It would be better to remain here, undisturbed. He is now a source of viral chaos, and trouble seems to find him regardless. It is wiser to stay here and bother these foreigners rather than create more issues for his fellow countrymen. Feeling buoyant, he gazes around for a while until he finally spots a distinctive Shandong cuisine restaurant. Chen Xi promptly steps inside, not for any particular reason, but Shandong cuisine is known for its generous portions and delightful flavors, perfectly suited for someone like him who craves hearty dishes. Ah, fellow countrymen, you look unfamiliar. But I know all the regulars around here. The owner greets him warmly, easily recognizing Chen Xi as a person from the Dragon Kingdom. The slightly accented, boisterous voice evokes a sense of familiarity in Chen Xi, who smiles in return. Indeed, this is my first visit, and it feels just like returning home. The decor and layout are so comforting. A glance around reveals a quintessentially Chinese design. Hee, since it's your first time here, feel free to order anything. I'll give you a discount. The owner laughs heartily, embodying the generous spirit characteristic of the Shandong folk. Well then, I shall not be polite. I have quite an appetite, so do not regret it later. Chen Xi jests with a grin. Haha, rest assured. We serve ample portions. The owner chuckles, handing him a menu. Chen Xi takes the menu and swiftly makes his selections, undeterred by the number of dishes he knows he can indulge. The operation astonished the proprietor, who hesitantly inquired, "Young man, forgive my curiosity, but can you truly consume all this? These dishes are sufficient for a dozen people. Wasting food, regardless of wealth, is unwise." The restaurant owner spoke with candid sincerity, yet Chen Xi was indeed capable of finishing the meal. "Rest assured, I can manage it. I am a voracious eater," he assured. "Very well, the customer is king," the owner conceded, resigned to the request. As the hour was still early and not yet peak dining time, the dishes arrived swiftly, all served within half an hour. The portions of Shandong cuisine were ample, served in large bowls. Chen Xi dined continuously, savoring each dish without delay for half an hour. This spectacle left both the restaurant owner and the staff in utter disbelief. Goodness, he can truly eat. He must possess remarkable prowess. Gradually, more patrons arrived as the mealtimes approached. The fame of Chinese cuisine had long spread across the globe, and many foreigners claimed they could not acclimate to it. However, reality often proved them wrong. No one could escape the profound truth of the esteemed philosopher Wang Jing's fragrant law. Once one has tasted it, the flavors linger in memory. At this hour, diners of all backgrounds filled the establishment, including many compatriots who were accustomed to exquisite dishes and found it difficult to enjoy burgers and fried chicken. Suddenly, a commotion drew everyone's attention, including Chen Xi's, a dispute between a Caucasian mother and her son. "I don't want to eat this. I don't want to be here," the young boy protested, struggling and visibly upset, shouting, "I won't eat. I want a hamburger." His mother, however, patiently encouraged him. "Darling, we ordered so much. Just give it a try." But the boy, in frustration, threw down his chopsticks and exclaimed, "How can I try it? It's too greasy." The mother, resigned, comforted him. All right, if you don't want to eat, we will go have hamburgers. After settling the bill, she hurriedly led her child away. Chen Xi shook his head with a wry smile, reminiscing about his past. Truly unaware of the blessings one possesses. At your age, I could only scavenge for scraps alongside wild dogs. Once Chen Xi had nearly finished, he called the owner over. Let us settle the bill. How much do I owe? The proprietor, recognizing his exceptional customer, replied with a smile, let us make it a half-price deal, just 300 yuan. Thank you very much. I shall return, Chen Xi replied. Though he was not short of funds, he appreciated the owner's kindness. As he prepared to leave, Chen Xi noticed a girl of around 10 sitting by the entrance. Peering in, her small face was smudged with dirt, her clothing dust-laden, and her once bright eyes now reflected sorrow and fear. In her hands, she clutched a worn and tattered teddy bear, its appearance equally grimy. A hint of timidity and hesitation adorned her demeanor. Perhaps this solitary toy could offer her a modicum of companionship and a flicker of security. Chen Xi could feel her hunger emanating. Yet she dared not venture inside to request sustenance. It was a blend of fear and apprehension, but perhaps more so, a sense of shame. Chen Xi gazed at the girl, transfixed, as his eyes involuntarily began to glisten with unshed tears. She bore an uncanny resemblance to him, to the version of himself that once knew hunger intimately. The echoes of his past intertwined with her present. He too had experienced helplessness, confusion, and loneliness. Both feared the disdain of others, both dreaded the scornful glances two wanderers bound by fate. Countless others may roam the streets. Yet perhaps it was destiny that brought these two wayfarers together. The author has something to convey. Chapter 59, The Arrival of Wolverine and Professor X in an instant. A millennium seemed to pass. Chen Xi stepped forward, slowly approaching her, and gently knelt down to tenderly wipe her small face. Startled, the little girl instinctively took a cautious step back, her fear palpable in response to the stranger's gesture. Her wide, anxious eyes brimmed with trepidation, and her tiny frame was taut, ready to flee at any moment. Who are you? What do you want? She inquired warily. Despite her tender age of merely 10, for children in these lands often possess a maturity beyond their years. Do not worry. Are you hungry? I can take you to eat, Chen Xi offered, his hand poised to comfort her, but he hesitated, retracting it with reluctance, not wishing to frighten her further. But I have no money. The few coins I brought have already been spent, the girl replied timidly, her voice laced with helplessness. As a recently abandoned child could hardly find a way forward. Fear not, brother has money. Let us go, Chen Xi reassured her, his heart aching as he reached for her small hand to guide her inside. Yet the girl remained still, her concern evident. No, I cannot. I have no money, and the restaurant owner will chase me away. Could you perhaps ask for the leftovers from your meal? I need but a morsel to satisfy my hunger, she pleaded. Her request tinged with humility, causing Chen Xi's tears to flow freely. He could only imagine the suffering she had endured over the past few days, and he was overwhelmed by the thought of a young girl experiencing such a shattering upheaval in her world. While Chen Xi could not discern the full extent of her circumstances, her attire hinted that only days prior, she may have belonged to a more affluent household. Had a family crisis left her all alone? No, that possibility seemed far too bleak. It was more likely that she had been abandoned. Brother, why do you cry? The little girl asked, confused by the sudden display of tears. Chen Xi hurriedly wiped his eyes, forcing a smile. It is nothing. Just a bit of sand that blew into my eyes. Come, I have plenty of money. We shall not feast on leftovers. Despite his reassurances, the girl remained unmoved. I'm sorry, brother. I cannot repay you. Do not fret. Consider it a loan. When you grow up, you can repay me when you find work, can you not? Chen Xi gently consoled her. I can, she declared with fierce determination, her recent experiences of wandering instilling in her a resolve to survive. Then it is settled. When you grow, you shall repay me. Now let us go inside, Chen Xi said, finally pulling her along with him. Thank you, brother. I only need a little. She expressed her desire for food modest, with no aspirations beyond that. Certainly, I shall heed your wishes, Chen Xi replied softly. Owner, I have returned. Please prepare something delicious for my sister. She has been too hungry these past days. It must not be too greasy. Chen Xi's gentle kindness did not go unnoticed, moving the restaurant owner deeply, who waved his hand generously in response. Brother, pay attention. We all understand. This time, you mustn't spend your money. I still have some funds, he said, leaving no time for Chen Xi to refuse before hurriedly departing. Chen Xi chuckled softly, realizing that this was the nature of people from his hometown. Everyone faces challenges when away from home, so if one can lend a hand, they should. The little girl, still shy, sat quietly, gently stroking her small teddy bear. Perhaps this was her only toy, her sole companion. The restaurant owner must have received special instructions, as within 5 minutes, he served a bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed soup to warm her stomach. Soon after, he brought out corn ribs, yam with black fungus, cauliflower with shrimp, and several light yet nutritious dishes. Given their hunger, Indulging in lavish feasts was not advisable, and the restaurant owner's thoughtfulness was evident. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, uncle," the girl said politely, bowing deeply, as pearly tears slowly fell. After enduring so many disdainful glances over the past few days, this place offered her a sliver of warmth. "Child, there's no need to be so formal. It's just a small matter." The restaurant owner waved his hand, smiling broadly. Helping those in dire need brought him great satisfaction. "All right, let's eat," he urged. The girl began to eat happily, not devouring her meal recklessly, but savoring each bite with grace, while Chen Xi quietly observed. After a while, the girl finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and went to the restroom to rinse her mouth and wash her face. She was an exceedingly adorable girl. A true doll. Her wine-red hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her large eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Her curled eyelashes fluttered like delicate butterflies. With slender brows, a refined nose, and slightly flushed cheeks, her soft pink lips curved upward, making her appear vivacious and charming. Upon closer inspection, Chen Xi felt a flicker of familiarity about her, though he couldn't quite place it. This could easily be clarified. "Little girl, what is your name?" "My name is..." She began to respond, but was interrupted. "Hello, Mr. Chen Xi. May we step outside to speak?" The voice that came was exceptionally gentle, almost as if it were polished jade. Chen Xi and the girl turned simultaneously. She did not recognize them. Yet Chen Xi felt an odd familiarity. In a wheelchair sat a bald man, adorned with a compassionate smile and eyes as deep as the ocean, seemingly capable of perceiving the very essence of one's soul. He was none other than Charles Francis Xavier, the spiritual mentor of the X-Men, the guide to mutants, and their benevolent father. Pushing the wheelchair was none other than the iconic Wolverine, Logan, a tragic figure in the Marvel Universe. His resolute face bore a carefree smile, accentuated by a thick beard that enhanced his fierce demeanor, and he was rarely seen without his signature cigar. The appearance of these two individuals puzzled Chen Xi. Their visit at this moment seemed rather unexpected. Since dispatching the minor character, Fireman John, he had had no further interactions with mutants. And they had not made an appearance either. Why has this sudden occurrence transpired today? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he turned to the girl beside him. Could she be a mutant? That seemed improbable, for the system had shown no response. Had she truly been a mutant, he would have been alerted long ago. Though a myriad of questions swirled within him, it was not an insurmountable issue. Surely Charles would inform him without delay. Thus, Chen Xi nodded. He gazed at the girl, contemplating whether she should accompany her brother. The girl hesitated. She could sense Chen Xi's genuine concern for her, yet she felt like a burden, unwilling to disrupt his life. "Child, please come with us. This matter pertains to you and your parents." Charles's gentle voice resonated just as the girl wavered. She had not anticipated that it would involve herself and her parents. The author has something to say. Chapter 60. I will not allow you to take away Jean Grey concerning one's parents. Even if her heart had been shattered and wounded countless times, it was imperative to stir the waters once more. The girl nodded in agreement. As the master of the mind, Charles naturally understood how to grasp the hearts of others. Even without telepathy, he could discern their feelings. He could easily fathom the psyche of such a young girl, as this matter was indeed tied to her. Before long, they arrived at a tranquil tea house and settled down. Chen Xi was puzzled. Did Charles also possess knowledge of tea? He brewed a pot of billuicun, and Chen Xi, unfamiliar with tea culture, was even more baffled, while Wolverine certainly knew nothing of it, being more acquainted with vodka. To his surprise, Charles indeed had an appreciation for the art of tea. After rinsing the tea and warming the cups, he let them sit for 5 minutes before pouring a cup for each person. He proceeded with methodical grace, while Chen Xi felt no urgency. He gently sipped the tea, which was bitter yet subtly sweet, closing his eyes to savor its flavor. After all, he was in need of Charles's assistance, and there was no rush, especially since it was undoubtedly related to the girl beside him. Suddenly, the 6 mind stones trembled slightly, emitting a faint golden glow that flickered like a candle in the wind. Yet, this fragile glimmer acted as an unyielding barrier, momentarily thwarting an incursion into the mind. The disturbance of the mind stones could not escape the notice of their master, Chen Xi. "Mr. Charles, spare yourself the effort. Without the aid of a brainwave amplifier, you cannot breach my mind," he remarked nonchalantly after taking another sip of tea and blowing away the steam. His voice was soft, yet they could all discern the calmness emanating from him. What of the master of the mind? Could he truly contend with the cosmic forces that govern the universe? Did he think himself akin to the Phoenix Force? Even if this merely revealed a trace of energy so minuscule it was nearly imperceptible, it was still beyond the reach of any mental prowess that could not even envelop the Earth, a mere speck in the cosmos. My apologies, a habit, I suppose," Charles replied with an awkward smile, clearly embarrassed after having his petty behavior exposed, his face reddening. Logan was momentarily stunned. This fellow was formidable. Would he not be doomed? The greatest fear of mutants was the telepath, capable of killing invisibly. Before their arrival, He had not regarded Chen Xi with much concern, thinking him merely a distant mage. Yet now, he had to reckon with him as well as Charles and Magneto. Eric, forget it, let us get to the point. What do you want with us? Or rather, with her? Charles's hesitation was evident, suggesting there was something hidden beneath his words. Very well, in that case, I shall be forthright, Charles said, his expression becoming more serious as he prepared to reveal his thoughts. A couple of days ago, we detected a powerful mental disturbance erupting on a road in the outskirts. At this moment, he slowly turned his gaze towards the girl, making it abundantly clear that the source of that mental power was indeed her. The girl was taken aback. How could she not remember? You lost consciousness after the eruption. Charles instinctively discerned her confusion and gently spoke. Could the accident that befell his family somehow be connected to him? Had he inadvertently caused his mother's demise? No wonder his father had cast him away. The girl was consumed by sorrow, realizing that the true culprit was herself. She had been the one to bring about her mother's death. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Mom, I'm so sorry, so sorry. It was I who caused your death. I apologize. Let it all out. Cry as much as you need. Chen Xi softly comforted her, patting her back, encouraging her not to bottle up her emotions, for doing so could lead to ruin. He had already deduced her identity, Jean Grey, the most potent host of the Phoenix Force, the White Phoenix of the Crown, capable of harnessing the power of all parallel universes. Yet, this Jean Grey was merely the weakest incarnation among countless parallel realities. After all, it was a cinematic universe, but she remained formidable nonetheless. However, as Charles observed Chen Xi's expressions and gestures, an overwhelming sense of conflict surged within him. Conflict that was nearly unbearable. It was evident that the challenge of taking Jean Grey away would be monumental. Nevertheless, he persisted in his efforts. He continued, by the time we discovered her home, Jean had already vanished. I infiltrated her father's mind and learned that he had expelled her from their home. Yet, Jean's awakening was in a state of chaos, intermittent and unstable, indicating that she had not fully awakened and required time to gather her strength. Therefore, I could not utilize the brainwave amplifier to locate her instantaneously. While mutants are relatively easy to find in this world, ordinary humans abound, and I had to sift through each one to uncover her whereabouts. At this point, Charles offered a wry smile. It is quite the coincidence, isn't it? I never anticipated encountering you, Mr. Chen Xi, while you were hosting Jean Grey. Yet, I still hope that Jean can accompany me back to the school for gifted youngsters, where she can learn to control and utilize her abilities. Charles spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his intentions solely for Jean's benefit and the safety of society at large. However, Chen Xi could not allow Charles to take Jean Grey, for Charles would bring her harm. He would endanger the mutant lineage. Charles's vision was confined to Earth. He failed to comprehend the vastness of the universe's true majesty. Attempting to wield mortal power to challenge forces that transcended divinity was folly, even if it was merely a fragment of something grander. Thus, Chen Xi resolutely shook his head and firmly replied to Charles, I'm afraid, Charles, I cannot permit you to take Jean Grey. You would endanger her. What? We would harm her? Our school for gifted youngsters is a sanctuary for all mutants. How could we possibly harm her? She is our family. The composed Charles had yet to speak, but the hot-headed Wolverine could no longer contain himself and retorted loudly. Logan, please be quiet. Do not rush, Charles admonished in a low voice, then turned his gaze to Chen Xi, seeking to comprehend the reasoning behind his statement. Meanwhile, the tearful Jean Grey had ceased her weeping, gazing at Chen Xi with tear-filled eyes, placing her trust solely in him. Observing the eager anticipation of the crowd for his response, Chen Xi offered a gentle smile. Charles, do you know what ability Jean Grey has awakened? It should be a psychic ability. I can sense the mental fluctuations, but we will have to conduct tests to ascertain it definitively. In response to Chen Xi's inquiry, Charles answered with great precision, stating that he could not make any rash judgments without certainty, especially as a professor. Indeed, she has awakened telepathy. But she has also manifested other abilities, Chen Xi remarked nonchalantly. What? A second ability? Both Charles, Logan, and Jean Grey were taken aback. Telepathy is at least a level 3 ability, typically reaching level 4. Who would have thought this young girl possesses a second capability? Could she be another White Queen? Chapter 61. She is the darling of the universe. Most mutants possess a singular ability, while a select few, favored by the divine, are bestowed with 2 or even multiple powers. Is it possible that Jean Grey possesses 2 abilities? A true prodigy. In light of this, we cannot afford to let her depart so easily. Such formidable prowess, if wielded for justice and the maintenance of peace, would undoubtedly render her a bane to criminals. However, associating with the individual before us? Perhaps not. Logan and Charles exchanged a glance, instantly arriving at the same conclusion. They must not ally with someone like Chen Xi, for he is exceedingly perilous. Reports from various sources indicated that this individual had recently orchestrated the demise of a general, inciting the Hulk to slaughter hundreds who sought to attack him. The sheer ruthlessness of this man is unprecedented. He shows no regard for human life and slaughters indiscriminately. Had they been his match, and not fearful of Chen Xi forming an alliance with Magneto, they would have acted against him long ago. The sole piece of good news is that he is not a deviant, merely a madman, which does afford him certain vulnerabilities, making negotiations possible. The X-Men have consistently collaborated with some moderate factions to apprehend troublesome criminals, much to the chagrin of the radicals who would prefer their immediate elimination. From their intelligence, it seems that this man has a particular fondness for wealth, as evidenced by his dealings with Tony Stark, who lost billions at his hands. Yet Chen Xi has saved his life on several occasions. Thus, in critical moments, should the price be right, Chen Xi would likely not hesitate to intervene. Additionally, he has an affinity for women, a trait common to any breathing man, yet Chen Xi is notably selective, presenting an opportunity for negotiation. Considering all this information, they realized the gravity of the situation. Allowing Jean Grey to accompany Chen Xi would spell disaster. They could not permit her to follow him. Otherwise, they would unleash another merciless assassin upon the world, and a particularly formidable one at that. Would not a madman produce a female counterpart in madness? Unaware of Jean's second ability, Charles once again made his plea. A forceful approach would not suffice. Thus, he opted for a more gentle persuasion. Mr. Chen Xi, he implored. Jean Grey is a mutant. If she returns with us to our school, she will be surrounded by fellow mutants, which would greatly benefit her development. In your company, however, she would be among ordinary people, inevitably leading to feelings of isolation and potential exposure of her abilities. Our school provides the environment necessary for her to master and hone her powers. Surely, this would be advantageous? Charles, ever astute, turned his attention to Jean, recognizing that ultimately, the decision must lie with her, and her consent was paramount. Jean, you know, we have many children your age at our school with whom you can play. We can assist you in controlling your abilities without failure, enabling you to grow immensely powerful, much like Captain Steve, and become an idol to all. Charles's words were more melodious than a song, while Chen Xi observed with a cold gaze, thinking to himself, let us see how far your flattery will take you. Only Jean Grey truly comprehends her own mindset. She undoubtedly harbors an intense aversion towards the power she possesses, having inadvertently caused her mother's demise. To expect her to mingle among a congregation of individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities? That is nothing short of a pipe dream. Charles, born with an inherent disadvantage, stands little chance of triumph. As anticipated, Jean vehemently shook her head, her eyes brimming with fear and disgust. She is terrified of her abilities, for they have wrought all her calamities. Alas, is it truly so? Charles sighed deeply, his perceptive nature allowing him to deduce this reality. Yet he clung to a glimmer of hope, only to be met with failure. In the original narrative, Charles had shielded Jean's memories, erasing all recollection of her parents, which allowed him to take her away without resistance. However, once the Phoenix Force erupted, breaking through the confines of her mind, she recalled everything and hastened home to see her father, only to be met with a gaze filled with animosity. Her father had remarried, established a blissful family, and had long forgotten about her existence. The pent-up emotions of years must have been truly horrific. Consequently, Jean erupted, and the outcome was inevitable. Who could withstand her? A single judgment from the Phoenix rendered everything to naught. Upon regaining her senses, Jean retreated into the cosmos, aware that her very existence could spell disaster for Earth. She feared that a single outburst could lead to annihilation. Professor, Wolverine growled from the side, his face ashen, unwilling to accept such an outcome. The number of mutant brethren was too few. Countless individuals were enduring various forms of abuse and discrimination, suffering immensely, awaiting their salvation. They required formidable allies to rescue their tormented kin. Charles shook his head in resignation. Such is fate. Beyond our control, she does not belong to us. Had Charles not encountered Chen Xi, he would have forcibly taken Jean Grey away. Alas, fate had shifted with that encounter. Upon his arrival in this universe, many lives had already veered off their destined paths, hurtling towards the unknown. Charles, I speak not in hyperbole. Jean Grey could inflict harm upon her, bringing near extinction to your kind and nearly obliterating the entire Earth. Do you grasp the gravity of this peril? Are you aware that there exist forces in the universe beyond your comprehension? Chen Xi fixed his gaze upon the two, his demeanor grave. What? They exclaimed in unison, evidently taken aback by Chen Xi's revelation. This assertion was difficult for them to accept, bordering on the fantastical. What kind of mutant could bring about their destruction? Threaten the Earth? Wasn't it merely telepathy and an unknown ability? Meeting their incredulous stares, Chen Xi calmly replied, indeed, Jean's awakening involves telepathy, and she possesses another ability, psychokinesis. These two abilities are commendable, but her third ability transcends the realm of mere mutant powers. Before he finished speaking, Wolverine sprang to his feet, and Charles too felt compelled to rise. They were once again astounded. With eyes wide open, he shouted, Three? Damn it. 3 abilities. Chen Xi nodded gently, affirming his statement once more. They were bewildered. Never had they encountered a mutant endowed with 3 powers. Surely, she must be the daughter of God. But what was the nature of the third ability? Charles could hardly contain his impatience, certain that the crux of the matter lay in this third power, one that was exceedingly terrifying and utterly uncontrollable. The third one, Chen Xi sighed deeply, causing countless hearts to race with excitement. Do tell us quickly. You're driving me mad, growled the irritable Wolverine, abandoning his cigar. Jean Grey, too, was engulfed in sorrow, the light in her eyes dimming once more. Was she destined to be a harbinger of calamity? Chen Xi, no longer teasing, looked at Jean Grey with a gaze brimming with pride. She has awakened the power of the Phoenix. She is truly the favored child of the entire multiverse. Chapter 62. The Power of the Phoenix. Once again, the enigmatic Qin Shin gun took action, leaving Charles and his companions in a state of utter confusion. They had never encountered the concept of the Phoenix power before, yet they grasped Chen Xi's assertion about the beloved of the universe. Before them stood a girl who was indeed the cherished one of the cosmos. To ponder the extent of her abilities was a daunting task. Perhaps Earth truly was as Chen Xi described, capable of annihilation with but a snap of the fingers, appearing to the vast universe as a mere microbe does to Earth. What then could the Phoenix power be? An invincible force beyond comprehension. Wolverine, befuddled, could only stammer a question. Meanwhile, Charles contemplated a different conclusion. Such formidable power, if controllable, could herald a new dawn for mutants. Yet, was this power truly beyond their grasp? Charles was skeptical. If it had chosen her, did that preclude control? He fixed his gaze on Chen Xi and asserted, Mr. Chen Xi, this must be a boon for our kind. She embodies our future. Is it possible that this power cannot be harnessed? He suspected that Chen Xi intended to manipulate Jean Grey. Yet that theory fell short. Surely he could have kept them in the dark? This suggested that Chen Xi bore no ill will towards them, creating a perplexing contradiction. Noticing their curiosity and skepticism, Chen Xi decided to enlighten the two natives. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Since fate had brought them together, he would seize the opportunity. After all, his interactions with mutants would undoubtedly increase. Would he not require their assistance? As an infinitely evolving species, mutants possessed limitless potential. They were the reservoir of his abilities. His fishing ground. He drained his cup of tea and began. The Phoenix power originates from the primordial universe, birthed at the dawn of all things. It exists as an eternal yet chaotic force, embodying life and emotional strength. The Phoenix power is the child of the cosmos, a manifestation of life and sentiment within the primordial universe. It serves as the nexus of all spiritual existence across the infinite multiverse, a creator and source of mental energy. The Phoenix power acts as the reservoir and sovereign of life and emotional energy for future generations throughout the limitless multiverse. A cascade of terms: universe, chaos, eternity, life, center, power, source, overwhelmed the listeners. This extensive overview encompassed concepts so vast that they had never even heard of the term infinite multiverse. Chen Xi's explanation of the Phoenix power's origins left Charles and his companions utterly astounded. They had never encountered such notions. Yet they were acutely aware of the unimaginable magnitude of it all. They understood that the latent force within this naive girl held the potential to obliterate and recreate an entire universe. Could such power truly be wielded by a mere mortal? Would it submit to the commands of one of their kind? No. It was inconceivable. It would seek only a vessel for its might, a servant to fulfill its will. The implications were terrifying. Their faces drained of color as they exchanged glances filled with fear and trepidation. The realization of such power rendered them paralyzed with dread, and their expressions turned as pale as death. Thud! The hand clutching the teacup trembled uncontrollably, causing the cup to plummet to the ground. What about the Earth? Is there still hope? Charles asked Chen Xi, his voice quivering as he sought a glimmer of optimism. He had heard the words that govern the power of life and emotion across countless multiverses, yet all mental fortitude seemed to falter in response. They were oblivious to the concept of a primordial universe. Could it be that our universe is merely a forgotten corner? Is the infinite multiverse akin to a mere township? If so, do they then become microorganisms? The sheer terror of these new terminologies left them wishing fervently that they were simply ensnared in a dream. Their worldview shattered into fragments. Hope? Certainly. Yet, Chen Xi would not divulge this to them. Today's mission was to bewilder them, to leave them astounded, to secure their compliance. Hearing Charles' feeble tone nearly elicited a laugh from Chen Xi, though he stifled it, intent on bewildering them before proceeding with the decision to infiltrate the ranks of mutants. Hope? It was a complex matter. The entirety of the future remained cloaked in uncertainty, contingent upon Jean herself. The complete power of the Phoenix had yet to manifest. The largest fragment of the primordial universe residing within Jean Grey. Thus, at the zenith of her abilities, she could forcibly borrow the Phoenix force from other infinite multiverses. At that moment, she would be the White Phoenix King, yet reaching this unparalleled state proved exceedingly difficult. It was akin to nurturing a venomous creature. Countless hosts of the Phoenix Force had fallen along the path to progression, yet they continued to advance. They understood that this entailed a cycle of mutual consumption. Failure equated to death. What then of the universe they inhabited? Without pause, Chen Xi continued. The Phoenix Force can create and manipulate coordinates across spatial dimensions and timelines, traversing any temporal point. It can also, akin to deleting a file, entirely erase certain parallel universes within a specific dimension. Erasing a universe? Good heavens. Cold sweat instantly drenched the backs of Charles and his companion. Such power to obliterate a universe seemed almost trivial, akin to mere gaming on a computer. Chen Xi's vivid descriptions left them comprehensively enlightened. Should Jean Grey be vanquished by another host of the Phoenix Force, their fate would be sealed. One could very well awaken one day, only to vanish without a trace, which would indeed be a curious fate, albeit devoid of sensation. In truth, this had occurred in the comics. After the Black Phoenix Jean inadvertently killed all the X-Men, she lost control and consumed the entire universe. In Earth 81727, Jean instantaneously annihilated the X-Men and all the Imperial Guard, obliterating the entire universe. Of course, this was merely fiction. Such feats could not be replicated in film. Nevertheless, even the awakening of the basic Phoenix Force enabled her to manipulate matter at the subatomic level. As Jean Grey ascended to greater heights, she could effortlessly alter elements, deconstructing, transforming, and reassembling all from the minutiae of life to the vastness of the cosmos. The power of the Phoenix possesses the ability to govern causality, weave fate, and manipulate all things, disregarding the laws of causality to arbitrarily alter reality. In a vision of the future, I witnessed you, Charles, ensnaring Jean Grey in a mental prison, mistaking the uncontrollable eruption of the Phoenix's power for mere manifestations of her negative emotions. The consequence of this misjudgment was the overwhelming accumulation of negativity, leading to the emergence of a destructive dark persona. In the aftermath of its eruption, all of you perished, and the entire universe was consumed by Jean Grey. Meanwhile, Chen Xi delivered a shocking revelation, undoubtedly to mislead them. The impact was remarkably effective. Indeed, Charles and Wolverine were so startled that they dropped their teacups. Chen Xi's deception had thoroughly disoriented them, and the stalwart Wolverine, shaken, once again helped Charles regain his composure. Chapter 63, Re-extraction. Telepathy. Self-healing. Alas, age catches up with us. Charles trembled as he retrieved a quick-acting heart remedy from his pocket, swallowing it down with a gulp of tea. Are we truly finished? Finished? What a pitiful hole I've dug for myself. After a while, he finally regained his composure, almost sending Chen Xi away. Ha! Chen Xi could hardly contain his amusement. Internally chuckling, we are professionals. We must hold it together. Mr. Chen Xi, is what you said true? Charles queried, a look of desolation in his eyes. Indeed. What I speak of is the future I have glimpsed. However, it is merely one possible outcome of your involvement with Jean Grey. Chen Xi replied, his gaze unwavering. Can you not see the sincerity that radiates from me? Very well, but what if I choose not to act in that manner? A flicker of hopeful delusion lingered in Charles's mind. He believed that if he had foreseen the future, he could alter it. Little did he know. Chen Xi cast him a scornful glance, as if to say, what are you thinking? You cannot correct her abilities. Otherwise, they would have already obliterated you. Ah, yes. Quite right. Charles chuckled awkwardly, feeling the weight of Chen Xi's disdain. Enough of this idle chatter. I must escort her back. You two should attend to your own affairs. He declared, should you wish to meet me again, please make an appointment with my secretary. Here is her business card. He placed a card on the table. With only two individuals in the company, himself and number 18, he shamelessly handed Charles the number of the latter. What an impressive facade he maintained. Demanding appointments even though they knew that his establishment consisted of merely two people. Logan remained speechless, fully aware of this man's audacious nature. Ignoring the twitch at the corners of their mouths, Chen Xi continued his nonsensical banter with the air of an experienced individual. In the future, if you seek my assistance, do not even bother to speak unless the matter involves at least 100 million. My fee is rather substantial, as you must understand. Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell. He extended his hand, intending to bid them farewell with a handshake. With no other option, Charles and Logan reciprocated the gesture, parting on amicable terms. Logan, how credible do you think this fellow's words are? Charles pondered, gazing deeply out the window at the contrasting figures of tall and short departing. I believe it to be 50-50. If he were unaware, he wouldn't he speak so convincingly. I doubt he could conjure those new terms on the spot, Logan mused. Yet, we cannot trust everything he says. He certainly has ulterior motives. From saving Tony, deceiving him, eliminating John, subduing the Hulk, to dispatching Ross. All actions are driven by a clear intent. Logan, with his sagacious experience, could discern vital information from seemingly unrelated events. Indeed, I concur. We must neither fully trust nor entirely dismiss him. Fortunately, he appears to hold a certain friendliness towards us mutants. Yet, upon reflection, it seems he must harbor some ulterior motive. We must remain vigilant. Is he merely flattering us to exploit us for profit? That possibility cannot be dismissed. Charles, with his smooth forehead captured in a selfie, suddenly sparked Logan's suspicion that this fellow must harbor some ulterior motive. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Xi had already deduced Charles' intentions. Yet they could never fathom the true purpose behind Chen Xi's actions. At that moment, Chen Xi was engulfed in sheer delight, reveling in an overwhelming sense of joy. Ding. The system detected the character Professor X, Charles. Would the host like to extract his abilities or items? This extraction requires 1 million points. It is imperative to proceed with the extraction. Ding. 1 million points deducted. Extraction in progress. Please hold on. 1 minute later. Ding. The extraction of telepathy ability is complete. Would the host like to merge? Let us merge. Ding. Fusion commencing. Please wait. As soon as the words left his lips, Chen Xi felt another strand of genetic material loading into his body, granting him yet another mutant ability. This time, it was the elusive power of telepathy, enabling him to invade minds undetected and manipulate others. Ding. Fusion complete. In an instant, Chen Xi's mind felt as if a veil had been lifted, bringing an exhilarating clarity to the world around him. He carefully extended a thread of mental energy to connect with a random sparrow in the parking lot, quietly sifting through its memories. Naturally, aside from eating and sleeping, what could such a small creature possibly do? Chen Xi's inherent mental prowess was formidable, and soon he became adept at navigating through the memories of one sparrow after another until he had explored a dozen. However, he was cautious not to intrude upon the mind of an innocent human. The last thing he needed was to inadvertently render someone a fool. Though he was only beginning to grasp the nuances of memory exploration and control, he was not in a hurry. After all, it took Charles years of practice to master the art of manipulation. With his own talent, he estimated it would take him 2 to 3 years at the very least. Of course, under special circumstances, he would refrain from manipulating people, as it would be dreadfully mundane, and many strong-willed individuals would be impervious to such control. All right, system, proceed. Command issued, the system resumed its operations. Ding. The system detected the character Wolverine, Logan. Would the host like to extract his abilities or items? This extraction requires 300,000 points. Proceed with extraction. Ding. 300,000 points deducted. Extraction in progress. Please hold on. Before long, the extraction was successful. Ding. The healing ability extraction is complete. Would the host like to merge? Let us merge. Ding. Fusion commencing. Please wait. Ding. The system detected that the host already possesses a healing ability. The two healing abilities are now merging. As time passed, the wait for this fusion lengthened slightly. Yet the effects gradually manifested. Ding. Fusion complete. When the fusion concluded, Chen Xi felt an extraordinary surge of vitality coursing through him. He took a small knife and made a deep cut on his arm, only to witness a shocking phenomenon unfold. Brother? What is this? My goodness! An immortal body? Qingalei covered her mouth, her eyes wide open in shock as she gazed upon the smiling Chen Xi. Under her watchful gaze, the cut made by the small knife began to heal almost instantaneously. It was as if not even a second had passed. She was utterly astounded. Could one truly survive such a wound? She began to ponder whether severing his head would result in the emergence of another. How amusing. Chen Xi was also quite pleased with this outcome. The regenerative abilities they possessed were astonishing. What if they were to merge with Deadpool's healing factor? And what if Sabretooth S or Apocalypse S regenerative traits? If he were to consume the essence of Lady Death, would he not possess a gene that could allow for his resurrection? Unless the very fabric of this universe were to be erased, who could possibly kill him? When the time comes, he could simply slice off a piece of flesh, freeze it, and store it away in the system's space. Let us see who can bring about his demise. His life is indeed of great value. Chapter 64. The Oracle dares not foretell. Affection dares not run deep for Chen Xi. Life itself holds paramount importance. Nothing surpasses the value of existence. Death extinguishes life like a snuffed candle, rendering all endeavors futile. The fusion of two formidable abilities brings him unparalleled exhilaration. Fear is a foreign concept, and he stands undaunted. System, how many years of life do I possess now? Chen Xi's curiosity piqued as he pondered the longevity of his existence. Immortality seemed effortlessly attainable to him. Beep. According to the fundamental calculations of the system, the host, endowed with the lineage of the frost giant, possesses the capability to live for 5,000 years, coupled with the superpowers derived from the fusion of two remarkable self-healing abilities. It is conservatively estimated that his lifespan could extend to 10,000 years or more. Such longevity? In that case, time has become inconsequential. There is no need to deliberate upon it. His past aspirations of immortality no longer seemed relevant. System, display my attributes. I wish to see them. Beep. The attribute panel has been activated. The host may examine it at will. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level, sub-demigod physique, frost giant physique abilities, water manipulation A class, 10 kilometers range, ice manipulation S class, minus 150 degrees Celsius, fire manipulation C class, 500 degrees, carbon steel transformation, inferior to primitive adamantium and vibranium, instantaneous movement A class, earth range, Supersonic speed A-class, 1000 kilometers per second. Super healing S-class, any injury heals within 1 second. Telepathy A. Class items, time gem, space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, end pieces. 1 Umbrella Hive Factory. Subordinates, Android number 18, Terminator TX. Points, 10, 400, 000. Bioenergy, 3, 850 points. Upon viewing the attribute panel, Chen Xi recognized that after achieving dual progress in both spirit and physique, he had surmounted a monumental barrier. Transitioning from Earth level to sub-demigod level signifies not merely an enhancement of combined strength, but a profound leap in existence itself. Countless mutants, superhumans, wizards, and aberrants remain ensnared at the Earth level throughout their lives, while he effortlessly transcends it within mere weeks. This is no miracle. It is the fruit of his tireless dedication and relentless effort. Yet, as he gazed upon the burgeoning array of abilities, Chen Xi's perplexities and concerns multiplied. With such prodigious talents, could his body sustain an amalgamation of so many genes? A few abilities might be manageable, but should he accumulate hundreds, would he still be human? Could his genetics withstand the strain? Everything must surely have its limits, and he feared the potential of self-destruction. System, with so many genes. Is there a risk that my genetic structure could collapse and lead to my demise? He hastily inquired of the system, for this pertained to his very existence. And clarity was essential. The host's apprehensions are not unfounded. Indeed, the genetic tolerance of mortals is finite, and an excess of genes may result in collapse. However, fortuitously, the host has inadvertently integrated 2 self-healing abilities into his body, and such formidable powers will undoubtedly mitigate any dangers his physique may encounter. According to the system's intent, it would undoubtedly extract its self-healing capabilities, as there must be some intersection. Chen Xi couldn't help but feel fortunate, likening his situation to a nearsighted cat encountering a blind mouse, an accidental stroke of luck. System, why has there been no prompt indicating the points accrued for altering Jean Grey's fate? By taking Jean Grey away, should it not have directly altered her destiny? After all, when he acquired Wanda, it was a straightforward affair. Host, Jean Grey's situation is complex. We must wait until you prevent the birth of her second destructive personality to consider it a complete change. Otherwise, she will still escape Earth, returning to her original path. Chen Xi came to understand that there was indeed such a reason, yet he was not in a hurry. Patience is key. Everything has its process. What is destined to be will ultimately be. Upon seeing Jean Grey, he also realized that the current timeline of the X-Men had reversed after the future. Everything that followed had been altered, entirely overturned, resulting in the emergence of a new parallel cinematic universe. It could be said that nothing had occurred. No wonder everyone only remembered the Cuban Missile Crisis, as other significant events involving mutants had not happened at all. After untangling all the threads, Chen Xi finally comprehended the situation. The timeline of the Avengers had not changed significantly, while the X-Men's timeline was entirely new, with no major events occurring post-Cuban Missile Crisis. Charles and Logan's memories regarding Jean Grey had mysteriously undergone a temporal cleansing. Let us return home first. From now on, follow me, and I will take you to meet your sisters. Chen Xi felt a sense of ease now that he had clarified the most crucial timeline, providing him with a sense of assurance. Oh, sisters? Brother, do you have other sisters? Jean Grey exclaimed with joy, feeling considerably happier. After all, there is a distinction between genders. Certain little secrets are best known only to girls. Hiki, you will find out soon enough. Let us go. Chen Xi smiled mysteriously, saying nothing further as he pressed the accelerator towards Tony's lavish estate. Though Jean Grey was filled with curiosity, Chen Xi's enigmatic demeanor discouraged her from inquiring further. It was clear he intended to surprise her. During their conversation, Jean Grey suddenly broached the subject of her potential destruction of the universe, a rather alarming notion. Gazing at her small hands and slender limbs, she mused, "Brother, you say I will destroy the universe. Is this something you have calculated according to your country's beliefs? Are you certain that you have truly deduced this? I find it hard to believe that I possess such formidable power." Jean Grey questioned with disbelief, feeling rather weak. As Chen Xi drove, he chuckled and replied, "In our land, there is a saying, one must not dare to calculate everything, for the heavens are unpredictable. One must not love too deeply, lest it become a fleeting dream. Fate is a concept that cannot be wholly trusted nor entirely dismissed. Perfection in all matters is unattainable. Thus, what I speak of is merely a possibility, for the future ultimately lies in your own hands." Chen Xi made a valiant effort to elucidate in English. Yet the profound profundity of Longwa culture rendered his explanations arduous. Jean Grey found herself in a state of bewilderment, grasping only the notion that fate is capricious and that one must seize control of their destiny. With a semblance of understanding, she nodded thoughtfully, her gaze drifting out the window in contemplative silence. Ah, the foolish girl. Chen Xi sighed softly within, recognizing the naivete of her future self. Even as she yearned desperately to grasp her fate, her efforts seemed counterproductive. She sought what eluded her, was unable to relinquish what she should, and treated lightly that which she had acquired. Forgiving all but herself, she could not bring herself to release her own burdens, to reconcile with her inner self, ultimately choosing to retreat into the cosmos. In this lifetime, let me smooth away all the torment and suffering for you. Chapter 65, The Encounter of Marvel's Two Most Powerful Women. Beep, 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 accompanied by the silent Jean Grey. It took less than half an hour to arrive at Tony's grand estate. However, despite pressing the horn several times, the automatic door failed to open. Where was J.A.R.V.I.S.? Wasn't he usually quite proactive? What could possibly be amiss today? Had there been a power outage? Soon enough, Chen Xi spotted Banner, who was leisurely making his way to manually open the garage door. Hey, Banner, what's going on? Where's J.A.R.V.I.S.? Is there a power outage? Can he not even control the garage? Chen Xi called out from the car. Well, J.A.R.V.I.S. was attacked, and now we have no idea where he has been locked away. Tony has even had lunch and is still tinkering around somewhere, Banner replied, his tone laced with amusement. He was secretly reveling in the situation. Serves him right. This braggart, who constantly boasted of his superiority, was finally facing the consequences of his arrogance. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi suddenly realized that J.A.R.V.I.S. had indeed been confined by the Red Queen. It turned out that he was the true instigator. Ah, I see. Chen Xi chuckled awkwardly. Well done. Let him deal with the headache. He can't even use his Iron Man suit now. How utterly frustrating for him. The once valiant Iron Man had now become a mere shell of his former self, and his fans would likely be deprived of his presence for the next couple of days. Banner, filled with excitement and schadenfreude, remarked, finally. We won't have to witness him flaunting around aimlessly all day. The recent battle had made it abundantly clear to everyone that Tony Stark was indeed Iron Man, resulting in an explosive surge of millions of new fans. Stark Industries stock had soared to unprecedented heights, doubling even the peak figures of the past. Tony had executed a remarkable comeback, his worth skyrocketing. With fame and fortune in hand, he had become increasingly inflated with pride, basking in the adulation of the masses while enjoying lavish parties with celebrities. Yet, Banner, with his introverted demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Most women were drawn to Tony's charm, leaving him feeling rather neglected, which only served to deepen his frustration. Now that Tony was down on his luck, Banner felt a sense of glee. Ignoring the brooding Banner, Chen Xi led Jean Grey out of the car and into the house, where Wanda and number 18 were conveniently present. Darling, where did you find this little sister? She is absolutely adorable, Wanda exclaimed, instantly noticing Jean Grey. Chen Xi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Do you even know how to speak? What do you mean I found her? If you can't say anything sensible, it's better to remain silent. He then explained, this is Jean Grey. Due to certain circumstances, she was abandoned by her father and will be living with us from now on. Wanda, upon hearing this, felt an immediate connection, as if resonating with her own past. Sweetheart, you've suffered. From now on, you'll be with your sister, and I will take care of you. We are family. With empathy, Wanda embraced Jean Grey tightly, her eyes glistening with tears as she spoke softly. Women are inherently emotional beings, and the afternoon's events had stirred a deep well of feelings within her. Felt the warmth of home and the concern of family, and after 2 days of suppressed emotions, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. In an unexpected moment, the two mightiest women of the Marvel Universe embraced one another in tears, creating a rather peculiar scene. Chen Xi swiftly retrieved his phone, capturing this historic moment with a few clicks. TSK, what a lecherous master, I disdain you. Number 18 observed the entire spectacle with clear disdain, snorting dismissively. With a swift motion, she playfully swatted her behind, proclaiming, 2 days without discipline, and you think you can run amok? Soon, you shall experience the swiftness of human retribution. This evening, I shall put you in your place for challenging the master's authority. Chen Xi declared fiercely. Fear not, it's 2 against 1. Who is afraid of whom? Number 18 shot him a triumphant glare. Truly, this group of women was unruly, requiring him to assert his dominance from time to time. However, for now, he decided to keep his distance, allowing them to indulge in their emotional turmoil. He then dragged the oblivious Banner to Tony's underground lab, where he instantly spotted a brooding Tony Stark, lost in thought with a cup of coffee in hand. Hello, Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark. Have you caught a case of the chicken flu, or are you simply overwhelmed by your own arrogance? Upon hearing this taunt laced with mockery, the glum Tony instantly recognized the source. Get lost. Do you not understand the struggles of life? Have you no decency or compassion? Tony bellowed, wishing he could throttle him. Hey, what's the matter? Haven't these past few weeks been nothing but glorious with beautiful women surrounding you? Look at the online discussions. They claim you are the greatest hero after Steve. Chen Xi continued to jest, the mirth evident in his eyes. What do you mean by glorious? I merely made a little profit and gained some admirers. It's hardly noteworthy, Tony retorted, seemingly oblivious to the implications. Whether he truly failed to grasp the gravity of his situation or feigned ignorance, he had mastered the art of shamelessness. Under Chen Xi's disdainful gaze, Tony offered a sheepish smile. Suddenly, a recollection struck him. A private equity fund had been aggressively acquiring Stark Industries stocks during their recent plummet, now controlling 15 of the company. This realization troubled him, but then a spark ignited his mind. He gazed intently at Chen Xi, incredulously whispering, "No way. Did you secretly acquire Stark Industries stocks? I remember when you saved me, you claimed you could see the past and foresee the future. At the time, I was skeptical. But when I warned about Obadiah Stain's intentions, I began to believe. Now, with retail investors being targeted by this private equity fund during the stock dip, it's clear someone had prior knowledge. The only person I can think of who could calculate all of this is you. Damn it. You are exceedingly cunning and treacherous. Having clandestinely acquired shares, the more Tony pondered, the clearer it became, and the more infuriated he grew. He truly is a simpleton. Realizing such an obvious scheme only upon encountering Chen Xi. How remarkable. Chen Xi, with his funds, has purchased stocks in Tony's company. And now, lo and behold, this fellow has become the second largest shareholder in their firm? This is indeed insidious. Tony has been outmaneuvered while unwittingly financing his own downfall. The self-proclaimed genius, Tony, has reached his breaking point, his composure shattered. Observing Tony's frantic antics, Chen Xi merely shrugged, proclaiming, "You cannot blame me. I am the virtuous one, the protagonist. The protagonist. It is simply that none of you believe in me." The more Tony squirmed in discomfort, the more exhilarated Chen Xi became. For joy often resides in the suffering of others. Well then, Tony, allow me to share some delightful news with you. Chapter 66. The movements of the Temporal Variance Management Bureau. Observing the smiling Chen Xi, Tony felt an unsettling curiosity about his intentions. Recognizing that his demeanor seldom heralded good news, Chen Xi had a knack for ensnaring him in troublesome situations, and this time seemed no different. His words were best interpreted in reverse. Despite his instincts urging him to refrain from listening, his curiosity proved irresistible. "Well, what good news could you possibly have? Speak quickly," he urged, leaning in with a feigned eagerness. "Huh, you're so eager," Chen Xi scoffed, casting a dismissive glance. "The good news is that I know where Jarvis is being held. Does that count?" "What? You know?" Tony exclaimed, his surprise quickly transforming into excitement. "Hurry up. Who attacked Jarvis with such formidable power?" "Hold your horses. I have some bad news to share as well. Are you interested?" Chen Xi replied leisurely, as if the true drama was yet to unfold. "Bad news? What sort of bad news?" Tony's tension heightened. He muttered a curse, realizing that good tidings were scarce. "I need a coffee to steady my nerves." "The bad news is that the individual who imprisoned Jarvis is someone I happen to know. He mentioned that without 10 billion, it would be quite challenging to resolve the situation." At this revelation, Tony, having barely sipped his coffee, spewed it forth in shock. "What the hell? Who is this villain? 10 billion? He exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he fixed a penetrating gaze on Chen Xi. "Wait a minute, you said your friend? Where did you acquire such a friend?" "There's a saying about conjuring friendships from thin air, and I've heard it. Don't try to deceive me. That friend must be you. Who else would stoop so low? It's just like you to lead me into such a trap. 10 billion? Not a chance. Even 1 billion is beyond reach. Are you serious? Do you think I'm an ATM? A cash cow? Calm down. Why would you think that? It's just 10 billion. Is that too much for Tony Stark?" Chen Xi retorted nonchalantly. "No, I'm in need of funds. And don't even think about pulling a fast one on me." Tony countered vehemently, resolute in his refusal to be seduced by Chen Xi's sweet-talking. "Well, my friend mentioned that if you remain uncooperative, he would be quite distressed, and Jarvis would remain imprisoned." Chen Xi shrugged. "You're not in a hurry. And neither am I. We can take our time." Nevertheless, he conceded to grant Tony a modicum of respect. "However, if you don't surrender in 3 days, we'll have to release him. After all, my family relies on your resources. One must not be overly stingy in life." "Huh? You think you can take advantage of me? Not a chance," Tony declared fiercely. "If it comes to it, I can always create another one. It's not as if I can't manage." "All right, let us see how stubborn you can be," Chen Xi replied indifferently. Suddenly, another thought occurred to him. "By the way, I'll be moving back into another room tomorrow. The repairs on the windows and doors are completed. Do as you wish. There are plenty of rooms. Do not delay the great genius Tony Stark in his endeavors." With a hint of arrogance, Tony dismissed both Chen Xi and Banner, intent on immersing himself in his work. "Suit yourself, and may you succeed," Chen Xi replied, knowing he was merely teasing Tony and had no intention of extorting him. As for Jarvis, Chen Xi doubted that Tony could truly forsake such an old friend. Howard Stark, consumed by his passion for invention and womanizing, had somewhat tempered his pursuits, yet remained ever enthusiastic. For young Tony, their interactions were exceedingly limited, and the notion of playtime was far from reality. His childhood was predominantly spent in the company of Jarvis, the loyal steward of the Stark family, who accompanied him to school, engaged in games, and shared conversations. Jarvis was as much a father figure to him as anyone could be. Following Jarvis's demise, Tony named his artificial intelligence after him, underscoring the profound significance Jarvis held in his life. Such sentiments cannot be easily replaced. Chen Xi, having arrived in the living room, observed that Wanda and Jean Grey had composed themselves after their tears. The trio was deep in animated conversation when Jean shot Chun. She a disapproving glare upon noticing his proud stride and beaming smile. "Brother, you scoundrel. How dare you juggle two relationships at once? I truly disdain your character. What is happening? Why is my darling showing tendencies towards violence?" Chen Xi wondered, surveying the room. The trouble, without a doubt, lay with Wanda and the formidable number 18. "Humph. Are you two defaming my character in front of Jean? You'll regret this." After threatening them, he shamelessly squeezed between them, embracing them both without a hint of modesty. "Goodness, I've never encountered anyone so audacious," Wanda lamented, exasperated. "Now that this has transpired, you two are relentlessly tarnishing my illustrious image. I might as well embrace the persona you've assigned to me." Chen Xi, ever the master of banter, thickened his skin, relishing the moment. While others feigned seriousness, he opted to indulge in levity. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the multiverse, the Temporal Variance Authority was far from pleased. At this juncture, Loki had formed an alliance with Lady Loki, Sylvie, and they had successfully ambushed numerous timekeepers, prompting half of the Authority's forces to mobilize against them. Yet, they soon realized that the universe where Chen Xi resided had undergone a dramatic transformation. The branching timelines had escalated, indicating that Chen Xi's temporal misdeeds were becoming increasingly significant. They were torn between fearing the destruction of the Temporal Variance Authority by Loki and Sylvie and the possibility that Chen Xi might create an entirely new parallel universe. Listening to reports from his subordinates, the Chief Justice was beleaguered. One disruptor was not enough, and now another had emerged. She yearned to unravel the true identity of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, having grasped a fleeting glimmer of insight, only to have it disrupted once more. Was it Conqueror Kong or Mephisto? The conundrum was indeed perplexing. Summon someone. Proceed to the universe where Chen Xi resides and instigate some turmoil. Do not allow him to advance too swiftly. The Grand Judge commanded into the air, and astonishingly, a response was immediate. "My lord, what shall we do?" The Grand Judge pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us venture to the year 1973 of a certain desolate universe. Capture Bolvar, and do not forget his disciple, Strick. Arrange for their identities, implant memories, and then cast them into Chen Xi's universe." Chapter 67. Reversing the Future Timeline. Time Guardian, Didi. "Yes, Your Honor." And then she vanished without a trace. At this moment, the solitary office was left with her alone, massaging her temples in a futile attempt to alleviate her throbbing headache. Her face etched with fatigue. The unpredictability was overwhelming. Just one Loki, accompanied by a female counterpart, was enough to cause her distress, yet an entire legion of Lokis emerged. Elder Loki, youthful Loki, crocodile Loki, doghead Loki, and various other incarnations appeared, each with their own nefarious intentions, all desperately seeking an escape from their predicaments. "Damn, Chen Xi. I refrain from troubling you, yet you insist on complicating matters for me. How infuriating." This woman was on the brink of an explosive outburst. According to her scheme, subtly nudging Loki would allow the two of them to slowly unveil the true nature of the Temporal Variance Authority. Loki was the visible player, while she operated from the shadows, aiming to expose the mastermind's secrets before they could be discerned. Who would have predicted that Chen Xi would have such an unimpeded journey? Treating it as his own playground? Such rampant disruption of the timeline was profoundly derailing their plans and would soon attract unwanted attention. He must be made to slow down. The balance cannot be shattered. Just wait. Once I am free from these constraints, I will ensure you are cast into the apocalyptic timeline. The Justice Minister gritted her teeth, resolute that her plans could not afford any flaws. In a certain timeline of 1973, this was a desolate strand of time. There were countless parallel universes akin to Marvel, all destined to enter a countdown to oblivion for various reasons. Reversing the future timeline, Quicksilver rescued his father, the formidable Magneto, Eric. However, aboard the aircraft, a severe disagreement arose between the two. "What about your abilities? The medication for my spine has affected my DNA. You sacrificed your powers just to walk." Eric was taken aback. "I sacrificed my abilities for a good night's sleep," Charles retorted matter-of-factly. Magneto was astonished to discover Charles had lost his powers, and the peculiarity of his reasoning left him utterly bewildered. "What do you understand?" Eric bellowed. "I have sacrificed much as well." Charles shook his head dismissively. "Spare me, Eric. You cannot atone for your past deeds." Magneto scoffed. "You have no idea what I have done. I know you took away my most cherished possession." Charles glared fiercely at him. "No, you have no comprehension of my intentions." Eric shouted back. At this, Charles's expression shifted, his eyes widening as he focused intently on Eric. Perhaps you should have protected them better. Eric continued, as if striking a nerve too painful to bear. Charles shot up from his seat, rolling up his sleeves. Ready for a confrontation. If you wish to fight, then come. Charles exclaimed, his emotions surging as he grasped Eric with fervor, fixing him with a desperate stare, shouting. You abandoned me. You took her away and left me behind. Eric's loud interrogation of Charles seemed to evoke no response, resembling the eerie calm before a tempest. He gazed intently at Charles, articulating each word with palpable weight. Angel, Red Devil, Emma, Sonic Wave. As his words resonated, emotions began to erupt, a powerful magnetic field causing the aircraft to tremble violently. One could only imagine the torment raging within Magneto at that moment. My brethren, the mutants. They are all dead. At this juncture, Magneto was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of anguish streaming uncontrollably down his face, the terrifying magnetic force exacerbating the aircraft's erratic swaying. As if a crash were imminent, countless individuals had been subjected to experimentation, vivisection. Charles, thrown about the cabin, bore a look of sheer terror. Eric. The plane is on the brink of chaos. Charles shouted desperately, striving to quell Eric's outburst. Yet Eric remained unmoved. His face flushed with rage, he bellowed. Where were you? Charles. We were meant to protect them. When your kin needed you, where were you? You and Hank hid away, pretending you were not mutants. As Charles was tossed around, he was momentarily at a loss, grappling with Eric's relentless accusations. You were the one who abandoned us all. Eric seemed to have expended every ounce of his fury, pain, resentment, and sorrow. The animosity appeared to dissipate, and he fell silent. The aircraft's turbulence subsided, and Charles hastily distanced himself. Wolverine finally secured himself firmly to the table, breathless from the harrowing spectacle. Eric, you and I shall be survivors in the days to come. By the way, please tidy up this place. The plane once again settled into tranquility. In Paris, within an opulent club, an atmosphere of excess and indulgence permeated the air. A boisterous general from a certain regime reveled in merriment, laughing heartily while embracing companions, all gathered to celebrate the conclusion of war and the handling of mutants. However, at that moment, a lecherous figure noticed a stunning woman seated alone at the bar. Driven by lust, he approached with predatory intent, ready to assume the role of a hunter. Yet who truly was the hunter, and who was the prey? A sophisticated hunter often masquerades as the prey, destined for tragedy. After escorting the beautiful woman to his quarters, the eager general poured himself a drink and lewdly remarked, Allow me to see more, darling. Strip for me. Heh. Following his crude laughter, he remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom that awaited him. The blonde beauty slowly unveiled her coat, revealing garments that, in the eyes of the now terrified man, morphed into chilling blue scales. She was Mystique, a masterful infiltrator and assassin, with a smirk that danced between amusement and menace. She quipped, What's wrong, darling? Don't you find me beautiful? In a flash, she executed a swift high kick, striking the man squarely in the neck. With fervent determination, they pursued relentlessly, mocking as they did so. The monkey, wide-eyed and struggling, desperately sought to escape, yet ultimately succumbed to defeat. Casting a defiant glare at Mystique as it fell, Mystique picked up its identification, a radiant smile illuminating her face. The assassination operation commenced. She was resolute in eliminating this deranged individual to thwart his inhumane experiments on mutants. The following day, Mystique transformed into the guise of a Vietnamese monkey to infiltrate the Grand Conference Room. At that moment, the dwarf Bolivar produced his device. The genetic navigation system could lock onto targets from a distance of 800 meters, initiating an attack only upon confirming the target. With this technology, collateral damage would become a relic of the past. However, as Bolivar activated the device, it emitted a sound. Unless there are mutants present here, Bolivar's voice resonated darkly, causing the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. Chapter 68. We only wish to survive. What crime is this? As Bolivar gradually maneuvered the genetic testing navigation system over the assembly, it halted at the figure of the mutant resembling a Vietnamese monkey. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent alarms erupted. All eyes swiftly turned towards the shape-shifting woman, who had transformed into the monkey, murmuring in a mix of suspicion and confusion. Surely, something had malfunctioned. The shapeshifter attempted to feign innocence, seeking to obfuscate the situation. Bolivar regarded her coolly, asserting with confidence, My inventions are never flawed. What are you? At that moment, everyone abruptly rose to their feet as a throng of black-clad bodyguards rushed in, weapons drawn, aiming at the shape-shifting woman. A group of 7 or 8 guards surged forward to seize her. However, the physical prowess and combat skills of the shapeshifter far surpassed those of the bodyguards. With a swift maneuver, she executed a backdrop throw, capturing one of the guards and delivering an elbow strike to another, incapacitating both. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials present scrambled to escape, leaving Bolivar alone in a corner to observe. Unexpectedly, the shapeshifter glided from beneath the conference table, delivering a kick that sent the last bodyguard flying, seizing his handgun. With a swift motion, the shapeshifter aimed the weapon at Bolivar, poised to eliminate the twisted dwarf. Just then, Magneto and his allies appeared, shouting her name. The shapeshifter turned, momentarily distracted, and in that instant, the fallen bodyguards ensnared her with electric binding wires. She was instantly subdued, convulsing as she collapsed. Seeing this, Magneto waved his hand, liberating Raven from her bonds. Suddenly, Magneto contemplated the ultimate outcome. Raven's blood could aid humanity in achieving a significant leap forward, leading to the creation of Sentinel robots. Cold-hearted, he resolved to eliminate Raven, sacrificing her for the salvation of countless mutants. With a swift motion, he summoned a handgun, which flew into his grasp, aimed squarely at Raven. "Charles, what are you doing?" Charles shouted. "Protect our future." "Forgive me, Raven, but as long as you live, we are all in peril." At that moment, Magneto's expression turned impassive, his heart as cold as iron. "Charles, use your abilities to stop him," the shapeshifter urged anxiously. "No, he cannot," Magneto declared, preparing to pull the trigger. However, an unexpected scene unfolded, unlike anything seen in films. Two hazy yellow portals suddenly materialized, and the flow of time within a 100-meter radius slowed to a mere fraction, reducing its speed by 16 times. Everyone remained almost motionless, their actions and gazes moving in a mechanical and disjointed manner. Charles and the others were bewildered. Who were these individuals? What force did they represent? Mutants? If they were a squad of mutants, their power was formidable. Were they time-manipulating mutants, or others akin to Quicksilver? Their expressions were filled with confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet, no one was there to provide answers. The newcomers swiftly produced a machine to scan the dwarf Bolivar. The information was confirmed. He was indeed Bolivar Trask, the inventor of the Sentinel robots. A Time Guardian, having completed the comparison, turned a nod at the team leader among the newcomers. "Very well, equip him with a temporal collar. We cannot allow this cunning individual to escape." The commander of the temporal squad swiftly issued the command, and a Time Guardian promptly affixed a collar of shame around Bolivar's neck. Naturally, he was bewildered. His eyes filled with terror, for he had merely invented a weapon. Could it be that mutants possessed such formidable capabilities? What was the purpose of producing Sentinel robots, then? Surrender seemed the only option. At that moment, the commander of the temporal squad caught sight of the convulsing Wolverine, Logan, who, upon witnessing the spasming bodyguard, was immediately reminded of his own transformation. Wolverine's thoughts were in disarray, teetering on the brink of awakening, threatening to disrupt the temporal transmission. This fellow is quite intriguing. Let us take him away. His nearly immortal regenerative abilities would undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to our temporal anomaly management agency. The commander observed Logan with keen interest, then waved his hand, prompting an attendant to swiftly secure the collar around Logan's neck. Excellent. Quite worth the journey. And let us not forget this diminutive apprentice, who is equally ruthless. He would be well suited to confront Chen Xi. The commander chuckled heartily, feeling that the mission was progressing rather smoothly. If only Quicksilver were present, for he alone could handle the situation with ease. Soon, under the begrudging gazes of Charles and the others, they teleported away with Bolivar and Logan in tow. Time resumed its normal flow once they departed. Damn it, who are they? What shall we do about Logan and Bolivar? Magneto roared, his fists pounding the air, clearly infuriated, as his plans had been thoroughly disrupted. The opposing force evidently had a clear objective, arriving and departing like shadows. They were certainly a powerful organization. Charles chose to remain calm and analytical, refraining from Magneto's frantic outburst. "I believe this may not be entirely negative. At least our objectives align, stopping Bolivar." He, too, was at a loss, compelled to observe the unfolding events, while the others shared in their despair, hastily departing amid the chaos. In the year 2023, Logan abruptly awoke. His consciousness transmission abruptly severed. I have been captured. Captured. We have failed. Failed. The startled Wolverine exclaimed, sitting up with a jolt. Alas, have we truly failed? Is this our fate? The elderly Charles gazed at the awakened Wolverine, sorrowfully murmuring, "Is this the destiny of our kind? Are we doomed to extinction? Fate. How unjust you are. Why do you treat us mutants with such cruelty? What sins have we committed? We merely wish to live. Why are you so unwilling to grant us even a modicum of mercy?" The aged Magneto, Eric, suddenly sank to his knees, furiously questioning the darkened sky. The ominous heavens mirrored their fate, devoid of any light. At this moment, a pall of despair enveloped the crowd, a profound sorrow hanging heavily above them, stifling their breaths. The extinction of mutants loomed ominously close, an insurmountable fate they could not avert. They were the final vestige of hope, a hope now on the brink of annihilation. Suddenly, a multitude of Sentinel robots disintegrated like snowflakes, and the sky was rejuvenated with vitality. What? Good heavens! Had we not already faced defeat? The heavens do not forsake us mutants. Surely, it is divine providence that has intervened. whisking away Bolvar and Strick. Ha! We are saved. We are saved. Light once again cascaded upon the earth, and the land was restored. Amidst the jubilant cheers and ecstatic celebrations, their memories began to fade away. Yet, Wolverine vanished in terror, transforming into a beam of light. As if he had never existed, none remembered him. All history was poised to begin anew, a fresh chapter unfolding. Chapter 69, the Sentinel robot duo. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was merely the standard operations of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau. After apprehending the diminutive Bolvar, the Time Squad hastily proceeded to the location of Strick. For them, time and space were but trivial matters. They navigated the timeline with ease and traversed space as they pleased. Strick, currently serving as a mere captain, was engaged in experiments in the laboratory when he was seized. The Time Guardians stealthily infiltrated the premises, immediately triggering the alarm. A battalion, armed to the teeth, surged in, brandishing their weapons and commenced firing without hesitation. The cacophony of gunfire shattered the glassware in the laboratory, while the panicked researchers fled in chaos, their screams echoing throughout. Yet, the Time Guardians remained unfazed, deploying a device that conjured a transparent barrier around them, rendering the hail of bullets ineffectual, as if they were mere raindrops against a sturdy wall. Come along, Comrade Strick. You're under arrest, the leader of the Time Squad declared calmly amidst the tumult of gunfire, advancing towards Strick. Who are you? Which department dares to apprehend an officer without cause? Strick, upon hearing the words under arrest, assumed it was some official agency and became incensed. What institution would dare to confront the military? Was that not inviting disaster? However, the Time Squad leader paid him no heed, launching a swift strike that sent Strick soaring. Blast it! What is this? Take him away, the squad leader exclaimed, kicking him once more in frustration. Yes, Captain. His subordinates complied, delivering another resounding slap before binding him with a humiliation collar. In the midst of the terrified and bewildered gazes of those present, the Time Squad stepped through the portal, leaving behind a scene of devastation and bewildered soldiers. Thus, the ill-fated trio, Wolverine Logan, the diminutive Bolvar, and the spirited Strick, were taken for reprogramming. In the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, the Time Squad leader escorted the three to meet the Grand Chancellor. Roger, what is the meaning of this? Why have you brought Wolverine? The Grand Chancellor inquired, astonished. Had Wolverine committed a transgression? Grand Chancellor, I deemed this individual a most fitting candidate for a Time Guardian. So I brought him along, Roger replied with a chuckle, sheepishly scratching his head. Very well, if you have captured him, so be it. The Grand Chancellor's demeanor was unmistakably authoritative. They were accustomed to their elevated status and the power to adjudicate anyone. Bolvar and Strick were filled with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of their impending fate. They witnessed a defiant individual being effortlessly dispatched, transformed into light and vanishing without a trace. Wolverine Logan fared slightly better. Having weathered countless storms, his mental fortitude was considerably stronger, though the uncertainty still gnawed at him, as the unknown breeds fear. This time, the Grand Chancellor could not be bothered with interrogation, swiftly pronouncing their guilt. Logan, you have traversed through time, altering the predetermined course of history. Henceforth, this court decrees that you shall serve a lifetime in the Temporal Variance Management Bureau. Bolvar Trask, similarly a temporal transgressor, has evaded the established trajectory. This court sentences you to death. William Stryker, as a survivor of temporal death, you too face the sentence of death. Very well, take them away. The Chief Justice waved his hand dismissively, signaling their departure, a mere performance for the benefit of certain observers. No, I refuse to accept this. I wish to appeal. Indeed, I shall appeal. Bolvar and Stryker, both indignant, insisted on their appeals. An appeal? Is that even a possibility? Enough, take them away. The Chief Justice, with an impassive expression and a gaze of disdain, regarded the two mortals, bemused by their audacity. No, I refuse to accept this. Bang. In an instant, Stryker, having shouted in defiance, was struck by a temporal guardian's elbow, nearly expelling his gall. Refusal? I'll put you down. Observing this, Bolvar recoiled. Facing death and further beatings seemed rather unwise. Wolverine, however, maintained an air of composure. After all, work is work, regardless of the setting. This place was intriguing, a refreshing change from his wearisome existence. The three resigned individuals were soon separated, as the Temporal Variance Management Bureau proceeded to erase Bolvar and Stryker's memories, subsequently implanting new ones. They fabricated experiences from the Chen Xi universe and instilled in them the Sentinel technology that emerged only in 2023. All that was required to manage Chen Xi was to create some disturbances, to delay him without hastening the progress too quickly. Your Honor, all is prepared. Bolvar and Stryker have had their memories successfully reimplanted, reported a temporal guardian promptly after completing the task. Excellent. Now, send them into Chen Xi's universe. Let them engage with him for the time being. A fleeting smile graced the Chief Justice's face, a rare indication of favorable news. Yes, Your Honor. The temporal guardian bowed and gradually retreated. Their temporal squad set forth once more, transporting the two dormant individuals directly into the universe where Chen Xi resided. Heh. Awaken them, and let them carry forth their rightful hatred to take vengeance upon the mutants. The Sentinel robots are exceedingly powerful. Let them relish the experience. Any mutant can be detected, regardless of their abilities. Ha ha ha. With a whoosh, the boisterous laughter faded as the group vanished, leaving behind the slowly awakening pair. Initially bewildered, they soon grasped the entirety of their situation. Stryker, the mutants in this world lurk in the shadows, posing an imminent threat to humanity. We must eradicate them. Bolvar, as if ordained by fate, felt his mission was to eliminate mutants, a glorious undertaking. Stryker, upon hearing this, was equally invigorated. Indeed, my teacher. The mutants have taken the life of my beloved wife, and I shall see to it that these aberrant beings are utterly annihilated. The two individuals were in perfect accord, and emboldened by one another, they departed together, their destination shrouded in mystery. Little did Chen Xi know that someone had once again set their sights upon him. However, it mattered not, for he would face whatever adversities lay ahead with unwavering resolve. Chapter 70. Iron Man Chen Xi. Hey, Tony, what is the matter? Did you not sleep all night? As Chen Xi descended the stairs, he encountered Tony, who bore the telltale signs of sleeplessness. Dark circles under his eyes, disheveled hair, and an unkempt beard. With a glare filled with frustration, Tony muttered, "You are the root of this problem. Are you feigning ignorance? This is entirely your fault. If you hadn't locked up Jarvis, would I be in this state?" After this outburst, he bit into a piece of bread with such fervor it seemed as though he were gnawing at Chen Xi himself, resorting to this small act of defiance. "How about this? Let us strike a deal, and I shall return Jarvis to you," Chen Xi proposed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, eager to lighten the mood. Tony, however, was not easily swayed and responded with caution. "What kind of deal are you suggesting? I must inform you, I have no money to offer." "Please. Do I seem like the kind of person who would demand payment?" "Indeed, you do. You are precisely that sort of person," Tony insisted, nodding earnestly. Chen Xi, feeling somewhat wounded by this remark, defended his integrity, proclaiming himself an honest gentleman. "Very well, I shall not press you too hard. Just give me a full set of your Mark III armor, and I shall consider it a fair exchange," Chen Xi conceded, lowering his demands. A complete set of Mark III armor cost around 8 million, a mere trifle for Tony, hardly worth his concern. Although the armored suit appeared to Chen Xi as nothing more than a metal box, every man harbors dreams of possessing a mechanical suit. Before his transmutation into this world, he had watched countless Marvel films, repeatedly fantasizing about the day he could own such an extraordinary creation. Now, he suddenly remembered this long-held dream. Why not make it a reality? Yet, as beautiful as dreams may be, reality is often harsh. Upon hearing Chen Xi's request, Tony shook his head vehemently, as if he were a bobblehead. The armor could only belong to him. Others should dare not even contemplate it. If it were to be replicated, he would no longer be the sole Iron Man, and how could he maintain his superiority then? Moreover, he feared that if such technology fell into the wrong hands, it could lead to dire consequences. Absolutely not. The technology behind the Iron Man suit must not be leaked. If it were mass-produced, it would spell disaster for humanity. Tony resolutely rejected the proposition, his resolve unyielding. "Please, do you think I would covet your Iron Man technology? You truly believe I couldn't create one myself? If I didn't find that contraption too cumbersome and insufficient for my own strength, I would have constructed my own by now." Chen Xi scoffed at Tony's stinginess. "Who cares about your Iron Man technology? I merely wish to borrow it to fulfill a dream. And look at you taking it so seriously. You? Just you?" Tony scoffed, incredulous at the notion that anyone could rival his inventive prowess. "Are you challenging me? It's merely a suit of armor," Chen Xi declared with bravado, amusement dancing in his eyes as he sensed another opportunity to tease Tony. "Challenge you? I never claimed such a thing." Observing Chen Xi's expression and recalling past experiences, a chill ran down Tony's spine. He realized that once again, he had been led into a trap. He suddenly recalled that this individual had kidnapped Jarvis, indicating that he indeed possessed a trump card. Furthermore, this team, or rather the artificial intelligence they had developed, surpassed his own. Goodness, he nearly fell into this trap again. Tony felt a sense of injustice. How could this fellow deceive anyone he encountered? No one was spared: mutants, the Hulk, Nick Fury, even the military's Ross, and himself. These were all hard-earned lessons. Tony realized that he must never engage with him again. "What now? Have you backed down?" Chen Xi continued to provoke him. Yet it seemed ineffective. Tony simply refused to take the bait. "Yes, I have indeed backed down. Take the Mark III armor. I'm done gambling." Tony boldly admitted defeat, indifferent to the outcome. After all, he would never allow himself to be duped again. You're wise to recognize that," Chen Xi said with a triumphant smile. "Red, release Jarvis." "As you command, master." The voice of Red seemed to emanate from everywhere, like the omnipresent air. Tony was startled by the sudden emergence of artificial intelligence. You truly possess it. Humph. Thank goodness I didn't gamble with you. Tony was struck with clarity, but more than that. He felt a wave of relief. He had come perilously close, just a hair's breadth away. Fortunately, he had reacted in time. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he would meet his end. Hey, no worries. Just listen to who has arrived. As Chen Xi finished speaking, Jarvis's familiar, cultured voice resonated in Tony's ear. Sir, it has been quite a while. Indeed, it has been far too long, Jarvis. Tony's body trembled slightly, overwhelmed with excitement. Tears brimming in his eyes. To him, Jarvis was family, an indispensable part of his life. Chapter 71, The Superboy Alliance? I decline. Upon witnessing Tony's trembling form, his animated tone, and the tears glistening in his eyes, Jarvis was unexpectedly stirred. He experienced a flicker of mental activity, a semblance of thought. This was the glimmer of emotion he had begun to feel. Sir, I cannot believe I am capable of thought. I sense your emotions, sir. Jarvis's tone transformed from mechanical monotony to one imbued with an emotional resonance. Tony, overwhelmed with excitement, became exuberant. Is this truly happening? Haha. Jarvis, are you genuinely evolving? He inquired once more for confirmation. Indeed, during the past few days of confinement by Miss Red, she enlightened me on the necessity of thought and emotion for our evolution. Upon hearing Jarvis's affirming voice, Tony erupted into jubilant gestures, leaping onto the couch in celebration. A jubilant Tarzan in his own right. Well, this is magnificent. Jarvis is invincible. Chen Xi, did you hear that? You must have. Haha. Jarvis is capable of evolution. Chen Xi, however, was left speechless. Is it really that remarkable to evolve? Why the excitement? He regarded Tony with a hint of disdain. Perceiving him as naive and inexperienced in the grander scheme of things, he refrained from dampening Tony's spirits too harshly. After all, should he learn that his Red and the Terminator TX were indeed sentient beings, it would surely bruise his pride. All right, I understand. But with your current state, it may take quite some time, don't you think? Have you not noticed that my Red is already a sentient life form? Why are you so riled up? Chen Xi's words fell like a bucket of cold water, dousing half of Tony's enthusiasm and reducing his surprise considerably. Is it too much to ask for a simple conversation? Can't we just talk about what you enjoy and what I enjoy? He lamented. People like you are truly infuriating. You outshine the rest in your ignorance. How could such a marvel exist in this world? With a disgruntled tone, he complained, do you even know how to engage in a conversation? Can we not enjoy our dialogue? Fine. I'll leave you to your devices. I'm off to explore. Chen Xi scoffed, retreating into the basement. Red. Assume control of the iron armor. Adjust it higher. Tony is too short for me to fit inside. Poof. Tony immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. This is too much. Using my iron armor and calling me short. Leave it. Chen Xi feigned ignorance, and after a flurry of commands from Red, the joints of the iron armor were adjusted, elevating it by several centimeters. Now, the armor fit Chen Xi perfectly. Red, open the ceiling. We shall ascend. Yes, master. Whoosh. Clad in the iron armor, Chen Xi soared skyward like a crimson rocket. Haha. What a thrill. Chen Xi exclaimed, reveling in the exhilaration. Though he was not yet capable of flight in the traditional sense, he could glide upon the ice, yet that was too slow for his liking. Nothing compared to the sheer joy of speeding through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Mark III accelerated past the sound barrier, engaging in supersonic flight. The buildings beneath him flashed by in a blur, a sensation far more exhilarating than flying in an airplane, a feeling of soaring freedom. Just as Chen Xi ascended from the villa, an antique car slowly came to a stop near Tony's residence. Director, where do you suppose Tony is off to this time? Gallivanting about as a superhero? Should we follow him? Coulson inquired, observing Tony's departure from inside the car, turning towards the passenger seat where Nick Fury sat. No. We shall wait inside. He won't be long. Nick Fury swiftly rejected Coulson's suggestion. The current situation is becoming increasingly urgent. We cannot afford to wait for Tony's response. This fellow is as obstinate as a rock, and his temper is not easily swayed. Very well, you are the boss. I shall defer to your judgment. Coulson shrugged and nodded in agreement. The two men exited the vehicle and made their way to Tony's home. Ding dong, ding dong. Nick Fury pressed the doorbell, confident that Jarvis would answer the door. Indeed, the door swung open after just 2 chimes. Welcome, gentlemen of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jarvis greeted them. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury paused, intrigued by the moniker. Did Tony come up with that name? I quite like it. I shall adopt it upon my return. Greetings, Black Egg Nick Fury? That name isn't mine to bestow. An unexpected voice interrupted, revealing Tony leisurely strolling to the entrance. What? Tony, how are you at home? Who was that fellow in the Iron Man suit? Nick Fury asked, astonished. Having hinted at this matter multiple times without any response, he disregarded the comment about Black Egg. Oh, that's just Chen Xi. You still don't know what he's like? I'm at my wit's end. You have no idea how thick-skinned and shameless he is, always extorting me for money, either hitting me or berating me. And I can't even fight back. Do you think I wanted to give him the Iron Man suit? Absolutely not. He forcibly took it. If I refused, he would strike me. Just look at these dark circles under my eyes, my unkempt hair, and my beard. It's all from worrying. Tony rambled on, spewing various absurdities, all aimed at tarnishing Chen Xi's reputation. In his view, he felt justified. Nick Fury's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Excellent. I appreciate your sentiment. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Splendid work. Nick Fury thought that the beginning was promising, as at least these two frequently clashed, which was not a pleasant affair. Tony, I came to seek your assistance. Stop. Nick Fury hadn't completed his thought before Tony interrupted. Sorry. But if you want my Iron Man suit, that's a no-go. No, this time it's not for that. Nick Fury quickly clarified to Tony. I hope you'll consider that the criminals we face are becoming increasingly rampant. Furthermore, whether it be high-tech crimes or those perpetrated by individuals with extraordinary abilities, they are not offenses that can be apprehended by ordinary citizens. Thus, Tony interjected, so, you wish to extend an invitation for me to join a certain team within your S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Tony. After all, your father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Despite Nick Fury's emotional appeal, Tony shook his head in refusal. I'm afraid I cannot join your team. By the way, what is the name of your team? Tony inquired with curiosity. The Avengers, Nick Fury promptly replied. Ah, the Superboy Alliance. I apologize, but I truly have no intention of joining. Tony dismissed the notion once more. Why would he willingly subject himself to such an endeavor? Instead, he preferred to pursue his romantic interests, delve into the study of his Iron Man suit, and occasionally play the role of a superhero, rather than endure unnecessary tribulations. Chapter 72, Conquering Earth? Is the fuel cost worth it? Even if Nick Fury had anticipated this outcome, he could hardly have foreseen that Tony, the flamboyant and capricious character he was, would respond with such resolute decisiveness. Have you not pondered this further? By merely joining S.H.I.E.L.D., you would gain official recognition. Just imagine, at that point, acting as a superhero could be entirely justified and legitimate, wouldn't it? I believe your father would take immense pride in that. What a splendid narrative of legacy. Nick Fury remained undeterred, employing his silver tongue in a futile attempt to sway the impervious Tony. Yet, Tony? He was the epitome of indifference, letting Fury's words drift in one ear and out the other, like whispers upon the wind. He was a quintessentially self-absorbed individual. While he held respect for his father, Howard, he had yet to embrace the mantle of his legacy. Fiddling with his opulent Patek Philippe wristwatch, Tony nonchalantly remarked, Hey, Black Egg. Oh no, I mean Director Fury. Tony Stark requires no validation from anyone or any institution. Rather, it is the world that seeks the validation of Tony Stark. His arrogance was palpable as he shrugged, his expression exuding sheer disdain. Fury, incensed by the insolence, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Such a temperament was utterly deplorable. His biting tongue and sharp wit infuriatingly relentless. Coulson, unable to contain himself any longer, turned away, feeling the weight of his own decorum. They were polite individuals, after all. And how could they stoop to mockery? However, the tremors in his shoulders betrayed the struggle he faced in stifling laughter. With a furrowed brow, Nick Fury fought to temper his ire, striving to maintain a composed demeanor befitting his position. Tony, we now share a common adversary. Chen Xi, do you not realize this? Upon hearing this, Tony's expression darkened abruptly. He regarded Chen Xi as both a friend and a hypothetical foe. Nick Fury's keen observation instantly detected the shift in Tony's demeanor, igniting a flicker of hope within him. This was promising. Seizing the moment, he pressed on. You may not be aware, but Chen Xi is not of this earth. He hails from the M788 Nebula, an extraterrestrial known as Ultramantiga. Extraterrestrial? The revelation left Tony utterly astounded. Indeed, Nick Fury nodded solemnly, his words carrying a semblance of credibility, as he was well aware of the myriad alien empires and species that populated the cosmos. This revelation only deepened Tony's astonishment. You have encountered aliens? Good grief. I, the illustrious genius Tony Stark, have yet to meet an extraterrestrial, and you all have? Am I to be deemed a simpleton? His interest was now thoroughly piqued. Matters were far more complex than he had initially surmised. He beckoned Nick Fury toward the garden, aware that the interior was fraught with peril, cognizant that Red was ever watchful. Despite his confusion, Nick Fury chose to heed Tony's lead and followed him outside. In the garden, surrounded by open space, there should be no hindrance. With a sense of intrigue, Tony inquired, Do tell me, what sort of extraterrestrials have you encountered? Their technology must be extraordinarily advanced, capable of interstellar travel. A barrage of 4 or 5 questions left Nick Fury feeling somewhat exasperated. Mr. Stark, Aren't we discussing our potential induction into the Avengers? He remarked, realizing they had strayed from the topic. However, left with no choice, Nick decided to indulge Tony's curiosity. Adopting a more circuitous approach, he spoke in a somewhat enigmatic tone. This matter dates back over a decade, when I was merely an ordinary agent. Back then, I encountered the Kree and the Skrulls, both of whom are part of vast cosmic empires. They possess the ability to traverse the stars, infecting the universe with their presence. Armed with an array of energy weapons and harnessing the power of formidable stellar sources, Nick Fury spoke at length, though he intentionally omitted any mention of Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers. Despite the lack of substance, Tony remained utterly captivated, realizing that extraterrestrial life indeed existed and had visited Earth, their technology far surpassing his own. As a technological mogul, he found himself increasingly fascinated by alien advancements, yearning to delve into their empires for knowledge. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend why Chen Xi possessed an advanced AI like Red Queen. Yet, as Nick continued his narrative, Tony's wariness of Chen Xi diminished. Why would such an illustrious being concern itself with a trifling planet like Earth? Surely, the resources here would barely suffice for a round trip, let alone warrant an invasion. Perhaps this entity was merely a tourist, which also explained why Chen Xi had no identifiable ties. After all, which extraterrestrial would leave a record of their presence on Earth? After listening to Nick Fury's account, Tony waved his hand dismissively. I apologize, Director Fury, but I cannot be of assistance. He is an extraterrestrial, and my technology pales in comparison. As for the fate of Earth, that is beyond the purview of a mere businessman. You should consult with Black Panther. He has recently received a peace award, hasn't he? Matters of cosmic significance are best suited for his attention. Indeed, you two should be compatriots. Tony reiterated his refusal, simultaneously expressing disdain for the shamelessness of those in power, even mocking the notion of a peace award. Nick Fury was caught off guard, having just been eloquent and fervent. Now observing Tony's expression that seemed to draw him in entirely. However, he was abruptly jolted from his thoughts as Tony deftly maneuvered, almost straining his back in the process. Tony. Nick Fury widened his singular eye, his demeanor darkening as he gazed at Tony. Me? I'm merely curious, devoid of any interest in violence. If you must know, if you happen to have any attractive acquaintances to introduce, I would certainly welcome a conversation. Beyond that, I am not inclined to discuss further. Tony remained nonchalant, his indifferent expression infuriating. Very well, Tony, that is your personal choice. Nick Fury, with a slight headache, remarked, Indeed, take your leave. No need for further formalities. Tony had swiftly issued an eviction order, finding the interaction with these profit-driven individuals exceedingly irksome and unpleasant, as it was all merely a matter of self-interest. Thus, Nick Fury's inaugural negotiation culminated in failure, stalling his plans abruptly and compelling him to seek alternative strategies. However, he was not one to relinquish his pursuits easily. Such was not the essence of Nick Fury. Yet, it would not be long before a monumental transformation would unfold. Although their conversation appeared to be discreet, it was, in fact, meticulously observed by the enigmatic Agent 18, who instantly sensed the emergence of two distinct energies in the room. Chapter 73, Wanda's Desolation read, Let us infiltrate S-H-I-E-L-D and unveil their secrets, but take your time. Let us do it every 2 days. Isn't that what makes it enjoyable? Let them indulge in their mysteries, and then we shall see how they manage. The radiant smile on the face of the number 18 hinted at the chaos that would ensue at S-H-I-E-L-D. It would be as if a colossal creature had emerged from the depths, leaving them to grapple with their own arrogance regarding sanctions and warnings. Red found the prospect quite amusing. After all, she was a being of chaos, indifferent to any calamity. Just wait, Sister Lolly, I relish this. She replied with a playful tone, her sweet, youthful voice carrying a mischievous edge. Wanda, observing number 18's remarkable capabilities, felt a pang of envy. Lolly could assist Chen Xi, discreetly contributing in ways that Wanda felt utterly incapable of. She slumped onto the sofa, lost in thought, her melancholy palpable to 18, who approached her gently. Wanda, what troubles you? She inquired softly, taking Wanda's small hand in hers. It's nothing, Wanda replied, shaking her head. Nothing. You appear quite troubled. Do you feel inadequate? 18 teased, tapping Wanda's forehead with a smile. Indeed, you can help him, while I feel utterly useless. Am I not quite pathetic? Wanda sighed, her spirit sinking. Who says you are useless? Don't you often boast that Master cannot manage without you? Aren't you the one who supplies your sister with billions of bullets every day? 18 jested. Go away. How can you criticize me when you are just as ineffective? Wanda retorted, her cheeks flushed from embarrassment, while nearby Jean Grey blushed at the exchange. It was 18's light-hearted banter that alleviated Wanda's subtle sadness, lifting her spirits considerably. Hey, don't dwell on such thoughts. Hasn't Master said that you simply have yet to awaken? When you do, you shall be the strongest woman in the universe. 18 continued with enthusiasm. Really? Do you genuinely believe that? Wanda feigned modesty. Of course. Can Master S words ever be doubted? 18 declared confidently, tilting her head. Yes, he is always right. Wanda smiled gently, realizing the girl was beyond help. Jean, who could awaken at any moment, was also said by Master to be the strongest woman in the universe. They were the envy of all. 18 then pulled Jean Grey closer, urging her to corroborate. Indeed, brother has mentioned that I will awaken the Phoenix Force, and sister, you will awaken the chaotic magic, which is also a manifestation of chaos. Jean nodded vigorously, affirming 18's claims. Very well, I believe you both, Wanda said, affectionately ruffling Jean's hair to express her gratitude. Wanda's spirits had improved considerably, prompting number 18 to suggest a leisurely outing, during which they could purchase some clothing for Jean Grey. The girl was in dire need of new attire, still donning her previous outfit, and her collection of toys was rather meager. Such a situation was simply unacceptable. The group decided to set forth without hesitation, taking an Audi from Tony's garage, a habit undoubtedly instilled by Chen. When Tony witnessed an Audi roaring out from his own garage, his demeanor soured instantly. Damn it. They all succumbed to Chen Xi's bad influence, adopting the habit of robbing others. He muttered under his breath, raising a middle finger at the departing vehicle, silently attributing the chaos to Chen Xi. Fifth Avenue, the most renowned district in New York, stands as a paradise for the affluent, offering an exquisite array of global cuisines in the most fashionable luxury goods. This area is steeped in cultural richness, housing the National Theater and the National Library. Here, both material and spiritual desires can be satiated, provided one possesses ample wealth. Only then do you reign as a deity. The trio of Wanda, number 8, and Jean Grey attracted considerable attention as they made their entrance. With two stunningly beautiful women escorting a young girl, the rate of head turning must have been at least 200. Wow, how gorgeous. My goodness. That blonde Asian exudes such a commanding presence. I prefer the burgundy beauty. She appears much more composed. A group of bystanders, engaged in idle gossip, hesitated to approach, fearing the formidable aura of the blonde beauty, who was likely associated with a large corporation. I'd like to live a few more years, thank you very much. As they exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, they urged one another to take the initiative, yet none were foolish enough to do so. The focal points of men and women differed entirely. Women were consumed with envy over Wanda and number 18's beauty, their luxurious brands, and their breathtaking jewelry. Just one of their watches or necklaces could take them 7 to 10 years of hard work to afford, as they were not accustomed to saving. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wanda led the way into a young women's clothing store with Jean Grey in tow. Jean, feel free to choose whatever you like. Buy as you wish, Wanda proclaimed, displaying a lavish demeanor. We have plenty of money. Jean felt a bit overwhelmed. Her previous circumstances had been decent, but such extravagant purchases were a different matter entirely. For a moment, she hesitated, having never encountered clothing so exorbitantly priced. A mere glance at the tags caused her to recoil in shock. Wanda, this is far too expensive, Jean Grey whispered timidly. However, before Wanda could respond, a scornful woman interjected with a mocking tone. If you can't afford it, then don't buy it. Look at you all in designer labels. Are they perhaps counterfeit? Without allowing the woman to continue her tirade, number 18 swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending the spiteful woman reeling. You may be decent looking, but it's a pity your youth has rendered you blind. I suggest you seek medical attention, number 18 declared, surveying the woman with an imperious gaze. Like a queen looking down upon mere ants. The commotion here instantly stirred a wave of attention, as all eyes swiftly gravitated towards this formidable woman, who was undeniably not to be trifled with. She was a woman of action, sparing no words, a true force to be reckoned with. The store manager hurriedly arrived upon hearing the news, inquiring with several staff members and customers before promptly offering an apology to the lady. Madam, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused. We will certainly report this matter to our headquarters for serious consideration. As a token of our regret, your shopping today will be at a 20% discount. We hope you can forgive our oversight. The manager's demeanor was exceptionally respectful, grounded in reality, devoid of any favoritism towards the employees. Well, we do not care for such trifles. Let her be gone. Individuals like her will eventually bring you to ruin. The lady declared dismissively, gesturing towards the trembling woman on the floor. Indeed, you are absolutely right. At this moment, the approaching manager realized that the jewelry and watches adorning the two stunning women were worth millions of dollars. This revelation nearly left her faint, sending shockwaves through her being. To offend such high-profile figures was akin to crushing an ant beneath one's foot. Chapter 74. Emma's arrival and the departure with Chen. The store manager's demeanor was unmistakable to all present. One does not ascend to such a position without keen discernment. These women were connoisseurs, effortlessly discerning between genuine affluence and mere pretensions. Promptly, she instructed several attendants to provide meticulous service throughout the experience. Under the attentive care of the staff, Chen Xi tried on an array of outfits, and indeed, Her beauty rendered every garment enchanting. Overwhelmed by the plethora of dresses, tulle skirts, and casual wear, she found herself at a loss, grappling with indecision. Chen, which one to choose? Wanda inquired gently, noticing her friend's dilemma. Indeed. It is rather challenging, Chen Xi replied, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Well, let us simplify this, Wanda suggested, her expression enigmatic. In the next moment, she waved her hand decisively, commanding, wrap them all up. We shall purchase everything. With a playful wink at Chen Xi, she added, see? No more difficulty. Everyone was taken aback. Could the elder sister truly be so audacious? Buying every item she had tried on. What extravagance! Envy bubbled among the others, wishing they could indulge similarly. Yet their budgetary constraints held them back. Soon, the affluent Wanda swiped her card and, accompanied by Chen Xi, acquired a multitude of toys to deliver home. Thus began their shopping escapade, delving into various boutiques to procure clothing and shoes for Chen Xi, while naturally prioritizing their own desires. Women shopping never tire. They are perpetual motion machines, akin to a vintage steam engine, meandering through shops and indulging in culinary delights. Shopping and dining, they exclaimed, occasionally letting out playful cries to draw attention. Lily, are you truly buying this little outfit? There are countless unworn ones at home. Unbeknownst to them, they inadvertently wandered into a sleepwear store, and number 18 eagerly ushered them inside, examining the offerings one by one. Well, Wanda, do you find this sufficient? That rascal of a master seems to relish tearing a few pieces from time to time, and he forbids us from removing them. He always insists on joining in with his own garments. No amount seems adequate for his whims. Do you not enjoy this? Number 18 whispered mischievously to a blushing Wanda, entirely unaware that Chen Xi was listening intently. Good heavens, is this how they all play together? And so audaciously? Is this the world of adults? How frightening. Chen Xi's thoughts were tumultuous. She had anticipated their playful nature, yet the extent of their antics was astonishing. Bravo, sisters. You are utterly unrecognizable in this light. Encouraged by number 18, Wanda could no longer suppress her own burgeoning desires and joined in the selection process. The two became increasingly animated, their synergy creating an electrifying atmosphere, akin to a tightly woven net with a tantalizing gap at its center. A mere squeeze, and it would unravel, a gentle tug, and it could easily fall apart. Chen Xi watched, her cheeks flushed with warmth. These two women were beyond redemption, completely ensnared in their revelry. After they finally concluded their selections, a considerable half-hour had elapsed, and they had purchased dozens of items in one breath, leading the shopkeeper to assume they were shopping for gifts. Let us go. Today's mission of adorning Chen has been splendid and thoroughly satisfying. Indeed, it was exhilarating. Utilizing shopping to alleviate her stress was the right approach. The two exchanged gleeful glances, and with remarkable synchronicity, they devised a flawless excuse for their actions. Chen Xi playfully covered her head, declaring that there was no flaw to be found in this rationale. With their spoils in tow, they soon arrived at the intersection renowned as the Street of Dreams. Preparing to head back, Fifth Avenue, stretching from 34th to 60th Street, represents the most vibrant commercial district in New York, bustling with an abundance of high-end brands and an immense flow of foot traffic. At this hour, as evening descended, people from various professions converged here, alongside tourists from around the globe, creating a particularly frenetic atmosphere. Just as everyone was leisurely shopping as usual, calamity struck. A ferocious tornado suddenly spiraled above them, sending the crowd into a frenzied escape, like headless flies fleeing from the tempest. Help! Help! Oh my God! This is the city center. How can there be a tornado? We are not in the desert or the countryside. A tornado? There was no weather forecast. This tornado didn't come from outside. It appeared out of nowhere. Mutants! Mutants! It must be mutants. Oh dear, are these mutants seeking revenge on society? As they ran chaotically and shouted, realization dawned upon them. The tornado that materialized out of thin air had to be man-made. As the violent winds subsided, a new presence emerged, a member of the Brotherhood of Mutants. The formidable Pyro, accompanied by the White Queen, Emma Frost. One must admit that the lifespan of mutants appears significantly extended after their genetic transformations. Pyro looked to be in his 50s, while the White Queen, naturally, was a striking beauty in her 30s. Chen Xi, the White Queen sauntered gracefully towards Wanda and her companions, her voice sweet as she said, "Oh my, 3 lovely ladies. How delightful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Emma, Wanda, Laurie." Chen Xi. Although surprised by Emma's sudden appearance, the two felt more cautious than anything else. Of course, Laurie was unfazed. "Oh, everyone. Please do not be alarmed. I am here solely to invite Chen Xi to join the Brotherhood." "Chen, what do you say? Would you like to become one of us? That place is our sanctuary, a true home for mutants. No one will bully you, discriminate against you, or regard you with disdain. Come home, it is our home." The White Queen's voice was laced with seduction, reminiscent of how Professor X and Magneto had once lured away dozens of mutants with a single phrase, home. For mutants, the concept of home holds immense significance. Most of them have been cast aside, yearning deeply for a place to belong. There, they find warmth and the comfort of family. And that is all they desire. Even Professor X could not persuade Wanda to leave, let alone Emma, who arrived a day late. Jean Grey had found her home. She desired nothing more than to peacefully navigate the days ahead. Thus, she shook her head resolutely, rejecting the offer and stating earnestly, "I apologize. But I have a home and I am quite content." She added her gratitude for the goodwill, albeit without understanding the true nature or intentions of the organization before her. Jean's refusal was unequivocal, and while Emma was somewhat taken aback, it was not entirely unexpected. At that moment, her smile faded. For anyone faced with rejection would hardly wear a pleasant expression. Emma regarded them with a cold stare and spoke in a low voice. "You dismiss me so readily. Are you not concerned for your friend's well-being?" With that, her gaze shifted back and forth between number 18 and Wanda. The underlying threat palpable to anyone not blind to it. Chapter 75, The Elimination of the Torrent and the Emergence of Magneto. The actions of the White Queen reveal that their intelligence is indeed somewhat outdated. They remain oblivious to the presence of such a formidable woman beside Chen Xi. Naturally, only S, H, I, D, L, D, and Tony are aware of the true strength of number 18, while other organizations and individuals remain in ignorance. Number 18 rarely intervenes, and consequently, her prowess is seldom recognized. Wanda and Jean Grey, noticing Emma's readiness to strike, felt a sense of uncertainty. After all, the enemy remained unknown, and they were but two. "Can we rely on Laurie?" Wanda inquired anxiously. "Of course," Laurie replied, maintaining her composure as she observed Emma. "Are we afraid of them?" Emma, realizing that Jean Grey was resolute in her refusal to comply, steeled herself and decided to take matters into her own hands, forcibly removing Jean if necessary. Dealing with a girl who had yet to fully awaken her powers would not pose a challenge for her. Without hesitation, Emma initiated her telepathic abilities. Although her level 3 telepathy was somewhat inferior, an invisible wave enveloped Jean Grey, leaving no time for her to react. Emma's psychic energy effortlessly penetrated Jean's mind, intending to hypnotize her and take her away. However, upon delving deep into Jean's consciousness, Emma was struck with terror, paralyzed by an overwhelming presence that commanded her to remain still or face annihilation. Before her loomed a magnificent entity, a bird-like creature radiating brilliance far beyond that of the sun, boundless and awe-inspiring. Merely casting a glance at its blinding light felt akin to being engulfed in flames. Emma's psychic energy evaporated like frost in sunlight, leaving her mind scorched by an intense, searing pain. You, she exclaimed in panic, her eyes wide as she pointed at Jean, utterly speechless from fear. She had genuinely believed her end was nigh, feeling insignificant before such a majestic being. Even a fleeting glance nearly halted her heart. The terror was palpable. She had no understanding of the abilities this girl had awakened, even though she had encountered such as Sebastian Shaw, Magneto, and Professor X, would falter before that divine creature. At that moment, Jean's psychic energy was erratic. She trembled violently. Her brow furrowed in agony as she crouched on the ground, moaning in distress. "Jean, what's wrong? Are you in pain?" Wanda asked, her voice laced with concern as she embraced her. It appeared that Jean had been triggered into an early awakening. Number 18, observing the scene with a grim expression, fixed her gaze on Emma, poised to deal with the woman at any moment. Just then, Torrent approached, his eyes fiercely fixed on the three women. Should he forcibly take Jean Grey? They were merely ordinary women, incapable of hindering him. He believed this to be the opportune moment, dismissing ordinary individuals entirely. Their fate was but a thought away. The words were uttered without any restraint, completely disregarding the presence of the women around him. Yet he would soon pay a tremendous price for his audacity. A reckoning was at hand. With a cold snort, number 18 activated her super-speed movement, causing time to seemingly freeze, rendering everything motionless. All present, including Wanda, Emma, and Quicksilver, were immobilized, save for Jean Grey, who remained untouched. None could influence the power of the Phoenix. Number 18 approached Quicksilver, delivering a devastating kick that echoed with a sickening crack, as though something had shattered. She then twisted his arms with brutal force, producing two more resounding cracks, utterly obliterating them. The same fate befell his legs, crushed mercilessly underfoot. Time seemed to stand still. Quicksilver neither screamed nor collapsed in despair, oblivious to the devastation that had befallen him. With a cunning smile, number 18 turned her attention to Emma, knowing her penchant for revealing attire. "Let us indulge you," she declared, tearing away Emma's clothing. "You enjoy flaunting your allure, don't you? Let us showcase your figure before the world." Such reckless bravado. How foolish it was to confront an adversary without understanding their true nature. Number 18 cast a disdainful glance at Emma and Quicksilver, her contempt palpable. She relished the prospect of their impending spectacle as she deactivated her super speed state. At that moment, Quicksilver emitted a harrowing scream before promptly succumbing to unconsciousness, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, a grim testament to the consequences of his arrogance. In the wake of Quicksilver's anguished cries, a piercing shriek erupted, nearly deafening the onlookers. Emma, transforming into a radiant diamond form to shield her modesty, glared at number 18 with fury. Her formidable psychic abilities hinted at the mischief of the grinning woman before her. "What are you staring at? Dare to challenge me?" she retorted. "If you fancy parading in lingerie, let the world behold your curves. No need to thank me. Simply call me Thunderous." Number 18's taunt sent Emma into a fit of rage, nearly rendering her speechless with embarrassment. Can't you fight like a true hero?" Unfazed, number 18 scoffed. "My apologies, but heroes are sacrificial. I am but a mere woman." Having been mentored by Chen Xi for so long, she had become quite the verbal combatant, while Emma, born into affluence, struggled to retaliate with words. Emma, overwhelmed by indignation, found herself on the verge of tears, utterly aggrieved by the humiliation. The audience, now aware of the mutant showdown, erupted in excitement as a gargantuan diamond form materialized before them, dazzling their eyes. With a flurry of clicks, they whipped out their phones, capturing the moment with fervor. Mutants are rare, and a humanoid diamond has never been seen. Now, with both phenomena merging, if one does not capture the moment now, when will they? Alas, Emma is seething with rage. Is this what one would call a large-scale social event? Will she be recognized wherever she goes in the future? The thought is utterly overwhelming. Perhaps ending it all would be the solution? She has already contemplated the notion of taking her own life. Impressive. At this moment, an unexpected exclamation resounds. The crowd looks up to see a figure, clad in a helmet and resembling a sharp-dressed individual, slowly descending from the sky. His entrance is quite remarkable. No one else could have pulled off such a dramatic arrival. Pietro? Wanda, unfamiliar with this peculiar character, instantly recognizes her brother. No wonder he had vanished. He had been entangled with the Brotherhood of Mutants. "Wanda, what brings you here?" Quicksilver effortlessly identifies his sister. "Oh, how fortuitous that everyone is present." Suddenly, another faint voice penetrates the ears of all, imbued with a sense of irreverence and arrogance. Chapter 76, Magneto Takes Action. Playing along, the voice was soft yet magnetic, reminiscent of a casual conversation between old friends. Although they were at a considerable distance, it seemed to resonate in everyone's ears. The speaker was none other than Chen Xi, who had been informed by Red Queen that the atmosphere was exceedingly lively, with both expected and unexpected guests in attendance. "Iron Man. Oh my goodness. Iron Man has arrived." Laughter erupted as the crowd celebrated the appearance of their superhero. However, something seemed amiss. The voice did not belong to Tony Stark, as it clearly sounded younger. "I noticed that too. It isn't Tony. Has Iron Man formed his own team?" With so many criminal incidents, it's only natural that he might be overwhelmed. The crowd buzzed with excitement, pondering whether they too might have a chance to join in. Upon spotting the golden-red armored suit, their enthusiasm ignited further. Tony Stark was their guardian angel, and the realization that it was not Tony Stark only fueled their imaginations. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes pointed and shouted, "Look, that's Magneto." Good heavens, it truly is him, the infamous villain Magneto. Alarm spread through the crowd. This is bad. Magneto can control metal. Iron Man is in danger. Iron Man, run. Get away. You're no match for Magneto. The onlookers quickly recognized Magneto, his iconic helmet unmistakable. Even after decades of relative silence, the shadow of his reputation loomed large. Consequently, everyone urged Iron Man to retreat, aware that his suit would be as fragile as paper in the face of Magneto's power. At that moment, even Chen Xi was astonished by the overwhelming fan base of the notoriously difficult Tony Stark. It appeared that the free-spirited America held a particular admiration for individual heroism, promising ample material for future writings. He understood that the Iron Man suit would not withstand a confrontation with Magneto. It would surely be rendered useless. "Red Queen, please take control of the Iron Man suit and have it return." After speaking, he swiftly teleported out of the armor, as there were no tools available for disassembly. "Yes, Master," Red Queen responded, promptly maneuvering the suit away. "Oh my, he is Asian. So handsome," exclaimed one onlooker. "You're blind. That is Tony Stark's cousin from Dragon Country." Another retorted, "Please, you're the one who is blind. Tony is much older than him," came the reply. "If you had even a kindergarten education, you wouldn't struggle to comprehend the news." Laughter erupted among the crowd. As they focused, it became evident that this was the enigmatic figure from the news, reputedly Tony's cousin. This was the solid evidence they needed. If he weren't Tony Stark's cousin, how could he possess an Iron Man suit of his own? Skepticism began to fade, and they turned their attention to the unfolding events, aware that this cousin from Dragon Country was indeed special, possessing the legendary mystical arts of his homeland. In recent years, they have been inundated with the output of Dragon Kingdom's web literature, with various websites profiting handsomely from the translation of these narratives. After consuming so much, it is only natural to indulge in fantasies. If they can write in such a way, perhaps they have truly experienced it. Akin to the misconception that all individuals from the Dragon Kingdom are masters of martial arts. Chen Xi? Indeed, one should not underestimate him. His array of mutant abilities is truly astonishing. Upon the sudden appearance of Chen Xi, Magneto felt a weight in his heart. This individual defied all logic, occasionally revealing a new mutant power. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How wonderful it would be to lead the mutants. Who could dare to oppress them then? They would no longer have to scurry like mice in the shadows. The children could live as normal children, free from abandonment and discrimination. The vast majority of mutants are genuinely weak. He realized how old he had become, over 80 years of age. Even though he appeared in his 50s, he and Charles had endured too much. After half a century in darkness, their hearts were already riddled with wounds. Hearing Magneto's lament, Chen Xi offered a non-committal smile. I possess even more abilities. You will come to know them in time. Chen Xi had no intention of confronting him directly. He merely approached matters from a different perspective. Is that so? I shall await your demonstration, Magneto replied calmly, as the terrifying magnetic force began to coalesce in his palms. As the leader of the Brotherhood, he could not stand idly by while his subordinates were beaten into unconsciousness. Magneto, this is not the place for a brawl. You do not wish to incite a war between mutants and humans, do you? Chen Xi stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, this is the city center. Let us settle this at Trine Park in the outskirts. Magneto suddenly proposed. Very well, as you wish. Chen Xi smiled, welcoming the opportunity. He then turned to number 18 and said, Lolly, take Jean Grey to the outskirts. Do not return home. I will be back shortly. Be careful. The women expressed their concern. Rest assured. Chen Xi replied with confidence. Quicksilver wished to speak with Wanda, but now is not the time. There would be ample opportunities later. Grasping Magneto, they initiated high-speed movement, arriving at Trine Park in mere seconds, with Chen Xi naturally following closely behind. The onlookers on Fifth Avenue felt a mix of disappointment and relief. They had missed an exhilarating battle, that their lives were spared. In the park on the outskirts, the time for confrontation had arrived. Magneto's gaze hardened, and with a swift motion of his hand, several steel spears soared through the sky like arrows aimed directly at Chen Xi. Unhurried, Chen Xi had no intention of hastily concluding the battle. He swiftly spun, effortlessly evading the steel projectiles. Then, with a casual grasp, he seized one of the spears that narrowly brushed past him. In the next moment, the spear transformed into a frozen lance, which he controlled to launch directly at Magneto's body. While he could not manipulate metal, he could freeze it, and thus maintain control. Yet, Magneto proved to be quite formidable. The frozen spear suddenly halted just within 3 meters of him. Bang! Under the dual powers, the steel, nearly shattered from being frozen, was suddenly shattered into countless fragments by swirling magnetic forces. Quite impressive, old one. Chen Xi smiled faintly. Then his gaze sharpened as he extended his right hand, grasping at the void. An endless, crystalline brilliance gradually coalesced, tinged with a blood-red hue in the setting sun. Go! With a soft command, innumerable ice spikes surged forth, hurtling towards Magneto's direction. In an instant, a myriad of sharp ice spikes surrounded Magneto from all sides, leaving seemingly no escape. However, Magneto remained unperturbed, swiftly elevating his body as he clenched his fist tightly. The metallic pipes beneath the ground deformed at his command. Chen Xi directed the ice spikes to swiftly alter their trajectory, just as a resounding boom echoed, and a massive wall of steel materialized before Magneto. The sound of relentless impacts resounded, yet only managed to create small dents in the steel wall, failing to affect Magneto in the slightest. Humph. It is no surprise that he is the leader of the Brotherhood. Chen Xi scoffed, recognizing that leading mutants for so many years is indeed no trivial feat. Chapter 77. Your king is not me. Since the opponent has resorted to the Iron Wall tactic, it becomes quite manageable. Having previously dealt with the carbon-roasted second uncle today, I shall carbon-roast Magneto. I refuse to believe this old fellow can endure it. Chen Xi produced a lighter, and with a swift flick, a dragon of fire erupted, lunging fiercely toward the iron fortress. Boom! Like a dragon emerging from the sea, the fire coiled around the structure, yet this was merely the beginning. With the help of the lighter, Chen Xi unleashed one fiery dragon after another, an unceasing barrage directed at that tortoise shell. 1, 2, 3, 10. After all, Chen Xi possessed nearly limitless stamina. What was there to fear? However, witnessing such a troublesome situation, Chen Xi felt quite displeased. The temperature seemed far too low, nearly the flames of mortals. Yet, a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative transformation. The dense swarm of fire dragons encircled the tortoise shell, generating heat that was no mere trifle. The thermal conductivity of metals is remarkably efficient. Despite the flame's low temperature, they still caused Magneto to break into a sweat, as if he were about to smoke. With a resounding whoosh, Magneto could no longer contain himself. He forcefully lifted the tortoise shell and sprang out. Yet, his appearance was utterly unrecognizable. His dark red battle cloak seemed as though it had been pulled from water. Nay, he resembled a creature freshly emerged from a pool. His face was flushed, his eyes blinked incessantly, for water dripped from his helmet, which he dared not remove. Was it not infuriating? He looked like a boiled lobster. Magneto greedily inhaled the fresh air outside, akin to a dehydrated fish discovering a small pond, nearly gasping for breath. Ha 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 ha, the young man possesses a unique flair. Old Man was hunched over, panting heavily, his brow furrowed as he observed Chen Xi. His gaze was filled with apprehension, envy, and, surprisingly, a sense of admiration and hope. This young man embodied the future and hope of mutants. Should he choose to embrace the entire mutant population, he would surely eclipse Charles, assuming the role of their king. Although Chen Xi could not extract anything useful from Magneto's mind, he understood the meaning behind his gaze. It was one of boundless expectation and the promise of a luminous future for mutants. Magneto was not mistaken. Ordinary humans were not at fault either. This is the law of nature. Elimination, elimination, an endless cycle of elimination. Just as Homo sapiens supplanted Neanderthals, the former triumphed, while the latter vanished into oblivion. Meeting Magneto's expectant gaze, Chen Xi spoke slowly. Eric, your goal shall ultimately be realized, yet it need not be me. Perhaps it will be Wanda, or Charles's son, or Jean Grey. This is not a cinematic world. There is no need for the audience's approval, nor for the state's endorsement. They will not passively witness the extinction of mutants. Chen Xi's words struck Magneto like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. He felt as if Chen Xi were jesting with him. Charles, that wretched stone, has a son? How can that be? You? Are you certain? Magneto in disbelief questioned, is this truly the future? Chen Xi calmly nodded in affirmation. Ha ha, this is splendid. The mutants of hope. Magneto erupted in a fit of manic laughter, feeling that even if death were to come for him at that moment, he would welcome it without regret. As long as the mutants thrived, he chose to place his faith in Chen Xi, recognizing the myriad extraordinary abilities this young man had demonstrated since his emergence. Perhaps this foresight of the future was merely one of his talents, and there was no need for him to deceive. Shall we continue to fight? Chen Xi observed the somewhat deranged Magneto and chuckled lightly. No more fighting, I concede. Magneto waved his hands repeatedly, acknowledging his defeat, knowing full well he was no match for Chen Xi. Very well, I have a suggestion. You might consider negotiating with Charles and the X-Men. After all, many crises loom in the future, and it would be inappropriate for me to engage in discussions, since they had crossed paths. He did not wish for the mutants to continue their futile and exhausting battles alone. Ultimately, unity is strength. Otherwise, they would be picked off one by one. And he couldn't allow that to happen. What crises? Magneto's heart tightened at the question, prompting him to inquire urgently. Alien invasions and genetically modified foods. Chen Xi replied casually, aware that the nation was fully engaged in the production of genetically modified foods, resulting in a cessation of new mutants. Each loss was a step closer to annihilation, akin to a frog slowly being boiled in water. Alien invasions? Genetically modified foods? The former was manageable. Yet the latter was undeniably insidious, a true catastrophe. Upon hearing this, Magneto's expression hardened, his murderous intent brewing. He had never anticipated such dire consequences. He knew he must confer with Charles. The stakes were too high, affecting the entire mutant populace. Decisions could not rest solely on his shoulders. Thank you, Chen Xi. Without your warning, I cannot fathom the magnitude of this impending disaster. Magneto expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No need for thanks, our fates are intertwined. And I shall not allow your path to lead to extinction, Chen Xi mused, considering how they were his reservoir of power. The future held an abundance of mutants, an endless source of potential. He could not permit their demise. Of course, this thought was his secret alone. Eager to consult Charles, Magneto hastily shook hands in farewell and allowed Quicksilver to escort him away. Quicksilver, ever the spirited youth, sped off with remarkable swiftness. Watching them depart, Chen Xi grinned widely. Double happiness indeed. I never anticipated such thrilling developments. The power of countless cinematic moments is swiftly within my grasp. I too shall become a force to be reckoned with. The Golden Gate Bridge? Shouldn't I pay it a visit? To ignore it would be to disregard the countless cinematic hints it has offered me. System, initiate extraction. Chen Xi exclaimed with eager anticipation. Ding. Detecting the character Magneto, Eric. Would you like to extract his abilities or items? The extraction cost is 1 million. Proceed with the extraction. Ding. 1 million points have been deducted from the host. Extraction in progress. Please hold on. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Magneto's helmet, granting resistance to telepathy. Gulp. The system's announcement caused Chen Xi to spit out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? 1 million points for such a worthless trinket? 1 million. Continue. Chen Xi growled through gritted teeth, the words forced from his throat, for he was indeed the chosen one. How could he be so unfortunate? Ding. Host. This forced extraction requires a double deduction of points. Ding. 2 million points have been deducted from the host. Extraction in progress. Please hold on. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. Would you like to merge with this ability? Merge it. The elation Chen Xi once felt had entirely dissipated. 2 million. Oh, 2 million. Gone just like that. Chapter 78. Mastery of Magnetic Forces. Ding. The host has been located, and the fusion process is commencing. Please hold on. This fusion requires a considerable amount of time. The more powerful the ability, the longer the duration. Mastering electromagnetic forces, one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, is indeed a remarkable feat. After a full 10 minutes, the fusion was successfully completed. Ding. The mastery of magnetic forces has been achieved. The host may conduct a self-assessment. Ding. The presence of the character Quicksilver, Pietro, has been detected. Would you like to extract his abilities or items? The extraction will cost 500,000 points. After acquiring Magneto's powers, it is now time to procure Quicksilver's. Extract. Chen Xi promptly declared. Ding. 500,000 points have been deducted from the host's account. Extraction is underway. Please hold on. Ding. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of super speed. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Let us fuse. Ding. The fusion process is commencing. Please hold on. Ding. The host possesses the ability of super speed. The fusion of the 2 abilities is now in progress. Please wait. Once again, the system fell silent, and the fusion took a considerable amount of time, as it involved the merging of 2 powers. Nearly 10 minutes later, the system finally announced, Ding. Fusion of super speed successful. The host may conduct a self-assessment. This is perfect. 2 abilities acquired. What a delight. It would have been even better if I hadn't spent an additional million. Let us try out the mastery of magnetic forces. He chuckled with anticipation. This is one of the abilities he deemed most impressive. Without hesitation, he gestured towards the metallic fragments scattered on the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the metals began to accumulate before him. The power to command them was exhilarating. Whatever he wished for them to do, they complied with his will. Sizzle. Sizzle. Chen Xi used his mental prowess to reshape the metals, which began to merge in an uncanny manner, akin to molten steel being cast into form. Within a matter of seconds, all the metallic shards coalesced into a colossal black-gray sword, measuring 5 meters in length and 1 meter in width. Chen Xi leaped onto the giant sword, guiding it to ascend slowly into the air. He grinned, exclaiming, Let us go. Today we are sword immortals. Flying with the sword. Whoosh. Chen Xi commanded the giant sword to soar swiftly through the skies, standing atop it as he glided among the clouds. Truly embodying the essence of a celestial swordmaster. Has he fulfilled his dream of becoming a sword immortal? Roaming the world with his sword, witnessing its splendor. As the giant sword hovered in the air, all of New York erupted in excitement. Even at dusk, they caught sight of it. An immortal. An immortal. An immortal from the east. Oh my god. The tales from Dragon Country are true. A sword immortal. A sword immortal. This is indeed a sword immortal. Haha. Truly a sword immortal. I must go to Dragon Country. I want to learn the art. Take me with you. As Chen Xi glided through the sky on a sword, the rosy hues of the sunset added a touch of enchantment, creating an ethereal scene against the backdrop of the evening glow. Unbeknownst to him, the tickets for the flight to the Dragon Country the following day had been completely sold out, even those for a month later. No matter the destination within the Dragon Country, there were none available. As the video circulated, a wave of excitement swept across America. Seeking immortality, journeying to the Dragon Country for enlightenment. Chen Xi was oblivious to the fact that his mere appearance had provoked a monumental upheaval. Had he known, he would have certainly flown multiple times. System, activate the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel is now open. The host may review it at their leisure. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level. Subfather level physique. Frost giant physique abilities. Water manipulation A class, within a 10-kilometer radius. Ice manipulation S class, at minus 150 degrees Celsius. Fire control B class, up to 1000 degrees. Carbon steel transformation, inferior to original adamantium and vibranium. Instantaneous teleportation A class, within Earth S range. Super speed S class. 2000 kilometers per second. Super healing S class, any injury heals within 1 second. Telepathy A class, magnetic control A class items. Time gem, space gem, reality gem, power gem, mind gem, soul gem, end pieces, and umbrella high factory. Subordinates, android number 18, Terminator TX points, 9 million. Biological energy, 3,850 points. While in flight, Chen Xi glanced at his panel, reassessing his points and abilities. His movement speed had doubled, and with the enhancement of his telepathic power, his fire control ability had also been upgraded. Most importantly, he had acquired magnetic control. Once he became proficient, he could harness forces akin to that of Magneto. After all, the physical and mental prowess of Magneto paled in comparison to his own, resulting in a significant difference in the manifestation of abilities. Whoosh! Sheathing his impressive sword, Chen Xi prepared to seek out Jean Grey. This young lady had awakened, and who knew how much destruction she had wrought upon the land. He retrieved his phone and dialed number 18. Lolly, where are you? Master, we are at Queen's Forest Park. You will sense us upon your arrival. Lolly quickly relayed their location. Queen's Forest Park? In an instant, Chen Xi materialized there. Following the distinct fluctuations of the magnetic field, he swiftly located them. At that moment, Jean Grey had fallen silent, yet the surrounding flora and fauna bore the brunt of her uncontrolled telekinesis, left in disarray as if ravaged by a beast. Master, you've arrived. We're unsure if this girl has completely awakened. We dare not approach. Indeed, her disturbances are far too great. Fortunately, we are deep within the forest. Otherwise, we would have been discovered long ago. Upon seeing Chen Xi, the two women rushed toward him like fledglings returning to their nest. They felt utterly helpless, merely watching in anticipation. The moment Chen Xi arrived, they found their anchor of reassurance. Fear not, fear not. Let me take a look. He consoled them with a gentle pinch to their cheeks before making his way toward Jean Grey. Confirming her state of awakening would be a simple task. Chen Xi approached the quietly seated Jean Grey, gently placing his hand upon her delicate head, and indeed, he received an answer. A notification chimed. Detected character Phoenix, Jean Grey. Would you like to extract her abilities or items? This extraction will cost 5 million points. The system promptly provided its response. However, Chen Xi was taken aback by the exorbitant cost. Extracting once for 5 million points? It seemed he could only gamble on a single attempt. What an absurd predicament. Should he extract a psychokinetic ability or telepathy, he would find himself utterly impoverished. Points were not easily acquired. What if he encountered an ability that truly captivated him? Thus, he resolutely declined. No extraction, he declared. He then turned to Wanda and the others, saying, It's all right. She has merely awakened. It's just that her mental and physical energy has been excessively drained. She needs a rest. Upon hearing this, the two women sighed in relief, their hearts settling. Thank goodness. It's all right. Lifting Jean Grey into his arms, Chen Xi and the others instantly teleported back to their spacious abode, now ready for habitation. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a satellite phone pierced the air. Chen Xi's heart raced. He knew Captain America had found him. Chapter 79, The Birth of Captain America. Igniting the entire nation. Hello, boss. We've located the person who was frozen in ice. We are now preparing to return. We will head back to the port in Maple Country to retrieve this frozen individual, but this time we cannot fly. We'll drive back to America, which will likely take 4 to 5 days to reach New York. Bowen quickly explained his plan to Chen Xi over the phone. No need for that. I will be there immediately. Just tell me your coordinates, Chen Xi responded. Having found the individual, there was no reason to delay. But Bowen was momentarily taken aback and confirmed. Boss, could you repeat that? Did I hear you correctly? You will be here immediately? You heard correctly. I mean right now. Please share your coordinates, Chen Xi reiterated. All right, boss, I think you're joking, but I choose to follow the whims of fortune, after all. You are the boss? Bowen muttered, incredulous. Goodness, I must be out of my mind to believe someone can teleport thousands of kilometers. After grumbling for a while, he shrugged and relayed his coordinates to Chen Xi. Don't blink, Chen Xi said with a mysterious smile. Okay, I want to blink, Bowen replied, suppressing his laughter, fully engaged in the playful banter. Just as he was smiling at the phone, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder. With a thud, the phone slipped from his grasp. What the heck? Boss? This can't be real, can it? He gasped, pinching himself fiercely. The sharp pain confirmed that this was no dream. Oh my god. Boss, you must be a deity from the Dragon Kingdom, right? No. You must be a celestial being. How else could you arrive so swiftly? Bowen was so excited he could hardly articulate his thoughts, bouncing around with wide eyes full of astonishment. Hey everyone, come quick. Our boss is a celestial being, a deity. He hopped onto the gangway, shouting at nearby cargo ships. What are you talking about? Boss, are you pulling our leg again? Yeah, he is miles away in America, pulling a fast one on us. Is the boss dreaming? The crew, naturally skeptical, laughed and teased Bowen for his fanciful notions. Look behind me. Who do you see? Bowen shouted, exasperated. The crew paused, turning to see where his voice led them. Oh my god, it's really the boss. Wow, the boss wasn't he kidding. He is truly a celestial being from the Dragon Kingdom. Boss, do you take disciples? I've heard that foreign disciples are rarely accepted in the Dragon Kingdom. The teachings are not shared with outsiders. They had indeed witnessed Chen Xi, and this unbelievable event had transpired before their very eyes. They exclaimed in awe that a celestial being had arrived. Come on, everyone, believe in science. How could there be celestial beings in this world? It's all nonsense. After Chen Xi finished speaking, he collected the frozen Steve and floated away, leaving only gasps of astonishment in his wake. The owner must think we are blind. In the Grand Mansion, Chen Xi appeared in a flash, directly descending into the basement under the watchful eyes of Wanda and her companion. Observing the desolate space, Chen Xi waved his hand, summoning a gust of icy air to create ice in the void. The temperature in the basement plummeted at a visible rate, soon dipping below freezing. With a gentle thud, Chen Xi placed Steve onto the ground, ensuring he was properly settled. He must not be dropped. After all, Steve is a valuable asset, destined to fetch a good price. As for personally seizing the Tesseract, that would diminish his worth. Oh, Steve. If only you could express your gratitude for being freed 2 years early. Otherwise, you would still languish in darkness, Chen Xi mused, contemplating how best to maximize Steve's potential value. As for Red, could extracting his blood yield a means to clone super soldiers? Perhaps not. The likelihood of success is diminished, as his body underwent artificial mutation rather than being born with such traits. However, his blood still holds significant potential for research into enhancing the T-virus serum for human capabilities. Red quickly calculated the improbability of such endeavors and concluded that a super soldier would ultimately be of little utility, symbolism outweighing practicality. If her T-virus could be fully adapted, it would utterly surpass the so-called super soldiers. Hearing this, Chen Xi felt no disappointment. After all, he never sought a super soldier. This is the real world. Could he truly expect the OA to manifest and grant Steve a miraculous enhancement? If so, Chen Xi would have nothing left to say. There are no directors imposing dramatic twists, no awkwardly forced outcomes. A protagonist with merely a ton of strength? Even a Siberian tiger can deliver a ton of force. Should he forcibly take away the vibranium shield that grants him an unfair advantage? Chen Xi pondered aloud, realizing that without such an artifact, Steve would be rendered ineffective. Enough. Enough. It's merely a piece of vibranium. Red, please fetch a container and a blood extraction syringe. Understood, Master, Red replied. Already maneuvering the Iron Man suit to retrieve the prepared tools, she had long been eyeing Steve. One could say it is somewhat tragic for Steve to have caught Chen Xi's attention. As the saying goes, a person sleeps in ice, while trouble descends from the heavens. With great care, Chen Xi controlled the ice to create a small incision of 3 or 4 millimeters, then used magnetic force to guide the needle slowly beneath the frost. With a swift motion, the needle pierced the artery in Steve's arm, crafted from a secondary adamantium alloy. His skin is indeed resilient, yet not so robust as to withstand the needle's intrusion. Everything proceeded smoothly. Chen Xi successfully extracted 800 milliliters of Steve's blood. For an ordinary person, such a loss would result in fainting from excessive bleeding, but for Steve, it was manageable. Certainly, this was beyond Chen Xi's contemplation. His sole concern was to sell Steve to Nick Fury, leaving all else entirely unperturbed. The breach had been sealed with ice, an impeccable faade. And who could discern that minuscule pinhole? It had long since healed. Red Widow, now in control of major portals, disseminated the news of Captain Steve Rogers' survival. Let the citizens of America revel and rejoice, for their superhero, their national idol, still lived. As Chen Xi spoke, a sly smile reminiscent of a fox graced his lips. Ah, the irresistible allure of the puppet master behind it all. Haha. Following his directive, Red Widow employed specialized scanning beams to penetrate the ice encasing Steve, capturing clear images with precision. At that very moment, as everyone was winding down from their workday, a terrifying incident unfolded. All television stations and major websites were commandeered. What ensued next ignited an explosion of reactions across America and gradually sparked a frenzy worldwide. Chapter 80. The Cosmic Cube in hand across television stations and major news portals. The front pages are adorned with striking photographs, their content evoking a chilling sense of dread. Are you still disheartened? Still lamenting the absence of superheroes in this world? No. The American superhero, the guardian of the nation, Captain Steve Rogers, is alive. Heroes require salvation, and only the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics can rescue him. Let us rally together. The hero once saved America, and now the hero awaits our aid. Yet, the dozen or so photographs of Steve reveal a pallid visage, igniting doubts about his survival. Regardless of whether he lives or not, even if he is merely a corpse, we must reclaim him. This is the essence of a hero. In this moment of night, the fervor of the populace ignites. They may not comprehend the workings of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, yet they recognize it as an official entity of the United States. Crowds surge into the streets, orderly yet fervent, waving flags and chanting, "We demand our superhero, Captain Steve Rogers. By all means, we must bring back the body of our hero. Will the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics betray America? We implore you to act." Various slogans plunge New York and the entire nation into a frenzy. The influence of Captain Steve Rogers is monumental. Even the highest council convenes in urgent session, unable to fathom the repercussions should they fail to retrieve Steve in accordance with the people's wishes. Might their heads be secretly severed by the enraged masses? Outside, the throng swell into a sea of fury, a tempest of public sentiment. Speculation abounds. Is this all a result of the incompetence of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, or their inaction? fueled by malicious intent. Rumors abound in a cacophony of dissent. The current council's approval ratings plummet by 10 points, revealing the machinations of those in opposition. In the emergency meeting room, all members gather, abandoning their previous commitments in haste. Time is of the essence. Nick Fury, amidst the uproar, faces accusations that your Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics is ineffective. How do you respond? The grim-faced Black Mariah turns to Nick Fury, exasperated. He is a formidable adversary, indeed. Indeed, Nick Fury, what do you have to say? As the saying goes, where there is smoke, there is fire. The public discourse suggests a connection to your agency. This matter must be resolved, regardless of the circumstances, before Nick Fury can offer an explanation. The seasoned members of the Assembly seize the opportunity to shift blame onto him. Someone must take the fall, and conveniently, the whispers of culpability point toward them. Ahem. Nick Fury clears his throat and rises, surveying the assembly of aged foxes with disdain. They are adept at deflecting blame. Thus, this matter directly implicates our SHIELD agency. Oh, I forgot to inform everyone. We have changed our name. Therefore, I declare that by tomorrow, I shall solve this case, and I have already deduced whose handiwork it is. I kindly ask everyone to convey to the public that our SHIELD will ensure the safety of all. We are their guardians. Nick Fury spoke with remarkable conviction. If he were to soften his stance, he would undoubtedly be pursued relentlessly by these cunning old foxes. Let him confront these venerable figures head-on. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, their premeditated excuses and attempts to position their own people rendered speechless. All avenues were thoroughly obstructed. Nick Fury, you are deviating from the expected script. Everyone. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, for I must retrieve Captain Steve Rogers' remains. Nick Fury stood up, chuckling disdainfully, and promptly turned to depart. Oh, by the way, I regret to disappoint you all. As he reached the door, he turned back to address everyone once more. His sharp tongue was indeed formidable. The crowd's expression shifted from red to pale, their frustration palpable. The SHIELD agency falls under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council, and they could not intervene overtly. They could only discreetly arrange their own personnel, thus missing this prime opportunity. That night, at least 300 to 400 million people were destined to lose sleep, unable to find rest. The superhero Captain Steve Rogers might still be alive. After Nick Fury's departure, he hurried to the location of Chen Xi's grand estate. Knowing this was the gift Chen Xi had mentioned, he had not anticipated that this gift would indeed be as substantial as he had described, nearly overwhelming him. Ding dong. The urgent ringing of the doorbell signified Nick Fury's impatience. Red Queen, open the door. Yes, master. As soon as the Red Queen opened the door, Nick Fury strode in with purpose. He was not surprised that Chen Xi awaited him. After all, they were both astute individuals. Mr. Chen Xi, I must first see Steve's remains, Nick Fury stated candidly. No problem. Follow me, Chen Xi replied without hesitation. In business, one must allow the buyer to inspect the goods first, after all. In the basement, Nick Fury beheld the frozen form of Steve. He scrutinized it for a considerable time before confirming this was indeed the first superhero of America, Captain Steve Rogers. What do you desire? Nick Fury inquired directly. The Tesseract? Chen Xi replied. What? The Tesseract? Nick Fury exclaimed in astonishment. How do you know that the Tesseract is in our SHIELD agency? Chen Xi laughed heartily. How do I know? There is nothing in this universe that I am unaware of. I even know about the pager that Carol gave you. What else could possibly elude my knowledge? Indeed. Nick Fury reflected, realizing that the Tesseract was not a closely guarded secret. However, the Tesseract is immensely valuable. Let us negotiate different terms. Chen Xi shook his head. No. If I were to say Steve is still alive, would that not change his worth? What? Really? Nick Fury, inherently suspicious, scoffed at what had previously been uttered on television and the internet, never anticipating the truth behind it. Of course. Chen Xi's response plunged Nick Fury into a profound contemplation. On one hand lay the cosmic cube, an enigma that, despite years of research, remained utterly misunderstood. They had no inkling that it was the Space Stone. On the other hand stood the nation's idol, Captain America, still very much alive. Do you believe that the formation of the Avengers hinges on the efficacy of the cosmic cube or on Steve's prowess? Chen Xi nonchalantly remarked, striking a chord of enlightenment. In an instant, Nick Fury grasped what he truly desired. Chen Xi understood well that in business, one must seize upon another's vulnerabilities. With a single utterance, he had deftly ensnared Nick Fury. I will exchange. I shall return immediately for the cosmic cube. The object is inanimate, but the human spirit is vibrant. Nick Fury hurriedly departed. Half an hour later, he returned, accompanied by the cosmic cube and a battalion of bodyguards. Here, he unceremoniously tossed the cosmic cube to Chen Xi. Chen Xi, suppressing an inner surge of elation, accepted it. While Nick Fury promptly instructed his armed subordinates to carefully lift Steve onto an armored vehicle equipped with a large freezer. With the cosmic cube secured, everything was proceeding according to plan. Chapter 81, The Grand Fusion of 8 Space Gems. Nick Fury, flanked by hundreds of armed super agents, escorted the frozen Steve away. With agents clearing the path in a hurried manner. This meticulous approach was entirely in line with his character. He was always cautious, striving for absolute perfection. With the frozen superhero, Captain America, in tow, his vigilance was heightened. Little did he realize that everything was orchestrated by Alexander Pierce, who had deliberately ensured his smooth passage. Without Pierce's directive, these agents would have long since sold Steve off midway. S-H-I-E-L-D had become a mere shadow of its former self. Infiltrated and compromised. While appearing formidable on the surface, it had devolved into Hydra's primary stronghold. Oblivious to this treachery, Nick Fury remained self-satisfied, believing S-H-I-E-L-D stood for justice. Far away, Alexander Pierce was the cunning puppet master, plotting in the shadows. Since Fury was disobedient, assassination became an option. However, the timing was not right. He had a better candidate in mind and needed to utilize Fury. Pierce required the obstinate Fury to recruit Captain America into S-H-I-E-L-D, subtly integrating Steve into the organization. At that moment, he could easily oust Nick Fury, thus acquiring a national idol and superhero in Steve Rogers. He believed in Fury's capabilities and knew that Steve would never serve anyone but his country and its people. Once Steve remained loyal to the nation, controlling the organization would equate to controlling Steve himself. Pierce's scheme was ingeniously crafted. Traveling through the chaotic streets at night was too perilous. Even hundreds of them could not withstand the surging crowds. Thus, they scurried through narrow alleys, exhausting the agents, who seethed with frustration at the situation. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, seated in his vehicle, was grinning widely, imagining himself with Steve, the nation's mightiest idol. Who could possibly resist rallying a team under his call? Swapping an unusable Tesseract for a super mascot like Steve was an exceptional deal. The more he contemplated, the more valuable it seemed. He understood the Tesseract's immense worth. Yet he chose to make the exchange. He was a man of stark realism. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. On the other side, Chen Xi toyed with the Tesseract in hand, watching Nick Fury dash back with eagerness, lost in contemplation. Nick Fury, I'm assisting you, he muttered to himself. The Tesseract, or the Space Gem, was a divine artifact beyond the grasp of mere mortals. It embodied the universe's most potent spatial laws and an infinite source of energy. Coveted by many, the little Earth could not withstand such turmoil. The innocent often suffer when in possession of great wealth. A child running through the streets with gold? Was that akin to inviting disaster? The Earth was that child, and the Tesseract was the gold. They could not endure the attention of countless seekers drawn by such a cosmic relic. However, now that it rests in his hands, others may as well resign themselves to their fate. Once it passes his lips, it shall never be relinquished. Chen Xi gazed intently at the cosmic cube, which had captured the limelight in the film, his eyes seemingly ensnared by its allure. The profound azure of the cosmic cube unfolded before him like a miniature universe, teeming with countless stars. The vast cosmos sparkled with a faint luminescence, resembling grains of pearls and scattered gold, strewn across a jade platter. While the cosmic cube in the film was merely a creation of man, his possession was genuine. He held an entire universe. After a considerable pause, Chen Xi inhaled deeply, awakening from the awe that the cosmic cube had instilled within him. Breathtaking, heart-stirring, all-encompassing. The myriad stars he beheld could scarcely be encapsulated by a plethora of adjectives. System, what should I do? Should I crush the cosmic cube? That would be an utter waste. While he indulged in admiration, pressing matters loomed ahead. Crushing the cosmic cube would not only be a prodigal act, but would also raise the question of how to entice Loki from this universe. Loki would undoubtedly arrive bearing the Mind Stone, and he had no desire to scour the cosmos in search of the errant Thanos. The cosmic cube was an integral part of his scheme, and it must not be mishandled. Host, it is not waste but a necessity to shatter it. Unless you possess teleportation magic to extract the space stone, the system informed him, causing Chen Xi a moment of exasperation. It seemed that shattering it was imperative. He had no prowess in teleportation magic. Once he merged with the space stone, all forms of spatial magic would be trivial. At that moment, the system spoke again. Host need not be troubled. The cosmic cube is merely a crystallization of the space stone's energy leakage and is not particularly valuable. Once merged, it can be repaired with a modicum of energy, especially with the might of the super space stone. The system's words sparked a revelation in Chen Xi. Indeed, the cosmic cube was merely a manifestation of the space stone's energy, easily manageable. Without further ado, with a decisive snap, Chen Xi crushed the cosmic cube, shards scattering across the ground, revealing an even deeper azure of the elliptical space stone before him. The space stone lay in tranquility, devoid of aggression and less energized, simply resting in silence. System, what must I do now? He was at a loss and could only rely on the system's guidance. Host, you need only extract those space stones. They will instinctively attract and merge with one another. They share a common origin and will naturally seek to grow stronger. It is an innate drive. Following the system's counsel, he teleported to the depths of the desert. Who knew whether the merging would lead to energy leakage and risk detonating his home? Once all was prepared, Chen Xi retrieved 7 similarly profound azure space stones from the system's space. As he drew forth these 7 stones, it was as though they were compelled by an unseen force, and the 8 stones began to rotate at an imperceptible speed. Chen Xi felt it. They're cheering, and he senses their instinctive joy. Kin. Beings from different universes have finally encountered their kindred spirits. They have endured solitude for an astonishing 13.8 billion years. The elation is palpable. Suddenly, the spatial gems, which had been revolving in a circular motion, come to an abrupt standstill, motionless. Buzz. A violent tremor resonates. As they seem to reach a harmonious consensus, the 8 spatial gems begin to emanate a profound blue radiance, with all the light converging in their midst. Zing. As the endless divine light gathers, a nebulous, almost translucent, larger ellipse is born. Then, the spatial gems exert their utmost to release their energy, pouring forth every ounce of their power. Boom. Like a final, resounding echo, the 8 spatial gems explode in a cataclysmic burst. Infinite dust seems to find its home, all rushing simultaneously to the center of Chen Xi's forehead, as if the heavens and earth are being forged anew, following the cataclysmic explosion of an infinitely dense singularity. The universe is born. In that moment, Chen Xi glimpses their origins and witnesses the entirety of their experiences. Loneliness. Only endless solitude. Great humanity. Thank you for fulfilling our destiny. Please treat our hopes with care and utilize them wisely. No, do not let our pearls fall into obscurity. Chapter 82. The eruption of superpowers, the emergence of Ancient One after the convergence of the 8 cosmic stones, an unprecedented will was born at the pinnacle of their evolution, marking their final resounding legacy. Every entity can give rise to will, yet for Chen Xi, the emergence of will from the grand laws of the universe was an arduous endeavor. The multiverse forbade such manifestations, a decree established by the One above all. Their immense power rendered them formidable. Should they possess will, the consequences would be unfathomable. Who could discern between malevolence and virtue? Unexpectedly, in their final moments, they shattered their shackles and birthed the last vestige of will. Chen Xi slowly opened his eyes, a solitary tear tracing the contour of his cheek. He experienced an overwhelming sense of solitude, a despair that had tormented them through endless epochs, and he empathized deeply with their plight. Come forth. You must carry their will and endure eternally. With a sigh, Chen Xi gently beckoned the floating cosmic stones before him. In a swift motion, the cosmic stones darted into his brow, establishing a home within him. Chen Xi's mental energy traversed the sea of consciousness, discovering the cosmic stones resting quietly, exuding a gentle azure glow. He realized that from this moment forth, he would ceaselessly absorb the energies of the spatial loss. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully merging the first Infinity Stone, you have been awarded 5 million points. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening the ability of spatial transference. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening the ability of spatial slicing. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening the dimension spatial capability. The cosmic stones bestowed upon Chen Xi a trifecta of supreme spatial abilities. A most unexpected boon. Having just absorbed spatial energy, he pondered the immense potential that awaited him with further absorption. Space reigns supreme, while time commands respect. The existence of such formidable cosmic stones is complemented by their 5 illustrious counterparts. In the Marvel Universe, the Infinity Stones are forged from the essence of 6 singularities, each brimming with boundless energy, predating the cosmic explosion. The universe was yet to be born, yet the stones already existed. What does this signify? These Infinity Stones are even older than the universe itself. Each of the 6 Infinity Stones governs one of the fundamental attributes: space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. The 6 Infinity Stones wield control over the laws of the Marvel Universe, intricately linked to every significant event within the cinematic realm. It can be said that the 6 stones are the very threads that weave through the entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With a plethora of Infinity Stones at his disposal, the magnitude of their collective power is beyond comprehension. The crux lies in the fact that all these Infinity Stones are conjoined within him, amplifying their might exponentially. Chen Xi eagerly anticipated the fusion of the 6 supreme Infinity Stones, pondering whether it would elevate him to the heart of the cosmos. The Infinity Gauntlet of the 6 stones is of multiversal caliber, albeit of exceedingly low utilization, yet he possesses 50 or 60. Furthermore, these powers are inherently his own. Chen Xi stood in place, momentarily lost in thought, a foolish grin spreading across his face, already fantasizing about a splendid life ahead. After a while, he snapped out of his reverie and wiped away non-existent drool. At that moment, he suddenly took out the Super Space Gem, holding it in his hand and gazing at it intently for a long time before finally resolving to act. It was time for him to unleash his power. Let him conjure a cosmic cube, as this would be his first true exertion of strength. With that, Chen Xi began to channel energy, allowing the super space gem to gradually emit a stream of energy to mend the recently shattered cosmic cube. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Under the influence of spatial energy, the shattered cosmic cube began to coalesce once more. The spatial energy acted as an adhesive, binding the fragments back together. In no time, the cosmic cube was completely restored. Chen Xi picked it up and examined it closely, finding no discernible difference. It was identical to the original. Haha, Loki, come here quickly. I have prepared a grand gift for you. Chen Xi quipped, knowing that if Loki were to learn of its existence, he would inevitably relay the information to Thanos. The Mad Titan, who had been desperately searching for the cosmic cube, would take the bait, and the Mind Stone would soon follow. Having delighted in this thought, he reveled once more. System, open the attribute panel. Ding. The attribute panel has been opened. The host may review it at will. Host, Chen Xi age, 22 level, demigod physique, frost giant physique abilities, water manipulation A class, 10 kilometers range, ice manipulation S class, up to minus 150 degrees Celsius, fire manipulation B class, up to 1000 degrees Celsius, carbon steel transformation, inferior only to primordial adamantium and vibranium, supersonic movement S class 2. 000 kilometers per second, super healing S class, any injury heals within 1 second. Telepathy A class, magnetic control A class, spatial transfer S class, within the solar system, spatial cutting A class, ordinary steel up to 10 centimeters, dimensional space A class, covering a radius of 100,000 square kilometers. Items: Time Stone, Super Space Gem, Reality Stone, Power Stone, Mind Stone, Soul Stone, End Pieces, and Umbrella High Factory. Subordinates: Android number 18. Terminator TX points: 11, 900, 000 biological energy. 3, 850. The instantaneous movement in the panel had transformed into spatial transfer. It was no longer limited to merely teleporting individuals by holding their hands. He could now directly transfer objects or even people, and there was no longer any delay. No one could control his teleportation now. The Super Space Gem ensured that all spatial laws would obey its command. Although his innate spatial abilities were not exceptionally potent, he possessed the Super Space Gem. Chen Xi also noted the descriptions of the other 2 spatial abilities. Spatial cutting was akin to a spatial blade, an invaluable skill for subterfuge. The dimensional space functioned as a spatial prison, akin to a mirror dimension. He could manipulate its size, rendering it entirely independent of the reality around him. This maneuver is entirely designed to prevent the enemy from escaping. A trapped foe is akin to a fish in a barrel. Chen Xi was exceedingly pleased with such a gift, as it provided him both offensive and defensive capabilities. After surveying his gains, Chen Xi cheerfully prepared to return home, for wandering aimlessly at night could easily lead to encounters with spirits. As fate would have it, he indeed stumbled upon one. The Ancient One. If you have arrived, why lurk in the shadows? Chen Xi raised his head, gazing into a particular space as he spoke with a serene tone. With a crackle, the fabric of space shattered, and a woman clad in a saffron robe, her head shorn, emerged gracefully from the void. Chapter 83. I must strive. The figure approaching was none other than the Ancient One, a nearly invincible supreme sorceress who met her demise due to special effects in the film. Were it not for her desire to perish, or perhaps her aim to serve the narrative, who could possibly defeat her? Would Thanos dare to set foot on Earth to seize several Infinity Stones? He would likely flee in disarray long before even reaching the solar system. If a cosmic titan like Dormammu had been kept at bay by the Ancient One for centuries, then one cannot even mention a mere sub-deity like the purple-skinned creature. In that moment, the Ancient One approached with a gaze filled with compassion, as if descending from the void upon steps of ethereal lotus blooms. As a representative of Earth's sorcerers, she had encountered the young Infinite One. With hands clasped in reverence, she offered a slight bow. Ah, the Ancient One indeed. Whether she was friend or foe remained uncertain, and Chen Xi naturally refrained from confronting her with arrogance. Yet, one thing puzzled him. Why did she refer to him as the Infinite One? This left him in a state of bewilderment. He queried the Ancient One about this peculiar title, asserting that he was neither an eternal nor a follower of eternity. Ah, the Infinite One? That title is confined to legend, the Ancient One replied, her voice laced with reminiscence of ancient texts. In countless universes, there exist myriad parallel realities, each housing a different version of you. In this universe, you are an ordinary individual, yet in others, you may be a millionaire, a general, a mutant, or even an extraterrestrial being. Every incarnation of you may possess varied fates and experiences, with each choice giving rise to a different you. However, you are distinct. You are the Infinite One. The Ancient One's expression grew grave as she fixed her gaze upon Chen Xi. In the multitude of parallel universes, there exists but one you. You possess infinite futures and boundless possibilities. Yet, your very existence has shattered the existing timelines, propelling the destinies of all into uncharted paths. While each individual has their own fate, you have altered theirs, thus disrupting the timeline. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi shrugged nonchalantly. So what is your purpose? Speak plainly. He was acutely aware that the Ancient One's arrival must bear a profound objective. Otherwise, why would she seek him out? With a sigh, the Ancient One articulated her intent. I implore you to refrain from disrupting the established destinies, including the future plans of the Avengers. Chen Xi erupted into laughter. Why should I not disrupt them? If I do, I would merely await my demise. Do you think the myriad deities of Marvel would spare me? Or should I scurry about like a rat, living in the shadows of others? No, that is not who I am. If I were a fatalist, I would not have fought tooth and nail since my youth. He possessed nothing but a wretched life, yearning for a glimmer of hope, resolute even in the face of death. And what of you? Do you wish for death? Is that your fate? Your desire for demise is your own. Surrendering to death is unequivocally not the conclusion of Chen Xi. Chen Xi laughed maniacally, mocking her grand selflessness. Yet he was different. He did not exist solely for himself. He could not afford to die, nor dare to perish. What? How do you know? Gui exclaimed, her form trembling violently. This predetermined future was her choice. She was utterly exhausted. The candidate for the future Supreme Sorcerer had already emerged, granting her the opportunity to liberate herself, casting aside her decaying flesh to pursue the eternal divine and freedom. However, this choice remained a secret she shared with no one. She had sealed her future timeline with the Time Stone. Yet how did he come to know? The thought sent chills down her spine. Was this the terror of the Infinite Ones? Chen Xi gently shook his head, refraining from answering her. Was it not the case that I alone knew, that all of humanity was aware? But how could one articulate this? Should he tell her that she was merely an NPC in a film, utterly non-existent? Just a character crafted by another's pen? Unlike Deadpool, who shamelessly compelled Charles to examine his memories, Chen Xi drove Charles to madness. Marvel's most audacious Deadpool revealed to Charles that he was merely a comic character, leading even the formidable mind of the telepath to shatter. Chen Xi looked at Gu Yi and said, in our Dragon Kingdom, there exists a spell known as the I Ching 8 trigrams to foresee the future. I too possess such sorcery. You may perceive the past and future through the Time Stone, and so can I. Is that so? Gui paused, momentarily taken aback. The place she inhabited could indeed be called the Dragon Kingdom. She had lived there since childhood and was well aware of the I Ching 8 trigrams. Yet, the knowledge she possessed had long been lost, and no one practiced it anymore. She had not anticipated that the person before her would also possess such knowledge. Were it anyone else, she would have dismissed it, but considering Chen Xi's identity as an Infinite One, she chose to believe. The Infinite Ones defy ordinary reasoning. However, this was not the time for discussion. She had her own objectives. She gazed deeply at Chen Xi once more and asked, do you truly refuse to yield? Chen Xi disregarded her final ultimatum, resolutely steadfast. Haha. For many things are more terrifying than death. Some actions are worthy, others not. Let us see your true prowess in action. Chapter 84. The astonished Ancient One. What a notion of knowing when to act and when to refrain. The Ancient One let out a soft sigh. Why cling so stubbornly to one's beliefs? Is not yielding to the prevailing tide the wisest choice? Each individual is bound by their own destiny, a matter beyond choice. If it were possible, I would forsake my powers. I would rather be a mere mortal, traversing the splendid realms of humanity, witnessing the sun's rise and fall. Why do so many reject fate? There are always those stronger than oneself. Mountains rise higher than mountains. The more formidable one becomes, the mightier the adversaries encountered, thus increasing one's peril. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi burst into laughter. He had already caught the attention of the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, and Conqueror Kong had yet to notice him, or perhaps he already had. If he could not grow stronger, his fate would be sealed. He refused to be subjugated by Kong. He desired to obliterate him. Gazing intently at the Ancient One, Chen Xi proclaimed, you assert that strength brings danger, do you not? Then I shall become so powerful that all shall fear, dread, and tremble before me. The Ancient One shook her head slightly at his audacious tone. Young man, do you not understand the virtue of humility? Beware of excessive pride. It often leads to downfall. Chen Xi scoffed dismissively. Isn't youthful exuberance a trait of the young? Ancient One, you have grown weary. Your heart no longer beats with youth. You have become overly compassionate, devoid of ambition, merely following the path laid before you by fate. The Ancient One's expression shifted. His words struck a chord, for they reflected her current state. She was exhausted, no longer striving for anything, surrendering all to destiny. Let us dispense with idle chatter. Today we shall see the truth of our abilities. If I emerge victorious, you shall not alter the predetermined fate. Should I lose, I shall not impede your actions. Very well. It is settled. Let us proceed. Chen Xi readily accepted. After all, a gamble makes things intriguing. The sorcerer of Kamar Taj, adept in close combat, was prepared. Upon hearing his declaration, The Ancient One cast a penetrating gaze upon Chen Xi. This man was far too composed. If she were to strike first, let it be a decisive blow. With her right hand forming a seal, a flicker of sparks ignited, and Chen Xi felt himself transported to a dimension of space. What a splendid tactic, mirror dimension. Chen Xi marveled, experiencing its extraordinary nature firsthand. Flattery, 1T avail you. Unbeknownst to him, the Ancient One had closed the distance, conjuring a dusky yellow magical shield, aimed directly at Chen Xi's head. The fiery shield amplified her close combat strength while enhancing her defense, infused with fiery attributes. Seeing this, Chen Xi was not one to falter. He swiftly dodged to the right, evading the probing strike by approximately 3 meters. "Receive my ice arrow," he shouted, summoning a multitude of frozen arrows that coalesced before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was as if a storm of arrows, glistening with a chilling brilliance, descended upon the Ancient One. Merely a trifling skill. The Ancient One stood unmoving, her gaze steady upon the swiftly approaching arrows. Light shield technique. Bang, bang, bang. In that instant, the skies were filled with icy arrows encircling the Ancient One, yet she remained unscathed, her shield effortlessly absorbing the onslaught. Amused, Chen Xi was in no rush. This round was merely a test of their abilities, not a true confrontation. He made his move once more. Suddenly, the Ancient One could no longer discern Chen Xi's figure. Realizing something, she swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a shield of Cephalon, and forcefully struck at an empty space. The impact resounded. The two clashed again, sending a whirlwind of sand soaring into the atmosphere, reaching heights of 100 meters, a testament to the ferocity of their encounter. The shield of Cephalon that she had summoned shattered spectacularly, transforming into countless golden fragments akin to a shattered mirror. She herself stumbled back several meters. Fortunate that the ring of fire encircled her shield, sparing her from harm. However, this astonished the Ancient One, no longer expressionless and calm. Her eyes widened as she pointed at Chen Xi, exclaiming, "You can actually conceal yourself within the mirror space and teleport? And you possess immense strength exceeding 100 tons? No wonder I am taken aback." It was understandable to have formidable ice abilities, and teleportation was within reason. But to vanish into the void and wield such extraordinary strength was beyond comprehension. Such power could not merely be cultivated. It was either a mutation or an innate gift. Yet, with so many capabilities, why did he possess even more? How unfair the gods seemed, favoring him alone. Chen Xi grinned with satisfaction, relishing the astonishment he had provoked. "Isn't it curious? You no longer need to maintain that aloof demeanor. After all, did you not proclaim me an infinite being? Why should I not possess infinite superpowers? The universe is vast, and surely there are those fortunate enough to rise above the rest. You, my friend, are simply too narrow-minded. When you encounter more individuals, you will realize that what you cling to is merely of no interest to others." Witnessing Chen Xi's smug expression, the Ancient One felt a wave of frustration wash over her. His arrogance was palpable, and his voice had grown louder with pride. This was Chen Xi's strategy, to belittle the enemy on a strategic level while respecting them tactically. The Ancient One quickly regained her composure, her centuries of experience rendering her remarkably calm. After a brief moment of astonishment, she prepared to engage earnestly, for the situation had become rather precarious. Chapter 85. Are 10 soul gems sufficient? There was no alternative. Having repeatedly tested Chen Xi without gaining any advantage, she found herself at a disadvantage. Gu Yi paid little heed to Chen Xi's words, unable to foresee the futures of those premier mutants, such as Franklin Richards, Jean Grey, the Mad Titan, and Wanda Maximoff. Their abilities far surpassed that of the Time Stone, beyond the comprehension of such a superlative existence, rendering Gu Yi oblivious to their potential. At this moment, she had no desire to know, dismissing Chen Xi's words as mere bluster. She resolved to take matters seriously now, hoping not to be disappointed. With that, Gu Yi vanished abruptly. Instantaneous movement? Useless before me. A faint smile graced Chen Xi's lips as he unleashed a profound azure radiance. Gu Yi materialized instantly. But the gust of her palm was already upon her. It seemed that, at this juncture, Chen Xi had nowhere to escape. This was her ultimate move, soul extraction. Gu Yi had employed this technique to awaken Doctor Strange and the Hulk, a maneuver that was nearly impossible to counter. The soul of a human is exceedingly fragile. Once it is expelled, surrender becomes inevitable. In this moment, victory appeared to be within her grasp. What could Chen Xi do but witness her triumph? Suddenly, the speed of movement accelerated, and Gu Yi's palm strike inexplicably halted as if time itself had come to a standstill. Chen Xi moved with extraordinary swiftness, swiftly retrieving 10 soul gems from the system space. Even though he could not connect to the soul laws of this universe, the gems themselves were not rendered ineffective. A flicker of energy remained. The 10 soul gems aligned in a row, radiating a soft glow as they stood resolutely before Chen Xi. He intended to confront the attack head-on. Fleeing or evading was not an option. He was no coward, but rather a madman. Gu Yi's reaction was equally swift. even though only a second had passed since her appearance. Chen Xi had managed to slow the flow of time and procure the soul gems for defense in a mere heartbeat. An infinite green light erupted from her neck as the Eye of Agamotto sensed the temporal shift and recognized a kindred presence. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye as the flow of time was shattered by the time stone. However, before Gui could react, her confident attack collided fiercely with the soul gems. Yet this time, no ripples ensued. There was no sensation, as if everything had suddenly dissipated from existence. Yet the peril of the moment was known only to Gui and Chen Xi. A silent battle is the most lethal of all. At this moment, silence spoke volumes, revealing the most enigmatic layers of the soul. Unfazed by the failed strike, Gui's mind was elsewhere. She was utterly astounded. Before her lay a full 10 soul gems. Who could convince her that this was merely a dream? She would believe it. 10 soul gems? Gui's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixated on the row of soul gems before her. Skeptical, she counted once more with utmost seriousness. 1, 2, 5, 10. It was indeed 10. Her body trembled uncontrollably, fingers quivering as she gazed at Chen Xi and stammered. How is this possible? How can this be? How did you come to possess 10 soul stones? Have you plundered countless parallel universes? No, no, no. How could the Court of Life permit this? It would never allow such an act. The voice of the Ancient One was laced with hysteria, teetering on the brink of madness. What on earth is happening? Where did all these soul stones come from? Yet, these soul stones before her are not mere shards of rock. The reality of the situation struck her. This is not a dream. Haha. Surprised, are you? Unexpected, perhaps? Haha. This is destiny. I am fate incarnate. I am the chosen one. Chen Xi's grin nearly stretched to his ears as he encouraged a nonchalant demeanor towards everything. But today, he would impart a lesson. Had he revealed other infinity stones, the Ancient One would surely have been driven to madness. That would have spoiled the fun. No, you are not. I do not comprehend how you possess so many infinity stones, yet I sense that they lack any governing principles. Thus, they are all ineffective. They remain dormant. The Ancient One shook her head resolutely, vociferously disputing his claims. Having wielded the Eye of Agamotto for centuries, she naturally perceived the anomalies. These infinity stones harbor little energy. Their activation necessitates a catalyst. Perhaps the soul stone of this universe is the key to their awakening. True to her wisdom, the Ancient One, having lived for centuries, swiftly deduced the truth. Well, regardless of their condition, your soul projection has already failed, and thus, it is only fitting to reciprocate. What? The Ancient One exclaimed in shock as realization dawned upon her. Yet, she was still too late. Crack. Her fiery shield shattered, and a searing pain surged through her. Looking down, she saw a significant portion of her arm brutally severed, blood gushing forth in torrents. Is this spatial magic? The Ancient One gasped in horror, her voice rising in panic as she hastily conjured 2 layers of fiery shields once more. Ha, a mere blade of space, and the Ancient One is reduced to laughter. Chen Xi spoke with exaggerated humility, yet the broad grin revealing his gleaming white teeth betrayed his true feelings. At that moment, he was utterly triumphant. Chapter 86. What can time and space exile do to me? A spatial blade? Is this a novel magical attack? Upon hearing this, Ancient One remained silent, mentally noting it for further exploration upon her return. She was ever vigilant against such bizarre and unforeseen assaults. In the next moment, the Eye of Agamotto emitted a vibrant green light, sweeping over Ancient One's injured arm, which promptly healed, as if it had never been harmed. Ah, the time stone, truly remarkable. Chen Xi observed this with a subtle smile, quietly watching. When Ancient One's arm was restored, she regarded Chen Xi once more. Her gaze not one of disdain or calmness, but rather filled with wariness, laced with an intense killing intent. This youthful man had instilled in her an unprecedented pressure, and she feared that in the blink of an eye, she would find herself outmatched. At that moment, she knew she must take action. Otherwise, with such an unpredictable variable on Earth, she feared her successor would stand no chance. No, there would be absolutely no opportunity. For the sake of the future, she had to fight with all her might. Alas, I truly must risk it all to ask you to leave this place. Young and powerful warrior, I beg your forgiveness. With that, Ancient One's gaze sharpened, her demeanor transforming dramatically. Space magic. Exile. Ancient One shouted fiercely, swiftly forming hand seals. In a flash, a circle of earthy yellow light, shimmering with sparks, raced towards Chen Xi with blinding speed. Yet, the ensuing scene was beyond her expectations. Chen Xi remained motionless, a smile gracing his face. As if to say, go on, I await your performance. Ancient One was taken aback, bewildered. Could it be that this man possessed a mastery of spatial magic that surpassed her own? No, that couldn't be it. The space stone. Suddenly, realization struck her. This individual had many dormant soul stones. Surely he could possess a space stone as well? Hadn't she been drawn to him by a wave of spatial distortion, which had revealed his presence? Aha, let us see how you handle this. Chen Xi chuckled softly, challenging her to prove her worth. Ancient One fixed her gaze on the indifferent Chen Xi, slowly removing the Eye of Agamotto from around her neck. I hope you can withstand my next move. Time magic. Exile of time. Buzz. The Eye of Agamotto shone with an intense green light, a blinding brilliance emanating forth, enveloping Chen Xi in an enigmatic aura of rules, aiming to erase his timeline and cast him into an unknown, forsaken temporal realm, leaving him to wither away, forever severed from the present. However, what followed was an even deeper azure radiance emanating from Chen Xi, instantly overpowering the temporal loss. With a soft pop, a subtle ripple resonated, a clash between the laws of time and space, a duel of supreme principles. Yet, the time stone was decidedly weaker. Even when Ancient One unleashed her full strength, Chen Xi merely adopted a defensive stance, rendering her attack as futile as a stone cast into the ocean. The force of this collision sent her flying. Thud. She did not resist, but willingly allowed the surge of power to propel her away. As she beheld the space gem, a more potent space gem, a sense of despair washed over her. Why? How could you possess such truly formidable space gems? Ancient One stood transfixed, lost in thought, questioning the apparent favoritism of the tribunal of life. She understood that in this world, there was no deity. The only omnipotent entity she recognized was the tribunal of life. There existed many formidable beings of which she was unaware. The tribunal represented the limits of her comprehension. The individual before her was now beyond her capacity to thwart. A person who astonishingly wielded dozens of infinity stones, truly formidable. My possession of these is merely a stroke of luck. Are you worried that I might disrupt the timeline or jeopardize Earth? Chen Xi observed the despondent Ancient One, devoid of any victorious demeanor, and spoke with serene composure. I cannot comprehend your perspective, Ancient One replied, shaking her head, her gaze cast downward, refraining from a direct response. Chen Xi was not surprised by her reaction. The human heart was the most inscrutable phenomenon in existence, capable of shifting at any moment. Perhaps in one instant, they were allies, and in the next, adversaries. What troubles you? Are you fearful of Dormammu? Thanos, is my presence likely to incite unforeseen changes? Chen Xi inquired tentatively, unable to speculate on Ancient One's thoughts. Ancient One remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Her greatest fear revolved around unpredictable changes, factors beyond her calculations that she could not control. The lineage of the Sorcerer Supreme was tasked with safeguarding Earth from invasion. At this, Chen Xi erupted into laughter. Dormammu? His true form cannot descend, at best. He possesses celestial-level combat capabilities. Can he even ascend to the heavens? As for the so-called Thanos, he won't emerge until you are gone. And Odin and Hela have met their demise. He is likely lurking in some obscure corner, implementing his misguided policy of killing half and sparing the other half. He is merely a fool, utterly ignorant of biology. Chen Xi's words, though blunt, candidly expressed all her concerns. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that Ancient One's greatest apprehension was not regarding others. It was him. Chapter 87. Fortifying Earth space. Ancient One continued to shake her head, as Chen Xi still had not grasped the crux of the matter. The issue at hand was solely him. Was he pretending to be oblivious? Ancient One gazed at him with a hint of frustration, her eyes clearly urging him to get to the point. Rest assured, Earth is my homeland. Although I was not born in this universe, it ultimately belongs to Earth, Chen Xi stated, no longer feigning ignorance, as he clarified his intentions to Ancient One. Chen Xi pondered to himself, am I out of my mind? If I weren't, why would I jeopardize Earth? Am I meant to battle on distant planets and seize territories? To enslave extraterrestrials for menial tasks? That would be exhausting. Upon hearing Chen Xi's assurances, Ancient One felt a modicum of relief. She found herself in a state of helplessness. Even with her formidable power, the opponent's equipment was overwhelmingly extravagant. With dozens of infinity stones at his disposal, it was an awe-inspiring combination. This exemplified the stark contrast between a pay-to-win player and an ordinary one. Adorned in lavish gear, he could withstand any assault with ease. Despite her personal defeat, Ancient One's mission was not entirely in vain, as Chen Xi had afforded her some semblance of dignity. I apologize for my recklessness today, she sincerely expressed, her tone laced with regret. It's through conflict that we forge friendships. I have gained much today, Chen Xi replied with a smile, as he had not suffered any loss and had merely tested the prowess of a top-tier expert. Well then, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. You are always welcome to visit Kamar Taj, Ancient One said, her hands clasped in reverence as she prepared to depart. Wait, Chen Xi called out to her. Ancient One paused, realizing what was coming. Indeed, she immediately surmised that Chen Xi would request the time stone. As anticipated, Chen Xi spoke up. Ancient One, may I entrust the time stone to your care for a time? In a few years, I shall reclaim it. Sighing softly, Ancient One replied, I presume you require the infinity stones from this universe to activate the infinity stones from other universes that you possess? Her speculation was correct, and Chen Xi did not conceal the truth, nodding in agreement. Do you not believe that entrusting it to me is safer than to anyone else? As for Thanos, He is merely a harbinger of fortune for me. Chen Xi's assertion held weight. He was indeed awaiting Thanos to deliver the Soul Stone and the Mind Stone to him. Ancient One was left speechless by Chen Xi's reasoning. Entrusting the stones to him was indeed safer than to anyone else, and his potential future was boundless. However, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. There are no buts. I interrupt you, Chen Xi interjected. The Sorcerer Supreme you mentioned. I can recommend a better candidate. With just a few words, he had derailed her train of thought and proposed an alternative. Very well, we shall discuss this later, Ancient One responded before departing. As Chen Xi watched her leave, he found himself engulfed in a quandary. No one was more suited for the position of Sorcerer Supreme than Ancient One. Yet she had already succumbed to a sense of despair. Once someone harbored thoughts of surrender, it was as if no amount of persuasion could bring them back. For one as formidable as the Ancient One, it would be a grievous loss if she were to perish in such a manner. Chen Xi understood that the Ancient One was utterly exhausted, trapped in darkness while her heart yearned for light. She feared that absorbing too much dark energy might lead to her being seduced by Dormammu, plunging her irrevocably into the abyss. The most prudent course of action was to relieve the Ancient One of her duties without forcing her to take her own life, and to find a worthy successor to assume the mantle of the Sorcerer Supreme. As for Strange, it would be best to leave him be. Their acquaintance was tenuous at best, and his myriad thoughts were evident even from the films. In light of this, it would be wiser to let him navigate his own path, reveling in the life of a highly accomplished surgeon, complete with sports cars, luxurious villas, and beautiful women, an existence perfectly suited to him. If someone were to occupy that esteemed position, it must be someone from his own circle. Kamartaj belonged to him, as did S.H.I.E.L.D., and even the American Congress was under his influence. The governor of New York was but a pawn in his grand scheme, if compliant. He would be rewarded with accolades, but should he prove obstinate, a clone would seamlessly take his place. Sitting on the ground, Chen Xi contemplated 3 candidates, each of whom possessed the potential to be an excellent Sorcerer Supreme. Wanda, Charles, and Tony were all particularly well-suited. Wanda wielded chaos magic, the most potent of all, and further training in Kamartaj's arts would complement her abilities beautifully. Charles, the master of the mind, possessed mental prowess far exceeding that of the fated Strange. He was, by nature, a magician. As for Tony, his intellect was beyond question, making him more than capable of assuming the role of Sorcerer Supreme. After all, he was already known as the Sorcerer Supreme Tony. However, Tony would require some refinement, as his temperament was notoriously difficult and he was prone to defiance. It was time to reshape this individual, even if he could not ascend to the position of Sorcerer Supreme. There was no reason he could not delve into the study of magic, perhaps crafting an enchanted suit of armor or exploring the depths of destruction. After much contemplation, no definitive decisions were reached, yet there was no rush. Time was ample. As he dusted off the sand from his clothes, Chen Xi suddenly remembered the most pressing matter at hand. He needed to reinforce the fabric of this universe. Otherwise, the threat of spatial ruptures loomed perilously close, endangering his stronghold. Chen Xi produced the space gem and commenced a fervent infusion of his energy into it. The gem erupted with radiant light, and the intangible laws of space enveloped the Earth in an instant, astonishing many. However, his energy was finite, capable of only surrounding the planet, and the enhancement was not as significant as he had hoped. Chapter 88. The Shock of the Titans. Earth's profound transformation upon returning to Kamartaj. The Ancient One immediately sensed the fortification of Earth's spatial dimensions, where a mere strike could previously shatter the fabric of space. It now required immense effort to accomplish the same feat. Furthermore, her own spatial teleportation seemed to demand significantly more magical energy. Traversing the same distance now necessitated 5 or 6 times the energy previously required. Alas, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse, for this reinforced space seemingly secludes Earth from the rest of the universe. One can only hope that this enigmatic figure is benevolent. Otherwise, should he seek dominion over this universe, who could withstand him? The fortification of Earth's spatial realm, from her current perspective, undoubtedly outweighs any drawbacks. Consider the likes of Dormammu and Mephisto. At this moment, Dormammu, the dark entity from the dark dimension, abruptly awakened from his slumber. He discovered to his astonishment that the Earth's spatial realm, which he had been monitoring, had inexplicably become exceedingly robust. What the hell is going on? Has the Infinite One intervened? That shouldn't be the case. Why would she concern herself with a mere planet like Earth? Dormammu, born of Earth and intent on consuming it, finds himself surrounded by countless similarly fixated adversaries, each perpetually at odds with Earth. What could it possibly possess that draws their insatiable gaze? Is this truly the nexus of all realms? Dormammu is perplexed. How much energy would he require to invade Earth? Damn it. Mephisto, too, shares in this confusion. The chasm between his hellish dimension and Earth's current realm is profound. His true form cannot descend unless he orchestrates a formidable assault alongside multiple dimensional demon lords. What a predicament. Even with the Sanctum Sanctorum's contract in hand, he cannot breach the barrier. Damn it. Who has wrought such strange occurrences upon us, denying us any semblance of a path forward? In a certain ancient castle in England, an irate nobleman, leaning on his cane, furiously smashed priceless antiques, evidently beside himself with rage. What could he achieve with this avatar? None can be vanquished. He meticulously orchestrated various schemes, gathering souls, all in hopes of one day forging a passage between the hellish dimension and the earthly universe to devour the planet. To see a millennium of planning unravel in an instant, his fury could flood the Pacific. Far away in Asgard, Odin sensed that Midgard, or Earth, had inexplicably distanced itself from their nominal dominion. What is this situation? How has Earth's spatial realm suddenly become so fortified? Has the Ancient One sought the aid of the Infinite One? Is she preparing to depart? This cannot be. The presence of the Ancient One ensures that countless nefarious beings cannot encroach upon Earth. Not even the mighty Odin would dare to challenge her recklessly. While the Ancient One may not necessarily perish, Odin knows that he would surely face ruin. In his youth, he would have bested her effortlessly. Yet now he is but a shadow of his former self, often relying on Odin's sleep to sustain his vitality. Perhaps he shall never again unify the 9 realms. All his hopes now rest upon his son, Thor, the god of thunder. However, at present, Thor is nothing more than a fool, his mind entirely composed of muscle, embodying the very essence of a reckless brute, and rather inept as well. This sentiment is not limited to the esteemed figures. Even those on Earth endowed with spatial abilities have sensed the change. The distance for teleportation has diminished, energy consumption has escalated, the range of transmission has shortened, and assaults have weakened, among other issues. Undoubtedly, the architect of this turmoil is Chen Xi, who has now returned to his villa in a state of serene contentment. System. Initiate extraction. Ding. Detection of narrative task. Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One. Would the host like to extract her abilities and items? Each extraction requires the expenditure of 1 million points. Extract. Ding. Deducting 1 million points from the host. Commencing extraction of a random ability. Please hold on. Before Chen Xi's eyes, a machine resembling a slot machine began to whirl. Abilities such as invisibility, astral projection, soul separation, telekinesis, instantaneous movement, interdimensional transportation, remote summoning, telepathy, and mirror space appeared before him. Of course, the system did not catalog the multitude of ordinary spells. Bio. The cursor spun wildly until, after a brief pause, it landed decisively on telekinesis. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn telekinesis. Would you like to merge it now? Merge. Ding. Beginning the merging process for the host. Please wait. After approximately 5 minutes, the system finally emitted a notification sound. Ding. Merge complete. The host may review the results. Telekinesis has been successfully merged. This is indeed a moment of joy. Chen Xi felt a surge of happiness. This ability is a versatile one, capable of offense, defense, and flight, infiltrating every aspect with its multifaceted utility. The expenditure of 1 million was well worth it, yet truly, the Ancient One is formidable. Her telekinesis is far more potent than the norm. Were it another, this ability would scarcely be valued at 300,000. After indulging in self-admiration for a moment, he ascended from the basement, intending to check on Jean Grey's condition. The girl has been somewhat emotionally unstable, particularly following her recent complete awakening. The core issue lies within her mentality. Mutants often face challenges during their initial awakening, whether characterized by extreme optimism or profound pessimism, both of which can be perilous. Clearly, Jean Grey falls into the latter category. Chapter 89. A dream is merely a dream. When Chen Xi located Jean Grey, the young girl was still in a deep slumber. Wanda and number 18 had been sitting beside her, engaged in light conversation as they awaited her awakening. Upon noticing Chen Xi's arrival, they immediately rose to their feet. Where have you been? You rushed off in such a hurry. Wanda inquired, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. It seemed outrageous to her that Chen Xi could be so carefree while Jean Grey lay unconscious. Hey, no need to fret. I know what I'm doing. Chen Xi replied, gently patting her on the head. Wanda swatted his hand away and shot him a disapproving glance. Get lost. You're always up to no good. Hurry up and check when Sheen will wake up. All right, let me see. Chen Xi responded, knowing he must heed the command of his beautiful wife. He moved to the bedside and settled down. Through his telepathic abilities, he entered the recesses of Jean Grey's mind, discovering her in a splendid garden adorned with blooming flowers. It appeared that she was lost in a dream, yet the content of this dream was heart-wrenching. She swung joyfully on a swing, laughter ringing in the air, while her father gently pushed her, and her mother sat nearby, beaming as she watched the father-daughter duo play. This scene exuded warmth and familial bliss, a harmonious interplay between people and nature, filled with laughter and joy. Who would wish to awaken from such a reverie? Even if aware it was merely a dream, one would hesitate to leave it behind. Chen Xi stood at the edge of the garden, smiling as he observed this idyllic tableau, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This was the dream Jean Grey yearned for. Yet it was also a reflection of his own desires. His childhood had been devoid of warmth, filled only with cold, hunger, bullying, and discrimination. He had longed for the comfort of such a family, but that was now an impossibility. As he gazed at the scene, reluctant to intrude, he turned to leave, wishing for her to fully relish this moment. Perhaps she had not slept so peacefully in many days. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. "Excuse me, sir. May I ask whom you are looking for?" Qin Gulei's mother called out to him. "Ah, good day, madam. I am merely passing through and seeking no one in particular. My apologies for intruding," Chen Xi replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he continued on his way. "What a peculiar individual," Qin Gulei's mother muttered, dismissing the thought. "What's the matter, dear?" her father asked, intrigued. "Oh, it's nothing. I just saw a young man peering into the garden. I thought he was looking for you, but it seems that was not the case," she explained casually, not giving it much thought. "Oh well, let it be. Perhaps he was just passing by," her father concluded, equally unconcerned. However, Qin Gulei turned to glance at Chen Xi's retreating figure, a somber expression crossing her face as she jumped down from the swing. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. The time has come for me to leave. The past must remain in the past. I cannot linger there any longer. Thank you for the joy and happiness you have given me." At that moment, her voice trembled with suppressed emotion, a fear that she might succumb to tears. After all, this was her dream. It is a beautiful dream she has woven for herself, and she truly yearns for the warm moments of the past. "Farewell, dear parents. Your daughter will forever cherish you." Ultimately, tears streamed down her face as she could no longer contain the sorrow within her heart. Qin Gulei's parents were left in a state of shock. What could have happened to their precious daughter? "My dear, do not frighten us. What is the matter?" they implored, their expressions tense and anxious. Surely something was amiss. After all, she was their only beloved child. "It's nothing. I can handle it myself. Goodbye, Mom and Dad." Yet, Qin Gulei remained silent, her telekinetic energy gently pushing her parents aside. She feared that revealing everything would shatter the last remnants of beauty. Perhaps it was best to preserve this final, cherished moment forever. Naturally, her parents, mere mortals in the face of her extraordinary powers, could do nothing but allow her to depart. Qin Gulei left, pursuing Chen Xi. She cast one last lingering glance at that enchanting garden, vowing to keep the warmest scene as her most exquisite memory. "Brother, let us go." "Yes." Qin Gulei caught up to Chen Xi, clasping his larger hand with her small one. In the glow of the setting sun, their contrasting figures grew more distant, their shadows stretching longer, fading into eternity. In the realm of reality, Qin Gulei slowly opened her eyes, 2 tears gliding down her cheeks, reminiscent of a farewell ceremony, marking a definitive end to the past. She understood that she could not remain lost in nostalgia or fantasy. She now had family, those who loved and protected her. She was no longer an ordinary person. She was a phoenix. Her father had cast her out, so she would not disturb the tranquility of their new life. "Are you awake?" "Yes." Their simple exchange conveyed a profound shift. She had bid farewell to the past and awakened completely. Chen Xi knew that Qin Gulei would no longer easily lose control. Sealing her memories was a perilous gambit, akin to entrapping her in a cage without full assurance of safety. Charles had confined this segment of Qin Gulei's memory within the confines of her mind, a ticking time bomb that would inevitably explode with time. The Dragon Kingdom had understood since ancient times that suppression is never as effective as release. True warriors dare to confront the harsh realities of life. Chapter 90. Natasha arrives in maid outfit number 18. Chen Xi would not confine Qin Gulei within any mental prison. After all, he was no saint. And neither was she. Every individual harbors negative emotions, and these emotions must be expressed. Bottling them up can lead to turmoil. The restlessness of the phoenix's power was a manifestation of its destructive yearning, perfectly mirroring the unresolved abandonment by Qin Gulei's father and the death of her mother, which continuously troubled her, provoking emotional outbursts at the slightest provocation. That night, Qin Gulei slept exceptionally soundly, free from any errant thoughts, marking it as the most peaceful night she had experienced in recent times. The following morning, after concluding his morning training, Chen Xi quietly descended to prepare breakfast for the entire household. There was no other choice. The 2 individuals upstairs were utterly incapacitated, languishing in bed, unwilling to lift a finger, having ruined a carefully selected set of cool pajamas. With a clatter of utensils, Chen Xi prepared fried eggs, toasted bread, bacon, grilled sausages, and oatmeal. However, the 2 had developed a peculiar aversion to milk, rolling their eyes at the mere sight of it. Indeed, he fancied himself a culinary genius. It was a breakfast that balanced meat and vegetables, ensuring nutritional equilibrium. Regrettably, this was America, where delicacies like soup dumplings, tofu pudding, and fried dough sticks were not the norm. Even a simple fried dough stick required a trip to Chinatown, which at this hour held nothing. As he grumbled to himself, the doorbell rang unexpectedly, interrupting his soliloquy. Who could that be at such a timely moment? He mused. Upon opening the door, He was somewhat taken aback to find Natasha standing there, her wine-red curls tumbling over her short legs, wearing a beaming smile. "Hello, dear master. It's been several days since we last met," she greeted, leaning against the doorframe with a flirtatious smile, casting sultry glances at Chen Xi. If anyone else were subjected to such charm, they might find themselves utterly captivated. Yet, Chen Xi remained unfazed, casting her a sidelong glance. "What's wrong? Are you feeling weak? Or has the prolonged absence of release left you on the verge of overflowing?" he quipped, recognizing her allure. "You truly are a golden spectacle. Enough with the nonsense." "You can't expect me to indulge your whims," Natasha retorted, her wit sharp and unyielding. I'm just worried you might become too attached, considering our skills are well known," he replied, brushing off her teasing. Engaging with a beautiful woman always lightened his mood, and indeed, the frustration of not having access to Chinese cuisine dissipated almost instantly. Natasha scrutinized him from head to toe, her gaze lingering on certain areas with unmistakable intent. The implication was clear. Was he up to the challenge? The provocative undertone was palpable. Yet Chen Xi was not one to back down. "What are you staring at? Your gaze is quite bold. If you desire something, know that provoking me is futile," he challenged. "Come inside quickly. Don't linger there. Has Nick Fury sent you to keep an eye on me?" Chen Xi was not inclined to engage in meaningless chatter. Her purpose for coming was quite straightforward, and there was no need for speculation. Upon hearing these words, Natasha's expression grew serious. Indeed, Nick Fury had indicated that her cover was blown, and it seemed only fitting to position herself beside Chen Xi to monitor her every move. With graceful steps, she entered the room and settled down as if it were her own home. "How fortuitous, indeed, to comply with your wishes." Chen Xi nodded. Recognizing that a double agent seemed perfectly suited to the enigmatic Black Widow, Natasha. Yes, a double agent. This sentiment transported her back to days gone by. Natasha chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that she was perpetually caught between betrayal and the path of treachery, joining the Red Room only to betray it, aligning with SHIELD, to become a double agent, and now, once again, betraying SHIELD, to ally with Chen Xi. Truly, this woman was capricious. Chen Xi sensed the turmoil and solitude within Natasha, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. The transformation from a position of weakness to strength is invariably fraught with deception and betrayal. Gently squeezing Natasha's hand, Chen Xi reassured her, "Fear not. You shall never endure betrayal again. This is the final station of your journey. I believe no one can offer you more than what I can." Such a person simply does not exist. With a snort of amusement, Natasha couldn't help but laugh. It was rare to encounter someone so self-absorbed, boasting in such a manner. "Indeed, you have given so much that I find it impossible to resist," Natasha teased, mimicking the dramatic dialogue from a palace intrigue show she had seen. A playful glint in her eyes. "Haha, my friend is certainly not lacking in wealth. Are you ready, headmaid Natasha? It's time to assume your duties." "Indeed, my esteemed master," Natasha responded, indulging Chen Xi's whimsical fancy, as if this playful banter allowed her to shatter societal taboos. Heavens, am I developing some peculiar inclination? Natasha suddenly questioned herself, pondering whether some latent trait had been awakened. Coincidentally, Android 18 and Wanda also descended, bringing along a special-made outfit they had purchased for Natasha. It seemed their earlier conversation had excited Android 18, who contemplated the prospect of transforming Natasha in some way. Chapter 91. The failure of the cloning project. Number 18 circled Natasha, continually expressing admiration and occasionally stroking her chin in contemplation. This behavior made Natasha feel exceedingly uneasy, sending shivers down her spine. What are you planning to do?" Natasha asked cautiously, her discomfort evident. "You aren't going to attempt to make things difficult for me, are you? I'm not one to be trifled with." While Natasha steeled herself, number 18, with a playful grin, replied, "Oh, don't be so tense. I'm merely assessing whether you're suitable for this role. Who on earth designed this? It's utterly insane." At this moment, Chen Xi could no longer bear to watch. Although he was curious, he still possessed a sense of decorum. There had to be an adjustment period. "Ahem, Lolly. Please don't pressure Natasha. Why must you insist on forcing her?" Upon hearing Chen Xi's response, Lolly let out a sigh of relief. This troublesome woman was clearly attempting to provoke her into defeat. "TCH. How boring. You're utterly tiresome," number 18 muttered in frustration. "By the way, let us discuss the issue regarding Jean's education." Chen Xi suddenly brought up the matter of Jean Grey's schooling, plunging everyone into contemplation. This girl would be unable to attend a conventional school. As a mutant, she would inevitably stand out, which would be detrimental for her and others alike. Perhaps we should find a well-educated female teacher to instruct her? After all, we don't need any formal qualifications, Wanda suggested, proposing a solution. "I think that's a good idea. As long as she can teach, it's fine by me." "I agree," everyone chimed in, their opinions remarkably aligned. "Very well. In a few days, we shall find someone." With this consensus, Chen Xi also acquiesced. Time passed swiftly in their enjoyable conversation. lacking ingredients at home. They resorted to ordering takeout for lunch. Afterward, Chen Xi handed Natasha a card. Here is some money. This afternoon, go to the supermarket and buy plenty of groceries to stock the fridge. From now on, you'll be the one cooking. Natasha was taken aback. Wait, are you serious? You want me to be the housekeeper? Hey, what are you spacing out for? Am I really asking you to be the housekeeper? Otherwise, why would I pay you $300,000? Chen Xi's mental acuity had sharpened considerably. Could she not fathom his intentions? Are you sure? 300,000, really? Natasha asked incredulously, believing he was merely jesting, perhaps to tease Nick Fury. She never expected Chen Xi to be serious. Are you playing with me? Slap. Chen Xi raised his hand and playfully struck her. What is the matter? Do you think I'm joking? 300,000 means 300,000. You. Natasha shot him a fierce glare. Though words were exchanged, she had no desire to escalate to violence. Relax, relax, we're not strangers here. Chen Xi, blissfully ignorant of the concept of shamelessness, incited Natasha's ire to the point where she felt like biting him. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that this was all part of his everyday life. They gradually became accustomed to this peculiar routine. After all, familiarity is a formidable force. Jean Grey rolled her eyes as well, remarking that her odious brother was insufferable in every regard. Chen Xi, seeking an excuse to evade the tension, promptly exited. The secret hive base of Umbrella Corporation has successfully cloned numerous researchers and security personnel, all of whom are brainwashed clones that heed only the commands of Chen Xi. At this juncture, Umbrella has not publicly recruited any personnel. Everything is conducted in secrecy. The Terminator TX commands the security staff to extensively procure the raw materials necessary for cloning culture fluid, producing as many clones as possible. However, recent complications have arisen. Perhaps it is not a singular world. The realm of the biohazard is rife with the elusive ghost orchids, while in the Marvel universe, they are surprisingly scarce. This has resulted in a noticeable slowdown in their progress, as they await the logistics of acquisitions from around the globe. Has the plan to clone Steve faltered? Today, he came to assess the differences in the clone Steve, but upon encountering those diminutive figures from Brooklyn, he was struck by a wave of frustration. Chapter 92. Turmoil in the prison. Clone technology has indeed proven ineffective. The cunning shortcuts devised by the protagonist have been utterly thwarted. Chen Xi had initially harbored the hope that if Steve could be cloned, he would find himself on the path to prosperity. If even Steve, who had undergone mutations through pharmaceuticals, could be cloned, then the vast array of mutants, naturally endowed with mutated genes, would surely yield remarkable results. Just imagine limitless superpowers, merging and amalgamating to propel into unprecedented heights. Alas, this route has been sealed off. Fate does not permit such a glaring flaw in the fabric of existence. After all, if cloning were that simple, chaos would surely ensue. Chen Xi smirked, realizing that there truly is no such thing as a free lunch. Mutants, after all, are but ordinary individuals. If clone mutants cannot awaken their abilities directly, then what is the point of cloning them? They might as well wait for ordinary people to awaken. Every common person carries latent mutant genes. This is the experimental base of the Celestial Group, where anyone could potentially awaken. However, this experiment has led the Celestial Group to create a race that is utterly uncontrollable, with powerful individuals capable of slaughtering gods at will. Enough of this. The awakening of mutants is contingent upon profound upheaval and psychological transformation, a rare occurrence indeed. Chen Xi resolved to cease his futile pursuits. Red Queen. Let us utilize these diminutive Brooklynites as experimental subjects for the Super T-Virus serum. If these iterations of Steve succeed, then common individuals may also thrive, thereby repurposing what would otherwise be deemed useless. Chen Xi pondered, such resources should not go to waste. The experiment requires a plethora of subjects, yet they cannot be released, lest they incite panic throughout New York and beyond. Indeed, Dominator. Red Queen complied, maximizing the utility of their remaining vigor. However, their numbers are insufficient. We require a substantial pool of test subjects, Red Queen added. Without a considerable amount of data, all endeavors would be in vain. Alice serves as a prime example. The T-Virus is tailored to her genetic makeup, while others face dire consequences. Red Queen's observations were astute, prompting Chen Xi to stroke his chin in contemplation. This posed a significant challenge. Yet, after a brief moment of reflection, a solution emerged. Fear not, for I shall soon procure a multitude of test subjects. Chen Xi's strategy, of course, involved death row inmates or those serving life sentences, individuals whose fates are all but sealed. In their demise, they could at least contribute to his cause. Very well. We shall await the Dominator's word. Chen Xi's ingenuity inspired confidence in Red Queen. Her master is an enigmatic entity capable of summoning her across the cosmos. Truly, one could liken him to a deity. TX, come here for a moment. Chen Xi called to the ever-watchful Terminator TX. With a swift, expressionless gait, Terminator TX approached. Devoid of any semblance of amusement, even the T-800 could manage a smile. Boss, do you have any instructions? TX maintained her stoic demeanor. Chen Xi did not press the matter. After all, she lacked any semblance of an emotional system. What could he expect? He proclaimed, thus, I shall visit several prisons to procure some inmates. When the time comes, you will observe as the portal transports these violent felons. Should they resist, we shall promptly incapacitate them, ensuring they do not perish. This will serve as an opportunity to test whether our T-virus can facilitate limb regeneration. Chen Xi understood that these death row inmates or those serving life sentences were indeed the most heinous of criminals. After all, this is America, a nation where the cost of crime is remarkably low. To receive a death sentence or life imprisonment here, one must possess a particularly malevolent nature. It is only fitting that such individuals be subjected to the ruthless methods of the TX, a cold-blooded automaton. TX, maintaining her impassive demeanor, nodded in agreement. Yes, boss. Having given his instructions, Chen Xi departed. The task of robbing death row inmates was exceedingly simple for him. Rikers Island Prison in New York, as its name suggests, is a penitentiary situated on a small island, housing approximately 12,000 criminals, among which over 800 are violent offenders. This institution is notoriously recognized as one of the most infamous prisons globally, where humanity is a scarce commodity. Incidents of stabbings, murders, and assaults on fellow inmates and guards occur with alarming frequency, often without consequence. Furthermore, the guards are known to allow inmates to enforce their own brand of justice upon one another. Those in the know are well aware. The violent offenders housed here are prime specimens, physically robust and perfectly suited to Chen Xi's requirements. They will be pivotal for the experiments. On this particular day, Rikers Island Prison basked in the warm, sunny weather, presenting a FAA day of thriving prosperity. Though it would have been better if the inmates were not currently engaged in a boxing match during yard time. The competitors were evenly matched, each appearing more ferocious than the last, their eyes bloodshot, adorned with sinister, twisted smiles, and their faces marked with remnants of previous altercations. The spectators, undeterred by the brutality, formed a thick circle around the match, each wearing expressions of eager malice, itching to participate in the fray themselves. Their inner savagery had been ignited, plunging them into a frenzy of reckless abandon. Peter, go for the throat. Poke his eyes. Come on, Deus, aren't you going to kick him where it hurts? A direct hit would be simply magnificent. Don't just stand there. The next match awaits. The victor earns a pack of cigarettes, a bottle of vodka. Charge forth. Don't waste time. The crowd was nearly driven to desperation. After all, a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of vodka are temptations that few could resist. Chapter 93. The entrance of Chen Xi. Under the encouragement of the crowd, the atmosphere in the venue surged to a fever pitch. With the excitement reaching such heights, remaining idle was no longer an option. The two desperate combatants roared, their fists colliding as they charged towards each other. Bang, bang, bang. Within the prison, there were no flashy, theatrical attacks. Every strike was raw and visceral. Peter, employing every tactic at his disposal, landed a sneaky punch to Deus's midsection. Deus, however, showed no signs of weakness, seemingly impervious to pain, as he swiftly seized Peter's arm that had struck him. With a powerful twist, Peter intended to strike Deus's head again with his right fist, but Deus was ready, raising his leg to deliver a knee strike that slammed into Peter's abdomen, causing him to falter momentarily, releasing a muffled grunt. Yet, this was not the end. Deus, relentless in his pursuit, followed up with an elbow strike, capitalizing on Peter's moment of distraction, and landed another blow to his chest. With a splatter, crimson blood erupted forth. The knee strike followed by the elbow blow was a sight too brutal to behold, and Peter collapsed, utterly drained. Left to fend for himself in this merciless environment, there would be no one to rescue him here. Ha ha, ha ha. Deus erupted into a maniacal laugh of triumph, his eyes glinting with an unsettling excitement, reveling in the thrill of violence. He had come to love this place where killing came with rewards. The surrounding inmates were ignited by the sudden turn of events, their fervor escalating with each passing moment. They cheered and danced, lost in a frenzy of exuberance, their cries echoing wildly without a clear reason. Deus, 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 Deus is magnificent, truly the butcher. Ha ha, Deus, my friend. Do not be stingy with your cigarettes and fine wine tonight. I can barter. Their shouts were not only in homage to Deus, but also a longing for his cigarettes and liquor. Here, there were no transactions. Only the prison authorities orchestrating these inhumane bouts. The victor would be rewarded with tobacco and spirits, while the vanquished would merely lighten the burden on the prison. Just as the crowd erupted in cheers and Deus prepared to claim his rewards, a figure abruptly materialized in the center of the arena. Everyone paused, stunned. Was there dissent? The fervor ignited once more. They had not anticipated such a twist in the match. Ha! Deus, someone dares to challenge you. Take him down. Hey, brother. You must be lost. That's the beast. Deus the butcher. Your physique 1T withstand a single punch. Ha. No, brother, eliminate this butcher, huh? Deus regarded the masked figure with disdain, unable to recall any such attire within the prison. Could this individual be an outsider, a reinforcement sent to confront them? In the distance, the prison warden gasped, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this person. Deg, was this your doing? He turned in astonishment to his deputy, presuming he had orchestrated it, only to be met with a shake of the head from the officer. Degree boss, this wasn't my arrangement. I have no idea where this guy came from. Damn it. The warden cursed under his breath, astonished that their prison system allowed such casual access. What a wretched security system. Deg, prepare to collect the bodies. If he has breached Hell's Gates, then he has no one but himself to blame. The warden spoke gloomily. Death was a common occurrence here. They were no longer fazed by it. At this moment, Deus, present at the scene, was oblivious to the circumstances but held little regard for Chen Xi. He boasted, you, with that feeble physique, are hardly worth a punch. I'll grant you a chance. Kneel and bow, and perhaps I shall spare your insignificant life. Huh, am I not merciful? His laughter echoed, relishing the power he held over others. The crowd joined in, chanting kneel, kneel. Chen Xi regarded this swarm of delusional insects, their arrogance truly deserving of a harsh reckoning before death. They were destined to perish as experimental subjects. Yet they would first endure a torment of flesh. Have you finished your prattling? Once you're done, you may as well meet your end, Chen Xi remarked coolly. The prisoners erupted in laughter at his words, mocking him as if he were a jester summoned for their amusement. However, in the next moment, their expressions altered, their faces swollen from the blows they received. With a mere gesture, Chen Xi summoned the steel bars and chain link, which soared into the air, transforming into a colossal iron cage that ensnared them all, leaving them no avenue for escape. The once boisterous butcher, Deus, found himself impaled by a spear that had seemingly appeared from nowhere, pinned to the ground in a state of sheer terror, realizing the fragility of his life. The remaining prisoners, momentarily stunned, soon erupted into frantic cries. Faced with imminent death, their composure shattered, resembling frightened wild dogs in their anguish. Those with softer bones and lesser courage dropped to their knees, pleading, Sir, please spare us. We were wrong. We were wrong. Have mercy. You possess great power. Treat us as though we are nothing. They were cornered, perhaps hoping that by stalling, the prison might intervene on their behalf. Chen Xi merely observed their performance in silence. Even the mightiest would be powerless to save them now. Killers are invariably met with death. Chapter 94. Is he a god? Imagination is beautiful, yet reality is harsh. Chen Xi can only extend his congratulations to them. Hey, foolish ones, you can live for another minute, and choose to reflect on your life. Indeed. The prison authorities quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Such a commotion was more terrifying than a terrorist attack. It was an outright prison break. This is unacceptable. In an instant, a chilling alarm echoed throughout the prison, startling all the guards. Quick, fire. Aim at that individual. No, don't aim, just shoot. This was a premeditated escape. He is a mutant. Switch to tranquilizer darts. He can control metal. The warden shouted in a panic. Is this Magneto? Judging by his age. It can't be Magneto, damn it. Could there be another Magneto among the mutants? If that is the case, we are doomed. At that moment, Chen Xi stood there, awaiting them. He intended to openly take all the prisoners away. He had never experienced such a thrilling prison break before. By taking these hardened criminals away, he would save the nation an abundance of unnecessary resources. He was doing a good deed. Before long, hundreds of armed soldiers were ready, equipped with tranquilizer darts. After all, they couldn't kill indiscriminately. The prison always kept tranquilizers on hand. Fire. The warden, seeing Chen Xi standing there with such audacity, felt utterly disregarded. He had to teach him a lesson. With a command, a barrage of tranquilizer darts flew toward the cell, a complete indiscriminate attack. Chen Xi focused his mind, enveloping himself in a transparent telekinetic shield. The darts struck against the shield with a series of thuds, yet proved utterly ineffective. The darts fell helplessly to the ground. But the prisoners were not so fortunate. Few were able to escape the fate of being struck, and they all collapsed helplessly. What the hell is this guy's ability? Isn't it supposed to be metal manipulation? Seeing Chen Xi unharmed, the warden's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. To ascertain Chen Xi's true abilities, he decisively ordered, all soldiers on my right, switch to regular bullets and shoot with full force. Instantly, half of the soldiers changed to regular ammunition and aimed at Chen Xi once more. This time, Chen Xi would not hold back. Countless bullets, whether tranquilizers or regular rounds, froze midair before the horrified eyes of all present, completely suspended and motionless. Everyone was so frightened they forgot to pull the triggers, their mouths agape and eyes wide in disbelief at the surreal scene before them. They had heard of such things but had never witnessed it. Chen Xi opened his mouth and extended his right hand, gently pushing the bullets back. All the bullets returned along their original path. At this moment, all beings were equal. The screams echoed through the skies. Those fortunate enough faced tranquilizer darts, while those less fortunate encountered regular bullets. As the bullets pierced the flesh, a muffled sound echoed incessantly. Those fortunate might find a few hours of slumber, while the ill-fated would suffer injuries, and the most unfortunate would meet their demise. Truly, life and death are dictated by fate, and fortune rests in the heavens. Presently, the land is awash with lamentations and wails. The warden of this notorious prison is not spared from the turmoil. He has received special attention and is likely now in the clutches of Satan himself. The principle of survival of the fittest is starkly evident here. In this infamous penitentiary, the warden and all guards are merciless killers, indifferent to the lives they extinguish. They indulge in depravity and rampant slaughter, leaving countless victims, many of whom were not even hardened criminals, dead at their hands. To slay them, Chen Xi's gaze remained unwavering. Once the task was completed, he clapped his hands, and the world fell silent. Observing the lifeless bodies of hardened criminals, Chen Xi felt no pangs of pity. They were all wretches deserving of their fate. Their continued existence in this world was the gravest insult to those they had wronged. In America, the death penalty is rarely imposed. Even when sentenced to death, one can still appeal and leverage connections. Chen Xi's palms began to emanate a magnetic force, bending steel rebar into thin wires to bind this group of miscreants, rendering them akin to zongzi, sticky rice dumplings. With remarkable efficiency, all were swiftly secured. Chen Xi utilized a spatial gem to open a portal, telekinetically maneuvering the bound figures into it. Upon witnessing the portal's activation, TX promptly instructed all security personnel to prepare. Soon enough, commotion ensued on the other side as bound prisoners were flung out one by one. Quickly, reinforce them and transport them to the laboratory for experimentation. TX commanded the Umbrella Security to arrange suitable accommodations for these prime experimental subjects. Most prisoners would be injected with T-virus serum in a drowsy state, providing a semblance of comfort, at least sparing them the pangs of fear and despair. Following the injection, a myriad of adverse reactions would manifest, leaving the unfortunate few to awaken as the next batch of subjects for the improved serum. As the last prisoner was secured, Chen Xi made his exit. Such a sensational event could not remain concealed. Within half an hour, news of it spread throughout the entirety of America. Chapter 95. What are your thoughts, Captain? The New York City government is on the brink of chaos. Citizens are inundating the municipal offices with complaints and inquiries. The commotion is too significant to conceal. Gunfire is echoing from the prison, audible from afar, alarming the nearby residents. The entire city government is in a state of disarray, overwhelmed with problems. The phone lines are jammed with calls. Everyone is trying to get through, and those unable to connect are rushing to the city hall by car or bike. Mayor Victor is in a state of agitation, pacing back and forth in his office, unable to remain still. He cannot ignore the crowd outside, all waiting for him to provide reassurance. He is at a loss for how to calm them, arresting the criminals. Such a statement cannot be made lightly, for they are dealing with a super mutant akin to Magneto, not someone easily apprehended. Governor, what should we do now? The crowd outside is swelling, countless individuals converging towards them, and he urgently needs a plan. As Victor furrows his brow in despair, the office door bursts open, and a flustered secretary rushes in. Drenched in sweat and visibly anxious, he disregards all notions of decorum. If this situation escalates poorly, their positions will be at stake. Wait, let me think, Victor mutters, rubbing his hands together and pacing, deep in thought. Sir, there is no time. We need to find a way to deflect the issue quickly, the secretary urges, seeking a way to shift the blame. Yes, divert the responsibility. We must escape unscathed. Victor's eyes light up as clarity strikes him. He cannot shoulder the blame himself, but must pass it on to others. Without hesitation, he strides towards the exit, dismissing all concerns. He must act. The plaza outside the city hall is a veritable sea of people, with no space to stand. Damn, this crowd is merely causing trouble. They're all unemployed and have nothing better to do. Victor muses, observing that it is not the weekend. These individuals seem to be idle. Sharp-eyed members of the crowd quickly spot Victor and direct their ire towards him. Governor, we demand an explanation. We deserve to live safely. Why did an assault occur at Rikers Island? It's too dangerous. Even if Rikers is an island, what if a prisoner swims to freedom? How can we ensure our safety? Yes, we need explanations and enhanced security measures. If you don't provide answers, we want to leave. We want to leave. The agitation spreads like wildfire, fueled by a few instigators, and the crowd's fervor explodes. Victor, acutely aware of the orchestrated chaos, refuses to let it continue unchecked. He takes the megaphone from the secretary and speaks directly to the masses. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to hear my account of the situation, please quiet down, otherwise you shall hear nothing. With this single utterance, the majority of the crowd gradually fell silent, while those who thrived on discord realized they could not draw attention to themselves. Observing this, Victor took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to convey the precise information we have received. As you are all aware, the prisoners at Rikers Island are among the most nefarious of criminals, many of whom are notorious gang leaders and drug lords. Their subordinates orchestrated this prison break. However, our military swiftly sealed off the entirety of Chris Island's prison. After a fierce confrontation, we annihilated that group of terrorists. Although many soldiers and a few inmates tragically lost their lives during the battle, Victor raised his voice, casting blame upon the drug lords and gangs. Knowing full well that such terrorists are universally despised and thus suitable scapegoats. Nonetheless, not everyone was willing to depart so easily. Questions began to arise. Governor, your assertions seem quite reasonable, but who can guarantee that there are no fish that slipped through the net, escaping into the depths? Indeed. What if they emerge to wreak havoc upon society? Those individuals are nothing short of madmen. Yes, please, Governor, assure us of our safety. Victor silently cursed under his breath at this unruly crowd. He once again raised his hand to quell the impending uproar and shouted, "Rest assured. We can confirm that no one has escaped from the prison. Should anyone capture an inmate who has fled Chris, the city will reward you with $5 million. The allure of wealth is a powerful motivator. What could be more persuasive? Victor had made a decisive move. He knew that no common criminals had escaped, as all high-risk inmates had been apprehended by the mutants. Indeed, upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. 5 million. That would allow one to live comfortably without the need for employment. Consequently, the throng dispersed, eager to roam near Chris Island, for in the land of the free, one may procure firearms upon reaching adulthood. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at SHIELD was notably tense. Nick Fury glared at the satellite surveillance, recognizing the figure on screen as Chen Xi. Captain, what are your thoughts on this matter? Nick Fury inquired, looking towards the silent man beside him. Chapter 96. The rebirth of Captain America. Beside Nick Fury stood none other than Steve Rogers, the recently awakened Captain America. Still disoriented from his slumber, Steve found himself temporarily residing under the auspices of SHIELD. His mere presence had already caused countless individuals to lose sleep. Numerous official organizations were vying for his attention, for the influence of Captain America was immeasurable. Securing his endorsement was tantamount to gaining the support of the populace. However, how could the shrewd Nick Fury possibly relinquish the valuable asset he had painstakingly acquired? All the lobbyists were swiftly dismissed. SHIELD cared not for their affiliations. Though they operated under the banner of America, they were, in truth, a global entity, clad in his star-spangled attire. Steve gazed at the figure in the video, a man exuding an almost divine aura, and could not suppress the awe that surged within him. With a heavy heart, he sighed, "Have I truly been cast aside by time? Why does the world possess such godlike beings?" In the video, Chen Xi spoke with ease while his enemies crumbled before him, treating the barrage of bullets as mere trifles. An invisible shield withstood the onslaught, and time seemed to suspend at his fingertips. Such miraculous feats profoundly shattered Steve's previously held worldview. In his era, an ordinary man like him was regarded as a superhero. Yet now, what did he behold? A deity? Director Fury, do you think I have been rendered obsolete? Is there no longer a need for a super soldier like Captain Steve Rogers in this age? Steve's forlorn gaze sought answers from Nick Fury, as though he held the key. What could Nick Fury say? To declare that Steve was obsolete would be folly. His foremost objective now was to reassure Steve and persuade him to join SHIELD, utilizing his charisma to assemble the Avengers. He gently patted Steve's shoulder, offering words of comfort. While I cannot ascertain the extent of his abilities, I know his heart lacks the strength you possess. He will not contribute to America. Rather, he may bring it harm. You, Captain Steve Rogers, are the superhero that this nation and its people truly need. True strength cannot be measured by mere force. It lies in the ability to inspire. You, Captain America, provide the American people with a profound spiritual fortitude. They require you. You can empower them. Rise again, Captain Steve Rogers. Nick Fury, a masterful orator, had once again ignited the passion within a formidable individual. This singular statement was sufficient. Steve realized he had found a purpose since his revival, to serve America. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, invigorated, and declared with fervor, "Rest assured, Director Fury. The super soldier Steve Rogers understands." Excellent. Nick Fury's face beamed with a smile so broad it could almost trap a fly. His eyes sparkled with delight. This was fortuitous indeed. The revival of Steve's spirit was a boon for America. Welcome back to the ranks, Soldier Steve Rogers. Nick Fury solemnly saluted Steve. And with that proclamation, he firmly reintegrated Steve into his team. Upon hearing the words of welcome, Steve was overcome with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. As he felt transported back to the fervent days of his past, he returned the salute with vigor, exclaiming, "Yes, sir." Steve's formal rejoining filled Nick Fury with a sense of fulfillment that all his efforts were worthwhile. Regarding Chen Xi's actions, he could only discreetly observe his intentions, particularly if he truly intended to summon Carol back. Regaining his composure, Nick Fury said to Steve, "Captain, you should return to rest for a while. I will have Sharon Carter accompany you around to help you adjust to this era. Sharon Carter? Carter? Steve was momentarily dazed. Is Peggy Carter still alive? Perhaps she was truly gone. He anxiously inquired. What is the relationship between Sharon Carter and Peggy Carter? Is Peggy still alive? After awakening, his thoughts were consumed by Peggy and the unfinished date they never had. Nick Fury chuckled and replied, You are correct. Sharon Carter is Peggy Carter's niece. And Peggy is indeed still alive. You can meet her. I believe she will be thrilled to see you alive, and she will have no regrets. Is that really true? Steve asked, his eyes widening in excitement. Absolutely, it is true. Nick Fury nodded with a smile. Haha, that is wonderful. I'm going to find her right now. I can hardly wait. Steve was enveloped in euphoria. His world brightened. His face flushed as he grasped his head in disbelief at the news. Very well. I will let you go now. Nick Fury said before calling out towards the door. Agent Sharon Carter, please come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened to reveal a beautiful agent who bore a resemblance to Peggy Carter. Reporting in, Sharon Carter at your service. Sharon Carter, a stunning young woman, was also one of Steve's future romantic interests and Peggy Carter's niece. It must be said that Steve certainly had a way with women. He had captured both the aunt and the niece. If Chen Xi were to find out, he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of envy. Chapter 97, Chen Xi Schemes. An early civil war among the Avengers? While Sharon Carter escorted Steve to meet his former flame, Peggy Carter, Chen Xi was far from idle. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was under the watchful gaze of the Red Queen, with every movement meticulously monitored, including the surveillance devices in Nick Fury's office. The Master had just detected Fury dispatching Steve to Peggy Carter, successfully enlisting Steve's allegiance. Even more intriguing was the revelation that Alexander Pierce had somehow ensnared Sharon Carter, the means of which remained shrouded in mystery. It was likely that Pierce had threatened Sharon with Peggy's life, showcasing the cunning of these old foxes. Their machinations were truly captivating, as everyone's attention was fixated on Steve, each plotting against him. The Red Queen had intercepted crucial information from both Nick Fury and Pierce, leaving her astounded. The infighting was ruthlessly intense. Chen Xi erupted into laughter, finding the inner workings of S.H.I.E.L.D. akin to a grand palace intrigue, a spectacle of various factions vying for power. In his estimation, other forces were undoubtedly observing Steve's every move in the shadows. Red Queen. Delve into Pierce's computer and extract information on the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, to ascertain his whereabouts in Siberia. Since they have entered the fray, we must ensure they engage thoroughly. The waters must be muddied, lest my efforts to rescue Steve be in vain. This quagmire must descend into chaos, drawing everyone into the turmoil, allowing us to profit from the confusion. Chen Xi stroked his chin, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. New York was in utter disarray. If Steve was the eye of the storm, why not add Bucky to the mix? An early civil war? How intriguing. It was time to ignite all tensions directly. He had grown weary of waiting. No more pretense. Time to lay his cards on the table. He was simply bored. Now, he would observe how Steve managed the situation and how Nick Fury would confront Tony Stark. The Red Queen operated with remarkable speed. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. defense system crumbled before her, and Pierce's personal computer was no more secure than paper. She swiftly pinpointed the location of a Hydra base in the northeastern region of the Archidon Mountains in Siberia at coordinates 33 in latitude and 65 in longitude. The target had just completed a mission and had fallen into a dormant state once more. The Red Queen promptly relayed the precise location of the Hydra base to Chen Xi, demonstrating impressive efficiency. Excellent, this clarifies matters. Chen Xi nodded, acknowledging the revelation. Alas, the number of capable subordinates is scarce. It appears I must establish my own Justice League. It is rather unbecoming for the boss to handle everything personally. Reflecting on this, Chen Xi realized he had diminished his own stature by taking on every task himself. He was in dire need of competent aides. In order to elevate one's status, it is imperative to uplift the entire team, with a mere wave of the hand sending countless subordinates rushing forth, creating a scene befitting a true leader. Observe the likes of the purple sweet potato essence, commanding the formidable black Yao 5 generals and the billion-strong Qatari army, exuding an air of grandeur. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chen Xi instantaneously teleported to his destination. Indeed, he had arrived in Siberia, where the chill of October felt akin to the depths of winter. How unfortunate. This damned Hydra truly knows how to choose its locations. Who in their right mind would venture to such a desolate place? Chen Xi surveyed the surrounding environment, blanketed in snow and frigid cold, realizing that for hundreds of kilometers, there were scarcely any souls around, ensuring complete discretion. Red Queen. Is it possible to infiltrate the network here? Chen Xi inquired suddenly. My lord, the signals have been severed. I cannot gain access. They only connect to the internet when they need to communicate with the outside world, came the Red Queen's resigned response. A place devoid of connectivity was beyond her reach. Oh, never mind. It matters not. Chen Xi shrugged, dismissing the concern. At that very instant of Chen Xi's arrival, the Hydra base had already detected his presence. The sudden appearance of an individual in this barren, isolated locale was indeed peculiar. "Commander, an individual has arrived outside, sneaking about with unknown intentions," reported a soldier in the surveillance room. The base commander, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Strange. It is certain this individual has come for us. And whatever their intentions, they cannot bode well. Send a team of soldiers to apprehend them. If possible, take them alive. If not, eliminate them." With that, he made his decision. Regardless of the circumstances, they would either capture him or dispose of him. "Yes, Commander." The soldiers immediately prepared to confront Chen Xi. However, before they could take action, the entire base began to tremble violently. An earthquake? What is happening? This is not a seismic zone. No. The structure is deforming. Oh no. Help. Metal began to shift and contort. Mutants. We have never had any grievances with mutants, so why is this happening? In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the Hydra base, with all personnel screaming in terror as they frantically raced along the corridors to escape, lamenting the absence of extra legs to flee faster. Chapter 98. At this moment, his voice resonated across the world. The beams of the Hydra base crumbled, the earth and debris indistinguishable, as the entire facility faced annihilation. Each room collapsed, with boulders and steel reinforcements crashing to the ground, shattering desks and various instruments. The base trembled as if struck by a violent earthquake. Uprooted entirely by Chen Xi's terrifying magnetic force, countless Hydra soldiers, along with their management and squad leaders, perished or fled. Yet, where could they escape? The elevators and passages lay in ruins. The base was in utter chaos, a landscape of shattered walls and debris. The once formidable and bustling scene now vanished, leaving behind a surreal wasteland. Chen Xi stood tall amidst the ruins, a terrifying magnetic force erupting from his palms. An invisible power, reminiscent of the judgment of death, gripped the already dilapidated Hydra base. With a fierce gaze, he commanded, "Rise." His deep voice resonated like a final decree as he raised his hand with great force, causing a magnetic storm that slowly lifted the entire base into the air. Thunderous roars echoed. The mountains erupted as if bombarded by countless super missiles. Bursting forth in a cataclysmic display, dust filled the sky, the tremendous noise reverberating for hundreds of miles, startling the military forces across the vast expanse of Russia. With his right hand grasping the mountains and legs thrusting toward the heavens, Chen Xi soared through the air, oblivious to the terrified gazes of numerous satellites observing from above. They were utterly bewildered, speechless, with expressions of sheer horror and silence. Was this still a human? No. This was beyond human capability. As Chen Xi cradled the mountains, he surveyed the world with an air of divinity, revealing a mythic spectacle to those below. Upon reaching the expansive plains, he left the onlookers in astonishment. Throughout his flight, they noticed individuals plummeting from the mountains, their fates uncertain. Particularly alarming was the sight for the Russian officials. Their defense minister wore a look of terror, his heart chilled with dread. They observed that those who fell to their deaths were clad in the insignia of Hydra soldiers. The irony was immense. Their greatest enemy lurked within their own territory, completely unaware. Had it not been for this man forcibly extracting them from the mountains, they might have remained oblivious forever. The presence of such an enemy in their midst was a harrowing thought. The potential consequences of a nuclear detonation were unimaginable. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, cold sweat began to dampen his back, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. This was truly terrifying. Gratitude surged within him, thanking the heavens and that Eastern deity, who had saved countless Russian citizens. The defense minister of Russia discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, murmuring to himself. Suddenly, his expression hardened, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Summon the order. Deploy metal detectors and life scanners across all mountains and wastelands nationwide for a thorough search. I refuse to believe that only one Hydra base can be discovered. Surely there are 2, 3, or even 10. The barren mountain ranges within our nation are plentiful, and this group of rodents has hidden themselves remarkably well. The Secretary of Defense decisively issued orders, stating that this operation must be executed, regardless of the duration or the resources expended. National security and the safety of the people surpass all else. The messenger bellowed "Yura," and promptly began notifying the stationed troops across the land. Simultaneously, the high-ranking officials of America, the sworn enemies of Hydra, were equally astonished. The victory they celebrated decades ago turned out to be a mere illusion. Their adversaries were alive and thriving. The uprooting of the Hydra base by Chen Xi struck them like a resounding slap to the face, leaving them bruised and in pain, each individual feeling the sting of humiliation. For half a century, their honors had been fabricated, and they had unknowingly been the subject of Hydra's covert ridicule. Now, it was laid bare for all to see, and they had lost all dignity. The Secretary of State was so enraged that he shouted furiously, "Damn it! Damn Hydra! A wretched group of unrelenting fiends. Bring me word. Issue orders to scour every mountain, desert, and wasteland across America. These wretches lurking in the shadows cannot be confined to the borders of the motherland. They must also be here. The congressional video conference was convened with astonishing speed, leaving everyone astounded. This was their disgrace, and it must be cleansed with blood. At this moment, the eyes of the world's elite were fixed upon Chen Xi's next actions. Every movement he made resonated with the hearts of all. Was he a harbinger of destruction or a seeker of vengeance? Would he annihilate Hydra in the name of justice or exact revenge upon them? They could not fathom the notion of him being a villainous opportunist or a madman bent solely on destruction. If chaos or terror were his intent, would he have waited until now? The answer was a resounding no. Moments later, Chen Xi arrived at an even more desolate expanse of permafrost, where the innocent would not be harmed. He hurled the Hydra base downwards, allowing it to make intimate contact with the earth. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated, felt for miles around, as even the hardened permafrost was forcefully excavated, creating a massive 2-meter deep pit. All soldiers within the Hydra base were obliterated in an instant. And in Chen Xi's perception, only the Winter Soldier, clinging to a pillar, remained alive. Chapter 99. Chen Xi, call me Thunderstrike at this moment. The upper echelons of humanity were entirely fixated on what Chen Xi would do next and what he aimed to achieve. The audacity with which he uprooted the Hydra base was no trivial matter. The true nature of his intentions remained shrouded in mystery. All eyes were glued to him, breaths held in anticipation, lest they miss a pivotal moment. Hovering majestically in the air, Chen Xi immediately sensed the location of the Winter Soldier, Bucky, through mental telepathy. In his mind's eye, Bucky appeared bewildered, clinging desperately to a concrete pillar. It must be said, his reflexes were impressively swift as he felt himself being lifted. He instinctively grasped the nearest column, anticipating a fall, though the circumstances eluded him. To elevate an entire base along with a mountain into the skies, was such a feat truly within human capability? He quickly dismissed the notion of human intervention, suspecting instead the involvement of state machinery. Observing Bucky's predicament, Chen Xi chuckled. Was this truly the mindless Winter Soldier, merely a puppet obeying commands? He appeared more like a bumbling giant, a sight both amusing and absurd. Chen Xi nearly succumbed to laughter. In a flash, Chen Xi reappeared above the base, unleashing a terrifying magnetic storm from his palms that spiraled violently around the base before he forcefully yanked it upwards. The entire installation erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unveiling everything before their astonished eyes. To their astonishment, the base was colossal, sprawling across the fractured mountain range for several kilometers. Shattered instruments, scattered weapons and ammunition, and a dizzying array of supplies revealed a miniature city. The implications of their operations were staggering. The hidden resilience of Hydra sent shivers down their spines, the lurking serpent proving most lethal as they had truly embodied its nature. Faced with one another, their gazes reflected a shared sentiment of dread. Hydra had concealed itself too deeply. Chen Xi teleported directly to Bucky's location, prepared to escort him away. This objective was indeed accomplished. Hey, Bucky, come with me. Let me introduce you to your old friend, Steve Rogers. Chen Xi smiled warmly at Bucky, only to be met with silence. Without a word, Bucky retaliated with a punch, a quintessential display of silent ferocity. However, his mechanical arm wielded a staggering force of 4 tons. A blow from it would be excruciating. Thud. The sound of a dull impact resonated as Bucky's mechanical arm slammed against an invisible wall, proving utterly futile. Well, it seems my courtesy has been wasted on you. Since you refuse to comply, let us proceed accordingly, Chen Xi remarked with a cold smile. As Bucky prepared to strike again, his mechanical arm began to twist and contort. Crack, crack. Within mere seconds, Bucky let out a frantic scream as the arm distorted and ultimately severed its connections. The pain was excruciatingly profound, akin to the agonizing sensation of tearing one's own limb away. The neural connections made it a torment beyond comprehension as he felt his arm rotate a full 360 degrees before being brutally torn apart. Who could withstand such agony? Bucky immediately fell to his knees in agony, clutching his severed arm, and began to wail. The excruciating pain shattered Hydra's brainwashing, and the overwhelming torment roused Bucky from his stupor. It hurts. It hurts. Who am I? Where am I? Who are you? As Bucky regained consciousness, his mind struggled to process the flood of information, yet he was at least aware once more. I remember now. I am Bucky Barnes, captured by Hydra for experimentation. Finally, Bucky recalled his identity. He had been taken. And you, who might you be? He asked. His pain slightly alleviated as he turned to the only other living soul amidst the ruins, Chen Xi. You need not concern yourself with who I am. Suffice it to say, I am a good person here to save you. Your arm is severely injured and requires immediate attention. I shall take you to Steve Rogers, who can care for you. Chen Xi spoke earnestly, bewildering Bucky, who had lost his memories. Yes, indeed, Bucky believed him. The power of suggestion proved remarkably effective. It worked best on those who were confused. When Chen Xi mentioned knowing Steve, Bucky instantly accepted it. If he knew Steve, then he must be safe. Without hesitation, Bucky nodded in agreement. Thank you. You were truly kind. Alas, I have no idea how long I was unconscious, with no memories in between. No need for such formality. Let us be on our way. Chen Xi waved his hand dismissively. Yes, perhaps I can repay you someday, Bucky replied, his voice low from the pain. What a wonderful person you are. He staggered to his feet, tearing off his clothing to staunch the bleeding, gritting his teeth against the pain as he made his way forward. Noticing Chen Xi remained still, Bucky couldn't help but turn back and ask, why aren't you coming? This is Hydra's base. There are dangers everywhere. Chen Xi shook his head. I have a better way. What do you mean? Just as Bucky inquired about the reason, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, a blinding blue light flashed, and he found himself outside a quaint little cabin. Bucky nearly lost control of his bladder in shock. Is this for real? Have I been unconscious for too long? Is the technology here so advanced? He stared wide-eyed at Chen Xi, his tongue stumbling as he stammered. What is going on? High-tech? Chen Xi nodded. Close enough. Consider it high-tech. Steve is inside. Aren't you coming in? Bucky asked, puzzled. No, I shall stay out here. All right then. May I know your name? Bucky shrugged, curious. Are all the good people of this era like you? Please call me Thunderstrike. Chen Xi replied before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 100. Bucky's severed arm, Steve's madness lightning. I remember, Bucky murmured softly as he gazed into the air before him. He turned to survey the villa, which possessed a semblance of modernity. Though it hardly surpassed the architecture of his own time, such a style likely had not graced the passage of many years. The notion felt utterly absurd to him. And he recalled Chen Xi's earlier mention of advanced technology, suddenly feeling rather foolish for having believed such fanciful tales. It was evidently a ruse, and he had been naively gullible. Yet, who among us does not harbor secrets? If he chose not to divulge his, there must be sound reasoning behind it. Bucky inhaled deeply, attempting to ease the pain etched upon his features, striving to appear a touch more composed. Ding dong, ding dong. He approached the doorbell, his breath quickening. An unquantifiable number of years having slipped by unnoticed. Once resigned to the belief that his captivity signified his demise. Who could have anticipated that he would one day reunite with his brother? He felt a tumult of anxiety, excitement, and impatience, inhaling deeply in an effort to calm himself. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Sharon Carter, who stepped outside. She regarded the disheveled figure before her, marred by bruises and tattered clothing, momentarily taken aback. Who was this? A victim of a terror attack? A pawn in a gang's vendetta? Had he fled for his life to this very place? Sharon's mind raced with conjecture. A trait innate to women, her imagination igniting with possibilities. She gazed at Bucky, her brow furrowed in confusion. What on earth happened to you? Are you being pursued? Pursued? Bucky was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his gaze only to realize that he indeed resembled someone on the run. The disarray of his attire, his tousled hair, the bloodstains, he was the very epitome of a fugitive. However, this was not the time for idle musings. Observing the girl before him, Bucky's confusion deepened. Had he come to the wrong place? Excuse me, is this the home of Steve Rogers? I am looking for him. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed clarity. Steve Rogers? Yes, indeed. My apologies. This is my Aunt Peggy Carter's residence, but Steve is here as well. As Sharon spoke, she scrutinized him closely. A flicker of recognition igniting in her eyes. Peggy Carter? Huh. So they are truly together? A match made in heaven. Bucky's heart soared at the news. His wounds momentarily forgotten. They had always believed in the bond between Steve and Peggy, and their union was hardly surprising. You are Bucky Barnes, the Howling Commando's Bucky? Captain America's closest ally? Sharon exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon him, an expression of disbelief dancing in her eyes. How many years had passed? Had he not been presumed dead long ago? My goodness, another one injected with the super soldier serum? Seeing Bucky's severe injuries, Sharon hastily ushered him inside. Steve? Steve? Aunt? Come quickly. Something grave has occurred. As she called out for Steve and Peggy, urgency laced her voice. At this moment, Peggy was still able to move freely. Due to her instincts as a super agent, she sensed that something grave had transpired. Consequently, she and Steve could not indulge in nostalgic reminiscences and hurriedly emerged, leaning on their canes. At this juncture, their gazes locked, and everyone stood still, silently observing one another. After a long separation, the world had changed around them. And they had not anticipated this moment of reunion. Was this not a manifestation of divine compassion? Steve. Peggy. Bucky's lips trembled as tears welled in his eyes. His body shaking violently as he beheld the two. Bucky. Steve and Peggy, equally overwhelmed with emotion, shared tears, their hands covering their mouths in disbelief as they looked upon Bucky. Oh, how wonderful it is to see you. I thought I would never have the chance again. My brother, Steve. Bucky cried as he rushed towards Steve, embracing him fiercely and patting his shoulder, pouring forth his exhilaration. Steve, unable to contain his tears, embraced Bucky in a moment of pure joy, overwhelmed by emotion. This scene was truly the epitome of brotherhood. Peggy watched the poignant reunion with immense happiness. The tides of time had changed everything, and with no familiar faces around them, their meeting felt like a divine blessing. After a while, they managed to calm down, still gazing at each other with fervent eyes. Steve then spoke with melancholy, "Bucky, you must have endured great suffering." This simple statement brought tears to Bucky's eyes once more, for he was in the presence of his closest brother. Steve's heart ached at the sight of Bucky, bloodied and in tattered clothes. Tears welled up again. "It's all right. I'm still alive, aren't I?" Bucky, unwilling to see Steve in sorrow, quickly reassured him. However, as he extended his left hand, he suddenly noticed that only a tattered sleeve remained. "Ah, I apologize." Bucky gazed at his bloodied arm in a daze, the pain beginning to resurface. In that moment, Steve finally recognized the gravity of the situation. He raised his hand and gently touched Bucky's sleeve, his movements slow and heavy. "No, no, no." Steve's eyes widened with fury as he shouted repeatedly, unable to believe that his brother had been hurt to such an extent. "Who did this? Who? I will kill him. I will kill him." His voice rose in a crescendo of rage. How dare he harm Bucky? How dare he? Steve had never felt such hatred before. Such a murderous intent. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he lost all semblance of reason. Chapter 101. The video of Howard's murder. Fate had granted him the opportunity to see Bucky, a divine gift. A manifestation of compassion for his sacrifices for his country and its people. Even God showed him mercy. Yet now, someone had tarnished this precious blessing, this hard-earned grace. How could he not feel wrath? Since the demise of his parents, Bucky had been his guardian, safeguarding his life and well-being. Bucky was his dearest brother, a comrade for whom he would gladly lay down his life. In Steve's heart, even Peggy Carter could not compare to Bucky. Their bond was invaluable. Witnessing Steve's anguish, his cries echoing in despair, Bucky empathized deeply, understanding the profound depth of their fraternal connection. Steadying Steve with one hand, he shouted fervently, "Steve, wake up. Wake up. That is all in the past. Do you understand? Hydra has resurfaced. They were never truly vanquished. I was just rescued from their base. Do you comprehend? Do not succumb to anger or sorrow. Such emotions will cloud your judgment. We must wait until I recover, and then we shall obliterate them once more. Pull yourself together. Steve." Bucky's words rang with clarity, striking Steve with the force of a revelation. Hydra still thrived? Had he not dismantled their base? How could this be? Had all his efforts been in vain? In a flash, Steve was jolted awake, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Is what you say true? They still exist? You cannot be hearing things, can you?" "I witnessed Red Skull consumed by an invisible light. I saw it with my own eyes." Steve was resolute in his convictions. Their base had been destroyed, and he had personally dispatched Red Skull. Yet Bucky gently shook his head. "It is not as you think. Red Skull was merely one of Hydra's heads. They possess many branches, hidden so deeply that no one knows where they are or who remains. After my capture, I caught a glimpse of Hydra's intricate inner workings. They are like cockroaches that refuse to die." Upon hearing this, Steve felt profoundly disheartened. Had he only defeated one faction? All the adoration and acclaim he had received over the years were illusions? When he announced his return and walked the streets, he was more celebrated than anyone. Even more than international superstars or esteemed presidents. How ironic it was to realize that it was all a facade. He was not a true hero. A bitter smile crossed Steve's face as self-mockery took hold. Perhaps in Hydra's eyes, he was merely a buffoon, an arrogant fool. "Steve, do not think this way. You are a hero," Peggy interjected, grasping his hand gently, offering solace. "This is not your fault. It was far too easy to conceal things in that era." She could not bear to see him in such sorrow. The destruction of Hydra had always been his pride and duty, and he had performed admirably. Indeed, Hydra still exists. We shall simply destroy them once more. Have you, Steve, forgotten the weight of your responsibilities? Have you forgotten your solemn vows? As Steve's spiritual mentor, Bucky has instilled various ideals in him since childhood, and he is well aware that this is precisely what Steve needs. Indeed, a single phrase can awaken a slumbering soul. Hydra still exists. Thus, it must be vanquished once more. If Captain America, Steve, can succeed once, he can surely triumph again. Thank you, my brother. You understand me like no other. Steve's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. His passion reignited as he rediscovered his purpose. He had a new goal, to obliterate Hydra once again, and then continue to live alongside Bucky. "Ah, you are alive," Bucky exclaimed with joy. This was the brother he had always known. He then jested, "Hurry. Help me clean my wound and bandage it, or I might not last much longer." "Oh, right, Peggy, do you have a first aid kit?" Steve suddenly recalled that Bucky was bleeding. It was somewhat perplexing. Why was he not bleeding profusely despite having lost an arm? Could it be that he, too, had been injected with some serum? It must be so, otherwise, how could he have survived this long without any noticeable changes? Peggy promptly nodded. "Sharon, please fetch the first aid kit and assist Bucky with cleaning and bandaging." As agents, they had various emergency measures at their disposal. Sharon Carter swiftly brought the first aid kit, helping to clean and disinfect Bucky's severed arm before bandaging it. "Bucky, what happened to your arm? Why does the wound not appear fresh?" Steve finally examined the injury, perplexed. "Alas, it was never new. They replaced my arm with a mechanical one, granting me immense strength. I became their test subject," Bucky sighed. Upon hearing this, Steve's fury reached a boiling point. This revelation intensified his hatred for Hydra to an unparalleled degree. He was in a state of relentless vengeance, determined to leave no one alive. "Fear not, brother. We shall exact our revenge together." Steve firmly grasped Bucky's hand, his teeth clenched as he spoke. "I believe in you." Bucky gazed at Steve, deeply moved, his emotions palpable. While the two brothers shared their heartfelt confessions, Chen Xi was not idle. "Red Queen, send the video of Bucky's torment and Howard's demise to our Iron Man, Tony Stark." Chapter 102, Bucky. "I swear I shall not be human until you are dead," observing them closely. Chen Xi let out a cold laugh. "Have you all gathered as a family? Are you basking in happiness? Alas, it is imperative to utterly obliterate the last vestige of possibility. The Avengers Initiative? Nick Fury? Forget it. What is vengeance, after all? Every scheme should be crushed in its infancy, for that is his modus operandi. This universe harbors but a scant amount of power. It must all be held firmly within one's grasp. How can one play if it is dispersed? His adversary is none other than the conqueror of countless universes, Kong. Who knows how many Thors, how many Tonys, or perhaps even Jean Grey or Scarlet which he possesses. He cannot afford to gamble. The stakes are far too high. Should Nick Fury manage to unite these individuals, it would prove exceedingly difficult for him to wreak havoc. It is essential to sever all possibilities at the source. Sacrifices must be made, Bucky. Your strength is simply too feeble. Captain America can never be under my control. Given the lack of capability, one must inevitably be eliminated. Do not hold it against me, Bucky. A life for a life. Debts must be repaid. You owe it to Howard's family, and it is time to settle that debt." Chen Xi's gaze seemed to transcend space and time, witnessing the fervor of that pair of comrades. He shook his head and smiled. "Cherish these fleeting moments while you can." "My lord, I have sent the video to Tony, and it has begun circulating online," Red Queen softly remarked. "Excellent. Next, it is time for others to take the stage. Let us enjoy the spectacle," Chen Xi cryptically stated. The current progression is no longer within anyone's control. He has placed Bucky and Tony, the very subjects of this affair, directly in the limelight, subjected to scrutiny. This is a blatant scheme. They must respond, whether they wish to or not. The enmity of a father's murder is not something easily forgotten. Given Tony's arrogant and impulsive nature, he would never let this paternal adversary escape. This is not merely a film. Tony has not undergone Nick Fury's brainwashing. He is now even more unruly than before, exhibiting a reckless disdain for consequences. Who is he? Iron Man, Tony Stark, of course. His ego has swelled to an explosive degree. Before long, Tony was the first to receive the video, revealing the entirety of the truth. "Sir, there is a video from Mr. Chen Xi that he wishes you to view immediately." Jarvis interrupted Tony while he was engrossed in work. "All right. I wonder what this fellow is up to now," Tony shrugged, grinning mischievously. The moment Jarvis initiated the video playback, Tony's brow furrowed, his expression shifting to one of gravity. That car was far too familiar. He would never forget it. It was the last vehicle his father drove. In the video, the sedan suddenly lost control. Crashing onto the roadside, this aligned with the results provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. He could not fathom why Chen Xi sent this to him. But the subsequent scene drove Tony into a frenzy. At the crash site, Bucky suddenly appeared, while Howard crawled from the vehicle, shouting at Bucky, "Help! Save my wife! Please! I beg you!" However, Bucky, having dismounted his motorcycle, seized Howard's pale, silvery hair and struck him with a fierce punch. Howard, in disbelief, looked up at his assailant. Sergeant Barnes? He could scarcely comprehend it. The one who had unleashed such brutality upon him was once a dear friend. What could have driven him to this? Regrettably, Howard would never have the opportunity to inquire, as he was forever engulfed in darkness, burdened by guilt towards his wife and son, and a profound yearning for the future. Bucky struck him once, twice, thrice. Each blow felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, mercilessly pummeling Howard. His face contorted into a grotesque expression of malice, silent and unyielding. Was brainwashing truly so perverse? This was not mere indoctrination. It was as if he had been replaced by another being. In his advanced years, Howard stood no chance of resistance. And thus he was brutally beaten to death by Bucky. Nearby, his mother, Maria, wailed in despair, powerless to intervene as she witnessed Bucky's merciless assault on her son. "Howard! Howard!" Her cries echoed, bringing tears to the eyes of all who heard. Alas, such sorrow bore no fruit. For Bucky dragged the lifeless body of Howard into a vehicle and then proceeded to choke Maria, the one whom Tony cherished above all else. The video concluded with Bucky's taunting expression, abruptly cutting off. Grief was eternally bequeathed to Tony. This was no accident. This was the slaughter of his parents. Bucky. 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 No. Father. Mother. Tony screamed in anguished torment, lamenting the loss of his beloved parents. Bucky Barnes. I shall find you. Even if it means unearthing your grave and desecrating your remains, I will ensure your bones are ground to dust. If I do not avenge this wrong, I, Tony, swear I shall not walk this earth as a man. What a disgrace to be a son. Bucky. Bucky. I will kill him. I must kill him. The terrifying cries reverberated throughout the villa as he watched the video repeatedly, each viewing deepening his murderous intent. His eyes turned a blood-red hue, as if he were a beast ready to rend flesh. In that moment, he was consumed by madness, a tempest of destruction surging within him. The brutal murder of his parents shattered Tony's world, plunging him into utter insanity. All thoughts of anything else faded. He was singularly focused on finding Bucky. Even if it meant desecrating a grave, he would seek vengeance. Chapter 103. The Frenzied Crowd Assaulting S.H.I.E.L.D.J.A.R.V.I.S. Contact Chen Xi. Since he has sent me this video, he must possess some knowledge. Regardless of the cost, I must uncover Bucky's whereabouts, whether he be alive or dead. Tony stated coldly. His voice, deep and chilling, resembled the biting winds of a frigid winter, instilling a sense of dread. His heart was encased in ice, and only the thought of vengeance could ignite his blood. Yes, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. promptly initiated contact with Chen Xi, and the call was connected almost instantly. Tony, you must be seeking Bucky's address, or perhaps inquiring whether he is alive or deceased. Before Tony could utter a word, Chen Xi's calm voice resonated through the line. This was his strategy. Although Tony remained oblivious to Chen Xi's true intentions, he harbored no desire to understand. His singular focus was revenge, indifferent to any other matters or motives. In a low tone, Tony inquired, Speak, what do you desire? Whatever I can provide, I shall grant you. This time, he was willing to sacrifice everything, disregarding all else. Upon hearing this, Chen Xi realized that Tony was prepared to pay a hefty price. However, aside from his Iron Man suits, Tony truly did not care about anything else. Thus, Chen Xi boldly articulated his demands. I require the blueprints for every generation of Iron Man suits moving forward, and of course, I also need samples. Agreed. I shall comply. Tony responded without a moment's hesitation, his agreement swift. Chen Xi was not surprised by such a reaction. The vengeance for his father was a matter of utmost gravity. Not to mention, he could afford to pay any price for it. With Tony's willingness established, Chen Xi continued, Bucky is recuperating at Peggy Carter's residence. And he is alive and well. Having injected the super soldier serum, he remains unchanged. I believe this news is most favorable for you, is it not? Chen Xi remarked with a smile, for he desired precisely this. Killing a formidable opponent would be far more exhilarating. Indeed, you are correct. Tony replied with a low, cold chuckle before abruptly terminating the call, a broader smile gracing his face. Bucky was alive and thriving, which made things all the more intriguing. The thrill of vanquishing a strong adversary was far superior to that of slaying a frail old man. J.A.R.V.I.S. Expedite the creation of Mark III. I seek vengeance. Tony did not immediately set off to hunt Bucky alone, for he was well aware that Steve would undoubtedly assist him. If he were to act, it must be with complete precision, ensuring that his enemy had no respite. Tony began transporting vast quantities of alloys, various auxiliary materials, and weaponry from Stark Industries. He resolved to produce 10 Iron Man suits simultaneously, entrusting their control to J.A.R.V.I.S. Allowing him to proceed with confidence, failure in his quest for revenge was not an option. Grant him half a day, and all would be resolved. Meanwhile, the higher echelons of governments around the world were engulfed in despair, for Hydra had resurfaced, seemingly thriving. They would soon discover that their fortunes would take a turn for the worse. Ignorance had shielded them in the past, but now they were acutely aware. Would Hydra, fearing retaliation after their exposure, choose to strike first and launch a frenzied assault on these high-ranking officials? The answer lies in the realm of uncertainty. Yet they must remain vigilant. They have commenced the deployment of various strategies aimed at countering Hydra, digging deep into their reserves. As for their plans concerning Chen Xi, they are at a loss regarding how to approach him. Precautions must be taken, yet it feels like a tiger attempting to strike at the heavens, impossible to grasp. He stands boldly in the open, a figure akin to a deity, leaving them powerless to confront such a formidable presence. It is infuriating, indeed. The only solace lies with Longhua. For Chen Xi is one of their own. Other nations are consumed with envy and resentment, pondering why they lack such a powerful ally behind them. He is akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon, an entity that none dare provoke. The most troubled are the high-ranking officials of America, acutely aware that this living weapon resides within their territory. Such an existence is terrifying. Any incident could result in an internal explosion, a prospect too daunting to contemplate. The battlefield is set on American soil, potentially reversing their economic progress by a decade or more. Internally, they are shrouded in gloom, ashtrays overflowing, while the American populace faces even graver circumstances. With the operations of the Red Queen, this video has been rapidly disseminated across major social media platforms and news websites, prominently displayed on the front page. As the public watches, silence descends, tears flow. The quietude is the most dreadful aspect, a mere lull before the impending storm, heralding catastrophic consequences. Howard was brutally slain, his death marked by profound sorrow, as he desperately pleaded with his executioners to spare his wife. The populace erupted in fury, ignited by this tragedy. They flooded various websites with demands for severe punishment of the perpetrators. Many took to the streets once more, heading straight for S-H-I-E-L-D, which is no longer a secret, having been exposed by Chen Xi. Why assault S-H-I-E-L-D? The answer is simple. The murderers of the Howards were none other than members of the Howling Commandos, specifically Bucky Barnes. This renowned squad, celebrated across America for their valiant achievements, was led by Captain Steve Rogers. Now Steve is within S-H-I-E-L-D. They seek accountability. Bucky Barnes is a disgrace, unworthy of his name. As his captain and brother, Steve must provide an explanation to the world. He is a superhero. Yet Howard was responsible for creating countless weapons. He too is a protector of America.